Hey guys, this is Star Vatif. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI-generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter never stopped fighting to heal a nation, not his scars. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Haunted by war and driven by duty, Harry rebuilds a shattered world, one battle at a time, even as his own wounds are left to bleed in silence. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry sat on the swings in the park, his mind carefully blank. He didn't want to think, to remember. His godfather was dead and, despite what Dumbledore said, it was at least partly Harry's fault. Harry's head snapped up as someone approached him. In the dark, he couldn't make out who it was, so his hand instinctively went to his wand. He waited tensely as the figure approached. "Hello." "Oh, I thought the park might be empty by now," came a soft, female voice. "Hmm." Harry replied in a non-committal way. "What are you doing here?" "Thinking." "What about you?" Harry asked, taking in the sight of a young girl about his age as she stepped into the light. One of the first things he noticed was the wand that protruded slightly from her sleeve. She sat down on the swing next to him, watching him closely. "Same, I guess. I just moved here yesterday. I don't know anyone yet." "Oh. Where did you live before?" "Australia." "Cool. Why did you move here?" "UHMY parents got jobs over here. Pretty important jobs." Harry nodded, guessing that those jobs would have something to do with the situation with Voldemort. "What about you? Where do you live?" the girl asked. "Privet Drive. With my aunt and uncle." "Oh, here comes my cousin now. I wonder which poor kid he's beating up today." There was a small gasp from the girl as Dudley and his gang rounded the corner, laughing gleefully. His face. That was the best yet. "Yeah. When are we going to get a shot at that freak cousin of yours? It's been a while since we seen him. Is he dead yet?"
Unfortunately not, though it isn't for the want of trying. We'll sort him out soon, guys. Then he'll wish he was dead. Harry smirked as the gang moved away. It would take more than a group of muggles with overinflated egos to sort him out. Were they talking about you? Yeah, charming blokes, I don't think. Harry said wryly. Aren't you worried that they want to pound you into sausage meat? No, I'm not worried. They're welcome to try, but I've faced worse and lived through it. Harry shrugged. I'd better go. Wait, what's your name? Harry. Harry what? Harry Potter. And you might want to find a better place to hide that wand. With that, Harry sprinted away after his cousin, leaving one very stunned witch behind him. That night, Harry slept fitfully, going from one nightmare scenario to another. He tossed and turned for a few hours before finally giving up and getting up. The rest of the house was sleeping, and the only noise was the occasional rumbling snore from either Vernon or Dudley. He sat on the doorstep and watched the sunrise, wondering who was babysitting him at that moment. He could feel their presence by the rose bush. Whoever it was never took their eyes from him, and it grew rapidly irritating. You know, it would be a lot less irritating if I wasn't babysat by an invisible person. He murmured, glancing towards the place where he knew the person was standing. There was no answer, though the person moved to the other side of the garden. Harry followed their progress. Well, that was a bit pointless, wasn't it? They moved quicker this time. Harry rolled his eyes and fixed the person with a piercing stare. A small pop resounded in the silence before another, smaller pop. Harry closed his eyes and located the person underneath the window. Apparating is cheating. And mind your head when you stand up. The person paused for a moment before making their way towards Harry. That was pretty impressive. Came a familiar voice. Hey Tonks. How are you? So, I guess. I really shouldn't be talking to you, you know. You keep my secret and I'll keep yours. Harry grinned. It's handy knowing where your minders are, or are not. Okay. I won't tell anyone unless they ask me directly. You know I can't lie to the order. Deal. So what's going on with the magical family that have just moved from Australia? One of us, Or one of them. One of us. Don't worry about that. I hear you met the daughter last night. She's the same age as you. Her name's Daniela Houston. Tonks, you wouldn't be trying to match make, would you? Moi. Wherever did you get that idea? Well, the great big grin that I can't see but knows there is a bit of a giveaway, as is the fact that you are far too eager to give me information about them. Harry replied. Damn, the boy's smart. Tonks laughed. Oh, I gotta go. My shift's over. I'll see you tomorrow at some point. Okay. Thanks, Tonks. Tonks apparated back to Grimmauld Place, slightly worried about Harry. He shouldn't have been awake that early, and he shouldn't have had that world-weary and wise look in his eyes. There had been something different about Harry that morning, she thought, as he sat on the doorstep and watched the sunrise. Something in his demeanor had definitely changed. Harry walked back into the house moments before Tonks' replacement arrived. He walked through to the kitchen and began making breakfast for the Dursleys, making sure that he got some too. They came down just as Harry had finished plating the food. No, even Vernon found something to complain about. Then again, Vernon didn't know that Harry had already eaten a sausage and bacon sandwich. The rest of Harry's day was spent in the Dursleys' back garden, tending to the flower beds and the lawn. He lugged huge sacks of soil from the front garden to the back the long way until his muscles ached. When he finished, he sat down on the perfectly kept grass and looked around him, analyzing his surroundings. Almost immediately, he found at least 4 places to hide and 5 escape routes. Later that night, Harry sat bolt upright in bed, his heart hammering wildly against his chest as he realized what he'd been doing all through the day was definitely not normal. There was a small pop as someone apparated into his room. Without a second thought, Harry pulled his wand and pointed it directly at the invisible intruder. A rather shaky Remus Lupin appeared moments later. What happened in my 3rd year under the Whomping Willow? Harry demanded, not moving his wand. Sirius dragged Ron and Peter into the Shrieking Shack. You and Hermione followed. You were holding Sirius at one point when I arrived, much like you are doing to me now. Remus replied, impressed that Harry had had the presence of mind to check his identity. Harry's wand lowered and his muscles relaxed. Sorry, Remus. What are you doing here? Tonks was worried about you. She asked me to come and check that you're okay. Apparently you didn't get much sleep last night. No, but I'm fine. As long as you don't count the hole, I can tell exactly where you are even if you are invisible, thing. Yes, I noticed that. Tonks never mentioned that though. I assume she does know. Yeah, of course she does. I asked her not to mention it to anyone though. That's not all either. I suddenly have the ability to analyze a room, and tell exactly where all the escape routes and hiding places are. Are you sure? Where are the hiding places in here? There's a small cavity behind the wardrobe. Harry said with a frown. Well hidden, but definitely there. There are 3 ways to escape. The window, the door and the wall cavity. Odd. How did you realize this? I was out in the garden, and I just started analyzing without thinking about it. Harry shrugged. I didn't realize what I had been doing until about 10 minutes ago. Ah, instinct. Remus mumbled. Harry, thanks for telling me all of this. I think I should go and see the headmaster. What? Wait. Why? I think you may be a warrior, Harry. If you are, I need to tell Dumbledore. I'll come and speak to you tomorrow, okay? Sure. Just one question. Do you have a book on warriors by any chance, because I have no idea what you're talking about. The only warriors I've heard of are Muggle fighters, and I guess that's not what you meant. No, that's not what I mean. Yes, I do have a book. I'll get it to you at some point tomorrow, if I can. Thanks, Remus. And good night. Good night, Remus said fondly as he disapparated. The next morning, when Harry awoke, the book was lying beside his bed. Warriors. Myths and Legends, it was entitled. Cautiously, Harry opened the book. It looked very old and quite fragile. It looked really quite boring, but Harry knew that looks could be deceiving. After all, one look at him wouldn't show that he was the world's hope to stop Voldemort. What a laugh, he muttered angrily as he recalled the prophecy. He was inclined to believe it, but that didn't mean he couldn't laugh at fate's cruelty. He scanned the first few pages of the book, drinking in the information. Potter. His aunt screamed from the foot of the stairs, making Harry jump and curse silently. As per usual, Petunia Dursley seemed to have the worst timing possible. He silently padded across the room, shifting the wardrobe forward slightly and inspecting the hiding place behind it. He was glad to see that it was large enough for him to fit into easily. He slipped the book inside before climbing out, pushing the wardrobe back against the entrance and rushing down before his aunt decided to scream again. Hurry up and cook the breakfast. My Diddy Dums is a growing boy and he needs his food, now boy. Yes, Aunt Petunia, Harry replied in a monotone that he had perfected over the weeks since Sirius' death. Letting the Dursleys know that he was grieving was a very bad idea. She huffed and bustled off into the living room, leaving Harry to pull out a packet of eggs and a loaf of bread. Scrambled eggs for breakfast, he decided, that way it was all the easier for him to sneak some. He cracked all 6 of the eggs into the pan, adding a splash of milk, a little butter and some pepper in before turning on the heat. He hummed quietly to himself as he cooked breakfast. This was one of his favorite chores, just as long as no one was hanging over his shoulder and pestering him. Soon the eggs were ready, and he popped several slices of bread into the toaster. Dudley came into the kitchen that morning to find a plate full of scrambled eggs and buttered toast on his plate. Potter was standing at the sink, washing up the dishes and staring at the ceiling. Dudley, grinning madly, snuck up behind him. I wouldn't do that, if I were you, Harry said quietly, making Dudley jump with surprise. Wouldn't do what? Dudley asked with a slight sneer. He was wary of Harry now that he had seen him use magic. Whatever it was that you were going to do after creeping up behind me. How did you know? Dudley asked dimly. Windows reflect, Harry said sarcastically. But you weren't looking at the window, Dudley said, now thoroughly confused. Dudley, stop thinking before you give yourself a migraine, Harry said, quickly finishing the dishes and excusing himself. Dudley stared after him, his brow furrowed. Harry reached the front door before Dudley realized what he had said. Hey, get back here, you little runt. You'll pay for that one, he yelled. But Harry ignored him and closed the door, knowing that Dudley's tiny brain would soon be distracted by the food on the table. Outside, Harry knew that his guard was sitting by the gate, watching him carefully. Harry sighed and walked out to the park, feeling the other person following him. When he got there, he found that he wasn't the only one to have thought to come to the park. Hi again, Daniela said, watching him curiously. Hey, you're here early. So are you. Not as early as usual, Harry muttered. So what are you up to today, Daniela? How did you know my name? Daniela asked suspiciously. I have my sources. Harry grinned, casting a look at the minder, who was leaning on the fence, looking about warily. You're weird, you know that. Gee thanks, Harry said. Is weird better or worse than insane? Definitely better. Daniela grinned. Now, how about a proper introduction? Fine. Very nice to meet you. My name's Harry Potter. Likewise, my name's Daniela Houston. So are you going to Hogwarts after the summer? Of course. I'll be sorted with the first years. You're in Gryffindor, aren't you? Yeah. Just watch out for Snape. Though if you're a Slytherin, he won't be totally evil to you. You don't like him then. Now there's an understatement. Anyway, you never answered my question. Which question would that be? The one where I asked what you were doing today. Staying out of my mum and dad's way. My older sister is doing the same, I guess. Her name's Rhiannon. She'll be going into 7th year. Right. Well, have fun then. Harry grinned, walking away. Daniela stared after him for a minute before running after him. Hey, you don't get away that easy, she said, putting a hand on his shoulder. He tensed quickly, spinning around and out of her grip, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Oh, Harry, I'm sorry, I never thought, Daniela said, immediately regretting startling him. Sock. Just a little paranoid, you know. I'll bet, Daniela said. She had heard stories about what Harry had been through whilst her parents were in a meeting with the Order. Nothing ever seemed to go smoothly for him. Reading the look in her eyes, he scowled slightly. I don't need your pity, he said quietly. Hey, wait, Daniela called, catching up again. No, wait, I don't pity you. I mean, I do, Booty Dantee, She looked up to see Harry's mouth quirking up at the sides. Okay. Just don't look at me as if I'm about to drop dead, okay? He asked, grinning now. Daniela pursed her lips in a very McGonagall-like gesture. Why do I have a feeling that you are going to be one of those incredibly annoying people? She asked. Harry was laughing now, giving her a smile that would melt stone. She reluctantly grinned back. Okay, I really have to get back now. Lots of chores to do. Do you want to borrow our house elf? I mean, he's been blabbering on about you since we got here. Your house elf wouldn't happen to be called Dobby, would it? He said shrewdly. That's the one. I'll send him over, shall I? Yeah, go on then. Harry grinned. Harry was in his room when Dobby appeared with a crack. Harry Potter, sir. He squealed, hugging Harry around the legs. Harry smiled and patted his head. Nice to see you, Dobby. How have you been? Dobby has been doing a favor for the headmaster. He is to be helping the Houstons move in. You wouldn't have anything to do with guarding me and keeping me safe, Dobby, would you? Harry grinned mischievously as Dobby's lips trembled. Good boy, Dobby. I appreciate it, he said, handing the elf a piece of chocolate from his stores. Harry Potter is welcome, sir. Dobby was being told that Harry Potter needed help with his chores. Well, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, Dobby would be honored, Harry Potter. Harry grinned and leant forward to whisper to the elf. Just don't tell Hermione. Dobby swears he will not tell Harry Potter's Granger. She's not my Granger, Dobby. Call her Hermione. Okay. Dobby squeaked, almost bouncing up and down with anticipation. Can you do chores without magic? 'Cause the last time you used magic, I ended up getting into loads of trouble. Dobby can do things the Muggle way, the house elf said, nodding fervently. Harry grinned and pulled out the long list of chores that he had been given. Right, well, if you paint the fence, I'll tidy the front garden. I'll do the dinner if you do the dishes, and we'll split the others as we come to them, okay? Yes, Harry Potter. Dobby could do everything, if Harry Potter wished. No, Dobby. That wouldn't be fair. Besides, it's better in this place to keep busy. Dobby is sorry about Harry Potter's godfather. Dobby said very quietly. Yeah, me too, Dobby. Me too. Harry sighed, heading to the door. Dobby followed him, his ears drooping a little. Daniela watched with a frown as Harry worked in the garden with Dobby. He was smiling a little and chatting, but he looked as if his heart wasn't really in it. Dobby didn't seem to notice though, and worked quickly, beaming up at Harry, who grinned back, a tiny bit strained. Although she had only met him 2 days ago, Daniela felt at ease with Harry Potter. It was obvious that he wasn't the stuck-up hero he was made out to be by the papers, but a 15-year-old boy with a lot on his plate. Harry's eyebrows contracted a little at that moment, and his head snapped up with a jolt, his eyes scanning around. Daniela, is that you? He asked slowly. You might as well take the cloak off. How did you know? Daniela asked, stunned that he had known she was there. I could sense you. Hush, my minder's back. Minder. Daniela whispered. Long story. By the bushes. Oh, it's Tonks. Tonks is here. Yeah. Hey Tonks, you worry too much. He said. His eyes moved as he watched the presence he could feel move towards him. Well, if you'd not give me cause to worry. She returned, shocking Daniela. Hello, Daniela. Hi, Tonks. Hey, wait, you were his contact. Excuse me? Tonks asked, obviously confused. Harry chuckled and nodded. Yeah, Tonks told me your name. Oh, that. Yep. Good job, I did too. Looks like you've got a lot to do, Wonder Boy. Harry gave a low growl and scowled in the general direction of the invisible Tonks, getting her location exactly right. If you call me that once more, Tonks darling, I swear that you will regret it. Harry said in a deceptively sweet voice. Oh, why would that be, Wonder Boy? Okay, you asked for it. Harry said, pushing her so that she fell into a pile of freshly watered soil. You, Harry, Tonks complained, now a floating mud stain. Oh, just go in and wash it off. I'm sure the Dursleys wouldn't mind. It was Tonks' turn to make an angry noise as she thought of Harry's horrid relatives. Still as clean and clinical as always. Clinical is one way to put it. Not the way I'd choose, but it's still the same as it was last year. Stuck in a time warp, I swear. Well, I'll just go in and announce my arrival. That whale been giving you any hassle recently? Which one? Either. Uncle Vernon wishes, but he hasn't managed to pluck up the courage yet. Dudley's just a bag of blubber. Kingsley told me about this morning's little episode, the migraine comment. Said he was nearly rolling around the lawn. We aim to entertain, Harry said, smiling slightly. It was perfectly true. Dobby, are you done? Yes, sir. Harry Potter. Dobby said. Harry, feeling inordinately tired, decided that he would skip the dinner that he had made for the Dursleys. He knew that they would never allow him some anyway. So he crept behind the cupboard, slipping into the hiding place, and felt his stomach leap into his throat as he slid down a slide into a large, dimly lit stone room. As he gulped and looked around, the lights around him flared brighter, throwing light around the room, which was completely empty of people, though it seemed full of swords, daggers and other assorted weaponry, not to mention the books that lined two of the huge walls. Harry stared around in awe, examining everything before him, analyzing it. Anyone else, who had not been able to analyze it, would have been stuck there, he realized with a jolt of horror. The only way out was incredibly well hidden behind several swords which had to be removed in a certain order before being replaced in a completely different way in order to create the passage back to the room in Privet Drive. After an hour of wandering around, Harry noticed that his watch had stopped working, and made his way back to his room in Privet Drive, hoping that he hadn't been gone too long and that Remus hadn't arrived to find him missing. However, when he climbed out of the hiding place, Harry looked at his watch to find it working again. Apparently he had only been gone for about 10 seconds. Wicked, he murmured with a grin. This would make his summer a lot more satisfactory. Harry waited impatiently for Remus to arrive so that he could share his discovery with someone. When he eventually did arrive, Harry jumped up eagerly to greet him. Hey Moony, you have to see what I found, he said ecstatically. Whoa, wait, what are you talking about? I'll show you. Come on. Harry, where are we going? You'll see. Harry, I'm too old for guessing games, he said tiredly. Harry turned to look at him, worried at the weary tone. Come on, I promise you'll like it. Fine, but it better not be far away. It's not, Harry said, pulling back the cupboard. He slid into the small space and looked back at Remus. Right, don't worry about sliding down. The room looks perfectly safe, and if it isn't, there are plenty weapons for self-defense. Harry grinned, sliding from view. Harry. Remus stared into the place where Harry had been seconds earlier, and gulped. Fine, I'm coming, he muttered, following suit and sliding into the room. Harry caught Remus at the bottom of the chute, watching in delight as the man's jaw dropped considerably. Harry, what is this place? Where are we? No idea. But wherever it is, time doesn't exist here. I came earlier for an hour, but only 10 seconds passed in reality, and that's accounted for by the time it takes to get in and out of the space behind the cupboard. Incredible. Where's the exit? You want to leave already? Harry asked, looking somewhat disappointed. No, I just like to know that we can get out. Of course we can. Haven't you been listening? I've been here before. The way out is just extremely well hidden. That's comforting. Yeah, well, if you came alone, then you'd never be able to get out. The exits change, apparently, and to find it, you need to analyze the room. Harry said. He sat down in one of the large armchairs and picked up the book that had been lying next to it. It seemed to be an instruction manual about the room. Hey Remus. He grinned. What? Remus asked, looking up from the bookshelf he had been inspecting. I can use magic here, and this place is safer than Hogwarts. No one can get in unless accompanied by me. You know, this could be a very useful thing to have. All of these books are incredible, some of them are incredibly rare. Hermione would have a field day in here. Yeah, I know. Hey, there's a kitchen. Excellent. Some dinner, Remus. As I haven't had any yet. What's on the menu? And I swear if you are as bad a cook as your father, I'll skip thanks. Nah, I'm an okay cook. Didn't you know I cook almost everything in this house? Unless someone's coming around, and then they're worried that I'll poison them. I would have thought I'd be more likely to poison the Dursleys than any of their guests, but anyway. Fine, I trust you. Remus grinned. Harry moved towards a fridge, his eyes growing wide. Air about the menu. Take your pick. It seems that we have every food known to man. How about steak? Now there's an idea. How do you want it? Rare. Harry smirked. Oh, very funny. Actually, I prefer my meat cremated. Fine. 2 steaks. Well done. Now, something to go with it. Moments later, Harry was whirring around the kitchen, cooking dinner for both of them. Remus watched in shock as he managed to keep several things going at once, completely at ease in the kitchen. James would have burnt everything in several seconds, including himself. Harry plated their dinner up with a grin and passed Remus a plate. They ate in silence for a few moments before starting to talk excitedly about the possibilities. Older or not, Remus was still a marauder, and still recognized the chance for sheer chaos. You have to drop in at least once a week. We have a lot to catch up on. When was the last time the Marauders played a prank? Oh, about 16 years ago. Remus said sadly. Harry's eyebrows shot up into his hair, and he looked shocked. 16 years. You haven't played a prank in my lifetime. Okay, so we need one hell of a welcome back prank. We do indeed. What were you thinking? Prongs JNR. I'm not sure. I'll get back to you. Remus and Harry stayed in the room for a long time, chatting about everything from pranks to warriors, and most things in between. Both Remus and Harry were certain that Harry was a warrior now, though they weren't sure what that would mean for him. Soon, Remus decided that they should probably get back to Privet Drive, even if no time had passed. Harry agreed, somewhat reluctantly, and they made their way back to Muggledom. Remus decided not to point out that Harry was seemingly capable of seeing in pitch-black conditions, such as the ones around the exit. That night Harry wrote to Ron and Hermione, telling them that he was okay and that his summer seemed to be looking up for once. He knew that this would drive them crazy, just as their lack of information the previous summer had driven him mad. After sending both letters with Hedwig, he went back into the room behind the cupboard, slipping in just as Uncle Vernon loomed in the doorway. As soon as Harry entered the room, he knew that something was different. Someone was there, but he couldn't see them. Panic began to bubble from his stomach, but he pushed it down forcefully. There was no time for fear, just time for action. He drew his wand and silently cast a heat-seeking spell. Apparently the person was at the exact same temperature as the surroundings, as no heat spots showed up. He stopped the charm and looked around carefully. He could sense the same presence in 3 different places. One was sitting on a chair, while another stood by the exit, and the final one stood by a pair of wall-mounted samurai swords. To most people, Harry assumed, would believe the chair to be the least likely place for someone to be when hiding, out of the 3 options, but to Harry it made sense that someone would be there. After all, with 2 decoys in more likely places, there would be little chance of anyone thinking to look there. The exit was simply too obvious, and the person certainly would not just be standing beside it, as still as stone, when they could get away. The swords on the wall were a slightly less obvious place to be standing, but still, to Harry's mind, unlikely. The person had been standing there since he arrived, and hadn't moved at all. Harry moved quietly to the lounge area, recognizing that the presence didn't seem at all hostile. Still, he was wary, and with good cause. After all, Voldemort did want him dead very badly. His eyes were glued to the invisible presence, wondering who it could be. Very good, child, came a light, warm voice. Harry bristled at the fact that the invisible woman had called him a child, but overlooked it in favor of asking who she was. I am your trainer, of course. My trainer for what, exactly? Are you a warrior or not? How do you know that? Harry asked cautiously. Ah, you aren't like most of them. I'm impressed, child. There are others, older than you, that haven't considered the fact that I may not be friendly. Because I am a woman, I'm not seen as a threat. Harry thought about this for a moment, and shook his head. Women are capable of anything that a man can do, he said, shuddering as he remembered Bellatrix. No, she wasn't a woman, she was a Death Eater. Too true. Well, almost everything. Yeah, so, how did you come to be so streetwise? Are you kidding me? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Kidding you? What are you talking about? Why would I kid on? Do you live on Earth at all? Of course I do. most of the time anyway. The woman said. You don't know anything about me at all. I know some stuff. Like you're a warrior, and you're friends with a werewolf. Anything that you two talked about earlier, I heard. Apart from that, I know nothing about you. Wow. Harry grinned. I know when you're lying, you know. I won't lie, Harry said. He would simply omit some of the more annoying details of his life. Well, I'm 15. I'm an orphan and live with my mother's sister, her husband and her son. They're muggles. How did your parents die? Long story. Anyway, I guess I'm streetwise because I get into a lot of adventures at Hogwarts. What's your name? The werewolf called you Prongs Jr. Prongs was my dad's nickname. My name's Harry. And the werewolf has a name. It's Remus. Harry what? Harry Potter. Harry said, not seeing the point in lying. The woman materialized in front of him, without any recognition flashing in her eyes. Harry cheered inwardly, finally someone who would see beyond the legacy. Well, Harry, we have a lot to do, she said, tucking 2 strands of brown hair behind her ears and grinning impishly. Harry couldn't help but smile back, having a feeling that his summer would be very interesting indeed. Hours and hours later, Harry lay down on a couch, completely exhausted. Leona, the woman, had spent the last few hours teaching him everything about the room, showing him how to get the best out of it. She confirmed that time wasn't an issue there, and told him that if he wanted anything, he'd only have to look for it. She told him that she would come 3 times a week at 6 o'clock in the morning, on a Monday, Wednesday and Friday. She also told him that she expected him to train himself on the other days. Harry nodded, deciding that between a choice of being trained to the point of exhaustion in the hidden room was much better than spending all day doing exhausting chores for the Dursleys. He smiled as he drifted to sleep, deciding that Malfoy would be in for a shock at the start of term. Leona watched as Harry slept, the content smile fading from his face as his body began to twist. Beneath his eyelids, his eyes darted to and fro in a panic. His pulse was racing and he was sweating. No, he cried. Sirius, come back. No, I'm sorry. His body stilled for a moment before going rigid again. You, he hissed, hatred plain in his voice. You complete cow. He was your cousin. Oh, I forgot, the Dark Lord comes above everything else. He woke up with a start, tears running down his face. Leona sat next to him, putting her arm around him. Are you all right? Fine, Harry said shakily. He was lying. He had just seen Sirius die all again, only this time, his face twisted to Harry, watching him accusingly. Then Bellatrix had come to congratulate him. Harry gulped, shaking in horror and guilt. No, you're not. Here, take a drink. Harry took a sip of the offered water, and closed his eyes. He hated himself then. He had taken away Moony's best friend, he had all but destroyed the Marauders. He shied away from Leona's comforting embrace, wanting to get away from everyone. Harry, what's wrong? Who is Sirius? Harry froze in place, wanting to ignore her question. But he couldn't. That would be like saying he was ashamed of Sirius. He was my godfather, Harry said, putting the emphasis on was. Oh, I'm sorry. Why? It's not your fault. Just mine, he added silently. Tears were still falling, but he didn't notice. He didn't care anymore. Leona was frowning at him, pulling a wand from somewhere. Legilimens, she muttered. Harry whirled around, his eyes alight with anger and pain. No, he growled, putting up barriers around his mind, remembering the previous year. Used by Voldemort. Sirius had died because of Harry's stupidity. No, that wouldn't happen again. Leona was massaging her temple, watching him in confusion. She had no idea that he would know what Legilimens was, let alone know how to block it. She was concerned as Harry sat in the corner furthest from her, curling himself as small as he could. Leona was getting more and more worried at her charge's odd behavior. Then she had an idea. The werewolf may be able to help. She cast one last worried glance at Harry before disappearing in search of the werewolf. Leona found his presence easily enough, it was just the small fact that she couldn't find any way of getting to him. Time had been paused as Harry was still in the room, and she couldn't find any way into the building. Eventually she found a weak point of the structure and forced her way in. After that, finding Remus was easy. She clicked her fingers to release him from the time freeze. What's going on? He asked, looking from Leona to the frozen Tonks, whom he had been talking to. You are Remus, aren't you? Yeah, that's me. Why do you want to know? Harry's in a state. I can't get any sense out of him. I thought you might be able to. Leona watched as the man's eyes narrowed. How do I know that you're not one of Voldemort's followers? Who? Oh, never mind. I'm Harry's warrior trainer. Look, Harry just had a nightmare about someone called Sirius and now he's freaking out. I tried to use Legilimens on him. She trailed off as a strong hand gripped her wrist. The man's eyes were wide with horror and anger. You used Legilimens on Harry. Are you mad? Don't you know anything? No wonder he flipped out. Why? What is going on? Leona was dimly aware that she probably shouldn't be as attached to Harry as she was, but at that point, it didn't seem very important. Voldemort used Legilimens to get into his mind last year. Who is Voldemort? Oh, never mind. Just take me there. Thank you. Leona breathed, making them both disappear. When Remus saw Harry huddled in the corner, his heart broke. He glared at Leona before hurrying over and wrapping an arm around the boy's shoulders. Harry tensed immediately, drawing back from Remus, but the werewolf wouldn't allow it. Harry needed to know that people cared for him, and wouldn't be pushed away. Harry stopped trying to pull away, but remained tense. What happened, Harry? Remus asked quietly. Harry didn't answer, just stared at his hands through blurry eyes. Under his gaze, a small cut appeared in his palm, growing larger and larger. His hands were covered in blood. Great Merlin! Remus muttered quietly, pulling Harry's hands towards him. That's not good, Leona muttered from behind them. What's going on? His hands just started to bleed. He's punishing himself, Leona said very quietly. Meanwhile, the more blood that seeped from both of Harry's hands, the paler he got. Punishing himself. It's what happens when a warrior feels guilty for someone's death. They see blood on their hands, and it well happens. Oh no, Harry, no one blames you for Sirius dying. They should. Harry murmured in a hollow voice that made Remus nervous. No, Harry, you did what you thought was right. You didn't know that Sirius wasn't at the ministry. I should have checked properly. I should have used the mirror. You were worried for Sirius. We do silly things when we're worried. Exactly. If I had been a little more sensible, Sirius might have been alive. No, you can't think like that. Harry, it wasn't your fault. Listen to me. I've lost your parents, Peter and Sirius, to Voldemort. I don't want to lose you too. Please, Harry, it wasn't your fault. Remus pleaded. Harry looked up at him with empty green eyes. I need you. We're going to start the Marauders again, aren't we? For Sirius. He'd like that. He wouldn't want you to be sitting here almost killing yourself. It wasn't your fault. We'd all have done the same. Harry looked away, closing his eyes as his breath hitched slightly. The blood stopped running, but remained on his hands. Remus hugged Harry tightly, breathing a sigh of relief. Thank you, Harry whispered, his voice rough and quiet. Remus managed a weak smile. You're welcome, he replied. Would someone be kind enough to tell me what's going on? Leona asked pointedly. Harry looked up at her blankly. No. What? Leona looked quite taken aback at his blunt answer. You heard, Harry said, and I do not appreciate anyone trespassing into my thoughts. I didn't. You stopped me. Harry, did you do it? Remus asked excitedly. Harry nodded a little. Yeah, I did it. I've been practicing since. Well, anyway, I'm not very good at it yet, but I'm getting there. That's great. Okay, if you don't tell me what's going on, I'm going into his mind to see what's going on. Leona warned, pointing her wand to Remus. You do it, and training or not, I swear I will make you pay. A fleeting look of hurt played across Leona's face for a moment, but it was gone before Harry saw it. Haven't you been listening to anything I've said since you met me? I am not going to hurt you. At least not intentionally. I'm sorry if you have been through some bad stuff, but I can't help if I don't know anything about it. I don't want help with some bad stuff that I've been through. I want something to put my mind to. You don't need my past to train me. No, but it helps if I know where you're coming from. Fine, I'm coming from the death of my godfather, the closest thing, along with Remus, that I've ever had to a father, a death that could have been prevented. Now, how does that help you? Right, well, if that's all, I'll go, shall I? Harry, what? That's not it, is it? The bad stuff. There's more. No, Harry said softly, but I don't think that I could handle explaining everything just now. All right, Leona nodded. Can I just ask one question? Sure, but I promise no answers. Who is the Dark Lord? Remus goggled at the woman. Was she for real? And you say that you live on Earth? Well, the Dark Lord is a rather mean person. Remus coughed slightly. I never knew you had such a talent for understatement, Harry. Ah, okay then. How would you put it, my dear Moony? Well, how about seriously evil, merciless, homicidal maniac with a wand? Yeah, okay then. That works too. You two are kidding, right? Yeah, we just call him the Dark Lord for fun. He's really a friend of ours, Harry said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Sounds like such a nice person. When can I meet him? With my luck, probably within the year, Harry said dryly. Leona had meant it when she said she would know when he was lying, and at that point, she knew that he was telling the truth. Alright. Oh, relax, for goodness sake. I was kidding, Harry said with a laugh. Both Remus and Leona raised an eyebrow, but didn't argue. Let me see your hands, she said, covering the tense atmosphere. Harry obediently held out his arms, his palms turned upward so that they could see the thin zigzagging scar that ran down the center of each. Why didn't you let it heal without scarring? Because it's a reminder to use my head before rushing into things, Harry said, meeting her eyes defiantly. When Remus got back to London, he was exhausted and worried. He had never stopped to think about how Harry was taking Sirius' death. The boy had seemed to be taking it in his stride, and Remus couldn't help but feel that he should have known better. He knew that blaming himself wouldn't do any good, but he promised himself that he would start watching Harry more closely. He never noticed that there was a small spill of Harry's blood on his robes until Tonks squealed and asked what was going on, and why there was blood on his clothes. He sighed and began to explain what had happened, barely noticing when Dumbledore joined them. Oh, Remus. He didn't. He did. He blames himself for Sirius' death, and according to his tutor, if they see blood on their hands, then the blood appears on their hands for real. This tutor of Harry's, what's he like? He is a she. I think she's already quite attached to Harry. Although she has no idea about either Voldemort or what Harry's been through, and she used Legilimens on him. I don't think she'll be doing that again though. Did Harry block it? Spectacularly, I think. He says he's been practicing. Remus put his head in his eyes, remembering Harry's empty eyes. Remus, he'll be fine. He just needs time to grieve, Albus said evenly. No, that's what everyone thinks. He's human, Albus. He shouldn't have to be fine. He shouldn't have to put up with the expectations of everyone. He shouldn't, but he does. He needs you both to be strong for him. Tonks, you're his friend and confidant. Remus, you are too. You were one of his last links to his parents. He said that I was the closest thing he had to a father, along with Sirius. Remus remembered suddenly. Exactly. This last year has been rather hard on Harry. Especially the last few weeks. You should probably know that I told him something rather important on the night Sirius died. Well, it's a lot to think about. What is it? What did you tell him? That, I cannot tell you. It is Harry's choice as to whether anyone else knows. I would ask that you don't mention it at the moment. He does seem to have a lot on his mind, and he will talk when he's ready to. I believe his new tutor may be just what he needs, someone who has no idea what he's been through and what he's facing. Maybe. Remus conceded, but he's asked if I'll visit him at least once a week. You don't have any objections, do you? Not yet, but the order may require your attention for a job or two over the summer. Of course. So, what about this room? Tonks asked. Does time really stop inside? Well, no time passes while Harry's in there. When Leona came to get me, everyone was frozen. It was rather bizarre, really. Ah yes, I am most interested in this room. It sounds rather fascinating. It is. Harry can use magic there. There's everything he could ever want or need. The library is much more extensive than Hogwarts. There's every conceivable type of weapon as well. I suppose that he'll be learning how to use those, being a warrior and everything. Yes, I believe you are right, Remus. It should be interesting to see just how much Harry changes over this summer. Harry crept out from behind the cupboard to find Uncle Vernon in his room, glaring at him. What are you doing, you little freak? Nothing, Uncle Vernon. Harry replied in a flat, monotone voice. Don't lie, freak, I know you were up to something. Now tell me, before I have to force it out of you. I wasn't doing anything, Harry said, getting slightly angry. His uncle was towering over him now, his glare intensifying. Harry could smell the alcohol on his breath, and gulped. His uncle always got angry when drunk. Ha! Doing nothing. As if. Come here. The man swung for his nephew, slamming a fist into his stomach before Harry could do anything to stop him. He put his full weight behind the punch, knocking both Harry and himself over. The 15-year-old went out like a light, unconscious from the blow, and the internal damage that it had caused. That'll teach you to be smart with me, Vernon growled, standing up and leaving the room. When Harry awoke, he took in a deep breath and nearly blacked out again because of the pain. It felt like someone had put a sword through his stomach. He looked about him, his vision blurry as he dimly recognized his bedroom at Privet Drive. He leaned up shakily on his arm, stubbornly pushing himself to get to the hidden room. If ever he needed to do magic, it was then. He could feel blood seeping into his gut. The great Muggle idiot had caused internal bleeding. Sheer determination got him to the entrance at the back of the wardrobe, and he gratefully slid in. Leona, Harry called. No answer. He sighed and took a deep breath, focusing on his stomach. He saw the shattered blood vessels, spilling blood inside him. He was losing a lot of blood, he knew. Too much blood. If he didn't stop it soon, he would die. The thought scared him, but he wasn't going to give up that easily. He focused in on the blood vessels, imagining them fusing back together, repairing themselves. Slowly, very slowly, they did just that. Harry's magic was healing his injuries. It seemed to take forever, but soon every blood vessel was repaired, and all that was left of the injury was the small puddle of blood that remained in his stomach. He conjured a tissue from the air and imagined it soaking the blood up. When he opened his eyes again, the tissue was dripping with blood, and Leona was standing beside him, looking very green. Why is that tissue soaked in blood? She asked faintly. Internal bleeding. It was the first thing I thought of. There was a reason I didn't become a healer, Leona said, still looking decidedly queasy. Oh, you're not very good at it. Yeah, but there's also the small detail of being squeamish about blood and guts. You definitely chose the wrong student then. I get into scrapes pretty often. Typical. So, what happened just now then? My uncle was drunk and decided that I made a good punch bag. Keeping in mind that he weighs about 20 stone, he can put a lot of power into one punch. He did what? How many times has he done this before? A couple. Usually when he's had too much to drink. It doesn't happen that often, thankfully. And he has never made me bleed internally before. I can't believe this. Can't you go somewhere where you're safe from these animals? You have friends, right? What about the werewolf guy? You seem pretty close to him. I need to stay here. It's one of the few safe places for me. What do you mean? Remember Voldemort, the Dark Lord we were talking about earlier? Yeah, well, put it this way, he has a major grudge against me. But you're safe here. Yup. Blood magic, or something. Anyway, it means that I'm stuck here until someone decides I can leave. Oh, well, it's still ridiculous. Don't you have any other relatives? Apparently not, Harry said in a voice that warned her not to question her further. Well, okay then, but I'm going to take you back to my home to get my sister to check you out and make sure that there's no lasting damage, okay? Your home. What's it like? Where is it? Well, it's exactly on this planet, but it's not really on another one either. It sort of borders on the equator. I think you'll like it. Are we going now? Yeah, no time like the present. Although time will pass when you're there, it still passes slowly. I mean, like, if we stay for a day, like an hour will have passed in your world. Great. I'll just go and leave a note in case anyone gets worried. They've probably fixed something so that they know when I'm in the house and when I'm not. Right. You do that. Hurry up though. Just a quick note. Sure. Harry arrived back moments later, having left a note for whoever it was that came to see him. Leona smiled at his eagerness, and took his hand. I'm going to sort of apparatus there. You'll be able to do this on your own soon. Pay attention and feel the way the magic behaves. Right, Harry said. Then they were gone. Tonks looked at the huge map of Privet Drive that Remus and Dumbledore had made. It was similar to the Marauders map, only with much more detail about the people on it. For instance, right now, Harry's dot was very close to Vernon Dursley's, who registered as too drunk for coherent thought. This worried Tonks, but not half as much as when Harry's dot paled slightly, and winked out for a moment before returning. She breathed a sigh of relief for a moment, just before Harry's dot disappeared completely. Remus! Professor Dumbledore! She yelled. Molly Weasley, Remus and Dumbledore came running immediately. Harry's gone. Just disappeared from the map. You don't think, a portkey. Harry's not stupid enough to touch anything that looks slightly suspicious. He checks everything, Remus said resolutely, as Molly gasped. What happened before this, Nymphadora? The headmaster asked gravely. His uncle was in his room, drunk. Then Harry's dot paled, but it winked out and came back normal. Then he. Remus, Tonks, Molly, you will go to Privet Drive. Check Harry's room for anything that looks suspicious, no matter how small. Yes, Professor Dumbledore. They chorused, disapparating on the spot. Harry landed right next to Leona in what seemed to be a large hallway. This is my parents' house. I still live here. Right, Harry said, looking around him. Did you feel what the magic did as we tripped? Tripped. Our form of apparition. Oh, yeah, we went straight through about 6 layers of ancient, powerful magic, got dismantled, then at this end, we went through another 6 layers, plus a few extra, and were put together again. Wow, you're pretty good for a kid. Thanks, Harry said, once again overlooking the fact that she had called him a kid. Leona, is that you? What are you doing back here already? Oh, is this your student? Yeah, Harry, this is Gemini, my older sister. Gem, this is my student. He's a bit small, isn't he? The other woman said. Harry looked up at her, getting slightly angry that everyone kept judging him. Then the woman gasped as she saw his scar. Recognition flashed across her features and she smiled warmly. Harry Potter, we didn't know you were a warrior. No one did, including Voldemort, Harry said. The woman flinched slightly, and Harry raised an eyebrow. How do you know his full name? Leona demanded, looking slightly put out. He's famous, Leona. Are you telling me that you didn't know who he was? No, I didn't. What are you famous for? Living, Harry said abruptly. Weren't we here for a purpose? Of course. Gem, can you take a look at Harry for me? He's been a little battered. He's been healed, but I want to make sure that there's nothing else. Of course. Harry, take a seat. I'll be back in a moment. She strode away, leaving Leona and Harry alone. Sorry about her. She's a very good healer, if a little off with her bedside manner. No problem. How come she knows so much about me and you don't? I don't know. If you're famous, then you might have been included in our lessons. All I can remember is them always going on about some boy who, she trailed off, realization hitting with the force of a 10-ton truck. Lived. Harry finished for her. She nodded silently, staring at him. But you're so normal. Thanks. You know, I bet Mum would love to meet you. She's been teaching about you for like forever. I can't believe this. We're all taught about you when we're younger. It's an example of what we can do when we put our minds to it. I mean, when you were an ordinary human, you cheated death. I can't believe I'm training the boy who lived. How old are you now, anyway? About 18, 19. Try 15. Harry said, feeling slightly confused. Would you call someone who was 18 or 19 a child? Yeah. It's not so much age as training. You, as an untrained warrior, are classed as a child. 15. You must be the youngest warrior in at least 200 years. The usual age is 21 or so. I started to get trained when I was 20. 15 is amazing. And you didn't grow up in Lassie, either. Lassie. This place. The world of warriors. It's like a huge city. I'll show you around sometime. Right. Harry said, just as Gemini returned. Hey Gem, do you know how old Harry is? Leona asked, looking smug. No. Gemini replied, frowning slightly. About 20. 15. Leona said with a grin. Impossible. He grew up as a human. It takes every warrior who grew up as a human at least 20 years to manifest their powers. Actually, I am 15. At the end of July. Harry said. Nonsense. Of course you aren't. Oh really? Harry mumbled something beneath his breath, reading over the slip of paper that appeared in his hand. Here you go. Harry James Potter, date of birth the 31st of July 1987. He handed her the copy of his birth certificate, and she read it carefully. Her eyes widened as she realized that it was the truth. Place of birth. Godric's Hollow. You weren't even born in Lassie. Nope. He's going to be brilliant. Imagine, if he manifests power at 15. Yes, well, we have to make sure that he's okay. Harry, if you would lie back. He did so, watching in interest as she placed cold hands on his stomach and frowned slightly. Who healed this wound? They didn't use the normal methods. Effective, but unusual. I'd say they were quite a skilled healer. Slightly messy, but I guess that on the inside, it doesn't matter. She smiled at Harry. I suggest you thank whoever healed you, and while you're at it, get whoever created this wound thrown into Azkaban. It was a nasty wound. You could have died. Great. Harry said. Maybe if I knew the normal healing procedures I would have done those, but it was the best I could do at short notice and in a hell of a lot of pain. You healed yourself. Gemini repeated faintly. Yeah, well, I had to do something. My stomach was filling up with blood. Indeed. You did very well. If you don't mind my asking, how did you heal the wound? Well, I could see the burst blood vessels, so I imagined them healing. It took ages, but I got it eventually. Then I mopped up the excess blood with a tissue. That was gross. Leona chipped in. I never knew that my little sister was such a good teacher. Gemini said, looking rather proud. Well, I can't really take the credit. He did it himself, without me telling him anything or teaching him. Gemini now looked floored, but recovered relatively quickly. Well, you're fine. There are no other injuries, except those on your hands. Would you like them healed? As long as the scars stay. Harry said firmly. Gemini nodded and soon his hands, which had been throbbing painfully, were pain-free once more. Once they were finished, Gemini made her excuses to leave, telling Leona that their parents would be back within an hour or two, along with her brother, Arian. Leona nodded and began to show Harry around. It seemed like no time before the door opened. Stay here, I'll be back in a minute. Leona told Harry as she ran down the stairs two at a time. Mama. He heard her cry. Daddy. He sat down on the top stair, tapping his fingers to an unknown beat. Who are you? Harry looked up to find a man looking down at him with a frown. He looked to be a few years older than Leona. Arian, right? He asked. That's right. Who are you? Harry Potter. I'm Leona's new student. Ah, yes, she was telling us about you. Promising but a little stubborn, were her words, I believe. He sat down next to Harry, his eyes flicking to his scar every so often. Yeah, stubborn is probably right. Harry agreed with a smile. Sorry, but your scarret looks familiar. I just can't place it. Well, I suppose that's one difference between this place and the wizarding world. Harry mumbled good-naturedly. He found himself liking the man's easygoing manner. You're from the wizarding world. Yeah, I'm a wizard and a warrior. But I'm sure you look familiar. Arian said, getting quite frustrated. It's quite bizarre being a legend. Harry said thoughtfully. Especially when you're alive. You're a legend. Certainly feels like it. I am famous. In both worlds, apparently. Well, Leona said something about being taught about me. Well, nope. Doesn't help. Supposedly your mother teaches about me. Well, she usually teaches history, but you don't look old enough to be in history. I've been in history since I was a year old. Harry said. A year old. What did you do? Kill someone? The opposite, actually. I lived. Of course. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. I feel such an idiot. Actually, it's kind of a relief not to be noticed immediately. You have no idea how quickly it grows old. No, I don't envy you. So, how is everything in the wizarding world? Hellish is a good start, I guess. Voldemort's back. Arian flinched too, and Harry looked strangely at him. As that reflex or something? I suppose. Him I can remember. He killed a lot of people. Yeah, and it's starting all over again. Oh dear. Everyone thought he was dead though. Nope. He was just banished from his body. He got it back just over a year ago. It took the Wizarding Ministry all that time, and an appearance from Voldemort himself, to believe it though. Harry's voice took on a bitter edge as he remembered the hell that the world had put him through, yet they all expected him to be their oh-so-perfect savior. Hold on. You're the boy who lived, yes. Only 16. I remember, 'cause I was 15 when it happened. Mum was in a right tizzy because she had to find as much out as possible before teaching us it. Only it was a mystery. Even now, very little is known about what happened. But we have learned all about you. Right. Actually, I'm 15. I won't be 16 until July. Dear Lord. Oh yeah, this is the whole, you're not old enough to be a warrior, thing, isn't it? I've heard it before. In both worlds. I don't particularly like being told what I am and what I am not capable of doing. There was a pause, and Leona chose that moment to come bouncing up the stairs. Oh, you two have met already. She said. Yeah, Harry said, standing up. He extended his hand to Arian and they shook hands. It was a pleasure to meet you, Harry, and you do whatever it is you want to. But give Voldemort hell while you do. Oh, I will, Harry promised. You have my word on that. Right, come on, Harry. We're going to meet Mum and Dad. Harry and Leona made their way down to the living room in silence. Harry could feel that Leona was nervous, although he wasn't quite sure why. He soon found out. Her mother was standing in the room, looking very prim and proper. She looked down at Harry as if he was an insect, and Harry couldn't imagine her being in a tizzy about anything, much less him. Mama, Daddy, this is my student. He's very small, isn't he? The woman said. I told you, sweetheart, a warrior trainer is no job for a young lady. They gave you the runt of the litter. He'll be an embarrassment to you. Harry gritted his teeth and counted silently to 10. Although a million might have been more effective, who gave this woman the right to judge him based on his height? He glanced at Leona, who was watching him warily. He guessed his rather shortly leashed anger wasn't very hard to see. He's a human, sweetheart. You could do so much better. Look at your sister, dear Gemini, she's so successful. And that lovely boyfriend of hers. I really wish you'd give up this nonsense idea of warrior training. Young ladies aren't suited to fighting. It's not proper. Harry stared incredulously at this woman. She was telling her own daughter to give up her dream. You might as well give up on this one right now. He obviously won't go anywhere. So short and skinny. He'd break in half if someone so much as touched him in the wrong way. Harry had had enough. He didn't care anymore. All of his life he had had people judging him, making assumptions. Not anymore. Excuse me, do you know I'm standing right here and that I can hear every word you're saying? He said sweetly, though his voice had an edge to it. Be quiet, child, no one was talking to you. The woman snapped. Harry's short temper exploded. No, they weren't. They were talking about me. Judging me without knowing me. The last person that did that spent 13 years as a shadow. Your daughter is a good trainer, actually, though God knows I'd hate to be in her shoes. As for your ridiculous comment about women, they are fully capable of fighting. Do you seriously think that Voldemort's forces are all male? Don't talk about things you don't have the faintest idea of, child. On the contrary, I know more about Voldemort than you would ever want to know. You might know my name. Leona tells me that you teach your oh-so-perfect purebred warrior children about me. My name is Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Don't be ridiculous, he's only 15. Really? I hadn't noticed my own age. I am fully aware that I am 15. I am fully aware that it's unusual for 15-year-olds to be warriors, but guess what? I have never been, and never will be normal. I'm sorry if you think that I'm not good enough for your daughter to be teaching, but all my life, I have been judged and I've had enough. You don't know what I can do, you don't know half of what I've been through, and you sure as hell don't know me. So keep your judgments to yourself. There was a stunned silence as Harry stared at the woman with open dislike. He knew he shouldn't have lost his temper with her, but she had done what annoyed him most about fame, believing that she had the right to judge him. Well, I couldn't have said it better myself, Harry. Come on, I'll show you around. Leona said, looking slightly shocked. Right, Harry replied uncertainly. He cast one last glance at the woman, just as a plant behind her burst into flames. Oops, he murmured, waving his hand and putting the fire out. Leona laughed at her parents' stunned faces and steered Harry from the room. In all my life I have never seen anyone stand up to them like that. Oh, Harry, that was priceless. As I told your brother, I don't like people telling me what I can and can't do. Harry said, still smoldering with rage. No, me neither. Leona agreed. We'll prove our point together, huh? You bet. Harry grinned. How long does it usually take to do the course? 3 years was the quickest time, I think. It varies a lot. Well then, I'll do it in 2. Harry promised. 2. Are you sure? Of course I am. What's the problem? The room means that I can stop time, and spend a week or 2 practicing at a time. You'll exhaust yourself. So much the better. The more exhausted I am, the less likely it is that I'll have a nightmare. Very well. I'm up for it if you are. Who knows, we might even cut it down to 1 year, at this rate. You never know. I live to prove people wrong, you know. Good. I'm going to have a lot of fun teaching you then. And I'll enjoy learning from you. But first, I think I'll tell you my life, from my point of view. Great. How about we go into the city for a snack, and then we can go riding? Sounds good. As promised, Harry and Leona went into the city to eat, and spent a little while looking around the shops. Harry saw a new watch that he fell in love with immediately and bought it, glad that the warrior city used galleons, sickles and nuts too. It was some sort of metal, which didn't seem to have any one specific color. In the face of the watch, a phoenix was engraved, with its tail trailing around the band. Leona smiled as he picked it, and the jeweler threw in a ring made from the same metal for free, deciding that it should go to someone who appreciated its beauty. It too was carved with a phoenix. Pleased with his purchases, Harry and Leona left the shop to go riding. The riding school wasn't what Harry had expected at all. He had expected it to all be very formal and stiff, whereas everyone seemed very laid back and welcoming. A quick tour of the stables proved that it wasn't the largest, nor the grandest riding school, but Harry immediately liked it. Leona showed him to the horse that he would be riding, Aaron. She seemed like a very sweet horse, and probably the perfect horse to learn to ride on, but Harry found her very uncomfortable. Maybe it was due to his lack of experience, as he began to feel more at ease as time wore on, and he learned how to ride. It all seemed very easy when he had watched others do it, but now it seemed much more difficult, and he wasn't getting the hang of it the way he got the hang of the healing and the way he was intuitively able to do other things, like flying. Yet even then, he knew that there was something about riding, something that he could find useful and enjoyable. After their day out, both Harry and Leona were tired out. It seemed like the day had lasted forever, Harry thought. Then again, it had lasted almost a week, he supposed. What with everything that had happened? They made their way back to Leona's parents' house, despite Harry's protests. Here's the plan. We're going to stay here, then tomorrow morning, we can make a start on proving everyone wrong, okay? Sounds great. Harry grinned. He looked at his new watch and smiled. He could definitely grow fond of this rather odd land. Can we go for a fly at some point though? I haven't flown since that evil hag banned me and confiscated my firebolt. Ah, I still haven't got it back. Oh, perfect. I can teach you to make your own. It's part of the course anyway. Make my own broomstick. Yeah. Woodwork and enchantment. It's quite difficult though, but I'm sure that you can handle it. Brilliant. This is going to be so great. I think I'm beginning to like this whole warrior business. That's good. I hated it to begin with. Mind you, I was a rather spoilt child. No kidding. Harry grinned. You didn't have some insane Dark Lord after you either, which I suppose is a blessing. You are way too used to this if you can joke about it. Why not? I can't change a prophecy, so why bother trying to fight it? Prophecy. Now you left that little bit of info out of your explanation. Did I? Oh well. It's just the usual, you know. No, I don't. Come on, Lee, it's not that difficult to figure out. It wouldn't happen to be one of those, you or him, prophecies, would it? Got it in one. Only I prefer the term, kill or be killed, myself. It all boils down to the same. I'm the one who has to save the world from evil Voldemort. Often did you find this out? The same day my godfather died. The same day I flunked history of magic because I fell asleep and dreamed of Voldemort. What was it they said about things happening in threes? They told you this prophecy the day your godfather died. That was rather mean. I guess it was sort of made to stop me destroying the headmaster's office. Anyway, it's probably a good thing I know. At least I know that I'm under no circumstances allowed to commit suicide. That's cheerful, isn't it? Harry grinned again, pushing those thoughts from his mind. So, what do I do to make a broomstick? Well, first we need a design. I'll do that, Harry said immediately, the perfect broom blooming in his mind. I thought you might want to create your own, rather than using someone else's design. Yeah, okay, what happens after that? Well, you have to go out and search for wood that feels good for you. You'll know what I mean when you feel it. Then we get to the good bit. What's that? Carving the wood and enchanting it. Then we polish and shape it before adding the last spells and things. When I say we, I mean you, of course. Naturally. Harry grinned. Can we go and choose the wood now? I think we should get some sleep first. We'll choose it first thing in the morning, okay? Fine. Okay. First thing. Ah, you aren't one of these incredibly annoying people who get up at the crack of dawn, are you? Sometimes. Harry grinned. Leona groaned loudly. True to her word, Leona took Harry out at 6 o'clock the next morning to find the wood for his broom. Harry had no idea where they would happen to find a piece of wood long enough for a broom, but as Leona seemed to know where she was going, he didn't bother questioning her, though he did take note of the route they took. Here we are, she said 15 minutes later, standing beside a gate. Behind her stood a huge wood of many different types of tree. Harry felt his jaw drop as she led him in. What you do is look around until you feel drawn to one type of tree. Then we'll ask the tree to give up some of its wood. They're amazing things, these trees. Very generous. Of course, they do expect a little something in return. And what would that be? Oh, just a hug. A hug. I have to hug a tree. Yes, Leona said, smiling at his rather dubious expression. Okay, so maybe you don't. Giving them a few sickles works too. I knew it. I'm really not that gullible, you know. Ah well, it was worth a try. Go on then, this has been known to take all day. Okay, Harry said, setting off. He wandered about aimlessly, whistling quietly to himself. 3 hours later, Harry still hadn't found a tree he was drawn to, and Leona was getting a little exasperated. I was kidding about it taking all day, you know. Well, it took ages to find my wand, why should wood for a broom be any different? What's your wand made from? Holly, Harry said, pulling it from his pocket. Why not try that holly over there then? Leona suggested, pointing to her right. Harry headed in that direction, but stopped suddenly, looking off in another direction. What? You feel the pull? No. Harry frowned. I feel 2 pulls. Holly and. What's that? Oh, ebony. 2. Leona replied rather blankly. Harry nodded. The pull is strongest here. If I move in either direction, it gets weaker. Very well. You'll have to ask both trees then. We'll make 2 broomsticks. Right. Harry walked up to the holly, and before Leona could say anything, he bowed on impulse. Ah, a courteous young one. Put your money away, young one, we do not wish for it. Here is your wood. Take good care of it and it will serve you well, said the deep, grumbling voice. Harry nodded solemnly, bowing once again. You will do admirably, Warrior mage, do not fret. It said in such a quiet tone that Harry knew no one else would have heard it. The same thing was repeated with the ebony, and Harry was feeling slightly unnerved by the fact that even in warrior terms, he was different. A mage, he thought, remembering the book that Remus had lent him. He couldn't quite recall what that meant exactly. Hey Lee, what's a warrior mage? He asked suddenly. Leona looked slightly taken aback by this question, which seemed to come out of the blue. Well, I guess the easiest way to describe them is an extra powerful warrior. They can learn things much quicker than ordinary warriors and are reputed to be the guardians of the race, and probably the world. A bit like royalty, I suppose. Why? Where did you hear about them? In a book. Harry replied smoothly. It wasn't a total lie, after all. So, when was the last warrior mage alive? UMMSHE died about 2 millennia ago, I think. Mum would know better than me. Anyway, a lot of people say that there will never be another one. Old ways die out pretty quickly, and they say that there's just no place for a mage anymore. I'm inclined to disagree with them though. There will always be a place for a warrior mage. There has to be. Otherwise, what's the point of warriors? No, I reckon that there'll be another one yet. It's just a matter of when and who. You think? Harry said thoughtfully. It sounded like these warriors didn't care for the warrior mages anymore, and if he was what the tree had said, maybe you're right. I think though, that maybe people have forgotten what a warrior mage is like. Since it's been so long. They aren't really able to see the benefits of them. Yeah, probably. Harry and Leona spent the next hour going over what Harry knew instinctively. Leona didn't say anything, but he knew pretty much the entire course. He was lying on his stomach on the grass, drawing his plans for the 2 broomsticks. He had decided that 2 was probably a good idea, just in case one was lost, stolen or broken. The possibility of any of these things happening was extremely small, due to the charms and enchantments that would be placed on them, but the theory was a good one. Leona watched him carefully as he whistled cheerfully. She also noticed that one of the horses of her father's had come to the edge of the field, and was watching him too. It was an Arab, one of the more highly strung horses in their stables, and used primarily for breeding. He was a young stallion, and incredibly impressive looking, totally blue-black except for the small blotch of white on his flank, in the shape of a crescent moon and the narrow white blaze going down his nose. This small, seemingly insignificant detail was the reason that the midnight blue-black stallion had not found another home. Everyone seemed to want the perfect horse, entirely one color. Of course, his temperament was a little less than perfect as well, but Leona was sure he would make an excellent horse once trained. Harry looked up after a few minutes, watching the horse every bit as closely as the horse was watching him. With little warning, he stood up and approached the fence. Leona watched, intrigued, as he walked over, as if mesmerized. His lips began to move as he spoke softly, the words carrying to where Leona was. Elementa, I'm home, he said. Leona's eyes widened to the point that it was comical. The one thing she always remembered about the warrior mage was that he, or she, had a horse named Elementa. The stallion answered Harry with a soft whinny of welcome, and lowered his head to meet Harry's hand. Always the impatient one, my Elementa, he murmured, vaulting over the fence, and onto the horse's back. Compared to when he had rode the first time, he looked 1,000 times more at ease at that point. Even without a saddle and reins, he seemed perfectly capable of controlling Elementa. Harry felt as if he were in heaven. The doubt he had felt over being a warrior mage had fled when he had met Elementa, one of the horses on the grounds of Leona's home. He was back where he belonged. He knew it all instinctively, knowing each animal in the vicinity and feeling the presence of all the warriors and their families. Leona's mother was watching from the window, thoroughly shocked at what she saw. She had been watching since they returned from the forest. Gemini was on her way home from the hospital. A patient of hers had died earlier. Arian was out on patrol. His job was a soldier in the warrior army. Leona's father, Arian Sr., was sitting in his office, reading a book about wizards. Then there was Elementa, the stallion that had been waiting for his arrival for just short of 6 years. He was ecstatic now, every bit as comfortable as Harry was. Leona. Harry smiled to himself as she swelled with pride for her young trainee. She knew it too. He was a warrior mage. Harry pushed these thoughts from his mind, concentrating on the horse that moved gracefully, his movements smooth and perfect. Nothing else mattered at that point. It was just him and Elementa. By the time Elementa and Harry had slowed, Leona had managed to regain her bearings enough to go and see what he had been drawing beforehand. She picked up the sketch, marveling at the design that Harry had created. It would be perfect for him. A warrior mage. Incredible, she muttered, excitement pumping through her veins. This would be as much of a learning curve for her as it would be for Harry, if not more so. Harry slowed Elementa and dismounted. He would have loved to continue riding for as long as Elementa would carry him, but unfortunately, he knew he had other things that he needed to do, like make his broomstick, and finish the course that would have taken him almost 3 years to complete had he been a normal warrior. Elementa followed him as he walked over to the fence. It's about time too. What did you do? Slip into automatic? Leona teased. Something like that. Harry grinned. So, what's next on the agenda now, boss? Boss. Huh. That'll be right. What don't you already know about what I'm supposed to be teaching you? Very little, I suppose. Oh well. Can we make my broom now? You can. I've never seen a warrior mage at work before. Sure you have. You've been hanging around with me for, well, a while. Ah, so smart. Hey, before you leave, you can have a duel with Arian. Which Arian? Oh, how do you know Dad's name? I know quite a lot of things. Like, go easy on Gem. One of her patients just died. How in second thoughts? I don't want to know. I can sense everything around me. Elementa. You, your family, pretty much every person in the city. Not all at once, of course, but well, you get the idea. Wow. I am so glad that it's you and not me. That would just be freaky. Hey, I can't wait to see Mum's face. You already stunned her with your earlier outburst. This is going to blow her mind. Leona Serena Helena Miranda Tide, I absolutely forbid you to tell anyone about this. I will tell people in my own time. Harry said, his voice slightly deeper than he remembered it. Leona stared at him, looking dumbfounded. Where in Socrates' name did that come from? No idea. Nice name by the way. Someone have an obsession with names ending in A. Don't start, Mr. Mage. Leona growled. Harry smiled winningly at her, leaping over the fence and running at full pelt towards the house. We have work to do, starting with my broomstick. He yelled over his shoulder, waving a hand absently and making the parchment that had been in Leona's hands fly after him. It seemed, to Serena, Leona's mother, that the boy had been training for a few weeks at least. But Leona had only had her trainee for a matter of days. She watched him ride around, before jumping back over the fence, saying something to Leona and running towards the house. His startling green eyes met hers for a moment, piercing her. She gulped, knowing that she had badly misjudged this boy, and wondered if he might join her for a class if she apologized. After all, her 9-year-olds had just started to learn about him. She had been completely shocked when he told her his name, Harry Potter. And he mentioned Voldemort too. She wondered about that. Wasn't he supposed to have died when trying to kill Harry? Yet Harry had said something about his forces, as if they were still in existence. She made up her mind to ask him about it at some point after she had apologized. Leona and Harry spent the afternoon in Harry's room as he made his broomstick, carefully shaping and smoothing it to perfection. Leona was pretty much redundant at that moment, relegated to only watching in awe. It wasn't too long before the handle of the broomstick was finished. Then Harry attached the brush at the end and began to spell it. 4 hours later, one beautiful, gleaming broomstick was finally ready to fly. Harry was incredibly eager to try it out, but Leona told him sternly that he could wait, and that it was dinner time. Much as he protested, Harry couldn't get out of the meal, and was not looking forward to it. He and Leona walked down into the large dining room, where Leona motioned for him to sit between her and Arian Jr. Arian gave Harry a small smile, and Harry could tell that he had heard about what he had said to their mother. So, how's training going? He asked brightly. Harry grinned back. Fantastically, he said. He just made his first broomstick and he's in love with it. Leona smirked. Harry shot her a, just wait, look. Ah, I remember making my first broomstick. Arian said wistfully. Yeah, that went wrong. Leona giggled, making Arian blush. So I messed a few things up. I guess I was a bit eager. I just want to go and fly it. Harry said, glancing at the door. Oh no you don't, Mr. Ma. Leona. Harry hissed warningly. Oops. Sorry Harry. I'm sure you are. Harry replied dryly, as Arian looked between them, confused at the sudden change in tone. What's going on? Nothing. Harry was just reminding me that he didn't like his nickname. Lee, you're digging yourself into a hole. Harry told her, knowing that Arian didn't but it for a second. Then help me get back out again. She replied. Nah. It's too much fun. Evil little monster. Why thank you. Harry smirked, just as Serena, Arian SNR and Gemini came in. Harry watched them all sit down. Gemini was smiling in a forced sort of way, while Serena refused to meet his gaze, and Arian SNR seemed to be staring into space. Harry, how are you? Gemini asked kindly. Fine thank you. No problems. How are you? I'm all right, she said with a small sigh. You two have met already then? Serena asked. Yes we have, Harry said softly, pinning Serena with a gaze. She squirmed uncomfortably for a moment before Harry turned to Gemini. By the way, I appreciate what you did for me. There wasn't much to do. Gemini shrugged. The reason I brought Harry here was that he had just been injured. Pretty badly, at that. Anyway, he healed himself, but I wanted to get him checked over, just to make sure. How badly injured? Arian JNR asked. Internal bleeding into the stomach, extensive bruising, muscle damage, as far as I can tell. Is that right? Gemini asked, glancing at him. Yeah, how did that happen? Serena asked. Harry sighed quietly. He didn't particularly want to be seen as some poor little abused child. His uncle punched him. Leona put in angrily. Everyone stared at Harry as if he had sprouted little green tentacles all over his face. Yes, that's right. My uncle punched me. Now, can we move on please? It's not as if my uncle's the worst person I've come into conflict with. Harry, about what I said yesterday. Apology accepted. Harry said swiftly. But next time you meet a human, as you quaintly put it, don't put him down too quickly. After all, Voldemort began as a human. Merlin was, to my knowledge, at least, a human. Of course. Why do you speak as if he's still alive? Who? Voldemort. He is. But you killed him. When you were a year old. Nope. I didn't. His curse was reflected back onto himself. He was driven from his body. He was a shadow. Now he's regained his body. He's back. Serena murmured in horror. Yeah, he's been back for a year now. Oh dear. That's one way to put it. Harry smirked. Not the way I'd choose, but there you have it. In the morning, Harry and Leona went for a fly. Harry's new broom outstripped even his firebolt, and he loved it. All too soon, they landed, and it would be time to go back to the hidden room in no time at all. First though, he visited Elementa, riding bareback again for a little while. He didn't want to leave the horse, but as it wasn't his, there wasn't much he could do about it. He groomed him until his coat shone like spun silk. Leona stood behind him, not aware that he knew that she was there. Harry, she said eventually. Oh, yeah, I'm just coming. Harry said somewhat gloomily. What? Oh, no, it wasn't that, it's just well me and Arianway wanted you to have Elementa. I can't accept such a huge gift and you know it. Harry deadpanned. Don't be ridiculous. A warrior mage needs a horse, and Elementa needs a rider. And before you argue about having nowhere for him to stay, that hidden room, as you call it, is more like a hidden estate. It has stables and a schooling area too. He can stay there. You've got this all thought out, haven't you? Of course. I had a feeling that you'd object. But I should tell you that neither Arian nor me is going to take no for an answer. So swallow your damn pride and accept the horse. Fine. Okay, I accept the gift. Thank you. No problem. He didn't. That wasn't quite as hard as I had expected. I know when I'm going to get nowhere, and when and how to swallow my pride. Harry replied with a smile. Good. I wish I could say the same. She sighed wistfully and Harry laughed. Thanks, Lee, he said, giving her a quick hug. Leona smiled, returning the hug. Any time, kid. As he pulled away, Harry had his wand in his hand. Oh, and Lee, if you call me kid once more, I'll hex you into the next dimension. Right. Okay, Leona said, watching apprehensively as he put his wand away. Oh, don't look so scared. I was kidding, but please don't call me kid. Fine. It's a bit out of date anyway, seeing as you know practically everything that I do. Not quite. Harry shrugged. Anyway, about my horse, how is he going to travel? The same way as us, of course. If you say so. When are we leaving anyway? In about an hour, I think. Okay. Harry nodded. There is one thing though, Leona began somewhat nervously. Serena wants to talk to me. Yes, I know already. How? Please tell me that warrior mages cannot read minds. Don't be ridiculous. No, but I can sense feelings and stuff. Well, if people project them enough. I guess when I'm fully trained I'll be able to sense more feelings, but until then, you're safe. What a relief. Anyway, I'll talk to her. And if she doesn't start spouting nonsense about my race, I promise I'll stay all nice and calm. Don't worry about it. Being able to stand up to one of the most intimidating people in the city is a good thing. After all, you are going to be under a lot of scrutiny when it comes out that you're a mage. I know. What's new? Harry said with a shrug. The difference this time was that he was confident in himself, rather than looking to everyone else for reassurance that he was good enough. 20 minutes later saw Harry sitting in the lounge with Serena. She looked as awkward as he felt, although he was doing an amazing job of appearing confident. Well, Leona may have told you that I'm a history teacher. Yes, Harry said, wondering just where this was going, and whether it would get there soon. Yes, well, I've been teaching about you for almost 14 years now, but I still don't know very much about you. Right. So I was wondering, would you mind terribly telling me about yourself? So that you can teach kids about me? Harry asked, highly amused by this turn of events. Well, yes. How about we go one better? I would like to see how schools here work. Why don't I come and meet this class of yours? Would you? Of course, but when I come back again, you'll have to arrange it with Leona. It's not as if I have a busy schedule, apart from my training. Brilliant. May I say that your training seems to be going very well. Perhaps you should tell Lee. I'm sure she'd appreciate knowing that you think she's doing a good job. Yes, of course. Harry was grinning and shaking his head as he went back out to the hall, where Leona had been listening. She was smiling too, looking at him oddly. Thanks for standing up for me, she said quietly, hugging him. No problem. You deserve a lot of credit. After all, you've put up with me, haven't you? Ah, you're so sweet. How about we get going? I want to go and meet these Dursley people. Lee, you know you can't kill them, right? Don't be ludicrous, Harry. Who said anything about killing them? Now seriously, maiming them, maybe. Killing them, no. That's comforting. Harry replied dryly. I still don't know whether it's such a great idea. You are way too cautious, you know. No, I'm just sensible, some of the time. You're the son of a marauder. Come on, you have to admit that they deserve it. Now that I can do. Oh, all right. Best get it over and done with. It was Remus who found the note that Harry had left on his desk, assuring them that he was fine. It took Remus almost 5 minutes simply to gain the attention of the two women, and even longer to persuade them that the note was genuine and that no one had tampered with it. He convinced them to go and let the headmaster know what was going on, while he checked behind the cupboard. Sure enough, there was a note tucked into the alcove, addressed to Remus. He also noticed that when he had been with Harry, the alcove had no back, but when at that point, there was a very solid back, blocking the entrance to the hidden room, ensuring that no one could gain entry. He quickly pushed the wardrobe back into place and opened the letter. Basically, it said that Harry had gone to meet Leona's family, and see a bit of the warrior city. He wondered slightly at the short notice, but decided that as long as Harry was okay, it didn't really matter. Harry smiled as they reappeared in the hidden room, complete with Elementa. He pushed his senses out, trying to find Privet Drive, but was unsuccessful. He guessed that it was because of the sheer number of wards that he had to break through. Shall we take Elementa to his new home, then? Sure. Harry nodded, taking hold of the horse's halter. Lead the way. No, you find your own way. Let's call it a little test of your abilities. I'll cast charms and glamours and all sorts of spells, not to mention a few traps, and you have to find your way to the stable. I'll be waiting there. You're on. Harry grinned, leaping lightly onto Elementa's back. Remus glanced at Molly and Tonks as he saw the cupboard move ever so slightly. He could hear faint voices, and moments later, Harry and Leona came out, chatting happily. They were immediately faced with 3 wands pointed at their chests. Harry, aren't these your friends? Leona asked, her voice slightly shaking. We'll see soon. Harry replied, raising his own wand. What did you use to save Ginny from the Chamber of Secrets? Molly asked. Godric Gryffindor's sword, pulled from the sorting hat. Next. Where are the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix and what do I always trip over when I go in? I can't tell you about the headquarters because I don't know. Harry lied, making Tonks' wand come even closer. But you always trip over the umbrella stand. The first time I saw you do it, you woke up that god-awful portrait of Sirius Mum. Alright, Harry, why did you use the fireplace to contact Sirius in the Easter holidays? Because I wanted to ask him what Dad was like when he was at school. Harry said, remembering it perfectly. Remus nodded. Now, Mrs. Weasley, what size of shoe do I wear? Size 8. Molly answered without delay. Harry grinned. No Death Eater would have thought to learn that. Tonks, what's your full name? Nymphadora Rachel Tonks. Tonks replied huffily. A Death Eater might have known that though. Okay, what happened the other morning in the garden? You knew I was there while I was invisible, and you knew exactly where I was. Tonks replied. Now, Remus, what did I cook for dinner in the hidden room? Steak. Well done, with vegetables, mashed potatoes and gravy. Remus replied, licking his lips. And I'll have it again, if there's any going. Maybe in a little while, Moony. Harry laughed, putting his wand back into a holder that was strapped to his forearm. Anyone want to see my new broom? He asked gleefully. Leona smirked and muttered something under her breath. I heard that, Lee. Say it again, and we might have a different sort of flying display. Hey, who is the trainer here? Oh, so you're Leona. Remus was telling us about you. Tonks said. What is going on here? Molly frowned. Mrs. Weasley, this is my warrior trainer. Leona tied. Lee, this is Mrs. Weasley. I told you about the Weasleys, didn't I? Yeah, a warrior trainer. What's that? I take it the order hasn't met yet, then? Harry questioned. No, Remus replied. I'm a warrior. Leona's my trainer. She's a warrior too. A warrior. Is that dangerous? No more so than being the boy who lived. Oh, and Moony, would you believe that I'm famous in the warrior world as well? Yes, I would believe it. But I thought Leona didn't know anything about you. No, I was just a little slow in putting the clues together. Leona blushed. Ah, okay then. So, what about this broom? What happened to your firebolt? That evil hag Umbridge confiscated it. I'll have to see about getting it back from Dumbledore. Harry said, scowling in memory of the previous year's defense teacher. Right. That explains it then. Let's see the new one then. Harry pulled out a sleek black and brown broomstick, holding it proudly. That is one mean broomstick. Tonks said appreciatively. Thanks. Harry grinned. The design is very unusual. Where did you get it? Well, I made it. Made it. As in, from scratch. Yeah. Designing, shaping, enchanting, smoothing, polishing, spelling and polishing again. I have 2 similar ones, slightly different though. 2. What's wrong with just having one? Well, wood usually a broomstick's made with just one type of wood, but because I'm odd, I was suited to a mixture of 2 types of wood. So rather than wasting the wood, I made 2. You know, this broom could give the firebolts and the nimbuses a run for their money, that is, assuming that it flies well. Try it. Harry grinned, handing Remus the broomstick. The werewolf, having never been overly fond of flying, took it reluctantly, and mounted it. Even he had to admit that it felt wonderful. This is a good broom. I think maybe Charlie would be better to test it, though. Actually, I was wondering, could we keep this between us? Why? Mrs. Weasley asked in surprise. Because I want to tell Ron and Hermione myself, and now is not the time. Besides, I need to figure out how to break it to them gently. Without Ron getting jealous. Molly nodded sympathetically. Yeah, Harry nodded. Okay, we won't tell anyone, but are you sure that I can't ask Charlie to try this out? Without mentioning any names, of course. Why not? Is he around just now? Yeah, right. Just remember to take photos, okay? Why don't you come too? We'll do it later. That way, we can reassure Dumbledore that you are fine, and you can see Ron and Hermione. Great. Can they come back here for a few minutes too? You want to show them the room? Of course. I'll see what I can do. Remus said. Thanks. Now, who wants food? I'll cook. Harry said. I don't trust those awful muggles. Tonks replied, shaking her head. Me neither. I was thinking more about my room. We're in your room, Tonks said, clearly wondering whether he was slightly mad. My other room? Oh, just follow me. Harry said. Molly wasn't sure what to make of Harry's hidden room. It was very comfortable, but on the other hand, the walls were decorated with swords, and there seemed to be an awfully large number of weapons around. Harry walked through to the large kitchen, taking a look in the fridge. Once again, we have just about everything, so it's up to you what you want to eat. He said with a smile. What do you cook best? Remus asked immediately, while both Tonks and Molly looked apprehensive. I'm not sure. How about spaghetti carbonara? Sounds good. Remus decided. I'll have that. Mrs. Weasley. Tonks. Lee. Well, I'm not sure. Tonks said quickly. Harry, dear, I can cook for us. It's not a problem. Molly said, watching him nervously. Harry, I know you're going to be an amazing warrior and everything, but are you sure you can cook? The last time Arian or my father cooked, we spent 3 days with food poisoning. Harry rolled his eyes and looked over at Remus. Huh, Moony, are you still up for eating with me? Remus said with a grin. And if your spaghetti it is anywhere near as good as your steak, you lot don't know what you're missing. Nice to know that someone has faith in my cooking abilities. Molly, feel free to cook something for you, Tonks and Lee. I'll cook for Remus and me. It's not that we don't trust you, dear. It's just that, well, you aren't used to males in the kitchen. Something like that. I mean, the boys have never once shown any interest in cooking. Well, no offense meant, Mrs. Weasley, but they've all been spoilt. You've been cooking for them all of their lives. I've been doing most of the cooking here since I was 4 or 5. It's one of the few chores I don't mind. 4 or 5? Tonks asked. Could you even see over the hob? Nope. Now, do you want to cook first or shall I? Is there any of that spaghetti still going? Tonks asked. Yeah, if you want it. Anyone else want to change their minds? Okay, I'll give it a go, but mark my words, if I get even a slight case of food poisoning, I will make your life hell for the next 3 weeks at least. Fair enough. Mrs. Weasley. Oh, go on then. There's no point in cooking 2 separate meals. All 3 women were pleasantly surprised by how well Harry could cook. Leona was grinning as she thought of his status as a warrior mage. A domesticated warrior mage, apparently. She thought it was rather novel. This is very good, Harry. What was it called again? Spaghetti carbonara. Harry repeated. It's a muggle dish. It's lovely. Tonks agreed. You can cook more often, methinks. Molly, you might have some competition, here. I agree. Very nice, Harry. What's for pudding? Remus asked cheekily. Remus, Molly said, scandalized at his audacity. It's okay, Mrs. Weasley. Remus is a growing boy, as am I, in fact. Harry grinned, producing a large torte that looked delicious. Harry, I'm going to steal you and make you my house elf. Tonks murmured. No way. Back off, girly, he's mine. Lee argued. Actually, I think that as a friend of his parents, I get priority. Remus grinned. I think I'll stay here, if it's all the same to you 3. You can always drop in for dinner sometimes. Now there's an idea. Oh yes, and snacks on shift. What have I got myself into? Harry groaned. Molly smiled at him as the others talked about how often they would be able to come in. I'm sure they won't be as bad as they are making out. Molly said kindly. But would you mind if I took some of this back for the others? Take the lot. I dare say that Tonks and Remus will help polish it off. True to their word, Remus and Tonks took every opportunity to drop in over the next few days. Harry had gotten into the habit of always having something ready to eat, as they tended to come at the most inopportune moments. It was 3 days before Remus was able to tell him that Ron and Hermione would be allowed to visit for a little while the next day, and then they would all go to Grimmauld Place for the afternoon, and Harry would return the next morning. Harry grinned and nodded, knowing that he and the other two would be able to spend the equivalent of 6 weeks in the room if they wanted to. He spent the rest of that day restless, throwing himself into whatever work Leona found for him to do so that he could leave exhausted and sleep through to the next day. Unfortunately, as soon as he exited the room, the Dursleys produced a huge list of chores for him to do. What are you up to now then? Came a friendly voice. Harry turned around to see Daniela behind him, watching him closely. Washing my uncle's car, Harry said. Are you always doing chores for them? Most of the time. I can't wait to get out of this hellhole tomorrow. You're leaving. Daniela looked dismayed, and Harry wondered why. Yeah. Just overnight though. Oh good. I thought my one hope for a decent conversation was disappearing. Harry laughed, trying to imagine having a decent conversation with Dudley. It was impossible. There you go, Tonks. Someone appreciates me for something other than my cooking. He said. Huh. Tonks is here. Right behind me. And no, Tonks, I don't have anything out here for you to eat. You'll have to wait until I can get back into the house. Harry, honey, you know we appreciate you for more than just your cooking. It's just a very big added bonus. Thanks. Harry replied dryly. You cook? Daniela asked curiously. Does he cook? No, he doesn't cook. He creates masterpieces with food. Tonks said enthusiastically. Harry groaned, going back to washing the car. Are you getting taller, Harry? Tonks asked suddenly. Harry smirked. He had been wondering when someone would notice that he was changing quite drastically rather quickly. You know, you do look taller. Growth spurt in under a week. All part of the job. Harry shrugged. Oh, Tonks said, understanding. Any other changes on the way? She asked cheekily. What do you mean on the way? Just because you can't see them. Harry said coyly. He could imagine Tonks going several shades of red before turning a spectacular shade of magenta. Then he realized that he really was seeing Tonks go several shades of red and magenta. Tonks, are you still wearing the invisibility cloak? Of course. Oh, nice blush by the way. Very spectacular. Harry then took in what she was wearing, and barely stifled a snort. Sleep in? He asked, taking in her shorts and cropped top pajamas. Very fetching. Never really saw you as the cute puppy pajama type. I never knew you cared. Tonks retorted, hoping to get a reaction. She was sadly disappointed. Is that the best you can do, honey? He asked, his voice dropping down a notch. Tonks' eyes were large with surprise. She was turning every color under the sun under Harry's gaze. Ooh, I'll just begoing. Now. If you go to my room, I'll be up in a while. Harry said. Tonks nearly fell over in shock, as Harry smirked at her. What? You expect me to pull food from nowhere? Oh, of course. I knew that's what you meant. Eee. Tonks vanished from sight with a small pop, leaving Harry chuckling, and Danielle staring at him in amusement. I think I totally missed the point of that entire conversation. She said. There was no point. Well, apart from teasing Tonks. Right. I'll bet that last bit knocked her for 6. Just mildly. Harry laughed. Well, I'd better go and sort her out with some food before she decides to eat me. Okay. Save me some. Yeah, right. Like Tonks is likely to leave any. Harry grinned. Harry could feel Tonks' eyes fixed on him unwaveringly as he cooked. It was a little unnerving, even if he had grown used to it. What are you staring at me for? I'm not staring at you. Tonks said weakly. Yeah, right. And Voldemort's not evil in the slightest. Harry retorted. How did you know? Anyway, your eyes were practically boring holes through me. What's up? I miss Sirius, Tonks murmured in a small voice. Harry looked up at her, slightly shocked to see her crying. Me too, he murmured, sitting next to her. You reminded me so much of him earlier, all flirty and well serious. I reminded you of Sirius. Yeah, he would be so proud of you, you know. He was always going on about you when you weren't around. I know it may have seemed like he thought of you as another James at times, but he never saw you like that. You were Harry to him. Not Harry Potter, and certainly not James Potter. You surprised him so many times, Harry, like when you set up the DA. I guess he saw you in a different light after that. He never really understood why you weren't always ready to take unnecessary risks to have a little fun. He began to understand your motivations after that. He really respected you, you know. He saw himself in you just a little bit, bound by perceptions that weren't always right. Only you had the weight of the world on your shoulders. He felt really guilty that he couldn't give you a family. He so wanted to. Tonks was crying freely now, but there was a smile on her face. Harry could feel tears on his own face, and felt the prickling of his palms. Thanks, Tonks, he murmured, taking her hand. She pulled him into a hug, slowly realizing that something wasn't right. Her hands, she looked down to see a small trickle of blood running from their joined hands. Harry pulled his hand away, watching the cuts with morbid fascination. It felt oddly calming to watch his own blood flow. Tonks was horrified. Harry, stop it. It wasn't your fault, she screeched. Harry didn't hear her. He just stared at his hands as the blood spread. He was slowly growing pale, but a small smile crept across his face. Maybe if he passed out, when he woke up, everything would be different. He could hear muffled screams in the background, as if they were trying to penetrate a brick wall. Faintly, he recognized that it was Tonks, calling his name frantically. Tonks was terrified. She had no idea how to snap Harry out of the trance-like state he had entered. He didn't respond to anything. She was getting hysterical and she knew it, but she couldn't do anything else. He was scaring her beyond all belief. Did he really want to die? Suddenly Harry's eyes glowed and he growled. No. Tonks yelped and hurried to him as he fell slowly. The blood on his hands mercifully disappeared, but the small cuts remained. As she watched, they began to close and heal one by one. Harry was unconscious. Tonks had no such release from her torment. She waited by Harry's side until he woke, stroking the hair from his face as he had a nightmare. She pondered her earlier thought, wondering what was really going on in his head. What did he have to live for? Expectations. Everyone expected him to play the part of the hero, to be strong and hold up the world single-handedly. The only people he had left were the Weasleys, his almost surrogate family, and Remus. She thought of the things he had been through, and suddenly got a clear view of just what it was like to be Harry. Everyone expected things from him, including, if she was honest, herself. Still, she couldn't let him blame himself for something he hadn't done, not when the results were potentially lethal. Harry woke several hours later, with his head in Tonks' lap. He immediately saw that she was asleep, and that she had been crying. He reached out to brush the tears from her cheeks, waking her in the process. I'm sorry, he said quietly. His fingers were still on her face, his voice full of honesty. Tonks took his other hand and was relieved to see that there was only one scar left, right down the center. You scared me. I'm sorry, he repeated. I know. She didn't press the topic, not wanting to push him away. Well, I'm here if you want to talk. Thanks, Tonks. Everything's kind of piling on top of me at the moment, but I'll keep that in mind. Good. The next morning, at 10 a.m., Remus, Tonks, Ron and Hermione appeared in the smallest room of number 4, Privet Drive. Harry grinned at them, his eyes lingering for a moment on Tonks, who smiled back. Harry. As was her usual custom, Hermione enveloped Harry in a massive hug in way of greeting. Hermione, if you strangle our chef, we may have to find a house elf to replace him. Tonks warned. Hermione rolled her eyes and let go of Harry. All right, mate, Ron asked tentatively. I'm not going to break, Ron. Harry said levelly. Of course not. See Ron, I told you he would be fine. Hermione said happily. Harry felt anger flare within him. It hurt him to think that someone as intelligent as Hermione was, and as close to him as she was, would be so willing to believe that he would be as right as rain so soon after his godfather's death. He clenched his fists for a moment, feeling that scars that ran down the center of each palm. Was he fine? Not by a long shot, but he wasn't going to break. At least, no more than he had done already. Ron was watching him curiously, obviously wondering what was going on. Harry's gaze found Tonks and Remus, both of whom looked stunned. "Shall we just go to Grimmauld Place?" he suggested, not feeling quite so eager to share his secret anymore. "That's probably a good idea," Tonks replied softly. "Is Leona coming?" "She said she probably would, but as the plans have changed. Why don't we go ahead and Leona can bring you, she knows where to go." "Thanks, Remus. I'll stay," Tonks said. Both Ron and Hermione looked thoroughly confused by now, having no idea who Leona was. "Right. Don't be too long though, will you?" "No," Tonks and Harry chorused. Once his friends had left, Harry let his anger flare fully. Tonks watched apprehensively as he stormed over to the cupboard and slipped behind it. She followed quickly. Once in the hidden room, he conjured a dummy opponent and pulled a sword from the wall. Once the dummy was cut to ribbons, Harry replaced the sword and jogged out to the stables. Harry rode for a while before grooming Elementa and leaving again. He went into a room that only he could gain access to, his personal library and office. Why he needed an office, he wasn't sure, but it was his space, and his alone. He spent hours lost in books, searching for something to take his mind off the situation with his friends. It didn't seem very long until there was a sharp knock at the door. It was Tonks and Leona. He went to the door, telling them that he would be out in a few minutes. "Hey kid," Leona said affectionately. "Are you okay?" "Lee, do you remember what I said about you calling me that?" "Sorry. So what went wrong?" "Apparently one of my best friends doesn't know me as well as I thought she did." "Hermione. Yeah, she's convinced I'm just fine and dandy." "Oh. Yes, oh. So needless to say, I decided to wait a while before telling them." "That's probably a good thing. So who am I, then?" Good question." Moments after Remus arrived with Ron and Hermione, there was a small blast of light as Tonks, Harry and Leona appeared. "Who are you?" Ron asked Leona immediately. "Ron, right," Leona asked Harry, who nodded. "Who else?" he replied. "Well, Ron, I'm Leona Tide. I'm a warrior, and one of Harry's guard dogs." "A warrior? Are you really? Wow, warriors are really rare." "Hermione," Leona said, a tad coolly. "Actually, we're not at all rare. Not if you know where to look." "Oh, so why are you guarding Harry? Doesn't the Order have enough people doing that? I guess there's no such thing as too much protection." "Oh yes there is." Harry disagreed. "At least you don't disappear under an invisibility cloak." "I don't need a cloak to become invisible. I choose not to be invisible because I like being able to talk to you." "What is a warrior?" "I'm sure I've heard of them before," Ron asked. "Oh honestly, Ron," Hermione huffed. "It's okay. We're basically magical people that are very attuned to nature and show an incredible aptitude towards offense and defense. We don't necessarily need a wand to do magic, and we're more powerful than your average witch or wizard. We also have more of a responsibility towards the protection of people, although many of my kind have forgotten that last part. We have become separated from the wizarding world. The only reason that we know of Voldemort's return is through Harry. Also, there are different types of warriors. My brother and father are battle warriors. A bit like the Muggle army, I suppose. That's the stereotypical view of warriors, but not everyone goes into battle. There are also warrior healers, like my sister, which is pretty self-explanatory, and then there are the teachers and the trainers. My mum is a history teacher for the younger kids, and I'm a trainer. I train a young warrior to be a warrior." "Huh, does that mean that anyone can be a warrior?" "No. Most warriors come from warrior families. A few just sort of appear. Either way, they have the potential to be a warrior. It is impossible to take an ordinary witch or wizard and train them to be a warrior." "Pity," Ron mumbled. "Are you a warrior, Harry?" Hermione asked shrewdly. "Yeah," Harry replied shortly. "So, is Charlie around?" Somewhere about. Why? I wanted him to test Harry's new broom. Remus said. You've got a new broom. What about your firebolt? It was confiscated, remember? But there's no better broom on the market. I made my own. Harry shrugged, watching Ron's jaw drop. Where is it? Here. Harry said, holding out the broom to Ron, who took it. Whose design? Mine. I thought that was implied when I said that I made it. Who enchanted it? We can't use magic outside of school. The ministry has no jurisdiction over Lassie. They wouldn't even know I used magic. Lassie. What's that? The warrior city. And the ministry wouldn't be able to punish you anyway, even if you used magic here. Yeah, but I don't particularly want Voldemort to know about this. I suppose. Charlie did test Harry's broom and decided that it was a little more temperamental than the firebolt, but it was faster and smoother. Overall, Harry thought, not a bad first attempt. He spent most of the day avoiding Ron and Hermione's questions, preferring to spend more time either alone or with the adults. He tried vainly to block out the memories of the house that belonged to Sirius, but even he couldn't block out the screeching of Mrs. Black's portrait. Still haven't managed to get rid of her, then? He grimaced. Unfortunately not. And believe me, we've tried absolutely everything. Absolutely everything. Well, everything we could think of. Remus said. Lee, can you conjure a muggle lighter for me, please? Here you go, Leona said, passing him the muggle contraption. He took it and muttered something under his breath that only Leona and Remus heard, before moving closer to the old canvas. Good riddance, you old hag, he said venomously, lighting the corner of the portrait. Mrs. Black's screamed insults turned to shrieks of terror as flames began to consume the painting. Someone help me. Put it out, she bawled, trying vainly to escape. Remus' hand found Harry's shoulder as everyone watched the flames devour the last scraps of paint and canvas. I would like to leave now, Harry said softly. Ron and Hermione looked confused as to why he would want to go back to the Muggles, before he had to. I'll take you, Leona said, looking worried. Remus, tell the headmaster that I'm taking Harry to Lassie again. Too much too soon, I think. We'll be gone for about 2 weeks, I should imagine. That gives us a year. Sure. Just be careful, okay? I'll see you when you get back, Harry. Harry was unresponsive as first Remus and then Tonks hugged him. He looked totally blank, his eyes devoid of emotion as they stared into the dying embers. As soon as Harry and Leona disappeared, chaos reigned in number 12, Grimmauld Place. Some of the Order cheered, realizing that never would they have to out up with the infernal noise of the portrait that no one else had been able to shift. Others, like Lupin and Tonks, slipped from the hallway in silence, worried about Harry. Ron and Hermione followed. Remus, what's wrong with Harry? Hermione asked. Remus studied her for a moment, his face unreadable. I'm disappointed in you, Hermione. You of all people shouldn't have expected him to be perfect so soon after Sirius' death. But he seemed fine, Hermione protested, looking from Remus to Tonks, who was now looking at her with something approaching dislike. He seemed fine before. Did you see his hands at any point today? No, he was wearing gloves. No wonder. He has scars right down the center of his palms. That is just how fine he is, Tonks said, remembering the blood pouring from his hands and shuddering. Scars. But how? When a warrior believes himself responsible for someone's death, the blood that they believe is on their hands becomes real. What? Harry blames himself for Sirius' death. Because he is a warrior, he was unconsciously punishing himself by slicing his palms open. Hermione had gone pale, while Ron looked scared. He's intentionally hurting himself. Not intentionally. It's more subconscious than intended. His hands split when he's feeling guilty. How many times has that happened? Once, Remus said. Twice. Tonks disagreed. That we know of, anyway. When? Remus asked, looking more worried than he had before. Yesterday. We were talking about Sirius. He seemed fine, and then he just went all distant. His hands got hot, and then started to bleed. He went into like a trance. Tonks shuddered again and repressed a sob. She hated to see Harry in pain. He never said anything. Would you expect him to? Buddha agreed that he was fine. He said he wouldn't break, There's a difference. 2 thought, well, Remus, what's going on? Albus Dumbledore asked, frowning as he walked in. Harry got rid of Sirius Mother. He's had rather a day of it, and Leona took him back to LaCie. Says that they'll be gone around 2 weeks, a year in their time. He'll be gone for a year. Hermione and Ron asked in unison. To us, it'll be like he's just been gone for a fortnight. To him, a year will have passed. He'll probably be quite different by the time he gets back. Remus said. 2 weeks. Very well. When he returns, he will move here. Leona too, if she wishes to. I don't think he'll like that. Tonks said softly. He hates it here. If we want him to live through this summer, I would say that moving him here would be a very bad idea. Let him stay at the Muggles. He needs his space, and he definitely doesn't need to be around here. Ron and Hermione looked slightly suspicious, as Remus nodded his agreement. Very well. He may stay with the Muggles. The headmaster sighed. Harry had reverted to his usual self by the time they arrived at the Muggles, if a bit quieter than usual. He and Leona picked up his things before tripping to LaCie. This time, Harry paid more attention to the layers of magic that they passed through. They guarded against any human or animagus passing through unless they had knowledge of, and the potential to be, warriors. These intrigued him, wondering how they had been built, and by whom. All too soon, they had landed in LaCie. Harry led Elementa to the stables while Leona went to speak to her parents about having him stay. Once Harry had settled in, and had assured Leona that he knew his way around well enough to not have to be shadowed by her, Leona went back to speak to Remus and Tonks. Very little time had passed there, and they seemed surprised to see her. She quickly explained that she planned to concentrate on Harry's training while they were there, though she didn't mention the fact that his training would be at a much harder level than that of a normal trainee warrior. She had left it to Harry to tell them about his status as a mage, and as he hadn't, as yet, done so, she left that bit out. Harry wandered around the city, not particularly bothered about where he was going. He wondered how Leona's talk with Remus and Tonks was going. She hadn't said that was where she was going, but he knew anyway. All part of the job, he guessed. He faintly recognized that he was being followed, and wondered why. He turned around to see a man of about 19 or 20. Can I help you? He asked coolly. He wasn't in the mood to be dealing with the stuck-up warrior trainee that was Bradley Marsh. Who are you? Harry Potter. Now, care to explain why you were following me? Following you? Why would I follow you? You look like you've come straight from the human world. I have, Harry said. Do you have a problem with humans? Yeah. They're stupid idiots who like to think they're better than everyone. I mean, look at those wizard types, thinking that they're all powerful and brilliant. Harry drew his wand and pointed it directly at the other boy's chest. Did I mention that I'm a wizard? And your theory is all very well and good, but I doubt that you'd be so cocky when facing Voldemort. Bradley winced horribly as Harry uttered the name, and seemed to be figuring something out. 3, 2, 1, Harry thought. Harry Potter. You're the boy who lived. You're human. Actually, I'm a warrior. Harry smirked. But you're right about being the boy who lived. Impossible. The boy who lived is only 14. If you're going to spout about how impossible it is, at least get your facts right. I'm 15. I'll be 16 soon. I don't care. It's still impossible. And a human. Oh, get over it. Harry snapped. He was beginning to be reminded of Malfoy, and the longer the boy remained there, the more he resembled the stuck-up snob of Slytherin. You'd do well to learn your place here, human. Yada, yada, yada. Heard it all before. Harry yawned. You don't seem to realize that while you may be warrior, through and through, you live a sheltered little life. I know muggles that are more warrior-like than you. How dare you? Truth hurts. Huh. Oh, and I suppose you're just so perfect. Been fighting since you were a year old, huh? No. Only since I was 11. Harry replied without hesitation. Including meeting Voldemort several times, so to not even think about telling me that I'm any less worthy of being a warrior than you are. You know who is dead. You killed him when you were a year old. Christ. You people are gullible. Listen to what you're saying. A 1-year-old child defeating a powerful evil wizard. Get a grip. The killing curse rebounded. Yes, but he was never dead. Now he's back. And if you want proof, just go into the wizarding world. I'm sure most people are convinced now. But, oh, for the love of Merlin. Believe what you want. Harry walked away, murmuring about stubborn, hard-headed warrior idiots. Dinner that night was more relaxed than the first time Harry had visited. Serena was talking about how her classes had gone. Did you teach someone called Bradley Marsh? Harry asked. Yes, Serena answered. Never liked him much, but he might be more tolerable outside of class. Is he your friend? I wouldn't say he's my friend exactly. More like. Well, okay, I can't stand him. Are his views typical? Which views? His views on wizards and non-warriors. As much as I hate to say it, yes, they are quite popular views. Well, aren't I going to shake things up a bit? He said quietly, smiling humorlessly as he imagined the reaction of his people to a wizard warrior mage. Leona watched Harry carefully, observing him all the time. He was beginning to change. Only slight changes, in other people's views, but ones that spoke volumes to her. He found all types of fighting impossibly simple, but had more difficulty with some of the complicated magic that she was showing him. Even then, he picked it up quickly compared to a normal warrior. The biggest change, she thought, was his presence. The warrior mage was coming through, and though no one else knew, she could tell that everyone felt comfortable around Harry. He was a natural leader, and seemed to be able to give an order both without thinking about it and without it seeming like an order, more like a suggestion. He had changed physically and mentally too. He was more easygoing now, relaxed in what was quickly becoming his home, and he had grown a huge amount, no longer small and skinny. He had also toned up as well, particularly due to the fact that he spent at least 4 hours per day training. He wasn't a bodybuilder or anything, but rather more like an athlete. He didn't seem to notice the changes in himself, ever modest and sweet. Harry was beginning to feel at home in Lassie, more so than he had ever done in Privet Drive. He guessed that it had a little something to do with the warrior mage business. It wasn't a surprise to him that after spending a while in Lassie, the changes began to become more obvious to people. His attitude had changed subtly, and he was aware of feeling a great deal of responsibility to the people he met on a daily basis, even those who disliked him because of the fact he was, or had been, human. The attitudes of these people hadn't changed, and rather had gotten quite out of hand. It hurt Harry to see the warriors so bigoted. They were supposed to be protectors of the innocent, not protectors of the pure-blooded. No one knew him as the warrior mage, except for Leona, and he knew that soon someone would discover him. His guess was Arian Jnr, who seemed to spend a lot of time watching him, and suspected that something was different. Harry was right. About 3 months into his stay, he walked into his training room to find Arian waiting patiently for him. Hello, he said pleasantly. Harry smiled and greeted him. To save you the bother of asking, yes, I am. Arian seemed completely stunned, and Harry couldn't help but smirk a little. You are. I am. How did you know what I was going to ask? Long story. Basically, I could sense it. It was kind of obvious. Does Leah know? As soon as he said it, Arian knew it was a stupid question. Harry smiled, but didn't point out just how stupid it was. Yeah, she was the first one that found out. You are the second. Haven't you told any of your, well, whoever you're close to in the human world? I really don't think they'd understand. I'm not sure I understand. Harry's smile had vanished, to be replaced by a small frown. How long have you known? Since I went to get the wood for my broom. I guess I'd figured already that I was a little odd even by warrior standards, but I didn't realize how odd until the tree told me. The tree told you? Nothing remotely normal ever happens to me. Comes with the title, I guess. Which title? Arian asked, nonplussed. Whichever. I was thinking more of the boy who lived, but warrior mage works too. So why haven't you told anyone? I mean, it can't be easy listening to everyone badmouthing you, especially when you're supposed to be their leader. No, it isn't. But think about it. Everyone here has had at least one doubt about me and my suitability to be a warrior, let alone a mage. Then there are the bigots. Do you think they'd be happy that their supposed leader is a 15-year-old human? Well, no, but they're going to find out eventually. I was thinking about that, actually. You were. Of course. Anyway, I was thinking about changing my appearance and name so that no one knew who I was, then let them find out. Where would you say you've been? And what family would you come from? I've obviously been traveling, haven't I? Checking out what's going on and where. And I'm your cousin. If that's okay with everyone, that is. You've really thought this through. I'm sure everyone will be delighted that you're joining the family, though Mum was really hoping that it was through marriage. To Lee, I guess. Since Jem's nearly engaged and everything. Right. You don't look too enthusiastic. Would you be at 15? Suppose not. So, what does this warrior mage lark entail, then? Well, I'm basically responsible for the city and the warriors. I can give judgments on crimes, and can introduce new laws. It's best to have the agreement of the majority of citizens, but contrary to popular belief, it's not necessary. Oh, and it's my decision whether to alliance with others. Arian gave a low whistle, looking astonished. Quite a lot to handle, isn't it? Well, if anyone can do it, you can. You think. Course. You have more determination than is good for you, and you've already had a face-off with Mum. After that, I reckon you can face just about anything. Not that it'll be easy, of course, but nothing ever is. Thanks. Harry smiled. Now, the truth. You're in for hell. I know. I think I thrive there though. I don't doubt it. Arian laughed. From then, Harry began planning his new identity in every minor detail. He never mentioned it to anyone, preferring to keep it under wraps until such time as he was ready to tell everyone. That wasn't at that point. Sometime in early October, he was ready. He decided that it was best to run it past Leona first, and then the rest of the family. He was in the middle of transforming a cup into a saddle while he decided this. He impatiently stared at it, running over the theory. Eventually he gave an exaggerated sigh of annoyance and just imagined being able to do it properly. Nice. He breathed as the saddle appeared before him. You did it. Way to go. You finally caught on to the theory. Much as I hate to burst your bubble, I didn't. I just imagined that it was the saddle and it appeared. Do you know how much I resent you just now? Leona pouted jokingly. It took me 6 weeks to get that theory. Can we talk, please? Harry said, uncharacteristically unsure. Leona immediately stopped joking around. Sure. What's bothering you? I wanted to run an idea by you. What kind of idea? I need to let people know that I'm a mage. I'm not sure. No, hear me out. Not as me, obviously. I don't want mass uproar on my hands, thank you. No, I was thinking about an alias, a different identity. Older, wiser, more pure-blooded. You have something in mind. Harry nodded, blinking slowly. When his eyes opened again, they were a light honey color. His hair was slowly changing length, getting shorter and tidier and lightening a little. His skin, already tanned from being out in the sun more often in Lassie, grew even darker. Nothing about his build changed, though as it was, he looked completely different. Well? He asked, his voice taking on the deep tone that it had done that day that he told Lee that she couldn't tell anyone. Leona stared at him, her eyes traveling from his feet to his face. Works for me. What's your new name? Well, how about Simba? I could take your surname. Simba. Okay, that sounds okay. Come on, let's go and introduce you to everyone. Sure. Harry followed her as she practically skipped up to the living room, where her mother and father were sitting. Arian was up in his room, and Gemini was on her way home. He guessed that she would arrive in just over 5 minutes. Harry stood in the living room as Simba, confident and secure in himself. Both Serena and Arian SNR were incredibly curious as to his identity. They were half hoping that this new man was Leona's boyfriend. Simba just stayed still and smiled to himself. Arian JNR was smiling widely back, knowing that this was still Harry, even if he did look different. Hey, I'm home, Gemini said from the hall. I'm beat. Gemini, we have a guest. We were waiting for you to arrive, Leona said quickly. A guest? Huh, who? That would be me, Simba said quietly, his voice carrying around the room with ease. Gemini's eyes took him in shrewdly. I'm Simba, a warrior mage. The effect of those words was incredible. Gemini gasped, Arian JNR sniggered, Serena went pale, and Arian SNR sat down abruptly. Leona giggled a little bit, but was silenced by a look from her student. How? I mean, oh my goodness. Serena said, taking a seat beside her husband. Simba smiled at the others. Why don't you all take a seat? You might as well get comfortable, we may be here for a while. They obediently sat down, while Simba stood. Where to start? Well, I guess that first of all, you should all know who I really am. Simba's features began to morph back into Harry's, drawing more gasps of disbelief. You're a mage. Yeah, so why all this with Simba? You've seen how everyone reacts to me as a warrior, think of how they'd react to my being a mage. Not something I would call productive. Besides, I know that I'm not trusted. He held up his hands to the protests that came from that. No, I have earned your trust. Each of you were a little dubious to begin with, but because you gave me a chance to prove myself, you now trust me. Others wouldn't give me that chance. Besides, I quite like having an alter ego. What about Voldemort? What about him? What if he finds out? That's another reason for Simba's existence. A warrior mage would be somewhere near the top of Voldemort's sign-up list, but as Harry Potter and a warrior mage, well, I think we'd certainly test whether Voldy has a heart. He'll want to recruit you. No, not me personally. The warrior mage. I may humor him, for a little. If only to show him what he's up against. You'd join. Yes. Have you ever heard of spies? Yes, but dangerous. No. Well, who better to take it on than a warrior mage? I know I'm not quite immortal, but it is a hell of a lot harder to kill me. Besides, it's the easiest way to pass him utter rubbish. You never thought to tell me that you were thinking of this. Leona said pointedly. Lee, before you blow up, consider why I didn't tell you. I can protect myself, you know. Okay, I would rather not have to, but I do. The end. Besides, I might not join Voldemort. I don't know, although I can see why it would be advantageous. Yes, but what if he finds out that you're the warrior mage, or what happens if he has enough and tries to kill you? First of all, I trust you all not to go to Voldemort and tell him that I'm the mage. No one else will know. If he tries to kill me, he'll get a very nasty shock, won't he? So what are you going to tell everyone else? He's our cousin. Simba tied. Arian JNR said with a grin. You knew? Gemini asked. Yeah, figured it out a few days ago. Of course you can take our name, Harry. Now, little details. My name's Simba Tide. I've been away traveling in the human world for a few years while training. I'm 23 years old and have been training since I was 16. My parents died when I was 3 and another warrior family living in the human world adopted me. Niece. You've been thinking this through for a while. Yeah. Do you have enough training to claim that you've been training for 7 years? Yeah. I know everything from the normal warrior training program instinctually. And we've covered the first 5 years of mage training. Something like that. Past my level ages ago. Leona admitted. Very well. When were you thinking about going public? Tomorrow. That gives us time to plan it. I don't think strolling into the middle of the city and announcing it would be the best idea. Then again, who knows? I know. Tell the Ministry of Warriors, they'll be dying to announce it. Rather than telling the Ministry, how about we have them discover me? How do you reckon they'd do that? Well, warrior mage spells are unique and easily traced if not disguised. That's what I usually do. But if I was to do a spell without disguising it, they'd probably be swarming around the place in several seconds. You're probably right. Naturally. Harry smirked cheekily, and ducked 3 cushions that came flying at his head. Simba sat out on the front doorstep, getting ready to cast the spell that would mean that he was recognized as a mage. He glanced around before shrugging and casting the difficult spell, which created an incredible number of clones for him to battle. He chose a clone of a hooded Death Eater, with the capabilities of a fully trained warrior. He was so immersed in his battle that he chose to ignore the new presence for a time while he fought. Soon he grew bored of killing imaginary Death Eaters. Can I help you? He asked, not turning to face the intruders. Who are you? Simba Tide. Pleased to meet you, Miss Hayfield. You too, Mr. Grohl. How do you know our names? And look at us when we're talking to you. I know your names because it is my business to know. And I would appreciate if you showed me a little common courtesy. Sorry, Mr. Tide, but what do you mean? It's your business to know. I assume that you're here because of the unusual level of magic that just occurred. The woman nodded. Yes, well, I'm a mage. Hence, it is my business to know who you are, and that's the reason that your sensors went through the roof a few minutes ago. You're a mage. But, I know, I'm the first in a long time. Feel free to test me. Simba shrugged. This is incredible. We have to tell the ministry. I'm sorry, what did you say your name was? Simba Tide. Well, Mr. Tide, would it be possible for you to come down to the ministry building? Please, call me Simba. I'd better clean up this mess first. Simba cleared the scattered bodies of Death Eaters with a wave of his hand and resheathed the sword he had been using. Ready when you are, he said cheerfully. He's gone, Leona reported to her parents. They had all been watching the battle between Harry and his creations, and the rest of her family were wearing identically shocked expressions. Man, that boy can fight. Jem whistled. Tell me about it. You do not want to be on the receiving end of any curse of his, or any of his weapons, come to think of it. Lethal, I'll tell you. Good job, he's a dab hand at healing too. Leona grimaced. Battle is definitely his forte though. So it would seem. How long do you think they'll keep him? I'd say a couple of hours at least. That long? Geez, he's already proved that he's capable of extraordinary things, what more do they need? Paperwork, sweetie. I'd say he's going to be doing a heck of a lot of reading today. Oh, that's okay. He can read at the speed of light, or something. Incredible. Have you showed him the library? Yeah. And he's read every book. Every book. Serena was somewhat shocked. This boy seemed to constantly surprising her. Yeah. Laws, family history, general history, folklore, the history of wizards. I think he made a few amendments to a few of the books too. He seemed quite amused by the fact that he has his own book. Apparently the wizards haven't even gone that far yet, as far as he knows, at least. Incredible. Yeah. It made me dizzy just watching him read. He makes it unbelievably difficult to remember that he's still a kid, at least, in age, if nothing else. I think he may be one of the most unbelievable people I have ever met. That's Harry all right. Simba pored over the huge tomes, not realizing that to others, his eyes were flicking back and forth so quickly that it was hard to keep track with them. Unwittingly, he was proving his earlier words. He finished the book within moments, moving quickly on to the next. Who writes these things? He muttered. The finest scholars our city possesses. Someone replied proudly. Simba didn't even glance up from the book, but his cocked eyebrow was plainly visible. Figures. Were these written to specifically confuse the hell out of everyone? It's all fairly simple, sir. The other person, obviously a scholar himself, was gearing up to explain, and Simba noted that his tone was becoming increasingly condescending. Oh, I know what point the author is making. I'm merely suggesting that it could be put in a less befuddling way. What use is a book of laws if no one except scholars can make head nor tails of it? Apparently the scholar was at a loss for words. Besides, some of these laws contradict other laws, not to mention that some have so many loopholes that it would be practically impossible to enforce the law. And what would you suggest? The scholar said coolly. I'm not criticizing you, Simba said, placating the man, who seemed to have taken offense at his comments. Just pointing out my views on the subject. I'm sure that these are all very well for those of us who are smart enough and have enough discipline to wade through the mass of information. You may find, though, that more people are willing to read such books if they are split up into smaller sections. Let's say that all laws to do with property were put into one book, and then all laws to do with training in another. Anyway, you get the idea. You mean making the information more accessible to the majority? Exactly. It's perfect. The scholar breathed. Simba grinned, practically seeing the idea unfurling in the other's mind. Are you finished reading already? Someone else asked. Yes. What's next? Harry was released from the ministry building later that day, bored and wearied. Most of things he had been subjected to were more sleep-inducing than Professor Binns' history lessons at their worst. Needless to say, he was more than pleased to be let out of there, and sprinted back to the house at top speed, covering the mile in 4 minutes and 2 seconds. How did it go? Leona asked eagerly as he walked through the door, breathing heavily. I've never been so bored in my entire life. Harry pronounced. You would not believe it. Well, I hope you're hungry. Mum cooked a lot of food. I'm famished. Add to that the fact that I'm a growing boy and you've never got enough food. You know, I'm going to force you into that kitchen at one point this year. I'm sure you will. Actually, I'm surprised it's taken so long. I tell you what, I'll make dessert for tonight. Okay, thanks for the warning. Note to self, keep a little room for Harry's pudding. Nice to know I'm appreciated. Harry joked back. Harry woke in the morning to find Leona sitting at the end of his bed, shaking him roughly. Geez, woman, what's wrong with you? He grumbled sleepily. The ministry are here. Want to arrange a press conference and a day for your testing. I'll be down in a sec. Harry said, now more alert. Or rather, Simba will. Good. Don't take too long, will you? No, Lee, I'll only be a minute or two. Good. I'll see you down there. Yeah, Harry said, morphing into Simba with a yawn and heading for the bathroom as Leona left for the living room. Ah, Mr. Tide. Nice to see you again. Apologies for waking you, Miss Hayfield said with a smile. Simba waved her apologies aside. Please, call me Simba, he said. He sat at the table, motioning for the 3 ministry workers to take a seat as Leona sat down too. Well, Simba, the minister wishes to meet you in person. When? As soon as possible. He wants to arrange the press conference and the tests. Very well. I assume no one will object to me having some breakfast before we leave. Of course not. The woman smiled brightly at him. Does anyone want any breakfast while I'm making it? Make me some, Simba. Leona grinned. Obviously. Miss Hayfield. Mr. Walters. Mr. Bolt. No thank you. Mr. Walters said politely. If food's going, I'm not one to refuse. Mr. Bolt grinned. Simba laughed and nodded. Miss Hayfield. Please, it's Ailey, and if you're sure it's no trouble. It isn't, Simba replied, walking through to the kitchen. There were a few minutes of awkward silence until he came back with plates of toast, sausages, potato scones and bacon. He passed them around before sitting down to eat his own. Imagine. The first domesticated warrior mage. Leona teased him as he ate. You cooked this. Scratch the mage part. I think he's the first domesticated male warrior. Ailey giggled. Simba cocked an eyebrow at them both, before turning on Leona. You're just jealous because I can cook better than you can. He grinned. In your dreams, Sim. Oh, is that a challenge, Lee? Simba grinned, his eyes twinkling happily. Maybe. Leona replied with a smirk. Then she sighed exaggeratedly. Okay, I guess not. Spoilsport. Simba muttered. 15 minutes later, Simba and the 3 ministry employees made their way to the top of the ministry building. As he ascended, Simba noted several security hitches, and made a mental note to mention these to the minister. A rather severe-looking old woman who reminded him of Professor McGonagall greeted him. You'll be the lad that reckons he's the new mage, then. That's me. Simba replied honestly. How old are you, lad? 23, ma'am. Good. You have manners. Well, my name is Maisie Kitling. My name is Simba Tide. Pleased to meet you, Ms. Kitling. The old lady nodded severely and opened the door to an office. Simba Tide to see you, minister. Show him in, Ms. Kitling. The minister said. Simba found himself being ushered into a large, airy office, occupied by an aging man with pale hair and a large, boyish smile. Mr. Tide, I'm so glad you could meet me on such short notice. I do hope nothing important was interrupted. Only a little sleep. Nothing that can't be caught up on. Simba smiled. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Oh, excuse my manners. Adam Hudson. They shook hands briefly before Simba sat down, looking around. I hope you'll forgive me saying so, but I noticed on my way up that a few places weren't very secure. Security here is mostly for peace of mind rather than anything, only warriors can reside in Lassie. That's not true. Any wizard can enter Lassie with the permission of 2 warriors. Yes, well, the warriors can be trusted, as, I'm sure can any wizards that they see fit to bring here. Trust is one thing, when it is earned, but to trust blindly is insane. Warriors have choices, just like everyone else. Do you know each warrior in this city well enough to say that not one of them would turn to Voldemort? The minister frowned at Simba, but Simba refused to back down. Warriors do not ally themselves with the dark. Why not? I have seen much prejudice against humans. Why not join Voldemort and cleanse the world of the lowest humans? Are you saying you wish to ally us with the dark? Not at all. I am merely suggesting that there are those who will ally themselves with Voldemort. Nonsense. A warrior's purpose is to protect innocents, not to kill them. I am aware of this, but that doesn't mean much to a lot of people now. They have the same choices as everyone else does. No matter what their purpose, where choice is involved, anything can, and will, happen. Very well. We shall consider this. The minister nodded. Simba inclined his head in thanks. For a moment I thought I might have another minister fudge on my hands. He said. You've met the wizarding minister already. Yes. Not that he'd remember me, of course. One of the most idiotic men I've ever had the misfortune to meet. Too stubborn and power-hungry. Ah yes. He was rather a nightmare. Not one of my favorite people. Now that Dumbledore fellow was rather more pleasant. Rather odd, but infinitely better than that pompous little man that calls himself a minister. I couldn't agree more. Simba chuckled. I think I'll enjoy working with you. And I must ask for proof of your status, though. Of course. What do you suggest? Well, it is well known that mages are capable of telepathy. You mean this? Indeed. And there is a certain aura around a mage. I'm afraid I can't do that. My aura is, somewhat personal. Very well. Shape-shifting. That I can do. Name any object, animal or form that you can think of. Okay then. How about a sword? Nice choice. Harry said, morphing into a long, slender and deadly sharp sword, glittering with emeralds. Incredible. The minister breathed. How about me? In the blink of an eye, the minister was eye to eye with himself. Anything else? Simba smirked, morphing back into himself. No. I think you've proved it sufficiently. Now, about this test. Tomorrow afternoon. Press conference in the morning. Perfect. You'll be available, I suppose. Simba sighed wearily. He hated being in front of crowds. Good man. By the way, you look rather young. May I ask how long you've been training? I'm 23. I've been training since I was 16. 7 years. Incredible. I'm sure you'll cause a big stir in the city, if you don't mind my saying. I dare say you won't be short of female admirers. A slight blush graced the cheeks of the warrior mage as he smiled. Well, it shall be interesting to see what happens. That it will. Well, how did it go? Leona asked him as he walked through the door again. Simba began to fill her in on the day, telling her about the meeting with the minister and the plans for the following day. Tomorrow. Leona squealed. Are you mad? That's too soon. Why? Harry asked. Your robes need to be sorted. Finished already. Huh, I've already sorted it. What? When? A few days ago. Want to see? Obviously. Right. Wait here then. Harry said, tripping to the underground training room. Moments after, he reappeared, wearing an incredibly intricate, embroidered battle robe. Did you do all this yourself? Yeah. What do you think? Incredible. Is there anything you can't do? Probably. I haven't found anything as yet, but I'll let you know when I do. Right. Okay. Well, why don't you go and change and then we can go and train some more? Yes, mother. Ha. You wish. Oh no. You would end up throttling me and I would be worked to death. Not if you were a good little boy and cooked all the time. Little boy. Lee, I'm already taller than you by about 6 or 7 inches and I'm not even finished growing yet. Oh, all right. Show off. Come on. We have work to do. Yes. Oh, great Lord Mage. Cut it out before I turn you into a toad. Or maybe a ferret. No. Wait. That's a Malfoy special. The next morning was tense in the Tide household. In fact, Harry seemed to be the only one unconcerned about the whole affair. He sat and ate his breakfast calmly while chaos reigned around him. How can you be so calm? Leona screeched at him. He smiled and shook his head. There's no reason for me to be anything other than calm. But they're going to put you in front of the entire town and make you pass loads of tests. Difficult tests. Lee, calm down. Honestly, I can do it. I know, but still. Leona, get a grip. Sorry. Oh, never mind. I'm going to get ready. Right. Leona nodded as Harry walked out of the room. Just as he walked past the door, someone knocked. Oh, hello. Harry said, seeing Ailey at the door. Hello, is Simba there? She asked with a smile. He's upstairs getting ready just now. Why don't you come in? He should be down in a few minutes. Thank you, Ailey said, watching as he walked up the stairs. Oh, Lee's in the living room, if you want to talk to her. She's slightly hysterical. He grinned at her before turning from view. Up in his room, Harry showered quickly and morphed into Simba. He smirked and turned invisible, creeping down the stairs and into the living room. Who was that? Ailey asked Leona. Who was who? The guy that opened the door. Oh, you mean Harry. That would be my warrior student. Right. How is he doing? Pretty well, all things considered. Huh, Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The human. No, the warrior. Oh, he's quite good looking for a kid, isn't he? Yeah, just don't let him catch you calling him kid. Why not? Well, he isn't really a kid. Not after meeting Voldemort as many times as he has. But Voldemort's dead. Actually, I think you'll find that he's very much alive. Simba said, appearing from thin air. Sim, I wish you wouldn't do that. Why? Simba smiled innocently. Oh, just go and get dressed. I am dressed. Yeah, in your boxers. Leona smirked. Simba glanced down before glaring at Leona. You are going to pay, Lee. He swore, disappearing once again. Just go already. Yes, mother. Simba said. Leona shrieked as a bucket of freezing cold water fell on her head. Simba stood at the front of the large conference room, chatting quietly with the minister and doing his level best to ignore the flashbulbs popping every so often. He truly hated getting his picture taken, especially for publicity. Despite this, he seemed perfectly at ease, and not the slightest bit nervous. Mr. Tide. Mr. Tide. What makes you think that you're the mage? One journalist questioned loudly. Sir, I'll answer questions once everyone has arrived. Everyone has arrived. A few people shouted. Actually, I believe that we're waiting for one or two. Who? Julie Ann Frost and Curtis Hallwood. Simba replied, not even bothering to look around. How did you know that? Do you have an agreement with either, or both, of them? No, I knew because I have to. At that moment, two people came bustling through the door, out of breath and looking rather soaked. Now we can begin. Simba smiled, inclining his head towards the reporters. Mr. Tide, what makes you think that you're the mage? The journalist repeated. Several unusual abilities. Like what? You will see later, at the testing. Are you nervous about being tested, Mr. Tide? Not at all. Are you confident? Relatively so. Is it true that you lived in the human world? Indeed it is. Is it true what the Potter human says? As you know who back from the dead? First of all, the Potter human has a name and should be known by that, not by his history. And as for Voldemort, it is my understanding that he was never dead in the first place, but yes, it is true that he has returned from whichever hole he had been hiding in. If you are indeed the warrior mage, will you ally us with the wizarding ministry? Having met the wizarding minister, I'd say that it was rather unlikely. But I will make no decisions without long and hard consideration. Do you have a girlfriend or wife, Mr. Tide? No, I don't, Simba said, blushing ever so slightly. Is there anyone special in your life, Mr. Tide? My family is extremely important to me, Simba replied. An hour later, the press had all but run out of questions, and Simba was finally allowed to leave the stuffy room. He disappeared in the blink of an eye, heading straight to the room at Privet Drive, ensuring him as much rest as he needed before the testing begun. He lay down on the couch, his eyes drifting shut. When Simba woke, he felt much more rested and ready for the testing. After a quick meal, he tripped back to Lassie, finding himself in the exact same place as he had been before leaving. Did you go to your room? Leona asked with a frown. Yeah, why? Just wondered. Are you okay? Not too nervous. Lee, honestly, I'm fine. Stop fussing. You're more worried about this than I am. Then you're not taking this seriously enough. People have died doing this. Leona, I am not going to die. Stop worrying. I can't help it, and you might die. Aren't you cheerful? I promise, I'll be fine. You'd better be. After all, you'd disappoint an awful lot of girls if you weren't. Lee, don't even think about it. You know that Ailey fancies you too. Leona carried on, despite his warnings. You asked for it, Simba said, as her jaw clamped shut of its own accord. Leona tried to scold him, but couldn't speak at all, and instead made funny grunting noises that had Simba in fits of laughter, as she grew angrier and angrier. Simba, she screamed as soon as she could break the spell, which was some time later. Toodles. Simba smirked, disappearing immediately, leaving Leona to fume alone until she could see the funny side of things. Harry reappeared in the arena 10 minutes early, still calm and relaxed. He knew that he could pass any test they threw at him as long as he kept his temper and remained calm. Ready to go, Simba? The minister asked. Whenever you are. Simba smiled. Good luck. Not that I think you'll need it. Thanks. I'll see you at the other side. Indeed. Simba barely registered the call of the loudspeaker as he entered the maze. It all seemed a little too reminiscent of the third and final Tri-Wizard task for his liking, but he pushed that particular thought to the back of his mind. As soon as he entered the maze, he tested the wards that had been placed there. No tripping, nor any form of apparition. There was also a block on portkeys, which mildly reassured Simba. He looked around, surveying the different paths. Just ahead, to the left, there was a dead end. To the right, there seemed to be a clear path, as there was straight ahead. Thinking carefully, Simba summoned a ball of string, and tied it to the hedge. That way, he figured, he wouldn't spend hours going round in circles. Over the duration of the test, Simba found himself facing the most obscure and often disgusting tasks. He was beginning to regret eating before entering the test. Occasionally he would see things that brought back the pain of past events, such as a big black dog bounding towards him before disappearing altogether. There were also the tests of honor, the screams that he couldn't just walk away from, and the wailing of a child that he refused to leave. Both dissolved as soon as he touched them, leaving him very much alone. At one point, he was sure that he came across a boggart, seeing his parents, Cedric and numerous others looking at him with hatred, calling him a murderer. He felt his palms begin to throb once again, but refused to look down to see the blood that was seeping from him. He had a test to pass. By the time Simba reached the other end of the maze, night had fallen and he was weary. He had lost a significant amount of blood, and had used a lot of energy keeping himself from fainting. Leona took one look at him and broke into tears, hugging him fiercely. Told you I'd be fine. He said quietly, letting his eyes close. Your hands aren't okay. Mine are run in with a boggart. He replied wearily. A boggart. You know, the creature that shows you your worst fear. Let me guess. Sirius. Along with others, yeah. Damn. Are you okay? I'm fine. I just need a little time. Right. Well, you might want to get cleaned up a bit before going out there. Sure. Simba sighed and flicked his wrist lazily, cleaning his slightly grubby robes and his face and hands. The skin on his hands was still cut quite badly, but it was only trickling a small amount of blood, thankfully. That night seemed to last forever for Simba. All he wanted to do was to leave that place. He didn't want people coming up to him and congratulating him. He didn't want to be the center of attention, and he sure as hell didn't want people celebrating him. Leona stayed by his side throughout the whole thing, causing many rumors on doing so. Neither of them cared much though, as Simba's mood took a nosedive upon thinking about how his family should be there to see him, to be proud of him. I'm leaving, he said at midnight, when he couldn't stand the joyful, happy atmosphere anymore. He wanted to find a dark place and curl up in it forever. He settled, however, for for his room in the Tide's house, locking the door with so many charms that it was impossible to enter, no matter how skilled the person trying to get in. The house could have burned down that night, and Simba's room would remain untouched. Over the next few days, Harry spent most of his time in the guise of Simba, busy with the official business that he had to do. Mostly, it was paperwork, and making sure that nothing was out of place, and occasionally he would accompany the minister on visits to important and influential people in the Wizarding City, and, occasionally, to other races as well, though he noticed that the minister didn't seem overly keen on communicating with the Wizarding world. Christmas came and went in Lassie, and Harry was surprised to get a much larger pile of presents than he had ever gotten before. He smiled as he unwrapped a large glass sphere, containing a tiny house, which Harry recognized as the burrow. All you need to do to see what's happening in any room in the house is tap the surface and say which room you want to see, or, if you want, you can say the name of the person and you see what they're doing. Leona explained. Wow. Remus Lupin. He saw Remus sitting in Grimmauld Place, looking bored. Tonks entered the room too, and they started talking. Oh, here. Leona fiddled with a little switch at the base of the sphere and voices echoed from it. How long until Harry's back? Tonks asked. 7.5 days. That long. Can we please go and strangle those god-awful muggles? No, Tonks. Just stay here. The Order will be here soon. Is today the meeting that Professor Dumbledore's going to tell everyone where Harry went? Apparently so. Right. Well, this is going to be interesting. Yeah. Maybe I should bring a camera. Good idea. I'm sure Harry would appreciate seeing the reactions to his news. Right. I'll go and find a camera then. Harry tapped the sphere lightly and the picture faded. I agree with Tonks and Remus. This is going to be interesting. Feel like crashing an Order meeting. You're on, as long as you mean watching it from your globe. Going into the human world would take up most of Christmas Day. Fair enough, Harry said, giving her a hug. Thank you for my present. No problem. So, what do you guys do for Christmas? Basically the same as wizards. Eat lots, exchange presents and generally have a good time. Oh, and there's a massive ball tonight that you will be expected to attend, as warrior mage, anyone you particularly want to invite. Oh gods no. Harry shuddered. Pity. I'm sure Ailey. Harry clamped a hand over Leona's mouth before she could say any more. I am not, once again, interested in Ailey, he said firmly, taking his hand away from her mouth. Fine, okay, I get the point. Who are you going with? Harry smiled at her innocently, his eyes going wide. Well, you're not going with anyone, are you? No, Leona said cautiously. Will you go with me then? Please. Oh, all right. Leona sighed. She hoped she wasn't giving Harry the wrong message by accepting. He was gorgeous, but she just didn't like him in a romantic way. He was like a little brother, or perhaps an older brother, to her. He grinned at her, making her heart sink. Thanks, sis, he said, his green eyes twinkling with suppressed laughter. Leona's mouth dropped open as she blushed. You can read minds now. No, I can read your mind. There's a difference. The idea of a mind link between trainer and trainee was originally used thousands of years ago. Many people have forgotten that these links exist. They're usually dormant, unless either, or both, of the parties purposely bring them out. I decided that that might be a good thing for us. Why? Because, if I have another episode of a guilt trip, you need to bypass the ears and go straight to the mind. Plus, that way we can keep tabs on each other. Why do you need to keep tabs on me? Because if Voldemort manages to recruit warriors into his forces, you will become a target, the trainer of Harry Potter, remember. Voldemort doesn't want me to become powerful. Oh, right. Well, that makes sense. How do I use the link? Focus on me. You'll feel some resistance at first, because I'm not overly keen on people entering my head. Do not push on the barriers, otherwise I'm likely to flip out. Just a small warning ahead of time. Right, so how do I get in if I don't push on the barriers? Patience. I can recognize when there's someone in my mind. If you don't try to force entry, I'll let you in. What if Voldemort tried that tactic? Believe me, if Voldemort comes into my mind, I will know about. Why? Because the scar links us. It is painful when he's about. Oh, Okay then. Let's try this then. Leona closed her eyes, focusing on Harry. She felt herself slam into the equivalent of a solid brick wall in Harry's head. Taking his advice, she waited for it to disappear. Moments later, it did. This is incredible, isn't it? You're allowed to come closer. You know. I don't bite. Could I see anything from here? I mean, like whatever you're seeing, are memories. If I let you, I suppose. Will you? Perhaps. Now. No, not now. Maybe later. Okay. So let me get this straight. You are in charge of what happens with the connection. Only in my mind. You're in control when we're in your mind. Cool. Can I see what it's like to look through you eyes? Sure. Harry smiled as Leona saw what he was seeing. Leona sitting with her eyes closed, looking immensely shocked. Incredible. This is bizarre. I'm staring at myself. Indeed you are. Anyway, dinner's just about ready. Let's go. Okay then. The next few months passed quickly for both Harry and Simba. While Harry always seemed to be training, Simba always seemed to be in demand for something or other, usually for official things that bored him to death. He would never be a politician, he decided. There were numerous occasions when he was obligated to show his face at events, usually parties or balls, and more often than not, he dragged Leona with him. Once or twice, he went with Ailey, finding her pleasant enough company. The minister hadn't been kidding when he had said that Simba wouldn't be short of female admirers. He had never realized just how many females there were in the city until there was a group of about 50 following him everywhere. Leona found this hilarious, of course, though Simba found it mildly harassing and annoying. He was looking forward to going back to the human world, where the females were at least semi-sane. Harry. Wake up, Harry. Leona sung from his door. Harry rolled over and scowled at her. What? It's time to get up. No, it's not. Harry disagreed. Yes, it is. It's 8 o'clock already. I let you have a hug lie in. I only went to bed at 5. Well, whose fault is that? Yours, I believe. Harry smirked. Leona smiled sheepishly, knowing that he had got her there. Oh, forget it. I'm getting up. Harry said with a sigh. Good. I'll be in the kitchen when you're ready. Fine. Harry dressed quickly, rubbing the sleep from his eyes as he desperately tried to wake up enough to be at least fairly lucid. He met Leona in the kitchen, as promised, where she was sitting, tapping her fingers impatiently. What's up? Harry asked. Oh, not much. I think the minister is going to call Simba for some business today, so I thought we'd make a start already. I'm going to try and teach you one of the most difficult spells you'll ever have to master. Which is shielding yourself from death. You mean like Avada Kedavra? Yes, you'll be able to stop that if you master this. It's never been mastered before. Not by anyone except you. Huh. When you were a year old you managed to deflect the curse. That was the shield. No. My mother's sacrifice made the curse rebound. Actually, it didn't. It did, however, enable your power to protect yourself. Your mother's sacrifice helped, but it was not the reason that you lived. Otherwise, there would be so many other children who survived the curse. I never thought of that. Harry conceded, looking slightly confused. Neither did anyone else, apparently. Or if they did, they must have thought your situation was a fluke, or that Lily was particularly powerful, or something like that. I guess so. So not even Dumbledore knows about this. Nope. The shield is almost impossible to create, but I'm sure you'll be able to master it. Right. So what do I do? Focus entirely on the will to live and repelling the little soul-sucking light that comes from the curse. Lovely. Harry said. He closed his eyes and imagined Voldemort shooting the killing curse at him. He racked his brain for something to cling on to, some reason to live, and found nothing. If he died he might see his parents and Sirius again. Harry, wake up, Leona shouted. Harry winced as his eyes opened. What happened? You collapsed. It didn't work. Nope. Harry said, remembering just how colossal a failure it was. He had nothing to live for. Nothing except that prophecy. Meanwhile, the guilt came flooding back to his mind, his hands splitting painfully and bleeding heavily. Oh, Leona murmured, wincing at her own mistake. Harry was supposed to be there to have some time away from all of that, yet he had spilled his own blood twice since staying in the Warrior City. She worried that he wasn't going to stop blaming himself for a long time to come. Hey Harry, she said loudly in his mind. There was no answer. The barriers around his mind had fallen already, and she quickly went in, seeing everything from Harry's point of view. She watched as memories replayed in his mind like a Muggle movie. She saw Sirius fall through the veil, and Harry's attempts to get to him. She saw the conversation with Dumbledore afterwards, saw the form of his boggart. She moved her body and hugged him tightly, rocking him back and forth. Harry leaned in closer, seeking the reassurance that he had never had. It wasn't your fault, she told him. Yes, it was. If I had learnt occlumency like I was supposed to, then Voldemort wouldn't have tricked me and Sirius would still be alive. You don't know that, Leona reasoned. He would have found another way to get to you. You know he would. So, Sirius wouldn't have fallen through the veil. He would be alive. He wouldn't have left me. No, he might have died a much more painful death though. Voldemort doesn't know the meaning of compassion or mercy. Even if you had learnt occlumency, there's no way to say that Sirius would still be alive. He may be dead, along with lots of other people. You did what you thought was right. I thought wrong then, didn't I? Maybe you did, but you can't change that. You need to stay alive. What about your friends? Remus, Tonks. Do you want to hurt them? No. Leona breathed a sigh of relief as she watched Harry's hands heal through his own eyes. She retreated to her own mind, still holding Harry close. She closed her eyes and wondered whether there was anything she could do to prove to Harry that no one blamed him for Sirius' death but himself. After that day, Harry was determined to be able to create the shield. What Leona had said made a lot of sense, and she had given him something to cling on to. His friends. Ron and Hermione made a mistake, but he hadn't confided in them at all. He was as much to blame as they were. Remus had lost every other Marauder, James and Sirius to death, and Pettigrew to Voldemort. He wouldn't lose Harry too, not without good reason. And Tonks, well, she had been upset enough when he had blacked out. He didn't want to see how she reacted to him being dead. Harry, leave it. It's fine, really. We'll try it another day. No, I'm going to get this sooner or later. Harry growled. Yeah, that's all very well, but I don't need you exhausting yourself while you do. Arg. Harry cried in frustration, making several items of furniture burst into flame, and a window explode. Harry, sorry. Guess I lost my temper. Well, this is useless. You're not going to get it today, you're too hyped up. Let's work on something else. Do you want to go for a ride? Sure, Harry said. He quickly restored the things he had destroyed before they both walked up to the stables. Before Harry realized it, the year was over. He would be traveling back to the human world the very next day. The minister had been surprised that he was leaving so soon, but agreed that he would be in contact if he needed anything. He and the Tides spent the evening together, promising to write and telling Harry to make sure that he wrote back, and that he was always welcome there, whenever he felt that he needed to get away from the human world. Harry smiled warmly at them all and hugged them. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was part of a family. The Weasleys had been good to him, but he had never really fitted in. With the Tides, he seemed perfectly at home. He smiled at Leona, thanking her mentally for letting him be a part of her family. She hugged him in return, telling him that he was as much her brother as he was her charge. Are you ready to go? Leona asked. Yeah, I can't wait to see everyone. I've missed them all. But I'll miss being here too. Well, it's not as if you won't be coming back, is it? I know, but I won't be living here, it's different. I don't know where to call home anymore. People can have more than one home, you know, and you're entitled to at least 3. 3. One for Harry the Warrior, one for Simba, and one for Harry the Human. Well, Harry the Human is easy. Hogwarts. Harry the Warrior and Simba will just have to share the one home. Good, because I think Mum would be heartbroken if her new and youngest son was the first to move out. Come on, Lee, let's go before I decide to stay. Okay. Give me a minute to say bye to Mum and Dad. Sure. Tell them I'll drop by in a month or so. Your time or ours? Serena asked cautiously, having come out to say her goodbyes. Yours, of course. A day or two in my time. Good. Now go away before I start crying. Serena, I'm only going into the human world, and you can contact me whenever you want to. I don't want to intrude on you and your friends. Serena, you and your family are the closest thing I have to a proper family. You won't be intruding. Serena smiled weakly, tears welling in her eyes. Bye. I'll see you soon. Harry smiled. You'd better. Maybe we'll come to your world soon. Yeah, that's a good idea. Harry grinned. Well, we'll see you soon then. Yeah. With one last hug, Harry and Leona disappeared with a small pop. Tonks sat around Grimmauld Place, doing nothing and generally being bored. She hadn't realized just how much time she had spent over at Privet Drive, and had forgotten just how much she enjoyed Harry's company, when he wasn't scaring her witless, of course. Not to mention the fact that she hadn't had any of Harry's delicious cooking in 2 days now. It seemed so much longer than that. It had been 48 days since he left, at least, in his time. She wondered if he was too busy to miss them. Then she berated herself for being so selfish. Harry deserved time to sort his head out, without having to worry about them. She sighed and apparated to Harry's room, feeling that it might at least kill some time. Remus sat on Harry's bed, contemplating the events of the past few days. It seemed like forever since Harry had left, yet it had only been 2 days. Only another 12 or so to go, he thought morosely. He was shocked out of his thoughts when someone apparated right next to him. Tonks. You scared me. Not going to ask me to prove my identity. Okay, do what you did last night at dinner. Tonks grinned and morphed her face into a caricature version of Dumbledore himself. Nice. Remus laughed. My turn. Where has Harry disappeared to? Let's see. Remus answered immediately. Okay. So, what are you doing here? Same as you, I guess. You miss him too. It's odd. I've never really thought about it before, but he's become my friend, rather than my charge, you know. That's just Harry's personality. His father was the same. Yeah, I'll bet. He's cute. Tonks said absently, freezing when she realized what she had said. Nymphadora Tonks. Do you have a crush on him? No. Tonks denied hotly, a blush rising rapidly. He's just cute. Oh come on, he is. Ever heard of too much protest? Remus. He's so much younger than me. Not really. He's only 7 years younger than you. Besides, he's not your average 15-year-old, is he? Not really. Tonks admitted grudgingly. So, do you fancy him? I don't know. It's just like a game between us, see who blushes hardest. Yeah, I noticed that you two flirt a lot. Who usually wins? Him. It's not fair. Even under the invisibility cloak he can see me blush. He can see through invisibility cloaks. Apparently. So you do fancy him? Maybe just a little. Tonks said with a small grin. What to do with that little piece of information? What about you? What about me? I do not fancy Harry, thank you very much. What about that trainer of his? Leona. Tonks was rewarded by a blush. Woo-hoo. Mooney's gone and got himself a girlfriend. No I haven't. Remus protested weakly. Sure. Right. We're even now. One smart comment will lead to another. Got it? Got it. Remus and Tonks lapsed into silence, mulling over their own thoughts. All of which primarily concerned Harry. Has he mentioned anything about last term to you? You mean this thing that Dumbledore told him? Not a thing. You. Nope. Damn. I know it's bothering him. Yeah. It takes a lot for Harry to lose it now, and he's been on the verge of it for most of the summer. Yeah, I think this training is helping, though. He seemed a little more confident at times. Let's hope so. If anyone deserves a little peace of mind, it's him. Oh yeah. Ron and Hermione sat morosely in the burrow, wondering how Harry was. They had both felt immensely guilty after he had left, and so they threw themselves into whatever they could. Currently, Hermione was sat with her nose buried in a huge tome entitled, Warriors and Their Culture. Apparently she was trying to find out exactly what Harry's being a warrior entailed. Ron, meanwhile, was playing a half-hearted game of chess with Ginny. Here it is. Hermione suddenly said loudly, making both Ron and Ginny look up from their game. What have you found? Ron asked, looking interested for once. Why warriors, anyway? Aren't they supposed to be extinct? Apparently they aren't extinct. Listen to this. One particularly intriguing aspect of the warrior species is that despite their reputation as killing machines, they do in fact have incredibly complex emotions, much like humans. For instance, it has been recorded that if a warrior feels responsible for the death of an innocent, he or she may inadvertently cause harm to himself or herself as these feelings become pronounced. This is rare, but is most often seen as injuries on the palms, causing blood on the hands, such as they see fit. Hermione looked nervously as Ron, who looked alarmed. Oh, well, I think we screwed up royally this time. Hermione said shortly. Me too. What are you two talking about? Harry. They answered in unison. Huh, what have you screwed up? Well, Hermione and Ron exchanged looks before nodding. Ginny wouldn't tell anyone. Harry's a warrior. You're kidding. Then, oh. Tell me you two didn't say anything about Sirius. No. We assumed that he was fine. Well, he never mentioned him, and I thought that maybe he had accepted it. Hermione, you are supposed to be intelligent. How could you even imagine that he would be okay? Sirius was practically his only family. Ginny exploded. Hermione hung her head, knowing that Ginny was right. Hey, we know we were wrong now. Ron said. That passage, the one you read out. That's something to do with Harry, isn't it? Uh-huh. That's what happened to him. He feels accountable for Sirius' death, so he's taking it out on himself, unintentionally. He's done it twice, according to Tonks and Remus. Oh, this is just great. Where is he, anyway? He's spending a year in Lassie. What? It's the warrior city. Very well protected, from what I've read. Time passes differently there. He'll spend a year in Lassie, yet only 15 days will have passed over here. He'll be almost 17 when he gets back. And a lot different, I guess. A year passes in 15 days. Weird. So he won't actually be gone a year then. No. Thankfully. So, what does Harry being a warrior mean? Truthfully, I'm not sure. This book is one of the only ones I've found. So what else have you found out so far? Well, the warrior city is practically ruled over by the warrior mage when a warrior mage is alive, which is not very often, by the sounds of it. When no mage is around, the Ministry of Warriors is in charge. There are a few notable differences in their education system, like they stay in school from when they are 4 until they are 18. They go into training when they are between 20 and 22, depending on their potential. But Harry's only 15, almost 16. Exactly. Then Leona told us that there are different occupations in the warrior city: a soldier, a healer, a trainer, or a teacher. I guess that's just the forces that require a lot of training. Obviously they need shop assistants and so on. Who's Leona? Harry's trainer. Oh, is she nice? Well, I think she was a little upset with us. I think she and Harry are pretty close. Right. So, when did Harry leave? 3 days ago, Ron said. So he's been gone for 72 days. Hermione mumbled, almost to herself. I wonder what he's doing. Remus and Tonks met up in Privet Drive every other day, just to check that everything was going smoothly in the Muggle house. It was their second visit when their chat and security checks were rudely interrupted. Vernon, the boy hasn't been doing his chores. Came a high-pitched, whiny voice that induced cringes for several miles. That's it. I've had enough. That lazy, good-for-nothing parasite is going to get a lesson he'll never forget. Boomed another voice. Tonks and Remus glanced at each other for a moment before pulling their wands. Just at that moment, a red-faced, angry and more than a little tipsy Vernon Dursley careered through the door, fist raised. Boy! He screamed, before realizing that Harry wasn't in the room, and that there was a witch and a wizard with their wands trained on him. What lesson do you plan to teach Harry? Remus asked, his eyes hard with disgust. That is none of your business. Vernon slurred. Tonks shuddered inwardly, recoiling from the stench of alcohol on his breath. On the contrary, it is most definitely our business. She spat angrily. You, all of you can just go to hell. I don't owe you any explanations, this is all your fault anyway. If you lot hadn't left that freak here, none of this would be happening. Freak. How dare you? Tonks screamed, ready to hex him into the next universe. Tonks, calm down. Dursley, I suggest you start talking, and you'd better have a good reason for coming in here with your hand raised. I was planning on pounding the good-for-nothing brat into sausage meat, all right. Happy now. It wouldn't be the first time either. Didn't the little freak squeal to you? Pity. Then again, he must have told someone, otherwise he'd be dead. Where is he, anyway? What have you done with him? He's not here. He hasn't been for 4 days. Remus spat. Tonks was too appalled for words, and just stood there gaping at the muggle in disgust, her hair changing colors of its own accord. And when he comes back, he won't be staying here, that's for sure. Good. The sooner he is out of here the better. Good luck with the little brat. He'll just cause you grief, mark my words. Stupefy. Tonks croaked out of the blue, making the wail of a man fall back with a loud crash. Where's Harry going to stay, then? Remus asked worriedly. He can live in my flat. Lucky I have a spare room. Tonks said decisively. I suppose it's the best option. That or the Burrow, but as the Weasleys spend most of their time in London, I guess that your place is best. Plus the fact that no one knows where I live, let alone how to get there. So Death Eater threats are minimal. Not that it matters. Give Harry a sword and he'd likely win with ease. You've seen him fighting. After what Hermione did, he conjured up a dummy and proceeded to cut it to shreds. Good. He'll probably need it, unfortunately. Anyway, what do we do with this muggle git? Best just wake him and leave it. Harry probably wouldn't appreciate us interfering. What about just a little payback? Say a warning never to mess with us. I know, but still. Come on. We'd better go and tell Albus about the change of plans. I wish there was a way to contact Harry. Yeah. A year is a long time to be away from your friends, even if he did need the space. I know, but Leona will take care of him. Besides, it'll be interesting to see how much he's changed. Tonks said, replaying Harry's words in her head about some changes not being visible. A smirk grew on her face as an idea began to take root in her mind. We're going to have to plan a killer welcome back party, she said. Uh-oh. You have that scary look in your eyes that generally means someone's in trouble. Remus said. Trouble? Not at all. Tonks replied innocently. The days dragged by at the Burrow, seeming to take forever as Ron, Hermione and Ginny researched everything about warriors. On the 5th day of Harry's absence, Hermione found a self-updating book in the Wizarding Library, old and dusty, and containing vast amounts of information on warriors. She excitedly showed Ron and Ginny, who urged her to ask the clerk how much it would be purchase the book. Excuse me. Yes, miss. Could you tell me how much it would cost to buy this book? 9 galleons, miss. 9. Oh. Could you give me a minute, please? Certainly. 9 galleons. Hermione sighed. It's expensive, but really, I wouldn't have been surprised if it was 19. Harry had better appreciate this. Harry Potter. The clerk interrupted. Yeah, Ron said. You're friends of his then? Yeah, look, I have 1 galleon. Ron sighed. Me too. Ginny said. 3. Hermione muttered. Well, as you're friends with Mr. Potter, I'll do you a deal. I'll give you the book for 5 galleons. Would you? Oh, thank you. Hermione grinned and pulled out her money, watching as Ron and Ginny did the same. No problem. I hope you enjoy the book. The rest of the day was spent looking through the book, reading up on the customs of warriors and the city of warriors. There were also a few family trees, as well as the history of the mages. Oh my goodness. Look, there's a new warrior mage. Hermione shrieked. There is. I thought they only appeared every few millennia. Ginny responded. They do. Apparently it's time for the new one though. Simba Tide. Hey, wasn't Harry's friend called Leona Tide? Yeah, I wonder if they're related. Ron chipped in. Well, it should be interesting to see what Harry makes of him. I wonder if they've met. Probably. I'll bet this Simba is really stuck up though. Imagine having all that power. He's practically in charge of the entire warrior world. Ron, you can't judge people like that. Did you think that Harry would be stuck up before you met him? Actually, yeah, I did. Me too, but Harry is the furthest thing from stuck up that you could get. Maybe Simba's like Harry. I mean, it's an awful lot of responsibility for a 23-year-old. Maybe. Hey, look, there's a picture of him. He's gorgeous. Ginny grinned. Not bad at all. Hermione agreed with a smile. Remus sat in the living room of Grimmauld Place, bored out of his mind. Hey Moony, what are you up to? Tonks asked as she came in. Not a lot. It's weird not having to go and guard Harry. How long until Harry's back? 7.5 days. Remus replied gloomily. That long. Can we please go and strangle those god-awful muggles? Tonks pleaded. No, Tonks. Just stay here. The Order will be here soon. Is today the meeting that Professor Dumbledore's going to tell everyone where Harry went? Apparently so. Right. Well, this is going to be interesting. Yeah. Maybe I should bring a camera. Good idea. I'm sure Harry would appreciate seeing the reactions to his news. Right. I'll go and find a camera then. Remus went off to find a camera, leaving Tonks to sit on her own, staring into space. She wondered how everyone would take the news that Harry was a warrior. Whether he knew it or not, there was sometimes prejudice towards warriors, many wizards thinking of them as fighting and killing machines. But then again, this was Harry Potter, the boy who lived. But they had been so quick to turn against him the previous year. Until he was proved right, she added. The argument went on and on in her mind, until she finally gave up trying to second-guess the reactions of wizards. When Remus returned with the camera, he found Tonks sleeping on the couch, frowning slightly. Tonks, hey Tonks, he said, nudging her. Huh, what's happening? What's going on? Shush. Nothing's happening. Nothing's going on. I got the camera. Oh good. Must have fallen asleep. How long until the Order arrive? About 10-15 minutes, I'd guess. Remus said, glancing at a clock on the mantelpiece. Oh, right. Tonks yawned and closed her eyes again, but was interrupted again by Remus, who nudged her again. What? Leave me alone. You said I had 10 minutes. Yeah, but the 10 minutes is going to be spent tidying up this place as a tip. Can't we get Creature to do it? Tonks asked, not thinking. Hardly. He's gone, remember. Oh, sorry. Hey, what about Dobby? We'll never get this clean in time. Fine. You go and see if Dobby will help us. I'll make a start. Right. Tonks knocked on the door to the Houston household. Daniela opened it, looking surprised to see her. Tonks, what are you doing here? Is this something to do with Harry? I haven't seen him in ages. Is he okay? He's fine. Just gone away for a bit, that's all. I actually came to ask a favor. Oh, yeah. Can we borrow Dobby please? The HQ is a right mess. Hey Dobby. Daniela yelled. Yes miss. Tonks would like to know if you'll help clean up the HQ. Dobby would be honored, miss. Dobby said, disappearing on the spot. That house elf is mad, honestly. Seems to worship Harry though. So I noticed. I think he thinks of Harry as his master more than he thinks of Dumbledore as his master. Probably. So, what's the big meeting all about? I hear that there's a big announcement being made. Daniela, where did you hear that? I have my sources, so will you tell me? I can't. You know I can't. Maybe I'll have to eavesdrop. Mum and Dad won't leave me here on my own tonight. They say that it's too dangerous. I think there will be extra security tonight. You'll have a hard time listening in. I can try. Well, you'll get to meet Harry's other friends tonight then, Ron and Hermione. I think Ginny's coming too. Cool. We can all listen in then. I'm sure. Besides, they don't need to. They already know. Huh. That's not fair. Daniela pouted. Tonks just laughed. Every member of the Order of the Phoenix was crowded into the meeting room of Grimmauld Place. Many people looked worried, while the two eldest Weasleys, Tonks, Remus and Dumbledore were relaxed. Well, a little apprehensive, but generally more relaxed than those who had no idea what the meeting was about. I have called a meeting tonight to discuss Harry Potter. As such, I think it only fair that the three young people trying to listen in should be here too. Dumbledore said. He waved his wand and the door opened to reveal Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Daniela. Do come in, he said pleasantly. Sir, what's this about? Hermione asked timidly. This meeting was called to discuss Harry's status. Status. What do you mean? Status. Snape asked cautiously. What's Potter got himself into now? I believe Harry had little to do with this, Severus. Dumbledore said. Where is he, anyway? You called us all off of guard duty. He's gone away for a while. What? With who? Those muggles. They don't have the first idea how to protect him. Someone asked in a panicky tone. Ron and Hermione exchanged looks. Harry would blow a fuse if he had heard that. I can see why Harry was so uptight last summer. He told Hermione. Imagine it. It'd be like no one trusted you. Even then he had to look after himself. Indeed. Dumbledore put in. As Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger have pointed out, Harry did not take well to being kept in the dark last summer. And the guard he was given didn't seem to stop him having to look after himself. Everyone glared at Mundungus Fletcher at this point, who seemed happily oblivious, and was listening half-heartedly to what Dumbledore was saying. The circumstances have changed somewhat this summer. Harry lost his godfather, Sirius Black, and that loss has hit him hard. There was a pause as everyone nodded. Hermione and Ron hung their heads shamefully under Ginny's glare. Besides this, Harry has discovered that he is a warrior. There were several gasps as this information sunk in. He can't be. Warriors are evil. No, they're not. They are no more evil than any of you are. Tonks and Remus argued heatedly. The boy cannot be a warrior. Snape said. It's probably just another of his ploys to get more attention. He's just as arrogant as his father was. There were cries of outrage from almost everyone at this point, not least from Remus and Tonks. Severus, you will keep your opinions to yourself. Dumbledore said calmly. Harry is not arrogant. Hermione said angrily. Miss Granger. Dumbledore said soothingly. Hermione reluctantly stopped glaring at the potions professor. Harry was taken to LeSea by his trainer. Albus, would you like us to check whether he's okay? Mr. Houston suggested. You're warriors. Yes, and I can assure you that we are not evil. I do have one question though. Go ahead. Warriors usually start training when they're 20 or so. Harry's not even 16 yet. Indeed. How odd. Dumbledore frowned a little before his face cleared. Another thing to inflate Potter's head even more. Snape grunted. Severus. That is enough. Yes, headmaster. The potions master said sulkily. Rebecca, Philip, if you would check in LeSea for Harry it would be much appreciated. Of course, sir. Shall we leave now? How long do you think it will take? A few minutes at most. Time passes quicker in LeSea. Very well. We'll wait for you to return before continuing. You're a warrior. Ron asked Daniela. I'm not trained yet, but I am called a warrior because my parents are. Daniela explained. Do you know who Harry's trainer is? Leona Tide. She's related to the new mage, we think. Hold on. There's a new mage. Incredible. Mum and Dad are in for a bit of a shock when they reach LeSea. Oh, they're even barging in on Boxing Day. It's Boxing Day in LeSea. Yeah. Oh, I wish I could have gone to the ball. Ball. It's a Christmas tradition in LeSea. There's a massive ball held on Christmas night. Everyone important is there, as well as all the normal people. It's a huge celebration. I'll bet the mage was there too. What's their name? Simba. He's cute as well. Ginny grinned. How old? 23. Ooh, not bad. What are you lot talking about? Tonks asked. The new warrior mage. Apparently he's cute. And only 23. Sounds interesting. Well, Harry couldn't have a better trainer. The Tides are all very good at what they do. Do you know them well? No, but they're quite an influential family in LeSea. Not corrupt or anything, she added quickly, seeing looks of suspicion crossing Ron and Ginny's face. We're back, Rebecca announced, appearing from nowhere again. Their first stop had been to the Ministry Records office, where they bumped into a rather intimidating young man, who seemed thoroughly immersed in a book, and was flicking pages at impossible speed. Hello. Philip said cautiously. Hello. The man said warmly, putting the book to one side. I don't mean to be rude, but who are you? I don't seem to recall seeing you before. Simba Tide. The man smiled. Pleased to meet you. You too. They were interrupted by a harassed-looking ministry employee bursting in. My Lord Mage, You are required in the minister's office. He wheezed. Simba stood, looking slightly annoyed. I'll be there in a moment. He said pleasantly. Is there something I can help you with? Both Philip and Rebecca were staring at him as if he had sprouted horns and a pointy tail, and was holding a pointy stick. My Lord Mage. Is it true? Rebecca asked in a hushed voice. Ah yes, my title. The man scowled slightly. Please, call me Simba. Well, we were wondering, Simba, if you knew whether Harry Potter was here or not. Oh yes. He's staying with my family. Simba smiled. He is. Is he all right? He's fine. I'm sure he would like you to tell his friends so. We will. Thank you, my Lord Mage. I swear, the next time someone calls me that, I am going to stick that title so far up there. Never mind, I have to go. It was nice meeting you. Duty calls. The man disappeared, leaving no trace that he had ever been there, with the exception of two very shocked warriors. Albus, Harry's fine. Did you talk to him? No, but we have a reliable source that tells us he's fine. Who? It appears that a new warrior mage has come to Lassie. A rather charming young man. There's a new warrior mage. What does that mean? Mages are incredibly rare in Lassie. Warrior mages are basically in charge of, well, everything. Hey mum, is he cute? He was rather charming. Certainly not stuck up. He seemed to rather dislike his title. Title. My Lord Mage. Oh, so what did he say? That Harry was living with his family and that he was fine. Very well. By the time the meeting was over, several people were wearing incredibly shocked expressions, and many were hiding their surprise well. Fred and George looked as if all of their birthdays had come at once, while Snape looked as if he had just eaten something particularly nasty. It was late when people began trickling from the house, heading to their homes. Only Tonks, Remus, Dumbledore and Snape remained before long. I assume there is something you wish to discuss with me? Dumbledore asked them. Yes. They answered simultaneously. Well, you have my full attention. Tonks, why not you first? I'd really prefer to talk to you about this alone. Tonks, Severus is as much a part of this order as you are. He has my complete trust. It's not that, sir. Well, it's kind of awkward. I don't think Harry would appreciate anyone knowing. We only found out by accident. Severus' interest was piqued now, as he glanced from Remus to Tonks, both of whom looked unsure as whether to continue or not. I'm sure whatever is said in this room will stay in this room. Dumbledore said. Tonks sighed and slumped into a chair, staring at her feet. Do you know how those muggles treat him? I am aware of their dislike of magic, yes. Dumbledore frowned. Dislike. Tonks snorted disparagingly. Nymphadora. Dumbledore tilted her chin up and saw tears brimming in her eyes. How could you do that to him? How could you leave him with that thing? Tears rolled down her cheeks as she recalled their meeting with Vernon Dursley. Tonks. Dumbledore began. No. You left him there. You don't even know the half of it. You say they dislike magic. Harry grew up with them calling him a freak, and a lazy, good-for-nothing parasite. He is their personal house elf. They didn't even realize he was gone for 4 days. Tonks broke off, swiping angrily at her tears. She turned to Snape, pinning him with a glare. You say that he's arrogant and big-headed. How could he be? He has grown up with people telling him that he is worthless, that he doesn't matter. The first time you saw him, how did he look? A little small and underweight. Shy and scared. Dumbledore answered. That's not even the lot of it. It wasn't just verbal abuse. They beat him. Snape asked skeptically. Tonks nodded. That Vernon Gitt said that he thought Harry had told someone. He said that if he didn't, he'd have been dead. Impossible. Snape said abruptly. I never saw any abuse when I was going through his mind. You think it would be fresh in his mind? He's probably buried it under everything else that's piling on top of him. Tonks raged. He can't remain at the Dursleys. Not if what you say is true. We've already thought about that. He can stay in my flat. No one except for you and me know where it is. The threats are minimal to his safety, though if he has a sword with him, I doubt Voldemort himself could do anything. I take it you have seen Harry using a sword. Yeah, so, would that be okay? I think that it would be the best idea, I may have to arrange for some identity-changing potion to be made for him. Okay. Tonks nodded, having calmed down a bit. Thankfully, the next few days passed quickly for everyone as they started to arrange Harry's welcome home party. Though for them he would have only been gone for just over 2 weeks, he would have felt like he had been gone for an entire year. Tonks and Molly agreed that the party should be held at the Burrow, and made up a guest list. Everyone in the order was invited, including Snape, who declined immediately. The 15th day of Harry's absence arrived what seemed like an eternity later, and found both Remus and Tonks sitting in Harry's bedroom at 4 Privet Drive, anxiously and impatiently awaiting his arrival. Do you think he'll have changed a lot? Tonks asked. Probably. Harry seems to change a lot from week to week. Who knows how much he's changed in a year? You're supposed to be reassuring me, not making matters worse. Tonks glared. Oh, relax. He'll be fine, healthy and hopefully a lot more at ease with himself. Let's hope so. What is taking so long? Tonks got up from the chair she had been sitting on, and paced around the room restlessly. Tonks, sit down, Remus said in exasperation, after 10 minutes of watching her pace. Seriously, what's taking so long? Give him some time, Tonks. He'll be here. Tonks and Remus stood in Harry's bedroom at number 4 Privet Drive. Tonks was fidgeting endlessly, while Remus looked on in amusement. What's taking so long? Tonks demanded every few minutes. Sorry, got caught in traffic. Came an amused voice from behind them. A tall, green-eyed man with long jet black hair appeared from nowhere, sniggering as Tonks' eyes widened to resemble dinner plates. Harry, she ventured, still gaping openly at him. That would be me. The man agreed. Remus scrutinized him, guessing him to be about 6'6". You've grown a little then, he said with a smile. Just a little. It's good to see you both. I've missed you. He hugged both Remus and Tonks in turn, waving a hand in front of Tonks' eyes. Remus saw the scars running down the centers of his palms and breathed a sigh of relief. It was definitely Harry. Harry smiled wistfully as he looked around his room. I didn't miss this place, he muttered, removing his cloak. So what have I missed? Well, we had a rather interesting conversation with your uncle, Tonks said pointedly, having regained her senses. Harry raised an eyebrow, though his eyes betrayed the fact that he was slightly wary. How much damage did he do to you? Enough, Harry replied shortly. Lee, don't even think about it. Tonks looked around the room, not seeing Harry's trainer anywhere. She followed Harry's gaze to the door, where Leona materialized before their eyes. Spoilsport, she complained. You thought you'd prank the Dursleys without my help. Harry cocked an eyebrow again, grinning slightly. But you said. I changed my mind. Hey, how long did it take them to realize I was gone? 4 days. Tonks spat angrily. And only then because you weren't doing your chores. Calm down, Tonks. Now, how about we go to my surprise party? The Dursleys can wait. I'm in too good a mood to deal with them just now. Tonks and Remus stared at Harry in shock while Leona giggled. Here's a tip. Never try to keep a secret from Harry. It's impossible. Why? Tonks asked, looking wary. Heightened senses. Lee, remember. I know, Leona said, rolling her eyes. Yeah, well, just remember. Hey, you guys should meet Simba. Simba, he's my cousin, the new warrior mage. Oh yes, the one that Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Danielle were talking about. Apparently he's cute, Remus said, rolling his eyes. Harry sniggered a little and exchanged looks with Leona. Has he said anything to you about Voldemort? He's been kind of busy just now. The warriors seem to want him to be in several thousand places at once. A small scowl crossed Harry's face briefly before disappearing. Do you think he'll choose Voldemort's side over ours? Or stay neutral? I can't see him choosing Voldemort's side. Staying neutral is a possibility, especially with Fudge as a minister. Right. Come on. You two can talk about the mage later. We have a party to be at. Hey Moony, want to bet on how many people will recognize me? You don't look that different. Well, Ron and Hermione will recognize you for sure. A galleon says they don't. Harry grinned. You're on. Good. Let me get changed first, though. Back in a sec. Harry disappeared from sight. What were you feeding him? Tonks asked in awe. Tonks, I'm still here. Harry said. Oops. Oh well. What have you been eating? Skele-Gro. No way. Have you ever tasted that stuff? It's disgusting. When did you have to take Skele-Gro? Quidditch match. Dobby tampered with the bludger to make it follow me. Ended up smashing into my arm as I caught the snitch. Not pleasant. Why Skele-Gro then? Lockhart kindly removed all of the bones in my arm. Ooh, not nice. I didn't think so. Harry appeared back, wearing a pair of jeans and a t-shirt that actually fitted for once. It just accentuated how different he looked. Okay, I think Harry's right on no one being able to recognize him. I didn't say no one. Molly will and Ginny. No one else. Nope. Now this will be fun. Tonks grinned. Won't it? Harry replied, with just as much of a grin. Remus and Leona shared an anxious look. This is going to be bad. They murmured in unison. Harry and Tonks were first to appear at the burrow. Having apparated, Harry would tell everyone that he had used a portkey, for now, at least. Remus appeared just after them, drawing the attention of everyone in the garden of the burrow. Where's Harry? Ron asked. Harry smirked at Remus. Who's your friend, Tonks? Hermione asked. Harry's smirk grew as Remus tossed him a galleon. Never mind Moony, you can keep it. He laughed, tossing it back. Molly came up to him and wrapped him in a motherly hug. Harry dear, how are you? She murmured. I'm better. Harry told her. Good. Molly nodded. Ron and Hermione were looking confused, while Ginny was grinning widely. Good to see you again. You look kinda different. Yeah, couldn't be the fact that I've sprouted about 1.5 feet in 2 weeks. Might be. Ginny conceded mock thoughtfully. Ginny, do you know him? Hermione asked in a whisper. Let me introduce myself. Harry Potter, pleased to meet you. Harry grinned. Ron and Hermione, and everyone else in the room, including Dumbledore, looked completely shocked. Harry and Tonks burst out laughing at the looks of pure shock on many faces, before Ron recovered from his stupor. Malfoy is gonna have a heart attack. He announced gleefully. Talking about Hogwarts, I have a small announcement to make. Dumbledore said, I have hired the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Who? Ginny asked immediately. It was Harry that answered. Tonks. He grinned. Congratulations. Damn, Leona was right. It's impossible to keep a secret from you. Tonks huffed. Harry pulled her into a hug, grinning madly. Too right. How did you know that, Harry? I have my ways. Harry said mysteriously. Well, this is going to be one very interesting year. Hermione said. Harry spent the night at the burrow, sharing a room with Ron. Molly had insisted that he needed his rest, something that, to him and Leona, seemed a little bizarre. He hadn't argued with the woman because she had his best interests at heart. I'm sorry about the whole thing at the Muggles. Ron said. Harry watched him carefully, gauging his reaction to his new best friend. It hurt a lot, Harry said truthfully, that my 2 best friends would so easily think that I'd forget so soon. I know, but that was then. This is now. Just don't do it again. I won't. Oh, and by the way, you are so going to pay for making me do research in the summer holidays. I'll bet it was nothing compared to what Leona had me doing. The woman is a South Avenue driver. What is Lassie like? It's nice. Some of the warriors are less than friendly, but there you go. Why? There's an awful lot of prejudice about humans in the warrior world, not to mention the fact that I'm doing my usual, never do anything by halves. Most warriors don't start training until they're 20 or so. Coming from a human background and being only 16 marks me out as a target for bigots. I found the warrior equivalent of Malfoy on my first day. Sounds awful, Ron said, sounding surprised. He had guessed that Lassie was as near to perfection as it was possible to get, yet the way Harry described it, it was just like any other world. Not really awful. Just normal. Good and bad points. There are a lot of good warriors too. Have you met the new mage? How did you know about Simba? Hermione found a self-updating book in the library, and we all chipped in and bought it. After the clerk found out that we were your friends, he dropped the price. Right. Well yeah, I have met him. He's Lee's cousin. Myone's going to be ecstatic. I know. I might take you along to Lassie. Could you? I thought only warriors could go there. Nope. Wizards that have been allowed entry by 2 warriors can get in. Lee would back me up, I dare say. Probably Simba too, come to think of it. Cool. No problem. I guess you guys told Ginny about this. Yeah. You don't mind, do you? Nah. I'll be telling the rest of the DA at the start of term. I see no need to hide it. What about Voldemort? He'll find out no matter what I do. Might as well not bother hiding it. After all, I need something to explain the whole new me. Yeah, I suppose. You're as tall as me. I'm still not finished growing. Got another 4 or 5 inches to grow yet. How do you know? Instinct. I'm 6'6" just now, and I'll be fully grown at 6'10". How long will that take? Probably 2 weeks or so. Remember that I've been away for a year to grow to this height. Well, you're going to be a nightmare this year, aren't you? Oh, you have no idea. I'd guess that the DA will shrink rapidly when they discover what we're doing. What are we doing? Sword fighting, muggle fighting, dueling, defense without a wand. Well, that sounds difficult. I was guessing more impossible. O ye of little faith. It's not impossible, just difficult. The next morning, when Ron awoke, he found that Harry was already up. He heard voices outside and looked out to see Harry and Leona sparring. It looked as if Leona was losing rather badly. He quickly dressed and went outside to watch, meeting Hermione and Ginny out there. How long has he been out here? He asked in an undertone. Since 5. You've been watching him since 5. Why were you awake at 5? Ron asked incredulously. We haven't been to sleep yet. He went running first, then swimming, now he's fighting Leona with a sword. And winning, by the looks of it. Ron nodded. Yeah. As they watched, Harry's sword sliced into Leona's stomach, making Hermione and Ginny scream. A small smile played at Harry's mouth as he knelt down beside Leona. Sorry about that, Lee. He grinned, putting his hands over the wound. It's a good job you don't have my woeful lack of healing skills. Isn't it? Harry laughed, holding out his hand. Leona took it, and pulled him down. The only problem was that instead of coming to ground with a thud, Harry did a small somersault in the air, landing on his feet with a massive grin. Come on, we're not finished yet, he said. Leona sighed heavily, and stood up. Can't I concede defeat before we start? Don't be ridiculous. Anyway, it's 2-on-1. Oh really? Who are you roping in then? Hey Tonks. Lee would like you to come and help her kick my ass at dueling. Gladly. Tonks grinned, appearing from nowhere. Oh yeah. I forgot that you could see through invisibility cloaks. Leona smiled. You mean you hadn't bothered to look around, and so you didn't see her? I did so look around. When? Well, before. That's what I thought. Harry smirked. He bowed to the 2 women, not bothering to pull his wand from the holder strapped on his left arm. You 3 are the judges. Tonks called. Leona groaned as Harry's eyes lit up as they always did before a particularly bad thrashing. Begin. Hermione called. All hell broke loose. Harry jumped in the air to avoid a curse from Tonks, ducking quickly to avoid the one that Leona shot off. He landed softly on the ground, crouching low as he assessed the situation. He took a few steps backwards before launching himself into the air, transforming into a large lion. He knocked Tonks over before turning to Leona, who transformed into a panther. Roaring loudly, they collided together, with Harry, the larger of the 2 cats, bowling over Leona. The lion roared as a hex hit its backside. He whirled around and turned into a human again, a smirk growing on his face. That was sneaky, he said, his voice still resembling a growl. Tonks smirked right back, having never dueled with Harry. Why thank you. My pleasure. Harry grinned, fading fast into thin air. Tonks' smile disappeared. Hey, not fair. He's behind you, Leona said, and indeed Harry was. He blew on the back of her neck, making her shiver. Come get me, he whispered, running away and slowly turning visible again. By this point, all 3 of the referees were stunned by the display of magic, and were quite speechless. Tonks set off in pursuit of Harry, as did Leona. Suddenly Harry stopped dead in his tracks, his face suddenly serious. Tonks skidded to a halt next to him. Death Eaters, he said quietly, pulling his wand. Tonks' face grew somber too. How many? She whispered. 20 at the least. You up for it? Naturally. Lee, you. Of course. Good. Oh, look, he sent Bella. Tonks gulped and glanced down at Harry's hands, which she knew would be in a bad state. Let's go. Death Eaters began appearing from nowhere, swarming around the two warriors and one witch. They obviously didn't recognize Harry, as a few of the Death Eaters tried to break away and grab Potter. Harry smirked and froze them in place, flicking some hair from his forehead. Looking for me? Potter. One Death Eater stammered. Harry grinned wolfishly, his green eyes flashing. That would be me. But you're supposed to be a midget. Harry laughed at this, before stunning the Death Eater and binding him tightly. I may have been a midget, but at least I was the midget who licked no one's boots. He retorted. Ah, Potter. How nice to see you again. Harry's eyes narrowed as he looked at the Death Eater standing in front of him, surrounded by others. It seemed to be at least 7-on-1. Bellatrix. He ground out, hatred leaking into his voice. The one and only. Bellatrix threw down her mask, smirking at him. Indeed. Harry said, blood pumping in his ears as he remembered the events in the Department of Mysteries. I haven't seen you since Sirius fell into the veil. She purred. But you were so small and scrawny then. You've changed. She ran a finger down his chest, making him shudder in revulsion. Get off me, Bellatrix, and don't even think about turning the charm on. It won't work. I don't know what you're talking about. Bellatrix said with a small smile. I think you do. Let me clarify. Veela charms won't work. I'm sure they won't. Apparently she tried anyway, and Harry rolled his eyes as she attempted to lure him to her. Wouldn't take my word for it. Harry smirked. Bellatrix roared in rage, throwing hex after hex at him. Harry dodged each one, and at least 3 of her spells took out Death Eaters. What a waste of time. Harry muttered, waving his hand in the general direction of Bellatrix, who shrieked as she fell to the ground, frozen and bound. Good night, Bellatrix. Harry said, stunning her for good measure. Nice. What are you going to do with her? One-way ticket to the Ministry, as long as she goes nowhere near Azkaban. The Aurors have orders to bind the magic of anyone they suspect of serving Voldemort. Fair enough. Better than killing them, at any rate. You think so? Yeah, or maybe not. At this point, I really couldn't care less. Okay then. Silence reigned as the Death Eaters fell, mostly either by Harry's or Leona's hands. A frightened-looking Hermione was holding Ron and Ginny back. Harry and the others can handle it. He'll blow if we go after him. He's got it covered, she said shakily. But there are so many of them. Yeah, but look, Harry and Leona are more than capable of dealing with them alone. And Tonks is there too. She's a fully trained Auror, remember. Yeah, but it just feels wrong to leave him to do it all by himself. I know. Hermione sighed. Harry seemed to be having no problems handling the Death Eaters, but she still felt as if she should be helping him. Harry had just stunned the last of the Death Eaters when the Aurors arrived. They took one look at the stunned Death Eaters and stopped dead in their tracks. Tonks, what's going on? Someone asked. You lot took your time. We were doing your job for you. Who are you? One of the head Aurors asked Harry and Leona. Leona tied. I'm a warrior. Leona said. A murmur went around the crowd of Aurors, and many drew their wands once again. Enough. Harry barked. For pity's sake, look around you. If she was a Death Eater, you think they'd be scattered around like rag dolls. What are rag dolls? Harry put his hands to his temples, ignoring the blood on them. Never mind. The point I was making was that she's obviously on our side. And who are you anyway? How do we know that you aren't one of them? A warrior. I am. I'm also Harry Potter. Impossible. I assure you, it's quite possible. Harry Potter is nowhere near as tall as you though, and he's only 15. Wow. You know, Lee, they have more in common with warriors than we thought, though at least this lot know my age. At least the warriors didn't hold wands to your chest. Warriors don't have wands, otherwise they probably would have. Good point. Thank you. Harry glanced back at the Aurors, who were glancing uncertainly at each other. Oh, for the love of God. Would you prefer us to wake them up so that you can stun them yourselves? He cried in exasperation. If you are Harry Potter, show us your scar, warrior. Harry shook his head in blatant disbelief. The head Auror smirked nastily. Arrest the warriors. Yeah, right. Like hell you will, Harry said, getting angry again. Look, see, I have the bloody scar. He pulled back his hair from his face and showed the scar on his forehead. Right. My apologies, Mr. Potter. The head Auror said sheepishly. I take it you don't want to arrest us then. No, Mr. Potter. The Auror said, getting nervous. That's good because I think you have more important things to be worrying about. Harry nodded to the Death Eaters, who were still out cold. Yes. We'll just be going now. Enjoy the rest of your summer, Mr. Potter. Oh, I will, Harry said. The Aurors glanced at him nervously before gathering up the Death Eaters and apparating away quickly. Harry turned to find Leona stifling a grin and Tonks staring at him, completely wide-eyed. What? He asked. Forget me guarding you, you'll be guarding me. Tonks said. Harry, what were those Aurors saying? You looked pretty annoyed. Hermione ventured. Oh, they wanted to arrest me and Lee for being warriors. Seemed to think we were part of the attack. Harry said in a rather offhand manner, pulling a sword from nowhere and looking at it carefully. There was a dangerous spark in his eyes as he darted it at the ground, pressing one fat, ugly gray rat to tree. Harry, Ron began in a shaky voice. Harry ignored him, bending down to pick the rat up by its tail. Peter, he said pleasantly, almost too pleasantly, the others thought, it's been a while. The rat was shaking in fear under the furious gaze of emerald green eyes. I suggest, he said, that you transform. Now, Peter, we don't have all day. Harry, you're talking to a rat. Leona muttered quietly. He's not a rat. Use your sense, Lee. You tell me what he is. Leona took a closer look at the rat, assessing him. He's a human, a Death Eater. Peter chose that moment to transform, still shaking with fear as he looked up at Harry. Lee, I'd like you to meet the scum that betrayed my parents. Oh, Leona said, suddenly understanding. Harry picked up his sword and held it to Pettigrew's neck. Give me one good reason not to slit you from neck to navel. He snarled. Harry, please. Your parents wouldn't want their son to be a murderer. He pleaded. Harry's sword pressed harder against his neck, and he whimpered pitifully. Peter, I'm a warrior. Do you know what that means? Harry said in low growl. Peter shook his head, still plainly terrified. It means that I'll have no regrets about killing you. After all, justice must be upheld. I should have let Sirius kill you in third year. He said in disgust. It is lucky for you that you are so utterly worthless. It's not worth my time, killing you. Besides, if anyone has the right to kill you, it's Remus. Did someone say my name? Remus said, pleasantly oblivious to the situation, until he saw Pettigrew that was. Ah. Remus, I was just saying how worthless this little bit of trash is, don't you think? Couldn't agree more. Remus growled. Remus, Moony, he's mad. He's going to kill me. Oh, don't be pathetic, you traitorous little rodent. You are not worth my time. Remus, it's up to you. Kill him and be done with it, or hand him in. Remus looked from Harry to Peter, who was completely unrecognizable from the boy he had been as a marauder. You make the call, Harry. I'll go along with you. He already owes me one life debt, what's another? Harry shrugged. But don't think you'll get away as easily this time, rat. Just because the Dementors swore allegiance to your master, doesn't mean that they'll refuse a free meal. No, not the Dementors. He sniveled. You are pathetic. It's almost worth letting you escape to see what blunder you will make. Please. But I don't think so. At the very least, Sirius can rest in peace knowing that his name has been cleared. Harry withdrew the blade, running it along Pettigrew's cheek and cutting it. He snapped his fingers and ropes bound him tightly, making sure that he couldn't move, and that he couldn't use any magic. Without another word to anyone, Harry and Remus took one end of the rope each and disapparated. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Tonks and Leona were left standing in the garden. 4 of the 5 were stunned, while the other was on the verge of screaming. The idiot, she growled, stomping her foot angrily. Who? Ron asked. Harry, Leona said, kneeling down and touching the ground lightly. When she lifted her fingers, they were crimson with fresh blood. Not again. Ginny murmured. Yes again. Leona sighed deeply and muttered something that made all the blood on the grass disappear. Can't have anyone getting hold of Harry's blood now, can we? Merlin, no. Tonks shuddered. Where did he get that sword? It was different from the one he used when he was fighting you. Ron asked. Of course it was. You didn't think he only had one sword, did you? Actually, I did, Tonks said. Well, I assumed. Never assume. Leona smiled. Harry has 6 swords, I think. On last count. Then again, he may have gotten more. 6. Why does he need 6? In case he loses the first 5. I'm not sure. Leona smiled. I guess that's his favorite weapon, except perhaps the bow. Harry can use a bow. Hermione asked. Of course he can. He's a warrior. Leona said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, which it might have been, to someone who had grown up around warriors and their traditions. Is there anything he can't do? Yeah, sure there is, like accepting that he was not responsible for Sirius' death, among other things. What about magic? We saw him. He was using very advanced spells earlier. Warriors don't have the same limitations as ordinary wizards. We grow up learning that wands aren't necessary and that any magic can be achieved with enough will. Then again, there are spells that even warriors can't learn. We're all very different, you see. Some warriors are better at magic than they are at combat. Some are adept at healing. Some are best working with others. Some warriors are naturals with animals, or with weapons. You get the idea. Just like wizards, we have our strengths and weaknesses. I'm abysmal at healing. Luckily for Harry, he's pretty good at it. I like potions brewing. Harry is all right at it, but he has little patience for it, although he can brew a really good potion when he's in a good mood. I enjoy teaching people. Harry does too, hence one of the most important factors in his return to Hogwarts, the DA. Harry and I both share a short temper, which made a lot of our training sessions rather explosive. She smiled as she remembered the numerous times either she or Harry had blown something up in a burst of anger or frustration. Harry is really very good at lighting fires by just glaring at something, as my mother found out when I introduced them. Why? What happened? Hermione asked. Well, before she knew Harry, she wasn't. Well, she was probably one of the toughest hurdles he would have come up against. I introduced them and she started judging him. Leona trailed off as Harry and Remus returned. Oh yes. Apparently I was going nowhere, and if anyone touched me I would break in half. Harry cut in dryly. Sounds like Snape. Tonks muttered. You don't like her then. Ron stated. Actually, we get along great. Harry smiled, making Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Tonks stare at him in disbelief. Remus chuckled while Leona rolled her eyes. Right. So. Harry grinned. I believe we were in the middle of something. Leona groaned loudly. Damn, and there I was hoping you'd had enough of training today. Only because you don't like dueling me. Harry smirked. Come on Leona. It'll be fun, and Remus can help too. I'd rather not. Remus said, having an inkling that he was likely to get thrashed. Harry grinned at him, his green eyes twinkling with mirth. You can join the judge's bench then. Hey Ron, are any of your brothers about? Yeah. Bill and the twins, why? Will they be up for a little competition? Harry smirked. Strictly to help my training, of course. You have a death wish. Ginny pronounced proudly. Tonks snickered. Oh Harry, be careful. Hermione said, worried despite the fact that she had seen Harry take on large numbers of Death Eaters not long previously. Always. Harry replied. He looked thoughtful for a moment before smiling sheepishly. Well, most of the time, anyway. I wish we could join in. Ron said wistfully. All you had to do was ask. Harry whispered something unintelligible, before nodding to each of the underage wizard and the 2 underage witches. Each of them frowned as a tingling sensation ran through their body. Your magical signature is temporarily disguised. It should last for about a week. Cool. You mean we can do magic out of school? Yep. Just remember that it only lasts a week at a time. Right. So we can join in this duel. Sure. You're all on their side. For now, at least. Huh. I wanted to be on your side. Ron frowned. Harry shrugged and set off towards the house at a jog. Why do I get the feeling that this is not going to be a good thing? Hermione muttered. I know it's not a good thing. Leona replied helpfully. How good did you say he was at magical dueling? I didn't. It's his strongest area. It's what he's best at. Not to mention the fact that he enjoys it. Oh. Well, I'm certainly glad I'm remaining neutral. Remus grinned. Shut it, Moony. Tonks replied. Can I back out? Harry says. And I quote. Hell no. Harry says. We have a mind link. Really quite bizarre. He decided to create one between us so that I could get him out of a trance. Oh, so you two can talk to each other in your heads. Yeah, and see through each other's eyes. Cool. Ginny and Ron chorused. Hermione shuddered at the mayhem that could cause. Yeah. Harry appeared back moments later, with the twins and Bill beside him. Right. Rules. There are no rules. Anything goes. No unforgivables, obviously, but apart from that, nothing. Anything goes. Are you sure? Fred asked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Harry more than matched it with a wolfish grin. Perfectly sure, he told them. For once, they looked slightly nervous. By anything, does that mean other methods of dueling as well? Naturally, Harry said, pulling out a couple of swords. He looked them both over before handing one to Tonks. Be careful with it, he warned. He handed the other to Bill, before pulling out another few and handing them to the twins. They can't be enchanted, messed with, broken or blunted. Don't even think about trying to tamper with them. He warned sternly. He pulled out a sword for himself and conjured a bow from thin air. Let the fun begin, he announced. Remus, you're the ref. Fine. For the second time that day, all hell broke loose. Harry spun around and kicked out at the sword that Fred was holding, knocking it from his hands and catching it deftly. Thanks. He grinned, before ducking a curse aimed from behind. It hit Fred square on the nose, causing him to stumble backwards, cursing loudly. See ya. Harry smirked, disappearing in order to regroup. Hey, he's gone. Bill shouted in confusion. No, he's not. He's invisible. Right behind you, in fact. Leona disagreed, raising her bow and firing an arrow. Harry appeared where she had said he was, an arrow in his shoulder. Damn, nice shot, he said, yanking the arrow out with a grimace. Ron and the others flinched at the blood that stained his robes. Pity it's kinda useless, and did you have to use the poisonous ones? Oops, Leona said. She had meant to use the ordinary arrows, but had pulled out the poisonous ones instead. Luckily, the effect they had on Harry was minimal, and he countered the poison quickly and easily. Yeah, oops, Harry grouched, healing his shoulder. When he looked up again, he was surrounded by his opponents, their wands raised at him. He grinned at them all in turn. Game on, he pronounced, leaping into the air. He vanished above their heads, coming to land softly behind them. Hidden behind the backs of the others, not even Leona could find him, not until she used her warrior senses, anyway. While he had the advantage, he quietly muttered a few spells. Ron, Bill, Hermione and Ginny froze where they were, allowing Harry to disarm them with a muttered incantation. He banished them further away, allowing him more space. They would only be frozen for a few minutes, Harry knew, but a few minutes was enough to give him a little breathing space. Tonks turned to him, wand raised, and fired off a dozen or more spells in rapid succession. Harry raised his sword, making each and every spell glance off the blade and returned to Tonks more powerful than before. Her eyes widened and she ducked quickly, escaping her own hexes. From where he was standing, Remus gaped. He had never seen anyone doing what Harry was doing. It was as if he had been training all his life. The sword blade moved so quickly that it was barely visible. He did spells without a wand, and never even broke into a sweat. Back in the middle of the fray, Harry knew the others were getting tired. He was lucky in that he had been building his stamina since he had been a small kid. He needed to be able to keep running long enough that Dudley would lose patience and go in search of some other kid to terrorize. Leona seemed to be the only other one who didn't seem to be tiring easily. Fred and George exchanged a look as Harry approached them. "Hi guys," he said casually, apparently not noticing the two wands that slowly rose. "Hi Harry," they chorused, smirking at each other. They stopped as soon as Harry smiled too, a mischievous, "I've just tricked you" sort of smile. Another look passed between them. "Forge," George muttered. "Yes, Gred. How do we get ourselves into these situations?" "No idea, Gred," Fred answered. Harry was now grinning like the proverbial cat that got the cream, his eyes dancing with humor. Both twins eyed him nervously. Harry suddenly closed his eyes. Milliseconds later, instead of Fred and George standing before him, there were two identical ginger kittens. He picked them up and handed them to Ginny, smirking at the horror-filled looks on the kittens' faces. "Gred and Forge," he murmured. Ginny forgot all about him freezing her, as a grin swept over her face. "Gred and Forge," she murmured, turning to grin at Harry. "This will be fun." Both kittens were struggling to get away from her, but she had a tight grip on them. "Payback time," she told them, flashing Harry a brilliant smile. Harry laughed as he walked over to where Leona and Tonks were waiting for him. Ron, Bill and Hermione slipped silently behind Harry, nodding to Tonks and Leona as Harry battled both of them. Harry never turned around once, or showed any inkling of them being there. He shot a stunning spell at Tonks, making her fly backwards several feet and land on the grass, out for the count. Leona sighed in frustration. Harry had already gotten rid of 3 of his opponents, leaving just 4. The 3 behind him summoned their wands as quietly as they could, hoping that Harry wouldn't notice. Unbeknownst to them, he had been aware of them from the start, and couldn't help but smirk as they summoned their wands. They were underestimating him again. But he would let them have their wands, if only because he wanted a decent duel, and not a walkover. Not that Leona was a walkover, as such, but she didn't like magical dueling as much as she did fighting with swords and other weapons. Harry, on the other hand, loved magical dueling. It was perhaps what he was best at, even surpassing his sword skills. He had spent hours upon hours reading almost every book he could get his hands on in l'Cie until he had built up his repertoire of spells to an almost unimaginable size. Leona knew he had done this, having been the one to suggest it. Never had she imagined that he would take her suggestion to the point where he had read almost every single book in l'Cie. Half an hour later, Bill, Ron and Hermione were all stunned. It was 1-on-1 now, and Leona might have conceded defeat, had she not been too proud to do so. There was always the smallest chance that she would beat him, as she had done in the first week of his training. That day, however, was not her day. Harry won spectacularly, ending with Leona 50 foot in the air, dancing around swords while Harry almost split his sides laughing. Once he and Remus had enervated everyone, they all laughed along, pleased to see Harry acting like himself again. When he let her down, Leona scowled playfully at him. "I hope that poisoned arrow hurt," she said, mock seriously. "Absolutely excruciating. You need to sharpen them, by the way." "Yeah, I might do that later. Are you going to save Fred and George at any point in the near future?" "Nah, not yet. I'm guessing Ginny has a lot to get revenge for. I just hope that she has the sense to take pictures." "Oh, she will." Ron grimaced. "Ginny is every bit as bad as the twins when she gets going. She has a scrapbook of every one of her pranks, though." Now that sounds like it's worth a look." "I don't think so, mate," Ron said. "You wouldn't. I bet you've been pranked loads of times." "I haven't," Ron protested loudly, flushing the infamous Weasley red. Hermione and Harry glanced at each other. "We have to get a hold of that book," they said in unison. Ron groaned. "Harry Potter!" came Molly Weasley's scream, making Harry and Leona shudder and wince. I think I'm going to visit Mum and Dad," Leona said hastily, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Harry growled at the spot where she had stood, swearing that she would pay for that little act of desertion. "Good luck, mate. I haven't seen Mum in this much of a rage since, well, ever." "Gee thanks," Harry muttered. He muttered something indistinct, creating a pale blue glow around his body. Hermione noticed that it seemed brighter around his ears, before the entire thing flickered out of vision. What's that? She asked. Protection. Harry answered simply, walking away without another word. Had anyone been visiting the burrow, or even happened to come within about a mile of the burrow at that point, they would have immediately assumed that something was very, very wrong. Molly Weasley's irate voice bellowed from the house, making everything within range shrink in terror. An angry Molly Weasley was no picnic at the best of times, but after spending the morning training, fighting Death Eaters, running into Auror idiots and having a competition with 4 wizards, 3 witches and a warrior, it was nothing short of hellish. Mrs. Weasley. Harry barked after letting her scream for 10 minutes non-stop. Mrs. Weasley. The woman immediately stopped talking, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Now, can I explain what was going on? This had better be good, Harry. You would do well to think about things before putting yourself and others in danger. Harry unconsciously ran his fingers along the scars on his palms. His eyes flashed angrily as he felt the pain of the scars splitting. He clenched his fists, muttering a healing charm. Now was not the time to dwell on past mistakes. You think I would willingly put my friends in danger? He asked, his voice low. Of course you wouldn't do it on purpose, but sometimes you don't think before heading into these things. Molly said kindly, reaching out to touch Harry's shoulder. He flinched under her touch and raised his chin defiantly. Actually, contrary to popular belief, I do think before acting. You are angry because I went after a group of Death Eaters that came to kill me and my friends, and you are angry because any or all of us might have been killed. If I hadn't acted, we might all have been dead. Ron, Hermione and Ginny weren't even involved. It was me, Tonks and Leona. All 3 of us are more than capable of dealing with Death Eaters. Yes, I did think before heading off to fight them. I thought of the consequences of what would happen if I didn't. I thought of what they had done already. So when you accuse me of not thinking, you couldn't be more wrong. I've made mistakes before. I have rushed into things without thinking before. And I swear never again. I lost everything when I did that. I lost Sirius. Now tell me that I don't think enough. Harry stormed off angrily, absently putting out small fires that leapt up before him. It was a very guilty Molly Weasley that watched him leave. Up in his room, Harry let his anger free. He watched as flames licked up the walls, consuming everything around him. Several things exploded under his gaze, while others melted. When nothing was left, Harry sat in the middle of the carnage and began to meditate. He had loosed his anger in destroying the room, and now felt perfectly peaceful. His temper, always close to the surface, was both calmed and made worse by his transformation into a warrior. On the one hand, his powers acted as a sort of an anchor, but on the other hand, his already legendary temper, mixed with his desire to prove himself, meant that when he was riled, he quite literally blew up. His friends would learn to recognize his moods, and when he needed time alone. This was why Leona didn't appear back in the human world for a good long while. Ron, however, stood at the door to his friend's room and stared at the devastation. The walls were blackened and the paint was peeling. The floor was scattered with ashes, and there was no sign of any of the furniture that had been in the room previously. He went downstairs in search of his mother and some answers. Harry opened his eyes eventually and surveyed the damage to the room. It was totally annihilated. He winced, remembering his temper tantrum. He needed to learn that people did care about him and that they were only looking out for what they deemed to be his best interests. Sighing, he stretched out his long limbs and lay back on the floor, deciding that if he was fixing up the room, he may as well make some improvements while he was there. When Ron walked back up the room, he was stunned to find Harry laying spread out on the floor, watching the ceiling as he gestured wildly with his hands. Even as he watched, the room began to change. The walls were cleared of the blackened mess, and turned a sparkling white, with dark blue trim. The ceiling, in contrast, was a deep, inky blue and was covered in stars and constellations, twinkling as if they were real. The floor beneath Harry changed to a warm wooden floor, while furniture sprung up around the room. With a final gesture, Harry sealed the changes so that only he would be able to alter them. "Do you like it?" he asked, not looking at Ron, who had jumped almost a foot in the air, having not realized that Harry knew he was there. It's great. I never realized you could do all of this. I've read more books than my own could ever dream of, plus I've had over a year to polish all of this stuff. I doubt that you've read anywhere near as much as I have. Hermione smiled. Nice work. Thanks. Had to fix my little temper tantrum. And I have read more than you probably ever will. Oh, how many? I didn't count. About 9 libraries worth, he replied in an offhanded manner. No way. You were only gone for a year. Hermione stated. I had a lot of free time. Well, enough, at any rate. I am now an expert on every single law in l'Cie, and believe me, there are millions of the goddamn things. Oh, and there is the small matter of the fact that I can read at approximately the speed of sound. Wow, now that is a handy little talent. Can you teach me? Hermione asked eagerly. Ron groaned and put his head in his hands as Harry smirked. As much as I would love to, I can't. It's another of those warrior things. Although I can teach you how to take in information more quickly. Great. Hermione grinned. Can you teach me too? Sounds like it would be helpful for schoolwork. I dare say it would be. Never really thought about it. It's not illegal or anything, is it? No. It doesn't affect your intelligence or anything like that. Just means that you take things in the first time, rather than having to struggle to remember things. So Ron, it still means that you have to do the work. Right. But it cuts down on revision time. Absolutely not. Ronald Weasley. You cannot take these things for granted. Hermione said sternly. Harry grinned slightly. I'll teach you it before we go back to school. I might be hauled into the ministry at some point, as well. Why? The Death Eater escapade, the fact that I did magic, and the fact that I'm a warrior. I wonder how long it will take for Fudge to try and get me locked up. He wouldn't dare. Not now that he's actually admitted that Voldemort's back. Speaking of, I guess I won't be getting much sleep tonight. Haven't you learnt occlumency? Yeah, of course I have. But sometimes it works in my favor to forget that. Harry smirked wickedly. Besides, I can't wait to see Tommy's face when he finds out that I'm a warrior. Won't he know what to expect then? Not if I project some, false feelings while he's busy believing that he's in control. You can do that. Yeah. Anyway, I think I'll have a nap before dinner. I'm beat. Right. We'll leave you to it then. Thanks, guys. Harry murmured, climbing into his new, rather larger bed. Harry remained fast asleep for a good 2 hours before waking up to the smells of a delicious dinner. His stomach protested loudly as he realized he hadn't eaten in over 24 hours. Tonks appeared at the door, grinning at him. Molly has cooked dinner. Are you ready to stop sulking? Who said I was sulking? Harry grinned, stretching his muscles. I just figured. You know that you're not staying here, right? Yeah, I know. I redecorated more out necessity than out of desire. Why? Well, I'm not sulking because I set this room ablaze instead. Very satisfying. You set it alight. While you were in here. Yeah. I was sort of shielded. Harry shrugged. He got out of the bed and stretched once more, heading over to where Tonks stood. Well, are we going? I'm ravenous. I'm sure you are. Tonks muttered. Harry just laughed. Apparently she was still sore about being beaten in the duel. Before long, Harry and Tonks were getting ready to leave for her flat, while Remus was getting ready to leave for the headquarters. He was leaving on a mission for Dumbledore the next day, and fully intended on getting a good night's sleep beforehand. Harry and Tonks had slipped back into their old habit of flirting with a vengeance, surprising everyone that had witnessed it. Leona, who had stopped hiding, teased them mercilessly, though she stopped when Harry threatened to turn her into something decidedly unsavory. Ron, Hermione and Ginny spent some time being taught a few new spells by Harry, and finally, he spent an hour or two putting up more wards with Tonks, while everyone was preoccupied with other things. It had been a long night, and everyone was tired. Harry said goodbye to the Weasleys, promising to visit them whenever time permitted, and he and Tonks disappeared with 2 small pops. Did Harry just apparate? Ron asked. Seems like it. Bill replied, more than a little stunned himself. It was likely tripping. Hermione informed them. Huh. The warrior form of apparating. Harry must have learnt it while he was away. Cool. Ron said enviously. In Privet Drive, nothing had changed in Harry's absence. The Dursleys, it seemed, hadn't even noticed that he had been back briefly before disappearing again. The plan was to collect all of his things before heading to Tonks' flat. He would never have to visit the Dursleys again. He couldn't have been happier. Knocking on the door sharply, Harry waiting for Vernon to shuffle forwards and answer. He was once again reminded of his growth spurt as his head reached the top of the doorframe. A small, wicked smile curved at his mouth, making his eyes sparkle wildly. The Dursleys would never forget the small raven-haired, emerald-eyed boy that they had been forced to take in. More importantly, they would never forget the man that he had become. Vernon Dursley was in a good mood that night. The boy had been gone for ages, and it certainly looked as if he wouldn't be returning. Maybe he's finally gone and got himself killed, he told Petunia eagerly. His wife's reply was cut off by a sharp knock on the door. Ah, that might be Reed, he said, referring to his newest customer. He waddled quickly to the door, as quickly as his bulk would allow him to, and pulled it open with flourish, a great welcoming smile plastered across his face. He found, much to his dismay, that it wasn't Reed at all, but rather a tall, strong and intimidating man with long black hair and bright green eyes. Good evening, may we come in? He asked politely. From behind him came a woman that Vernon recognized. It was the woman that had been in the boy's room, the witch with the odd hair. He gasped and tried to slam the door in his face, curiously unable to do so. The man was holding it open with a hand, looking as if it was no bother at all. Get away from here. You hear me? I'll call the police. Vernon stuttered. One silky black eyebrow rose in challenge. One can hardly be accused of breaking into one's own home, uncle, he said seriously, fighting the grin that so badly wanted to spread over his face as Vernon did a double and triple take. Impossible. The boy has gone, he said stoutly. Harry chuckled. Indeed. I believe the man has taken his place. Now, Uncle Vernon, the quicker you let me in, the quicker I will be out of your hair, forever. On the other hand, I could use magic right out here in the open to get my things. Dear me, what would your neighbors think? All right. Get in here. Vernon barked irritably, his good mood long gone. Harry smirked and swept in, waving cheerfully to his aunt. Good evening, Aunt Petunia. I assure both you and your husband that I am not dead. As much as a disappointment that may be to you both. However, I am moving out. I've only come to collect my things, along with the things that rightfully belong to me that you have hidden. Either you let me do this, and stay out of my way, or I'll use magic to make sure that you don't interfere, your choice. We'll stay out of your way. Petunia stuttered, craning her neck to see her nephew's face. She immediately wished she hadn't, as he looked so much more scary now that he had grown into a man. Thank you, Harry said, walking out of the room. Tonks, don't even think about cursing them, they heard him say as he exited. That, he proclaimed, is my honor. Can I help? Tonks whined. At least with that great bullying git. I'll think about it. Harry scoured the house, via a spell, to find anything and everything that rightfully belonged to him. Unsurprisingly, everything was piled up in a dark and dusty corner of the attic, marked Dangerous. Tonks raised her eyebrows at this, but Harry just chuckled and shook his head. The ironic thing was that they were perfectly right. Anyone apart from Harry that opened the boxes and bags would be on the receiving end of some very nasty curses, as he warned Tonks. He gathered everything up and packed it into a bag that he had created, a bottomless bag that remained at a constant weight. He slid down the ladder and went into his own room, packing up his meager possessions and mumbling a spell on the wall that led to his hidden room. What are you doing? Tonks asked interestedly. Transferring the room to a locket. Much easier than having it anywhere else. Also means that it goes wherever I go. I'll charm the locket so that only I can open it, and only I can take it from my neck, and only of my own free will. Good idea. Tonks agreed. Harry opened his hand to reveal a small golden locket, engraved with the initials HP. It was attached to a leather thong, which he tied around his neck. Ready to go? He asked her moments later. Whenever you are, Tonks replied. Right. Just one more stop. Harry leapt lightly down the stairs, landing soundlessly at the bottom. He stood in front of the cupboard door, contemplating leaving whatever was in there where it was. He shook his head decisively, opening the door to his old room. Tonks was at his shoulder, peering in. Harry moved into the small cupboard, crouching down low. He sat down on his old cot bed, pulling out several aged pieces of paper from under there. Paper that he had stolen from Dudley when he was young. Carefully hidden from his nosy aunt, he had written letters to his parents at the lowest points. He also pulled out a small blue blanket, grubby with age and use. The only thing he ever remembered being his. He folded it carefully and packed it, along with the letters, into his bag. Finally looking up at Tonks, he nodded firmly. Let's get out of here. Right. Come on then. You'll have to hold on to my hand. You don't know where we're going. Where are we going? That would be telling. Anyway, shall we finish off the rest of your business now, or later? Now, I think. Harry smirked. The Dursleys would regret treating him badly. What are you going to do? Well, that all depends. A few creative curses to begin with, I think. And something for them to remember me by. Like, I'm not sure. I was thinking of a mural of wizarding things with an animation charm on it. In the living room. Ooh, I like the sound of that. You could do a house elf, a dragon, and a hippogriff. Yeah, not forgetting a werewolf, a stag, and a big black dog that looks somewhat like the Grimm. The Marauders. Anything else? Maybe. Harry smirked, wondering whether to do a portrait of him and his friends and certain members of the Order. Right. Well, let's get to it then. Harry and Tonks didn't do too much damage while hexing the Dursleys, just enough to scare them a bit. The real revenge was the fact that they were always going to have to face the mural that Harry was about to paint. While the Dursleys looked on in horror, he began enchanting the wall in front of him. He put Hogwarts Castle in the background, with a Quidditch match going on in the foreground. Dumbledore, Tonks and Moody could clearly be seen in the crowd. From the forest, clearly visible, was a werewolf, accompanied by a big black dog and a stag, as well as a centaur, and a unicorn. A house elf was scurrying backwards and forwards. Finally, a ferocious-looking dragon resembling a Hungarian horntail resided in the distance. Harry stepped back and viewed his creation critically. What do you think, Tonks? He asked, glancing at her stunned expression. It's, wow, Tonks managed. I never knew you could draw. Neither did I, Harry replied with a grin. Anyway, I'm ready when you are. With a final wave of his wand, the mural was set. No paint would paint over it, and wallpaper wouldn't stick to it. He very much doubted that any other wizard would be able to remove it either, at least, not without extreme difficulty. Not that the Dursleys would ever ask a wizard to help them. Tonks shook her head in silent mirth at the faces of all three Dursleys, before holding out her hand. Let's go then. See ya. She waved mocking at the Dursleys as she pulled her wand, and they both disapparated. Harry took one look around him and grinned wildly. Cool. I always wanted to go abroad. He said. How did you know that we're abroad? Harry just gave her a pointed look, and Tonks grinned sheepishly. Right. So do you know exactly where we are? We're in Australia. Sydney, right. Yup. Does the Order know that your flat is on the other side of the world? Not exactly, but that's the beauty of it. Quick, hide in here just now. We'll need to change our looks. Right. Harry nodded, following her into a small side alley. Tonks. Someone's coming. He muttered. Damn. Tonks said, moving very close to Harry and putting her face close to his. Play along, she murmured, pressing her lips to his. Harry's eyes widened considerably, before he did as he was told. The person that had come into their alley quickly walked back out again, probably highly embarrassed. Harry and Tonks separated awkwardly, the tension only being broken when Tonks' stomach rumbled, loudly. Harry laughed and shook his head while Tonks blushed a little. I think we'd better get back to yours before you waste away. He teased, earning a smack on the arm from Tonks as she changed her hair to mid-length owned, and her eyes to a soft gray-green. Harry smirked and shrunk his hair to shorter than it had been before his trip to Lassie, changed it to a dark red-brown color and changed his eyes to a bizarre gold color, while his skin also took on a slightly darker tan. He looked completely different after hiding his scar, and Tonks was confident that no one would recognize either of them, which was a good thing as there were rumors of Narcissa and Draco Malfoy holidaying nearby. This is a big flat for someone to live alone in, Harry said as she showed him her flat. I don't live alone. I have a flatmate. Carmen. Her name is. I'm sure you two will get along great. She is a muggle though. Does she know anything about the magical world? Yeah, she knows a little. Bare minimum, really. She caught me summoning something once. Took quite a bit of explaining. I'll bet. So won't she mind me being here? She'd better not. Tonks snorted. After all, she's brought her boyfriend to stay a few times. Yeah, but that's different. Yeah, you're going to be the chef. How did I know that was coming? Harry said sarcastically. You've got to pay your way somehow. I am so glad I actually enjoy cooking. Me too. 'Cause that's your first stop. Dump your things in the room at the end of the hall and then get into the kitchen. Yes, mother. Harry saluted, marching off into the hall. Harry found one of the best things about living with Tonks later that day, the fact that he could have a bath in relative peace without the Dursleys screaming at him, or without one member or another of the Weasleys banging on the door and telling him to hurry up, and relaxing was never an option when Leona was around. So he was quite content to lay back in the bath and relax, at least until he got bored of the inactivity after only 10 or 15 minutes. He was making his way to his room when the door banged shut. He dumped me. He heard a female wail. Harry, come here. Tonks called from the living room. Harry rolled his eyes and transfigured the towel into a pair of baggy jeans and walked to where Tonks was consoling a weeping woman, who looked to be not very much older than Harry himself. I can't believe it. He dumped me, said he was married. The no good, low life, forget him, honey, all men are either liars or cheaters or too full of their own importance. They should all be castrated. Tonks replied venomously. Harry raised an eyebrow. Hey, we're not all the scum of the earth, you know. He disagreed. And I am definitely sleeping with one eye open from now on. Okay, so everyone apart from Harry can't castrate him, 'cause he has an awful temper and he's quite handy with a sword. I think I'll take that as a compliment. Harry grumbled as the girl, obviously Carmen, gurgled. Who are you? She asked, turning to him with puffy, red eyes. Harry tied. Harry said promptly, I guess I'm your new flatmate. Oh, you rented out the third room. Yeah. Well, sort of. Harry's one hell of a cook, so he's on chef duties all summer, until we both head back to Britain for school. Oh, are you a teacher too? No, I'm still a student. Tonks is going to be my teacher. So you're a wizard then? Yeah, Harry said. How old are you? Almost 16. What? You look 19 at least. That would be Leona's fault. Harry smirked. See, now there's your proof that it's not just males that are evil. Huh, is she your girlfriend? Harry was about to answer when there was a flash of light, and Leona appeared, looking ever so mildly miffed. Actually, downright raging was probably a more accurate description. Harry, you idiot. You left the country without even telling me. And you hexed the Dursleys when I wasn't there. Leona screamed. Both Tonks and Carmen looked rather scared. Harry just smirked. That, my dearest, evilest one, would be payback. Revenge is sweet. Payback for what? Leaving me alone with Molly Weasley's wrath, that incident back in LaCie at breakfast, when Ailey was there, plus a dozen other things I could mention. Take your pick. Dora, I think they be the most bizarre couple I've ever met. Carmen said in an undertone. We're not a couple. Harry and Leona replied in perfect unison, despite the fact that Carmen had barely whispered. Oh, so just what did you think you were doing? I had no way to contact you. I used the link but you oh so cleverly switched the damn thing off. Lee, calm down. This is where I'll be staying for the rest of the summer, and I think I may regret it. Tonks, sweetie, remember that my swords are always nearby. All right. Geez, I told you I wouldn't castrate you, what more do you want? That in writing would be nice. And Lee, don't even think it. Remember I still have to pay you back for using poison arrow, I still have the damn hole in my shoulder. He pointed to the small round hole in his shoulder, making all three women realize just how little clothing he was wearing. Harry, go and put some clothes on. Leona barked, Going into big sister mode. Carmen shook her head. No, he's fine as he is. She insisted, while Tonks groaned. Harry, please put some clothes on. You're not old enough to be tormenting my friends. I think I might resent that statement. Harry said, summoning a robe. That's better. Tonks said approvingly. So who are you, then? Leona asked Carmen. I'm Dora's flatmate. Oh no. I'm leaving an adolescent warrior with 2 females on his own. Hey, hello. Does nobody trust me here? Besides, Tonks will be my teacher and Carmen's just been dumped. Oh, the jerk. Leona said sympathetically. Men are evil, honey. You're better off without him. As that instinct, or something. Are you all trained at birth to hate men? Only when they act like jerks. Tonks assured him. I'm sure. Harry said dryly. Look, even I agree that the guy who Carmen was going out with was a git, but that doesn't mean we're all gits. Fine, just most of you. You know, one of these days, me, Simba and Arian are going to gang up on you, Lee. That's reassuring. But you know how busy he is all the time. Being a mage is no picnic, you know. No kidding. Harry replied sardonically. And as for Arian, my brother is an angel, and he wouldn't dream of ganging up on his baby sister. Maybe, but then again, I'm sure he'd object to his baby sister hating every male on the face of the planet. Fine, only human males. Leona huffed. Harry's eyebrows rose dangerously. I used to be human. My father was human. Sirius was human. He said softly. His eyes glowed green, making Carmen gasp. Oh, I didn't mean. Leona's eyes widened as she realized just what she had said. She immediately deflated and sank down next to him on the sofa. I know, Harry said, running a hand wearily over his eyes. They turned back to the golden color that he had adopted. It's been a long day. I think I'll turn in. Right. Good night. And I'm sorry if I upset you, I didn't think. I know, Harry said, smiling slightly. When do you ever? He gave her a quick hug before heading out of the room, slowly fading from sight as he went. Damn, 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 damn. Leona murmured as she watched him leave, despite his invisibility. What was all that about? He said he was human. As in, like, past tense. Yes, he's not human, nor am I. We're warriors. What's that? Is it like wizards? In a way, I suppose. Harry just has a lot more on his shoulders than most warriors do. Who is this Simba that you were talking about? That would be the warrior mage, like an extremely powerful warrior, who basically governs the warrior city. Oh, yeah, I still haven't met this guy, although everyone who has seems to think that he's very good looking. Yeah, he caused quite a stir with almost every female in Lassie, not to mention the fact that he's one of those people who can put anybody at ease or terrify the living daylights out of them with a glance. Sounds like someone worth meeting. And are you absolutely sure that the boy's only 15? Yeah, well, it all depends. He's somewhere between 15 and 17. Huh. Time passes differently in Lassie. A year in Lassie equates to 15 or so days here. Oh, well, this is confusing, isn't it? Anyway, Harry's not exactly average by anyone's estimation. Nope. Harry slumped into his bed, suddenly feeling weary. It had been a long day. It seemed forever since the Death Eater attack, and the capture of the rat. It was all so unreal, the amount of things that had happened in just one day. Still, at least now that the rat was soulless, Sirius could rest in peace, knowing that justice had prevailed at last. Harry woke up before anyone else the next morning, being used to being woken up at the most uncivilized hours by Leona, usually with a rather large bucket of icy cold water. At least until he had learned a water-repellent charm that meant it was Lee who was usually on the receiving end of the iced shower. He padded noiselessly into the living room, drawing the curtains and making sure that no one would be able to see in. Then he began his training routine, with a couple of daggers, some arrows, a sword and a wand. He twirled and sliced the blades through the air, prowling around the room silently in a predatory fashion. He kept at it for a couple of hours, ignoring the fact that Carmen had walked in at some point, and was now gaping in unspoken fear at the person in her living room. Of course, Harry hadn't changed his looks that morning, so she had no idea who he was. It was the first question from her mouth when he paused for a moment. I'm Harry. This is how I really look, he said casually. Oh, you're like Dora then. A meta thingy. Yes and no. I'm not a metamorphagus, but I can change my appearance at will. It's just part of being a warrior. What is a warrior? Well, we're not quite like the killing machines everyone believes we are. We aren't emotionless and we do have hearts. We feel guilt as much as every human does. Our purpose is to protect, not to kill. But we will kill, where it is necessary. Oh, you're not the best person to cross then. Not particularly, Harry said, sheathing his weapons again. Do you want some breakfast? Depends what it is. Pancakes and muffins. As long as you're buying. Carmen grinned. I was actually thinking more along the lines of making them. Oh yeah, I remember Dora saying something about you being a good cook. Yeah, I'd better save some for Tonks. She'll kill me otherwise. Or just maim me. So, are you going to tell me some more about your world? Which one? Lassie or Hogwarts? Both. Okay, where to start? Oh, is Tonks naturally a klutz? Or is that only in Grimmauld Place? She's naturally a klutz. I've known her for like 5 years and she's always knocking things over, hence the lack of vases and ornamental things in this flat. She managed to knock a TV over once. The entire thing was smashed to smithereens. Then there was the time she almost fell through a window. Ooh, sounds painful. She always used to trip over the umbrella stand in the Order headquarters, waking up that hag that Sirius called his mother. Who's Sirius? Dora's mentioned him a couple of times, I think. Sirius was my godfather. He was killed earlier this summer. Oh, sorry. Hey, what are you two talking about? And what smells delicious? Tonks asked, coming into the kitchen. We're swapping stories and I'm cooking pancakes and muffins. Great. What stories? There was an anxious note to her voice, and Harry smirked. Just stories. Why? Are there any that you don't want me to know about? No, of course not. Tonks replied. Oh, so I can tell him about that time you got drunk and. No, Tonks squealed. Finish that sentence and I'm not paying any rent this month. Tell me and I'll pay your half of the rent as well as Tonks' half. Harry said. The man is a good negotiator. I'll tell you later, she promised. But forget about the rent. My dad pays most of it anyway. Fair enough. Harry smirked, while Tonks was glaring daggers at the pair of them. Tell him and I'll spill some of your worst moments. Okay. Truce. No stories. Carmen said hurriedly. Oh, how boring. Harry grinned. Anyway, I'm going to the library. He got up, changing his looks as he did so. Back was the red-brown hair and the golden eyes. Tonks stood up hurriedly. Tonks, relax. I know that Malfoy's around. It doesn't make much difference. It's not as if he'll recognize me, is it? You might get lost. Trust me, I won't. Look, I'll be fine. Remember what happened the last time a group of Death Eaters tried to attack me? Fine. Just be careful. Yes, Mother. Harry grinned. He waved a hand carelessly and changed his clothes to a pair of baggy jeans and a rather form-fitting t-shirt. I'm most definitely not your mother. Tonks replied quietly. I know. Harry called as he retreated. Harry stepped out into the warm morning, smiling. He was feeling much better after his training, and he found that he liked Australia. He wandered slowly to the library, toying with the locket at his neck. The Wizarding Town wasn't too far away, but he stayed to the Muggle Town that day, deciding that he would save the Wizarding Town for another day. He didn't particularly want to run into Malfoy, anyway. The library was relatively old, and Harry found himself feeling right at home amongst the aging tombs. Muggles, he decided, had some fascinating ideas about mythology and other such things. They looked at everything from a completely different point of view to witches and wizards, not to mention warriors. He spent most of the day immersed in large books, not caring for the fact that someone was staring at him. Do you want to take that book away? You don't have to sit in here and read it. A young woman said. I know. It's just peaceful here. You're not from around here, are you? What gave me away? The accent. That and the fact that you like peace. Busy place you're staying, then. Oh yeah. So are you staying long, or just for a couple of weeks? I'm staying the whole summer. Until the end of August. Right. So you'll be coming here a lot. Very likely. Harry grinned. The door opened and in walked Tonks. Hey Harry. I thought you meant the other library. She said. What are you doing here, Tonks? Keeping you out of trouble. Yeah, right. Nothing could possibly keep me out of trouble. I attract it like a magnet, remember? All the more reason for me to be here. Whatever. You realize that after a few days of this I'm going to run away just to get some peace and quiet. You wouldn't dare. Wouldn't I? Harry challenged. Okay. I'll back off. But I'm here now. What are you reading, anyway? A book, Tonks. What does it look like I'm reading? The girl that had spoken to Harry before Tonks walked in giggled, and Tonks turned to her. Hi, I'm Tonks, she said. Yolanda. The girl replied. And this git is Harry. Do you want to get into this again, Tonks? This summer is going to get extremely repetitive if you do. Oh, shut up. I'm putting you up free of charge, aren't I? Free of charge. Yeah. You just use me as your own personal chef instead. So, you enjoy it. Good job too. Harry turned back to his book, still catching the roll of Tonks' eyes. I saw that, he said. What don't you see? Harry and Tonks made their way from the library later that day, heading into the Muggle shops. Harry told Tonks that he wanted to get some new Muggle clothes. They trailed from shop to shop before going to a cafe for lunch, where they met Malfoy Jr. and his mother. Harry was more than glad that he was disguised. Malfoy wasn't pleasant at the best of times. Oh joy. Trust them to spoil our day. Tonks muttered. Spoil it. It's only Malfoy and his mother. It's not even as if they're going to harass us. Maybe not you, but they know me. Damn. They're coming over. Nymphadora. Narcissa said with false jollity. Tonks scowled heavily, and Harry managed to keep his face admirably expressionless. Narcissa. She returned stiffly. It's been too long. What is it that you want, Narcissa? Want? Nothing. I just thought it would be nice to catch up. We have nothing to catch up on. The two Malfoys sat down anyway, Narcissa sitting next to Tonks while Draco sat next to Harry. And who is your charming friend? My name is Evan, Harry said smoothly, his voice altering slightly to disguise his true identity. How nice to meet you, Evan. I'm glad you've found such a lovely boyfriend, Nymphadora. He's not my boyfriend, Tonks said, and I would appreciate it if you left now. Very well. We shall have to get together sometime. With this, Narcissa and her son swept away regally, talking in low voices. Well, that was bizarre. I hate it when she does that. Does she do it often? Too often for my liking. Harry went into his room when they got back to the flat, deciding that he wanted some time alone to think. Once in the room, he headed outside into the paddock and conjured a target before drawing his bow from thin air, along with a quiver of arrows. He fired of arrow after arrow, getting annoyed when most of them missed the bullseye completely. Arg! He cried in frustration, setting a patch of dry grass alight rather spectacularly. The anger left him at that point, making him feel drained and weary. He cast one more arrow in the direction of the target, and his spirits lifted when it hit the center of the target with a resounding ping. He decided to leave it at that, knowing that he had other things to be worrying about apart from his archery skills. He sat down underneath a tree, pulling out a notebook. He needed to plan what he was going to do first as mage. The warrior world needed to be brought up to date with what was going on in the human world. It affected them as much as it did the humans. Then he would need to do something about the human world. He would need to let those humans who he would be fighting with that warriors were not simply killing machines. It seemed like once again, Harry had been chosen to do a seemingly impossible job. Harry wasn't sure how long he had stayed in the room, only knowing that by the time he returned to Tonks' flat, everything seemed much clearer than before, and he had more hope than he had done. Hey Harry, what are you up to? Carmen asked as he walked from his room. Not much, Harry replied, toying with the locket unconsciously. In your room? Tonks asked. Yeah, how's Elementa? Fine, Harry said. He paused for a moment, cocking his head slightly. Draco and Narcissa are coming to spy on you, he said, raising an eyebrow. Oh, for goodness sake, Tonks muttered. I wish they would just leave me alone. Me too, Harry agreed, effortlessly slipping into his disguise. He felt the two Malfoys round the corner. She must know something. She's an Auror and a member of Dumbledore's little group. Potter can't have just disappeared. Narcissa was saying. He's done it a few times though, hasn't he? Draco replied. Yes, but we have to find him this time because he has completely left the Muggles, took all of his stuff with him. And it was Tonks who took him away. Back in the flat, Harry swore loudly. Both Tonks and Carmen watched in surprise as he ran a hand distractedly through his hair. What's going on? Tonks asked. You'd better come up with a damn good lie about what you did with Harry Potter, and quickly. They know that you were there when we left the Muggles. They know that I won't be going back. Harry said quietly. How can they know? Tonks asked in dismay. I don't know. Harry replied quietly. It seemed like things were beginning to heat up. He would need to make his move sooner than he had planned. What do I say? Tonks was bordering on hysterical now, and Harry hurried to calm her. It's fine, honestly. No problem. Just say that you don't know, and if Narcissa offers you something to eat, take it. Here, drink this. He pulled a vial from his pocket and handed it to her. What is it? She asked, eyeing it cautiously. An antidote for truth serums. No matter what type of truth serum. Harry said, grateful for the fact that time didn't pass when he was in his hidden room. Oh, good thinking. Come on, let's go to the room. I think you need some time to calm down. Carmen, are you coming? Coming where? My training area. Harry grinned, opening the locket. Sure. Carmen shrugged. Right. Hold on to Tonks' hand. Tonks, give me your hand. Harry waved his free hand over the locket and everyone disappeared in a flash. When they landed in the room, Carmen looked around in shock. This is where you train. Yeah. Time doesn't pass while we're in here, so it means that I can train for however long I want. Plus a kitchen, living room, several bedrooms, a library or two, stables out the back for Elementa, fields, and probably quite a lot that I haven't found yet. Harry explained. Wow. Carmen muttered. You're not poor then. Nope. I have more money than I know what to do with. Harry said, sadness tinged in his voice. Oh, hey Tonks, are you calming down any? A little. Tonks said. I would be calmer if I had some pecan pie. Harry rolled his eyes. She was obviously much calmer than she had been. Sure. Then do you mind if I train for a bit? Can I watch? Sure. Harry shrugged. Great. But food first. There's nothing wrong with you, is there? Harry teased. Oh, shut up you. Tonks said. Shouldn't you have known that someone was spying on you, oh great warrior? I'm not infallible, Tonks. Besides, there are ways to spy that are undetectable. Fine. Okay. Harry walked through to the kitchen, pulling out ingredients for a pecan pie. Harry practiced his spells while Tonks and Carmen watched closely. Even Tonks couldn't help but stare at some of the spells that Harry was using. Most of them she had no idea about, and some of them were so obscure that she didn't even know what they did. All of the time, Harry was wondering whether he would be able to try the block for the killing curse without scaring them both out of their minds. He decided that he would wait and see what their reaction to his other spells was before launching into that one. Tonks took another bite of pecan pie, watching as Harry threw spells about in rapid succession. He glanced up, looking as if he was deep in thought. He shook his head quickly, striding towards them. You'll have to teach me some of those spells. Tonks grinned. Wouldn't work. Well, some of them would, but the majority are warrior spells. What does that mean? Does it make a difference? Yes. Warrior magic is different to wizard magic. How so? More powerful. Hence the reason for warriors not starting training until they're around 20, until they can safely manage the power. But you're only 16. Carmen asked, confused. I'm currently breaking every rule ever written in any world. Harry shrugged lightly. Nice. Carmen commented. Tonks smiled as Harry smirked. How do you seem to know everything about the warrior world? She asked. I spent a year there. I'm a quick reader and I have a South Avenue driver as a trainer. Ah yes, how is Leona? She's fine, but she objects to being called a South Avenue driver. How? We have a mind link. Harry explained. Now, I have work to do. He led them both to a room that he had found only recently. He watched as Carmen's jaw dropped. Incredible. You have almost every piece of gym equipment available. Just about, I think. Wow, so there is more to warrior training than weapons and magic. Tonks teased. Actually, it's not really necessary, but as I have the time, why not? Can we use this? Just now, I mean. Sure. Just don't hurt yourselves. If you ever want to come down here, just ask. Thanks. No problem. The changing rooms and showers are over there. He pointed to the other side of the room. But we don't have anything to change into. Just ask the changing rooms then, but remember to be specific. Harry replied. Where are you going? Tonks asked as he started to walk away. Swimming pool. There is more than the one set of changing rooms, you know. Damn. What a shame. Carmen muttered. Harry just smiled and walked away. Is he off limits? She asked Tonks. No, I don't suppose he is. Tonks replied thoughtfully. Harry changed quickly and dived into the swimming pool. He surfaced after a few moments, quickly tying his long hair back. Tonks and Carmen watched as he went under again, resurfacing at the other end of the pool. Tonks immediately noticed the changes in him. Carmen was staring openly at him, but he took no notice, despite the fact that Tonks was sure that he knew they were there. Are you just going to stand there all day? He asked eventually, piercing them with an amused emerald gaze. Well, it is a very nice view. Carmen said flirtatiously. Tonks rolled her eyes while Harry raised an eyebrow. Tonks grinned as she noted that Harry was sitting in the deep end of the pool. Perfect for diving in and drenching him. She wandered casually to the edge of the pool, dive bombing in. When she surfaced again, Harry was shaking his head and wiping his eyes. You want war? He asked. No magic involved. Deal. Tonks groaned as Harry's eyes lit up in a very dangerous way. Me too, Carmen said, oblivious to Harry's manic grin. 2-on-1. Fair enough. Or just everyone on everyone else. Now there's an idea. Harry smirked. We'll do that. What have you done? Tonks murmured to Carmen. We'd have had more chance with 2-on-1. Nah. This way is more fun. Carmen assured her. 20 minutes later, Carmen, Tonks and Harry sat back. All three of them were worn out, though Harry was less so than the others. It had been a mad battle, and eventually, a truce was called. So, what happens when you go back to school? Carmen asked. What do you mean? Harry asked as he floated on his back. Well, will you still train? And will you go to LaCie? Yeah, training isn't a problem. I can just come in here whenever I want, and I can go to LaCie at the weekends. And no one will mind. No one will have much of a say in the matter. Harry replied succinctly. I have to go to LaCie every so often anyway. If I am not allowed to go, I will go anyway. That'll please Professor Dumbledore, Tonks said. Won't it? Oh well, I'm an adult now, if not in the eyes of the ministry then in the eyes of my people. Fair enough, Carmen said, looking rather startled. Are you going to invite this mage over anytime soon? I want to meet him. Tonks said. Yeah, maybe. He might visit the Australian ministry while he's here. Probably best to visit Fudge first though. Rather him than me, Tonks muttered. Idiot. Who's Fudge? The Minister for Magic in Britain. The man is the most incompetent minister we've ever had. Tonks said harshly. You don't particularly like him then? Carmen said, making both Harry and Tonks snort. Understatement of the millennium. When Harry, Tonks and Carmen got back, they were much more relaxed than they had been. Tonks had taken the antidote for truth serums and they had discussed what was going to be their story. She had taken Harry to Dumbledore. She did not know where he had taken him. Now they were waiting for the two to arrive. Harry was disguised differently this time, and was posing as Carmen's boyfriend, much to her delight, and his caution. It would be Carmen who opened the door. He would be right behind her. Now, Draco, leave all the talking to me. Narcissa warned as they stood on the doorstep of Tonks' flat. She rapped smartly on the door. Is Nymphadora in? She asked sweetly as a woman, plainly a muggle, answered. A young man, her boyfriend, had his arms around her waist. She is. Come in, come in. Are you friends of hers? Family, actually, Narcissa said loftily as she surveyed the flat with dispassionate eyes. Oh, yes, well, she's just through in the living room. Indeed. Harry and Carmen watched carefully as the two walked in. They followed them in, sitting in the kitchen and murmuring quietly so that the Malfoys believed they were quite safe from eavesdroppers. Nymphadora, my dear, you wouldn't happen to know where Harry Potter is right now, would you? Actually, no. What makes you think I know anything? Perhaps because I saw you go into the Muggle house with him, and I saw you both leave, together, with Potter's things. You did you? And how exactly did you see that? Spying for your master, were you? How dare you? Narcissa hissed. You're avoiding the question. And you are changing the subject. Tell me where you took him or I'll hex you. Narcissa pulled her wand, throwing a contemptuous glance at Harry and Carmen. Really, Nymphadora, sharing a flat with a couple of muggles. Disgusting. Really. At this, Harry decided to step in, pulling his wand silently and deftly. Muggle. I assure you, Narcissa is it. I am no muggle. Harry stood at Tonks' side, his wand in front of him. Tonks raised her own wand. You want to know where I took him? Tell me how you were spying on us. Fine. Potter's house contained a Sea-All orb disguised as a figurine. Potter's aunt took it from me personally, believing that it was a free gift in return for her answering a few questions, like how many lived in the house. Amazing that she denied her darling nephew's existence, don't you think? Now, why don't we sit down, have a cup of tea, and you can tell me where you took Potter, and the circumstances of his rather dramatic change in appearance. Tonks glanced at Harry to find him smiling as he put his wand away, though Tonks had no idea what was amusing about the situation. Maybe he knew something that she didn't. Carmen and I will leave you to talk, he said, inclining his head towards Narcissa, and smiling charmingly. Then he turned to Tonks and winked. Remember, let her spike the drink, he told her in an undertone as he passed. And who is he? Narcissa asked, watching him leave. That is one of my friends. Tonks replied. Pureblood. Yes. Tonks replied through gritted teeth. Not that it was any of Narcissa's business anyway. Tonks watched from the corner of her eye as Narcissa pulled a vial from her pocket and dropped 3 drops of its contents into Tonks' cup. Veritaserum. Colorless, odorless, tasteless. Virtually undetectable. She was glad that she had taken the antidote, otherwise she shuddered to think what information Narcissa would be able to get from her. So, where is Harry Potter? I don't know. All I know is that I was told to deliver Potter to Dumbledore. Where did you take him? I don't know. I was given a map and told where to apparate. It was practically the middle of nowhere. Do you still have the map? No. I think the place was called Sarah, or something. Very hot place. Sandy. The Sahara Desert? Narcissa asked, with something approaching excitement in her voice. Yes, that's it. That's where I took him. And Dumbledore was there to pick him up. Yes. Very well. Thank you, Nymphadora. You have been most helpful. Without a second glance, Narcissa excused herself and Draco from the flat, leaving Tonks grinning widely. Hook, line and sinker. Harry smirked as he walked back in, still in disguise. He quickly scanned the flat for any recording or spying devices that they might have left behind. He was relieved to find none. I can't believe that worked. Tonks breathed in sheer relief. Of course it worked. I reckon that I need to get in touch with Simba soon. Voldemort's getting more active. Have you noticed? Attacks. Spying Hayes up to something. Something big. I'm sure of it. Like what? I don't know. But whatever it is, we need to get all the allies we can to counter. Right. So will you be going to LaCie? Yeah. For a while, I guess. Better check what else he has to do before dragging him here. Right. He'll come though. Of course he will. Simba understands how much of a threat Voldemort is to everyone, not just humans. Right. So when will you be going then? Tomorrow. Probably. I might stay in LaCie for a few days too. Their time or ours? Theirs. Harry replied with a smile. I should contact Professor Dumbledore. Let him know that we arrived safely and that the Malfoys are sniffing around. How were you thinking of doing that? Flo, I guess. Tonks replied after a moment. Let me spell the fireplace first, so that the call can't be tracked or listened to by anyone we don't want it to be tracking or listening. Right. You can do that. Yeah. How do you know all this stuff? There are huge libraries in LaCie, plus the one in here isn't small by any stretch of the imagination. Harry said, pointing to his locket. Oh, okay then. Spell the fireplace. Harry did so quickly and quietly, stepping back and watching as the flames popped up blue instead of green. Are they supposed to be that color? Tonks asked, somewhat nervously. Of course they are. You worry too much. Can't possibly think why. Tonks retorted. Me neither. I'll be in my room. Right. Tonks nodded as she called Dumbledore's name. Back in Britain, in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a very tired-looking Albus Dumbledore sat with Severus Snape, talking quietly. The Dark Lord suspects that there's something going on with Potter. He hasn't yet worked out any details, just knows that something's changed. He has several Death Eaters working on it, and I also believe that he has spies casing the Muggles. He knows that Potter has left, but doesn't know where. He's working on it, Severus said gravely. I believe I can help with that, sir. Tonks said. Both men span to see Tonks' head in the fireplace. Are you completely stupid? Snape hissed. Anyone could be tracing this link. Tonks raised an eyebrow and grinned. You underestimate Harry, she informed them. Apparently this link is untraceable, and eavesdropper proof. It's really quite amazing what he's learned. Tonks said offhandedly. Professor Dumbledore's curiosity was piqued now, and he wanted to know more. Unfortunately, Tonks was already recounting the event which she had flowed to inform him of. Narcissa thinks that I took Harry to the Sahara Desert to meet you. Tonks finished. Let me get this straight. You lied through Veritaserum. Yes. Harry gave me a potion to counter it. Ridiculous. There is no such potion. The Veritaserum must have been brewed incorrectly. I thought that you brewed all of Voldemort's potions. Tonks smirked. Snape's eyes narrowed, and Dumbledore felt that then would be a very good time to interrupt. May I speak with Harry, please? He asked. Tonks nodded. Just a minute. Carmen, can you please go and tell Harry to come through here for a minute, please? Who is Carmen? Dumbledore asked, guardedly. My flatmate. She's a Muggle. Tonks answered. I see. Here's Harry. Tonks said, her head disappearing from the flames to be replaced with Harry's. You wanted a word with me, sir. I did. Tonks was telling us that you made her an antidote for Veritaserum. Actually, it's an antidote which counters all truth serums. Why? Could you teach Severus how to make it? No. Why not? Potter, this is not the time to be holding grudges. With this, the spies in Voldemort's service stand a better chance of surviving to pass on information. Snape growled. You misunderstand me, sir. Harry said, shaking his head slowly. I cannot teach you it because it must be made in carefully controlled conditions. The ingredients can only be found in LaCie and it is a warrior potion. No human can make it. I can make some for you, however. Potter, as your potions teacher, I am painfully aware that your potion making leaves rather a lot to be desired. Severus. Dumbledore scolded quietly. Does the potion keep well, Harry? Around 1 month, in cool and dry conditions. The hotter and wetter the conditions, the shorter the life of the potion. And the ingredients? They must be picked within a day of making the potion. Will you make the potion for us? Of course. I have some here. If you want that just now, there's enough for around 3 or 4 doses. I can make you some before the next order meeting and get Tonks to bring it along, if you want. How long does it take to brew? 6 days. Potter, the next order meeting is the day after tomorrow. I know. I have my ways. That would be very satisfactory, Harry. The headmaster said, while Snape frowned. Harry passed the vial of potion to Dumbledore through the flames. Is that all? He asked. For now, Harry. I may need to speak to you again soon, but for now you may go. Thank you, sir. Harry said, smiling at how ironic it was that if the headmaster knew his true identity as the warrior mage, then he would never dream of telling Harry what he could and couldn't do. The next few days passed with relative peace and quiet. Harry spent his time split between exploring the area, going to the library and training. He finished his homework with ease. He already knew most of the Hogwarts 6th and 7th year courses, and so the homework was no problem at all. He wrote letters to Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Daniela, remembering how his neighbor had said that there was no one to have a decent conversation with. Meanwhile, Simba was planning his move. He decided that Dumbledore would be his first visit, then Fudge and the Australian Minister of Magic, a woman named Marguerite Webster. From what he could find out about her, she seemed much more competent than her British counterpart. Tonks watched Harry as he went about his business, completely unaware of Carmen's attempts to snag him. Or maybe he did notice and simply ignored it. She saw a pensive look cross his face on many occasions when he thought no one was watching. It was a week before Harry decided that it was time for Simba to meet his friends. He decided that Harry would have to stay in Lassie while Simba came to visit. After all, Leona was a.s. Avenue driver. She wanted to make the most of Harry being back in Lassie, and it wasn't as if Simba needed babysitting. He left early in the morning, watching as Tonks went crazy with anticipation. She and Carmen had spent the previous day in a cleaning frenzy, despite Harry's insistence that Simba really wouldn't care. He smiled as he tripped to Lassie. It felt good to be going back to the place that he had began to call home. Harry, you're back. It's been over 6 months, you know. Arian SNR said as Harry appeared in the living room. Yeah, sorry about that. Was kind of busy back there. Death Eaters, Voldemort, spies, antidotes for truth potions and 2 women that seem intent on making my life hell. Harry smirked. Sounds like fun to me. Arian JNR quipped, making Harry roll his eyes. Yeah, right. Ever lived with 2 women? Yeah. Mum and Lee. On your own, with 2 women under 30. Ah, nope. Harry dear, how have you been? Serena asked happily, wrapping him in a tight hug. I've been okay. Harry nodded. Good. Leona tells me that you're living with 2 young ladies. Yeah. Tonks is going to be my defense against the dark arts teacher when I get back to Hogwarts, and Carmen is her muggle flatmate. Oh, will you be bringing them to Lassie anytime soon? And Ron, Hermione and Ginny, for that matter. Perhaps. Look, I have to go back in an hour or 2, Simba has a couple of appointments. It's starting then? She asked, almost fearfully. Yes it is. Voldemort is working hard to find me, and as soon as he finds out that I am a warrior, he's going to try his damnedest to recruit some warriors of his own. I guess I'll be doing quite a bit of talking around here. I might organize that for within the next few days. Probably between Dumbledore and Fudge. I know speaking to that git of a minister is going to get extremely annoying. Do you want a hand organizing it? I could start getting everything ready, if you want. Would you? Thanks Serena, that would be a great help. Harry said sincerely. No problem, I'll do that now. Thanks. Harry said again. Arian, can I talk to you please? He and Arian JNR walked out, talking quietly. Tonks and Carmen only had to wait moments before a man about Harry's height, or perhaps a few inches taller, appeared beside them. Simba, Tonks asked, holding out her hand. Simba, smiling widely, kissed it. You must be Tonks. He turned to Carmen, kissing her hand too. And you must be Carmen. Carmen nodded dumbly, staring at him. Tonks watched Simba closely. His honey-colored eyes sparkled with good humor as he watched both women. Tonks was immediately put at ease, despite the fact that she knew this man was an extremely powerful person. My Lord Mage, she said, bowing her head respectfully. A hand tilted her head back up and she found herself facing a slightly annoyed, or perhaps disappointed, looking mage. You don't have to do that. He said softly. Sorry. Don't apologize. You weren't to know. So what do we call you? My official title is Lord Mage, so you were quite correct, but my name is Simba, please feel free to use that. Right. Well, Simba, welcome to Australia. Why don't you sit down? Thank you. I can't stay very long, I'm afraid. Today is going to be a very long day, I believe. Simba smiled easily, once again putting both women at ease. There was a sharp knock on the door, and Simba's attitude flipped 180. Ah yes. The Malfoys. He said icily. Narcissa. Again. Tonks asked in disbelief. Yes. If you'll excuse me, I was rather hoping that I'd meet the Malfoys at some point. Without waiting for a response, he strode to the door and opened it. Narcissa barely cast a glance at him before storming in. Really, Nymphadora, why is it that every time I come here, you have another man with you? Trying to get with every male in Australia. Not that it should surprise me, your mother was the same. Narcissa sniffed. Meanwhile, Draco kept glancing fearfully at Simba. Mrs. Malfoy. Simba ground out. What? Narcissa snapped. You would do well to show some respect. To whom? Her. You. Give me one good reason. Simba's eyes glowed with power, and Narcissa gasped. Who are you? She asked. Your worst nightmare. Simba smirked. I am the new warrior mage. Impossible. Warriors are extinct. Would you care to test that theory? The temperature of the room dropped several degrees, and Narcissa's eyes widened. My lord mage, she mumbled reverently. Forgive me, I had no idea. That much is obvious. Simba said coldly. Now why don't you run along and tell Voldemort that I'll be paying him a visit soon? Narcissa bowed her head respectfully, backing away. Draco looked terrified as he followed his mother. Whoa. Tonks muttered as Simba sat back down again. Simba smiled, glancing at his watch. He would have to leave soon. So when's your first appointment? 15 minutes. I'm meeting your friend Professor Dumbledore. Not Fudge then. No. That meeting is later on. Joy. Good luck. Yeah. Well, it will be interesting, at least. I'll bet. You'll have to tell us what happened. I'm sure Harry will fill you in. Simba smiled. Right. Simba tripped to Albus Dumbledore's office 10 minutes later, despite the anti-apparition wards. He waited just outside, knocking before he entered. My lord mage, Dumbledore said, inclining his head. Simba returned the gesture. Professor Dumbledore. Professor Snape. He nodded again, this time to the potions professor. While Harry and Snape shared a mutual hate, he hoped that they would at least be able to work together with him as Simba. My lord mage, I asked Severus to join us for this meeting. Do you have any objections to this? Not at all. Thank you. Snape said. Simba smiled at the novelty of the potions professor being nice to him. No problem. In fact, I would have needed to speak to you anyway. Now, first things first, I need you to educate the people contained in the order as to the fact that warriors are not evil. I believe that there are 2 warriors that will be only too happy to assist. Simba paused, thinking for a moment. I am currently trying to gather support for your cause, but it will take rather a lot of work, I'm afraid. Why is that? There is a lot of prejudice and ill feeling towards humans in l'Cie. Many warriors believe you to be a lower form of life. They are blind to the fact that your problems are ours also. Lower lifeforms. Snape spluttered. Coming from warriors. Ridiculous. They are the ones who find it necessary to solve all of their problems through warfare and killing. Severus Snape. That is exactly the attitude that will endanger the chances of an alliance. Simba said, his eyes glinting with unspoken anger. He would always defend his people. It was his job. As I was saying, if this alliance is to succeed, we will have to put our previous prejudices aside. There is no room for enmity between allies. Simba skewered Snape with a gaze, and the greasy potions master bent his head, ashamed of his outburst. I will immediately call the order. Would you stay and talk to them? Only for a short while, I'm afraid. I have several other appointments today. I fear it is going to an extremely long and busy day. Ah yes, I can certainly sympathize with that. Dumbledore smiled. He quickly summoned the rest of the order, including the Houstons. My lord mage, Rebecca and Philip said in unison, bowing to their leader. The Weasleys, all of them were present, minus Percy, watched on in awe. Hermione was staring at the young man she had read about. He was cute, in an odd, powerful and strong sort of way. He exuded confidence and power, yet at the same time seemed friendly and easygoing. One day I'm going to change that title, he muttered. A few people laughed. Most looked cautious and wary. They still believed warriors to be evil. They had grown up with the idea that they were killers, but a warrior mage was an unknown and terrifying entity to them. How are things in l'Cie, my lord mage? Daniela asked. She had always been fond of her birthplace. Things in l'Cie are the same as always, though I am hoping to change that soon. What do you mean, my lord mage? You know about the prejudice in l'Cie against the humans. Harry told me about that. Ron piped up. After a glare from Hermione, he hurriedly added, "My Lord Mage." Did he? Yes, well, that is exactly what I'm trying to stop. It is totally unnecessary, not to mention ridiculous. Their opinions are false, and based on the fact that we have long been believed evil, however you would wish to define that word. We, of course, are not. Simply grouping us all together as evil is like saying that all wizards support Voldemort, or, on the other hand, that all wizards are completely good and true. So what are you saying? Well, I have no doubt that there will be at least one warrior that will join Voldemort's cause, several, perhaps. However, it is my job to make sure that the majority do not. Many will stay neutral, but this is a much better option than them turning to Voldemort. Why don't you stop them? Aren't you supposed to be their leader? I am, Simba said with a frown. But I have no inclination to make decisions for my people. In doing that, I would cause more harm than good, I'm sure. Why would they join Voldemort anyway? You say they hate humans, yet they are willing to join with one. That makes no sense at all. It makes perfect sense. Voldemort, human or not, is killing off humans in great numbers. The end justifies the means. Besides, have any of you seen Voldemort lately? I'm not sure that he is human anymore. He sure doesn't look it. There was a moment of rather shocked silence, before everyone began murmuring at once. No one except Simba, Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Albus Dumbledore noticed when Leona appeared beside Simba. There you are, Mum has set up the meeting for in about an hour, okay? Sure. I should be finished here by then. Good. How did things go with Tonks? Brilliantly. We were paid a little visit from Narcissa and Draco, such fun. What did you do to them, Sim? Nothing. Well, not much. Oh, don't look at me like that. I simply put that awful woman in her place, and gave her a message for her precious master. You didn't curse her or anything. Now why would I do that? That would spoil my plans most effectively. Simba grinned. So you mean to go through with it? This loopy plan that you came up with in Lassie? Naturally. It's a good plan. Simba insisted. That, my dear cousin, is not the opinion of everyone. What you're planning is dangerous. Do you think that everything will go smoothly? No. In fact, I should be really rather disappointed if everything did go smoothly, because then my plans would not be working out. What? Simba, can you please stop speaking in code? Tell me what's going on. Sorry, Lee, but I can't. Simba said with a sigh. Why not? Because you definitely would not like this plan. In fact, I think I may be the only person in the entire universe to like it. That sounds ominous. Albus Dumbledore said with a smile. Doesn't it? Simba agreed, with a small smile. May I ask what it is you are planning? Certainly, you may ask, but I will not answer. Simba said. Everyone went quiet. How powerful was this man to talk to Dumbledore like that? Surely this young man knew how great the elderly man's power was. And why was Dumbledore not demanding to know? Very well. The old man smiled. If you need any assistance at all, you need only ask. Thank you. And the same goes for you. There will always warriors that are willing to help, warriors that stick to the old ways. Simba nodded, turning to Leona. I'm going in 5 or 10 minutes, are you coming? Sure, why not? Leona shrugged, glancing at Ron and Hermione, who were making their way over. Hi Lee, how's Harry? Ron asked. He's fine. Getting on well, in fact. Plus, he's flat sharing with 2 females, what's he got to complain about? Lee smirked as Simba shook his head. You're staying there too? No. Don't be silly. Then there would be 3 females. Apparently Tonks has a flatmate. How do you know she's trustworthy? Hermione asked, beginning to panic. She's a muggle, Hermione. Simba cut in. You know my name. She stuttered in response. Of course. Harry talks of you. He replied. Oh, right. Can we visit him anytime soon? Ron asked. Sure. Tonks and Lee are planning a surprise party for his birthday. I'm sure you'll be invited. Simba grinned mischievously, as Leona glared at him. Sim. That is so not fair. She whined. Will you be there? Ginny asked, standing beside him. He looked about the same height as Harry, she thought, perhaps slightly taller. He had the same sort of build. That was where the similarities ended, though. Where Harry had long black hair, Simba had shorter, dark, chocolate brown hair. Where Harry's eyes were a startling green, Simba's were a warm honey color, and while Harry's skin had a slight tan, Simba looked as if he had been living in the Caribbean all of his life, or somewhere equally as exotic. He was extremely attractive, she thought, but she was mildly surprised to find that she wasn't interested in him romantically, though having him as a friend would be good, she decided. I don't know, I'll try to be there, Simba said, freeing her from her thoughts. Right. I might see you there then, Hermione said, smiling shyly. Simba had to force himself not to groan. Why did she have to be attracted to him? He wasn't sure whether to be worried or not. After all, she had fancied Lockhart. Maybe, he said. Lee, shall we get going? Sure. See you later. She smiled at Harry's three friends before they disappeared. Tonks watched Simba closely throughout the entire meeting. She took in every detail of his appearance, and every small action, the small smile that caught his lips every now and then, the fire that lit his eyes as he talked to the members of the order, the way that he bit his lip when he was thinking about something. He was mesmerizing, she decided. Tonks, will you give the guy a break? Stop staring, Remus said quietly. Sorry. It's just he don't know. Tonks shrugged helplessly, not knowing how to explain it. I thought you liked Harry anyway. I do. But Simba's different. Heshi don't know how to explain it. You like them both. Yeah. And why do I feel bad about that? I honestly couldn't tell you. Remus replied, watching as both Simba and Tonks disappeared. He noticed that Hermione was gazing at his spot where the young mage had disappeared. I think you have a little competition for Simba though, he said, nodding to Hermione. Great. So Carmen fancies Harry and Hermione fancies Simba. That's just great, Tonks muttered. Who is Carmen? My flatmate. She's been chasing Harry for weeks. Oh, and what has Harry done? Ignored her. It's almost as if he's used to it, you know. Ignoring admiring females, I mean. Tonks, he's famous. He has to ignore a lot of stuff. I suppose. I'll bet something happened in Lassie. Tonks, are you possibly jealous? You don't know that Harry has met anyone else in Lassie. You don't even know what he did over there. I know. Tonks muttered in a defeated tone. Remus put an arm around her shoulder. Come on, I'll take you home. Haven't seen Harry in a while anyway. Right. Hold on tight. With that, Tonks apparated them to her flat in Australia. Hey, do you reckon that there's something between Remus and Tonks? They seem very friendly, Ron said, watching Remus put his arm around her shoulders. Hermione and Ginny scrutinized the pair for a few moments before shaking their heads in unison. I thought she was interested in Harry, Ginny said. I don't know how much of their flirting was just a game, Hermione said, after a little thought. She definitely looked interested in Simba though. You mean you managed to take your eyes off of him for long enough to see that she was staring too? Ginny teased, making Hermione turn red. Ron groaned, wishing that Harry was there. At least then he wouldn't be outnumbered. Tonks introduced Carmen and Remus, waiting impatiently for Harry to return. She guessed that he would want to stay in Lassie for a few days, but 4 hours had passed already, the equivalent of 4 days in Lassie, and still there was no sign of him. Lee, stop encouraging them. It's not like they need the help, Harry said loudly, appearing from nowhere alongside Leona. I didn't encourage them. They did it all on their own. Yet you didn't think to stop them. No, Leona admitted sheepishly. Why in God's name not? I don't know. It didn't seem all that harmful at the time. Not that harmful. Lee, they almost ruined the whole thing. I'm sorry. Lee sniffed, tears welling in her eyes. What's going on? Tonks asked. Tears began falling from Leona's eyes, and Harry sighed heavily, pulling her into a hug. I'm sorry, Lee, I shouldn't have shouted at you like that. I'm just a little stressed at the moment. I know. I should have done something though. It doesn't matter now. What's done is done. At least there was no lasting damage done. He glanced up at Tonks, silently asking her not to interrupt. But there could have been. I could have ruined it all. It would have been all my fault. Lee wailed into Harry's shoulder. If it had all been ruined, then it could not have been very well planned in the first place. Harry told her. He was biting his lip, Tonks saw, just like Simba did. Think of it as a test. If Simba couldn't have handled that, what chance would he have at anything else? I think he handled it very well, Lee said, with a weak smile. Do you think he'll be very mad at me? No. You're part of his family. He won't get mad at you just for this. Besides, you're doing a good enough job of being mad at yourself. Harry said soothingly. Tonks began to wonder if there was more to this than met the eye. It was something in the way they were speaking. Something wasn't quite right. How did Harry know what the mage would and wouldn't do? She noticed several things, several mannerisms, that both Harry and Simba shared. She also knew that Harry was more than capable of changing his appearance at will. Could they be one and the same person? Was Harry really the mage? And if he was, why did he become Simba? Harry glanced up at her, seeing the light of understanding in her eyes. She knew. I'll be back in a few minutes, he told Leona, wiping a few tears from her face. She didn't argue, hearing the serious tone in his voice. The speech in Lassie had begun perfectly. There was an almost perfect turnout, and they seemed to be listening to what he was saying. It was halfway through before he was mobbed by the girls, lots of girls, vying for his attention. He had let them all know that now definitely was not the time, solving the problem without hurting anyone's feelings. He had later found out that Leona had known, and had not stopped it, or thought to warn him. Luckily, the meeting with the Australian minister went much better than he had expected. Ms. Webster was very pleased to meet him, and seemed very aware of the rising problem of Voldemort. He was pleased with how that meeting had gone, unlike the meeting with Fudge. Harry really wanted to forget that experience. He wouldn't be in any hurry to repeat it, either. Fudge had blustered about, completely terrified of him. He had even gone so far as to call some Aurors to arrest him. That was mildly amusing, at least. Kingsley Shacklebolt had been one of those to answer the call, a look of incredulity. For the first time, Simba had lost his temper, getting so angry with the idiotic man that several things from the desk exploded. Kingsley had hidden a grin at the sight of Fudge's terrified face as things began blowing up. Do not underestimate me, Fudge, he growled. Out. Get him out. Fudge screamed. One of the other Aurors moved forward, and Simba had thrown him such a glare that the man had immediately backed down. I am leaving, he said, nodding to Kingsley on the way out. My Lord Mage, Kingsley murmured as he left. He nodded firmly to the minister and followed the mage out of the door. The other Aurors followed suit, looking both confused and worried. Tonks waited. She watched as Harry walked in, looking deadly serious. She gulped. She had never really felt afraid of Harry before, but at that point, she was terrified of him. Harry's deep green eyes bore through her steadily. He didn't blink once. Why are you scared of me, Tonks? He asked, his voice soft and quiet. Why are you scared of me, Tonks? He asked, his voice soft and quiet. I don't know. Harry continued to watch Tonks, the silence spiraling around them. Are you the warrior mage? Tonks asked eventually. Yes. Does that put your mind at rest? Harry asked softly. Or are you still scared of me? Tonks noticed that there was a tinge of hurt in his voice. No, she said bravely, as long as you promise not to shout at me. Harry smiled, and the tension in the room decreased tenfold. Well, I don't know, I shouldn't make any rash promises, Harry grinned. Tonks smiled. Despite everything, he was still Harry. So why go to all the trouble of Simba? Were you listening to him earlier? Warriors are biased. I went through some pretty bad stuff while I was there. Warriors who were jealous that I was so extraordinary, and jealous about the attention I got. You know that they're more obsessed with the boy who lived there than they are here. Really? I didn't think that was possible. Tonks teased. Neither did I. But it's true. Right. So who else knows about this? Lee's family and you. Harry said. You haven't told Professor Dumbledore? Tonks asked, wide-eyed. Nope. Why not? Well, first of all, he doesn't need to know, and second, I am sick of being treated like a child. I make my own decisions from now on. Oh, Tonks said. It made sense that Harry was sick of being treated as a child. He had been fighting the dark arts since the age of 11. He had seen more than many Aurors had. He was no more of a child than she was, yet the order insisted on treating him as such. It seemed very hypocritical. After all, the order did want Harry to do as they wished. They'll all get a bit of a shock this year, she murmured. Won't they? Harry agreed, having followed her thoughts by the looks on her face. Will you tell Remus? Eventually. Just like I'll tell Ron and Hermione eventually. But right now, I have a lot of responsibility to bear. I need to concentrate on my duties right now. Right. So you know about your birthday party then? Yeah. That's why Lee was so annoyed. Harry smirked. Remus saw Leona sitting at the table looking miserable. Harry and Tonks were nowhere in sight. Leona looked up at him, her eyes red-rimmed from crying. What happened? He asked, sitting next to her. I made a mess of everything, again. Leona replied with a sniff. Ooh, I'm sure you didn't make a mess of everything. Remus said comfortingly. He's right, Lee. Come on, cheer up. Harry said, leaning in the doorway. She offered him a weak smile in return. Lee, I'll tell you what. I'll cook you whatever you want. Will that cheer you up? Tonks looked hopefully at Leona, who smiled and nodded. Sounds like a good deal. You'd better get cooking, hadn't you? She replied. So it would seem. What is it that you want me to cook? Well, can't we go down into your room? That way, we get to stuff our faces and not waste any time doing so. Yes, boss. Harry smirked. Tonks and Lee grinned at this, knowing that Lee had little or no actual authority over him at all. Few people did. Remus looked confused at the giggles that erupted from the pair, as did Carmen, who had been watching the entire thing. Come on then, Harry said, putting a hand to his locket and transporting them all into his private room. You've redecorated then? Remus asked, looking around. Harry had charmed the walls of the living room to be a mid-blue with silver and gold accents. It was lovely and calming, like his room, but almost the opposite to his training room, which was a bright white with red trim. Out of all, he loved his study the best. He had covered the walls with a lively mural of a jungle, complete with all manner of creatures and plants. He had painted it all by hand, like he had done at 4 Privet Drive. But no one had seen his study. It was his space, and therefore something sacred to him. Yeah. It was too plain before. He said with a shrug. A table and 5 chairs appeared from nowhere with a casual wave of Harry's hand. The other 4 took a seat while Harry headed to his beloved kitchen. Tonks, you're helping, he said with a grin. What? But I can't cook to save myself. Tonks said. I'll teach you then. Come on. At the very least you'll be waitressing. Is that such a good idea, Harry? Carmen asked somewhat nervously. Of course it is. You won't drop anything, will you, Tonks? I'll try not to. Of course you won't. It's nervousness or excitement that makes you clumsy. Ergo, if you are not nervous, then you will not drop things. Right. Okay. No dropping things, Tonks muttered. Carmen, you can help too, Harry said, a mischievous grin slowly covering his face. Tonks fought not to stare at him. He was too damn good looking for his own good. And as for those expressions of his, they should be outlawed. Harry, are you up to something? She murmured, noticing that Remus and Lee were left at the table alone. Moi, never, Harry smirked. Yeah, right, Tonks replied skeptically. Once again, Harry grinned mischievously. Just a little matchmaking. He muttered to her. Why? Do you want in on it? Tonks thought for a minute as Harry watched her. On the one hand, Remus did like Leona, and this would possibly help him. On the other hand, if Remus found out that she had been involved, he knew her all too well. I'm in, she said. After all, Harry probably already knew. He knew most things, so why shouldn't he know that she liked him? Great. Welcome to the Marauders, Harry told her. Tonks and Harry glanced over at the table to see Remus and Leona deep in conversation. It's working, Tonks whispered. SSHH. Very optimistic, sweetie, but I don't think it'll be that easy, somehow. Harry replied in a hushed voice. Tonks shivered slightly as his breath crossed her neck. What are you two talking about? Carmen asked. She flashed Harry a wide smile, getting just a little too close to Harry. Tonks watched as Harry tactfully and almost unnoticeably shifted away from her. The usual, he said, still maintaining a perfect, poker straight face. Tonks, can you take this to the table, please? He gave her a cheeky grin, and handed her the plate. Tonks took it, returning his smile with a slight blush. Harry shook his head slightly as she walked away. Life with Tonks looked immensely amusing. After Harry had cooked every dish that the others cared to think of, they all sat in his living room, quiet and contemplating. Harry looked around at his companions, sadness overcoming him. Sirius should be among them. If it hadn't been for Harry's stupidity, he might have been. Excuse me, he mumbled, careful to keep his expression neutral, verging on happy. Leona frowned, asking him silently what was going on. It's nothing, he replied softly, making his way from the room. He felt Leona retreat from his mind, apparently satisfied. He closed off the link, knowing that he would get an earful later for it. He slipped into his hideaway room. It was a room in the library that was impossible to find or get into, unless it was him trying to find it or get into it. In contrast to the other rooms, this room was completely stark white. It contained nothing but a chair. Harry sat down in it, his mind now fully on Sirius. He missed him terribly. He never noticed the steady drip drop, nor the fact that the pure white floor was spotted with crimson. The cuts on his hands were open once more as he berated himself for his godfather's death. The next time he saw Bellatrix, he promised himself, he would kill her. He would kill her quickly and be done with it. She wasn't important enough to waste the time or energy it would take to cause her the pain that she deserved. His conscience would be clear. She was a murderer. And not just serious murderer, but the murderer of Merlin only knew how many innocents that had crossed her path. He slowly began to notice the blood that was pooling on the floor, and watched it. His life force, seeping out of him. So simple, he thought. All his powers, all his responsibility, the great Harry Potter, the invincible Simba Tide, the youngest warrior in living memory, and this was all it took to kill them all. Yet there was a lifeline. There in his mind, he saw it clearly. A helping hand. Tonks' face swam into view, feelings flooding his mind. She was proud of him, yet so scared that she would lose him. There was the warm tingle of belonging as he reached for the lifeline. Tonks sat bolt upright, a small shriek emitting from her lips. She stood abruptly, sprinting from the room. Tonks. She heard Harry's voice in her mind. He sounded so very weak. She raced through the halls, neither knowing nor caring where she was going, only knowing that she would find Harry. She had to find Harry. She stopped outside the door to the library, pushing it open without another thought. Harry, where are you? She asked, panicking. What if she was too late? The room. Hidden. Within your reach. Harry's voice was fading away, and Tonks was getting frantic with worry. She pushed on all of the walls of the library, screaming in frustration as nothing budged. Tell me how to get in. She begged Harry. There was no reply. Harry. She screamed loudly. The others were running towards the room, scared and worried. They arrived just in time to see her disappear from sight. Harry's head was spinning. He held tightly to the lifeline in his mind as colors swirled before his eyes. There was a loud bang, and Harry sunk into merciful blackness. Tonks' relief at finding the room was short-lived, however, as she saw Harry lying unconscious in a chair, blood pooled around his feet, contrasting sharply with the bright white of the room. Don't you even think about dying on me, Harry Potter, she said, tears falling from her eyes. She was terrified. Harry meant more to her than she ever would have imagined. Remus, Leona and Carmen sat in the library, out of their minds with worry over Harry. They had heard Tonks' frantic screams, and knew that nothing good was happening. Leona tried desperately to get into Harry's mind via the link, but found that the connection was blocked by something that felt as immovable as Hogwarts itself. If you don't wake up soon, Harry, I swear that I'll castrate you, Tonks said, doing her best to help an unconscious Harry. The wounds were closing, ever so slightly, but he had lost an incredible amount of blood, and Tonks had never seen anyone quite so pale before. He looked dead. Come on, Harry, you can't die on me. You've got to come back to Hogwarts with me and show me up in class by knowing more than me, she said, now cradling his hands in her own. You're supposed to stay with me, and drive me nuts. You're not allowed to die. I won't let you. Tonks sobbed into Harry's shoulder, not knowing how to help him. She was still like this a good 10 minutes later. When she felt it, Harry was squeezing her hand gently, reassuringly. Not planning to die anytime soon. He croaked. Harry. Tonks squealed, fresh tears falling from her eyes. Hey, Harry said, managing a weak smile. Tonks sprang away from him, all too aware of his close proximity. Now, what was that about castrating me? You heard that. I heard it all. Most peculiar. Harry began to show Simba, and he seemed so much older than he really was. You did. I did. Harry frowned as he inspected his palms. They were crusted with blood, and the wounds were still open. Gross. He muttered to himself, running a thumb across the cuts and healing them. He remained almost deathly pale, but more animated than he had been. He cleaned up his own blood without a second thought, and conjured another chair for Tonks. Want to talk? Harry asked softly. Tonks turned to him and nodded, tears still streaming down her face. Don't you ever do that again, Harry, I mean it. You scared the life out of me. I thought you were dead. Tonks said, tears still staining her face. Harry watched her closely, wanting more than anything to reach out and tell her that everything would be fine. But it would be a lie. It wasn't fine. He settled for putting his arms around her and pulling her towards him. She sobbed in his arms as he held her close to him, crying softly into her hair. Tonks looked up eventually, her eyes red and swollen. She reached up and wiped his tears away. It wasn't your fault, you know. She said softly, wishing desperately that he would listen. His green eyes bore a hole through her as he studied her. Without saying anything, he ran a finger along her jawline and traced the tear tracks. Tonks shivered as his fingers brushed along her lips. Instinctively, she tilted her head as Harry lowered his. Their lips met softly, and both Tonks and Harry tasted the salty tears that they had shed. Tonks rested her head on Harry's shoulder, looking up at him. Thank you, he murmured. For what? For being my anchor. Thank you for letting me be your anchor. Tonks said with a smile. They sat and talked quietly for a while, occasionally sharing a few kisses. Outside, Remus, Leona and Carmen were on the verge of knocking the wall down to get in to see what was going on. Leona kept trying to push her way into Harry's mind. Unfortunately, she found that Harry didn't appreciate this very much, and gained a rather painful headache due to the strength of Harry's will to keep her out. She stopped pushing on the barriers, and was delighted when Harry reopened the link. Harry, do you have any idea how worried we all were? She scolded him. Sorry. Tonks gave me some idea of how worried she was. Oh, yeah, we might be a while. By the way, I would suggest that you, Remus and Carmen get some sleep. Harry, what's going on? Don't sound so worried. Tonks and I are just having a little discussion. What kind of discussion? A private one. Now go away. I'll tell you everything when we're finished. Oh, all right. Take care of her, Harry. She's not as strong as she makes out. I know. Harry's reply was so soft that she hardly heard it, but she did feel a little of what he was feeling at that moment. Harry and Tonks remained in the small room for a short while, before moving into the more comfortable study. Tonks stared, wide-eyed at the mural that covered the walls. It was bright, beautiful and busy, but also seemed very calming and relaxing. She smiled when Harry told her that she was the first to see it, with the exception of himself. You did this, she breathed. Uh-huh. Harry waved a hand and the scenery changed. Tonks recognized Hogwarts in the background, while in the foreground there were people relaxing by the lake. She spotted herself and Remus, as well as Leona, Hermione and the Weasleys. Also there were his parents, Cedric and Sirius. Tonks gazed in awe. Not only was Harry sharing his private space with her, he was giving her access to his thoughts, hopes and dreams through the murals. She was overwhelmed. It's incredible. Thank you. How long did it take? About 8 months. There are quite a few different murals. It's charmed so that I can interchange them to suit my mood. Wow. Will you show me some others? Some of them aren't the nicest of images. Harry warned, looking slightly wary. You don't have to show me if you don't want to. Tonks said, putting a hand over his. His green eyes bored into hers for a long moment before he nodded. Tonks watched as he waved a hand. The mood of the room changed dramatically at that point. Tonks gulped at the sight of Voldemort staring back at her. The color eyes glittered malevolently even in the painting. She shifted closer to Harry and continued to view the picture. In the background were a large number of Death Eaters. Some were standing tall and proud, while others looked scared out of their wits. Her eyes were drawn to three figures in particular. One stood just a little behind Voldemort on his right-hand side, head held high with arrogance and aristocracy pouring from him. Lucius Malfoy. She knew, despite the fact that his features were obscured by the porcelain white mask. In the same place to Voldemort's left was another figure, a woman. She too held her head high. Bellatrix. She murmured. Harry nodded, saying nothing. Tonks looked back at the painting. There was no question as to who the third person was, crawling at Voldemort's feet, obviously seeking forgiveness for yet another mistake. Small and runty, it could only have been Wormtail. Tonks looked back at Harry, having memorized every detail of the painting. Meeting her eyes, Harry waved his hand again. Several pictures later, Tonks realized that there were tears falling down her face. Harry put his arm around her shoulders and brought her close, hugging her tightly. Tonks relaxed in his arms, feeling as if she never wanted to leave. The walls around them changed again, this time changing to graffiti. Tonks shifted her head slightly to read what he had painted. Along the walls there were words such as justice and peace. In some places there were pictures, gravestones and faces, amongst other things. Tonks was relieved to see that Voldemort was absent from this mural. It was more optimistic than the ones she had been looking at just moments before. She smiled at Harry and rested her head on his shoulder again. She drifted to sleep like that, safe and warm in his arms. Remus awoke to find that Harry and Tonks still had not appeared. He wondered what had happened to make Tonks run away without explanation, and what had kept her and Harry locked away for so long. He wondered idly if there was something more than friendship between the two, but knew both well enough that they wouldn't be rushing into anything like that so soon. Plus, Tonks had looked absolutely terrified when she left the room, pale and crying. Once again, he wondered just what was going. Leona, he decided, knew a little more than he did, but not much. She was a little uncertain too, but both had decided that Tonks was an adult, and Harry was an adult in all but age, and they trusted them both implicitly. Harry gently kissed Tonks' lips. She sighed against him, waking slowly. Her eyes got wide as she looked up to see Harry's bright green eyes peering at her. When she remembered what had happened the previous night, she hugged him closely, blushing furiously. Morning. Harry murmured quietly. Her reply was muffled by his shoulder. I thought that we should probably save Remus from Lee and Carmen. Ah. Oh damn. What? Carmen, she likes you. I know. You know. It's kinda hard not to. Harry laughed. Well, she wants to go out with you. And you're worried that this will upset her. Exactly. You two did decide that I was fair game. Tonks gaped at Harry. How had he known that? Look, Carmen doesn't know me. She wants me because she likes what she sees. You're different. She'll understand. I promise. I wouldn't be interested in her anyway. Why? Because she doesn't know me. She has no inkling of what being with me means. Do you? The question was softly posed, but Tonks knew that a lot lay on her answer. Of course I do. I know that you have a Dark Lord who wants to kill you. I know that you're incredibly sweet, caring and protective. I know you, Harry, and I know that you deserve happiness. She replied surely, her eyes looking deep into his and almost begging him to believe her. After a few moments, he smiled and nodded. Has Dumbledore told you about the prophecy? Is that what he was talking about? He said that he had told you something important. Said it was a lot to think about. Tonks remembered. Harry raised an eyebrow. That man is better at underestimating than I am. He muttered. I'll tell you about it later. Might as well tell Moony too. Harry said thoughtfully. Tonks smiled uncertainly. She had a feeling that whatever it was, she wasn't going to like it. Remus smiled widely as Harry and Tonks walked in, hand in hand. Tonks blushed, while Harry just smiled. So, what did we miss? Not a lot, Remus said. Obviously not as much as me and the others did. So what did happen? Harry. Tonks said softly, as if asking permission. Harry nodded, smiling at her. I almost died, he said matter-of-factly. What? I had another guilt trip. A rather big guilt trip. I hope I never see as much blood as that ever again. Oh, Remus said. So what happened after that? We talked. Harry shrugged. Now, who wants breakfast? Me. Tonks and Remus chorused. Harry shook his head and made his way to the kitchen, where he proceeded to make the most delicious breakfast anyone had ever had. Harry, how old are you really? I mean, after all of the time you've spent in here? Remus asked. About 25, I think. Harry replied. You've spent that long in here? Yeah. I have a hell of a lot of training to do, you know. Oh, are you going to tell us about the prophecy? Yeah, Remus, remember the headmaster telling you about something he had told me? Yeah, it was the prophecy. The one that Voldemort was after. That's the one. Harry nodded. Well, what did it say? Basically, it says that I either have to be killed by Voldemort or I have to kill him. There was silence as it sunk into his friends' minds. You or him? Yeah, apparently I'm the only one who can kill him. Harry felt extraordinarily bad when tears began to form in Tonks' eyes, and spilled down her cheeks. He always seemed to be making her cry. I'm sorry, he muttered. Sorry. What for? It's not as if you meant this to happen. Tonks said firmly. I know, but it wasn't fair to worry you guys. Harry, listen. We're glad that you felt that you could trust us with something of this magnitude. If you ever need to talk or anything, we'll be here for you, okay? No matter what. Thanks, Remus, Harry said, hugging the older man. Now, enough doom and gloom already. Would you two like to come to Lassie with me? Can we? Tonks' eyes lit up with enthusiasm while Remus looked mildly shocked. Is that possible? Sure. Humans can get into Lassie with the permission of 2 warriors, or the permission of the warrior mage. Harry pulled out a slip of parchment on which he had written a note, allowing both Tonks and Remus to enter. What does that say? Tonks asked curiously, pointing to a few sentences of a different script. That's ancient Elvish, Harry said. That's Simba's way of keying the wards to stop anyone with the dark mark getting into Lassie, even with the permission of 100 warriors. Can you read it? Yeah. I think Simba and I are probably the only 2 who speak and write it. Will you teach me? Tonks asked. Sure. Why not? I'll write my defense essays in Elvish. That'll be a challenge for you to decipher. You'd better not, Potter. Spoilsport. Oh. I've just thought of something. Are there any rules in Hogwarts against student-teacher relationships? I don't think so. They're not encouraged, naturally, but as long as you weren't too obvious about it, there are no actual rules forbidding it. I don't know if I'll be a student for very long anyway. Harry said thoughtfully. What do you mean? Well, if I took my NEWTs, and graduated this year, I could be a student teacher, rather than a student. Why a student teacher and not a full-blown professor? Because then I wouldn't be allowed to play Quidditch. I hate to break it to you, Harry, but you might not be allowed to play Quidditch as a student teacher either. Remus said. Harry huffed slightly. Damn, Moony. Take all the fun out of life, why don't you? I'm sure there's other things you could be doing. Like, there's no rules against professors pranking their students. Tonks suggested innocently. Harry kissed her soundly on the lips, grinning widely. Tonks, honey, you are the best, he said happily. Remus laughed at Tonks' bright blush. Maybe you should warn Professor Dumbledore that you want to take your newts when you get to school, or even better, sit them now. Then you can be a professor by the time you get to Hogwarts. Good idea. We'll go to Hogwarts first, then Lassie, Harry said decisively. Right. You two go and get the others up so that we can leave already. Lots to do, you know. Professor Dumbledore was sitting in his office, doing paperwork when the fireplace flared green. Hello, Professor Dumbledore. It took a moment or two for Dumbledore to realize that it was Harry. The boy now positively towered over him. He was followed, moments later, by Tonks and Remus. Hello. The headmaster smiled. This is a surprise. What can I do for you 3? Well, I was wondering if it would be possible for me to sit my newts early. Harry said. How early? As soon as possible. Then I could continue running the DA. Become a professor. Maybe. Harry shrugged. I think that's a splendid idea. Would you consider teaching a course on your culture? Sure. Harry shrugged. And you realize that as a professor you won't be able to play Quidditch for Gryffindor. Yeah. Harry nodded. Very well. I shall inform the minister of your decision. Here's a list of the newts offered. What were you thinking of taking? Transfiguration, potions, charms, care of magical creatures, arithmancy, astronomy, ancient runes, herbology, divination, history of magic and muggle studies. That is rather a large workload, Harry. You've also never studied arithmancy, ancient runes or muggle studies, even at OWL level. A year is a rather long time. Besides, what do I have to lose? Very well. Is there anything else I can help you with? Well, I was wondering whether there are any further courses after Newt level. Harry said. Indeed. There are wizarding degrees offered for many subjects. Were you thinking of taking one? Yeah. Would it be possible for me to do that during the term? I see no reason why not. Great. Harry said. We'd better go. We're going to LaCie. See you later, Professor. And thanks for your help. No problem, Harry. Without another word, Harry tripped to LaCie, taking Tonks and Remus with him. As Harry landed in LaCie, with his two friends at his side, he became aware that something had changed within his homeland. Something was distinctly different. Harry dear, you brought friends, I see. How are you? I'm Serena Tide, Leona's mother. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Hey Serena, this is Tonks and Remus. Harry said. We've heard a lot about you. Tonks said with a smile, shaking Serena's hand. Pleased to meet you, Remus said, smiling as well. Hey, did Lee get back yet? Yeah. A few hours ago. She told us that you were coming, with your friends. Is everyone here? Of course. They all wanted to meet the people that you spoke so highly of. Are you two a couple? She asked Remus and Tonks. Harry laughed at the look on both of their faces. They obviously didn't like that idea. Actually, Tonks is my girlfriend, he said, deciding to take pity on them. Oh, how wonderful. I'm so pleased, Harry dear. Now, why don't we go inside and we can have a cup of tea before you go and show Remus and Tonks around the city? Sure, Harry said, taking Tonks' hand and leading the way. Remus and Tonks were given a guided tour of the Tide house, just like Harry was. This time, however, it was Harry that was showing them around. This is mine and Simba's room, Harry said, opening the door to his room. Tonks looked mildly impressed. It's tidy, she said. Of course it's tidy. Just like my room in the flat is tidy. I wouldn't know. The door's always locked. I wonder why that would be, Harry said, feigning puzzlement. Harry, aren't you going to introduce us? Arian asked sweetly, while Gemini stood behind him, rolling her eyes. Arian, this is Tonks and Remus. Two of my fellow marauders. This is Arian and Gemini. Pleased to meet you, Gemini said graciously. Arian was studying the pair of them closely. Same here, he said eventually, smiling flirtatiously at Tonks, who smiled back and slipped her hand into Harry's. Ah, some guys have all the luck. Thanks, I think. I thought you had your eye on someone anyway. How? Harry just grinned and shook his head. Still asking that question. I guess I should know better by now. Do they know? Tonks does, and I'll tell Remus later. Harry said. Tell me what? Patience is a virtue, Remus, or so I'm told. Is it another bombshell like the prophecy was? Sort of, but much better. Tonks answered for Harry. Remus shrugged lightly, wondering what the big secret was. After the tour of the house, Remus, Tonks, Harry and Leona settled in Harry's room. So, what's the big secret then? Well, I'm Simba, Harry said. Remus blinked a few times, before all of the blood drained from his face. You're the warrior mage. Yeah, but how? I don't know. I just am. This is incredible. Unbelievable. Does Dumbledore know? No, and I would appreciate it if you kept this to yourself. It goes no further than this room. The Tides, you and Tonks are the only ones who know, and I would like it to stay that way. Okay. Remus nodded. He decided that talking to his late best friend's son while said young man had his girlfriend sitting on his lap, was really rather odd. Especially when said girlfriend was supposedly 7 years older than him, although with all the time that Harry had spent in the room where no time passed, that age difference had changed to Harry being 3 years older than Tonks. It was all very bizarre, Remus thought. Instead of going out as Harry Potter, Harry decided to show his friends around as Simba. After all, it should help to promote wizard-warrior relations, as well as meaning that Tonks and Remus wouldn't have to deal with the prejudices that he had had to deal with. Tonks changed her looks slightly, so that if anyone had seen her with Harry, they wouldn't know it was the same person with Simba. The first place they went was the riding stables, followed by a shopping trip in the center of the city and a general tour of the place, finishing with a trip to the coastline. It was unlike the coastlines in both Muggle and Wizarding worlds, with the sand being silver and almost molten, the water being bright azure with rainbow patches, almost like an oil-on-water effect, while the sky was purple and pink. "It's beautiful," Tonks murmured, tilting her head up to kiss him softly. As Simba wrapped his arms around her, Remus began to feel out of place. He knew that neither Harry nor Tonks would intentionally leave him out, but they were a couple, and they did need some time alone. They both deserved to be happy, and if he knew the way back to the house, he would have left them alone. Fortunately, Leona appeared at that moment, smiling at the sight of Tonks curled up on her cousin's lap, with his arms around her. "They make the cutest couple, don't you think?" She sighed. "Yeah, they do. Do you know that Harry's taking his newts early? I figured he would. There's not much that Hogwarts can teach him academically. He, on the other hand, would make a great teacher." "Are there any rules about staff dating?" "Not that I know of. I know that student-teacher relationships are frowned upon, but other than that." "Yeah, look, shall we get out of here? I get the feeling that those two could take a while." "Yeah, okay then." Remus nodded. Tonks grinned as Remus left her and Harry alone. It wasn't that she didn't like Remus. She most definitely did, but it was more that she wanted some time alone with Harry, and had the feeling that once they were back in Leona's home, they would be getting very little of that. "What are you thinking?" Simba murmured, kissing her temple. "Just that I'm glad we're alone." Tonks replied. "So we are." Simba replied. Simba and Tonks groaned as someone came onto the beach. Simba recognized the voice as belonging to Ailey. "You have got to be kidding me," he muttered. "What?" Tonks asked, frowning slightly. "Ailey. She well, you'll see." "Oh. Let me guess, another female admirer." "Yeah," Simba said. "Oh great." Tonks muttered. "Hey Simba." "Oh, who's this?" Ailey said, spotting Tonks, who remained curled up on Simba's lap. "I'm Tonks," she said, trying to smile but not getting very far. Ailey gave her a tight smile. "Ailey," she said shortly. "Simba, the minister wants to see you." "Oh, right. Thanks Ailey. Sweetie, do you want to come too?" "I think the minister wanted to discuss ministry business." "That's okay. I trust Tonks," Simba said, carefully keeping his voice neutral. He couldn't believe that a fully grown, fully trained warrior woman was getting petty simply because he had a girlfriend. If it's all right." Tonks said. "Sure. Right. Thanks Ailey. Are you coming too?" "No. I was just on my way home. The minister asked me to tell you to drop in if I saw you." "Well thank you," Simba said. Ailey smiled warmly at him and vanished into thin air. "She fancies you. Did you see her face? She is so jealous," Tonks said, looking torn between indignation, amusement and insecurity. So Lee keeps telling me. She went to a couple of balls with me, but I don't like her as anything more than a friend." "Balls? Yeah. You know dances. Dress robes occasions." "Oh," Tonks said, her face falling slightly. "You do like dancing, don't you?" "Yeah. Why?" "Because as the warrior mage, I'm obligated to go to a lot of balls. And since you're my girlfriend, I was sort of hoping that you'd come with me." "Oh, of course I will. I'd better get some dress robes. We'll go into the city tomorrow and get some, if you want." "Sure. Right. Now, let's go and see what Adam wants." "Adam? The warrior minister? Oh, you call him Adam?" "Yeah. It's the only way I could persuade him not to call me, my Lord Mage." "Ah, I keep forgetting that you're the big boss guy around here." "Big boss guy? Well, you are," Tonks replied with a grin. You make it sound like I'm a dictator. Simba grumbled. Oh, don't be ridiculous. I know that you'd only use your power for the good of everyone, no matter what race or species they are. Thanks, Simba said softly, catching her hand in his. She smiled warmly up at him, finding it hard to believe that he was well, whatever age he was. He was very mature for even his 25 years. Simba was smiling peacefully as he walked into the ministry building, completely oblivious to the wistful stares that followed him. It was all Tonks could do not to collapse laughing. Instead, she walked closer to her boyfriend, resting her head on his shoulder as he wrapped his arm around her waist. They were still like this when they arrived at the minister's office. Simba, Ailey found you, then. Yeah, Simba replied, frowning slightly as he thought back on the encounter. So what was it that you wanted to see me about? Who's your friend? Adam asked, looking a little wary. This is Tonks, my girlfriend. Pleased to meet you, my dear. Are you human? Adam, Simba said, his voice carrying a note of warning. Yes, I am, Tonks said. I'm an Auror and a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Ah, that Dumbledore Fellows group, yes. Well, Simba, I was wondering how the meetings went. The last time you were here you did seem in rather a rush to leave. Yes, I was, Simba agreed, smiling slightly. He and Tonks sat down in the chairs across from Adam, both knowing that this meeting was going to take a while. Well, as expected, Fudge was a little less than accommodating. How bad? He tried to have me arrested. Simba replied, still rather miffed at the British Minister of Magic. Tonks looked shocked. He didn't. He tried. I don't know who was more shocked, me or Kingsley. Simba said. Needless to say, I got her a bit annoyed. I don't think Fudge will trying that again in a hurry. Besides, his Aurors wouldn't touch me. So you have the trust of the Aurors. Yes, I have heard many of my colleagues talking about Simba. They were very impressed with his show against the minister. They are also looking for another leader since last year's disaster. Tonks said. And they are considering following Simba. Well, Kingsley, being a member of the Order, like myself, is trying to explain the situation to them. Many are considering it. The meeting with the Order went considerably better. Harry took over, with a warm smile at Tonks, and slipped effortlessly into leader mode, once again. When he was finished, Adam was nodding, looking pleased. Good, good, he said, surveying the pair of them. What's worrying you? Simba asked softly. The minister smiled somewhat grimly. He could never hide anything from the young mage. I have heard rumors you remember our first conversation, of course. Of course, Simba said, dread growing in the pit of his stomach. He had a feeling that he knew exactly what he was about to say. He had felt it upon entering the city earlier, a sense of foreboding. You told me then of your concerns that there would be warriors that sympathized with Voldemort. The minister went on. Yes, I remember. I requested that you increase the security. You did indeed. I am sorry to say that there have been rumors of this very occurrence. Apparently 1 or 2 warriors have joined the forces of Voldemort. Adam sighed deeply, his eyes full of regret. Simba swore under his breath, the peaceful expression that he had been wearing now completely gone. Tonks slipped her hand into his and he squeezed it reassuringly. If they allow themselves to be marked, they will be barred from l'Cie. Simba said. Marked. The Dark Mark. Voldemort brands all of his followers. The mark acts as a communication link. He uses it to tell them when he wants them to gather. Simba explained. I have added wards to those that already exist, forbidding anyone carrying the mark entrance. If they are marked, they will never be allowed into l'Cie again. I hope for their families' sake that none are foolish enough to allow that monster to brand them. Will you notify the warriors? No. The families of those who have been marked will be told of the circumstances, but warning everyone would create another problem. They will simply tell Voldemort that they cannot be marked. I see. And if the families are sympathetic to Voldemort, the older generations may be more aware of the old ways, and are less likely to follow him. Many warriors are simply too proud to do another's bidding. In the unlikely event of an entire family being followers, and only one being marked, the others will not be informed until we are sure of their alliances. Tonks stared at Simba as he spoke. She had never truly realized how much responsibility he had until the minister started asking him what to do to protect the warriors. We need to prevent others from following Voldemort. We need to teach the young ones defenses in case they come against Death Eaters. I can't hope that every follower will be marked, so we must be wary. Very well. Shall we have a press conference announcing the plans for more defense lessons? Yes, while we're at it, we could set up similar classes for adults, more advanced defenses. It might be an idea to teach some human spells as well, Patroni and such like. Patroni. The protection against Dementors and Lethifolds. What are Dementors? Soul-sucking guards of Azkaban. Tonks explained with a grimace. Dementors suck the happy thoughts from your mind, leaving you with only the most depressing and negative emotions. Many wizards have trouble producing a Patronus as it takes a lot of concentration and power. I believe Harry Potter can cast it. Can you? Yes. Who will teach it? I guess it'll have to be me. Simba said, not looking best pleased about it. He was in for one hell of a year, at this rate. Tonks seemed to be thinking along the same lines, as she bit her lip anxiously. Nothing like keeping busy, huh? He muttered sardonically. Ever heard of burnout? Tonks replied. I'll be fine, Simba promised with a small smile. He knew that his rooms were going to get a lot of use. As soon as they were out of sight, Simba changed back into Harry, making sure that no one was around to see him make the change. Tonks looked up at him, worry playing across her features. Are you sure that you're not going to exhaust yourself? That's why I have my rooms, I guess. Harry shrugged. Look, I'll be fine. I promise. Besides, you'll be able to keep an eye on me. Right, I guess. You do realize that you're going to have to take me to your rooms sometimes too. It sounds like that'll be the only time I'll get to see you. Don't be silly. You're going to be sick of the sight of me by the end of the year. That long. Ha ha. Come on. Let's go home. Home. Warrior home. Right. The next few days were hectic for Simba. Between the usual social occasions, the press conferences and organizing classes, he hardly had time to draw a breath. Tonks was at his side throughout it all, encouraging him and making sure that he took time outs occasionally. They had gone out and bought a few sets of dress robes for Tonks as they had planned, which was a very good thing as there seemed to be dozens of balls and dinners to go to. He was beginning to enjoy these more now that Tonks was accompanying him. By the time they were due to head back to the human world, Harry and Tonks had grown almost inseparable. Remus and Lee had spent all of their free time teasing them, for which Harry was determined to get revenge. It feels weird that we've only been gone for less than a day. Tonks murmured as she rested her head on Harry's shoulder. You get used to it. Are you ready? Yeah, when you are. Remus. I'm ready. Right. Lee, are you coming or are you staying here? I'll stay here. I'll come and visit in a few days. Okay. See you then. Bye. Back in the flat, Remus excused himself almost immediately, saying that he had to go back to Grimmauld Place. Further investigation showed that Carmen was out, and that Harry and Tonks were alone. They lay together on the sofa in companionable silence. Both were enjoying just spending time together without having everyone stare, and without having to be rushing about to get to the next appointment. They fell asleep like that, until they were rudely awoken by a large screech owl rapping on the window. You can get it, Tonks muttered. Gee thanks, Harry said, getting up to let the bird in. He unfurled the scroll to find his new papers, along with a note from the headmaster. What is it? Tonks asked. My NEWTs. Oh joy. More for you to do. Why don't we go to my room? I can get these over and done with and we don't have to worry about anyone interrupting. Harry said. Tonks blushed beetroot, her eyes wide and sparkling. I didn't mean it that way. Harry said, shaking his head slightly. Pity. Tonks murmured, taking his hand as he opened the locket. In the hidden rooms, Harry murmured something under his breath in what sounded like another language. What are you doing? Making sure that no one decides to intrude. I didn't think anyone could. Lee can, but no one else. Oh. Tonks smiled and sat down on the sofa as Harry wandered around. I'm going to the study. Get these tests out of the way. Are you coming or do you want to stay? I'll stay. I want to read some of these books of yours. Right. See you soon. He kissed her softly before heading down the corridor towards his study. When he was finished the NEWTs, he found Tonks in the library, curled up in a chair with a book open on her lap. It seemed to be about the warrior traditions and culture. Hey sweetie, he murmured, making her jump slightly. Hey honey, you know, some of this stuff is really interesting. Tonks said. Yeah. Do you believe in soulmates? I don't know. I've never really thought about it. Harry said. Think about it now then. Harry looked at her. She really was interested in his opinion. He thought for a moment, weighing up the odds. I don't know. I suppose it's a nice idea that there's one person in the world that is your perfect match in every way, but well, it just seems what if that one person died? That would be the one chance to be truly happy destroyed. Maybe, but even being with your soulmate for a short amount of time is a blessing. I mean, it would be like the ultimate happiness. So you believe in it then? Yeah. I guess I do. Well, I'll get back to you on whether I think so or not. Harry said, kissing her. The book was put aside as Tonks turned her attention to Harry. Their kisses gradually got hungrier and more demanding. Tonks pulled away, breathing heavily. How sure are you that no one can interrupt? Very sure. Harry replied. Then we don't have to. Harry said, his green eyes searching hers. I want to. As long as you do. Harry kissed her again and took her hand. He led her to his room. Tonks smiled as she woke up in Harry's arms. He was still fast asleep, and she felt no desire to move from his warm embrace. Her smile grew as she remembered why she was BPD in Harry's bed. She sighed softly, closing her eyes again and wishing they could stay like this forever. No demands for Harry's time, no jobs, no Hogwarts, nothing. Just the two of them. She thought back to the conversation they had had before heading to his room. If soulmates existed, she knew for certain that Harry was hers. Never could she remember feeling as happy as she was when she was with Harry. She loved everything about him, from his fierce loyalty to his fiery temper. She respected his power and his strength and bravery. As she looked back, she realized that she had had no option but to fall in love with him. Hey, Harry said, stretching beside her. Hey. Tonks returned, feeling shy. Are you all right? Harry asked softly. She smiled at him and kissed his lips. I'm great, she murmured. Harry kissed her back, before muttering something in another language. Could you repeat that in English? I said I love you. Harry said, smiling at her. I love you too. They kissed again, hugging each other. Tonks giggled as his lips trailed down her neck. I wish we could stay here forever. She sighed. Me too. Why don't we make the most of it while we can? Tonks agreed as she leaned into his touch. The rest of the summer was spent in a similar way, with Tonks and Harry going to his room to relax after his spending a lot of time in Lassie or meeting with various people in various countries and various worlds, extending his friendship to them all. In many cases, they reacted well and pledged their friendship to the warriors, rather than their hostility. Tonks was proud of him, and was pleased to help him. She spent a lot of her time with the Aurors, subtly passing on the message of Dumbledore's order and the warriors. Many were beginning to wonder about the warriors. They were reputed to be evil, but it had been leaked that Harry Potter was a warrior, and everyone knew that he was very much on the light side. Harry's birthday party had been incredible. It seemed that they had pulled out all the stops with this one in order to make up for all of the birthdays they had missed. Many people had been surprised when Harry and Tonks turned up hand in hand. Molly, Hermione, Daniela and Ginny dragged Tonks over to one side of the room to interrogate her while Bill, Charlie, Fred, George and Ron dragged Harry to the other to interrogate him. How long have you two been involved? Fred asked, playing the disapproving father. For a while, Harry said, grinning as he caught Tonks' eye. Is it serious? Yeah. How serious? Serious enough. Have you slept with her? Fred. Harry said loudly, his eyes dancing with laughter, despite his shock at the question. What? Just asking. Are you? That is for me to know and you to wonder. Merlin, Harry, you're only 17 and you're already in a serious relationship. Ron said. Harry shrugged. I'm actually nearer 25 by now. 25. Yeah, wow. Tonks felt like she was 15 again, gossiping with her friends. Is he a good kisser? Yep. How good? Scale of 1 to 100. At least 98. Really? Oh yeah. What about? Classified. Tonks replied, blushing furiously. Girls, that's private. Molly said. I'm very pleased for you both. She said, before leaving. Tonks looked over at Harry, who was laughing at whatever the boys had just said. He smiled as he caught her watching, his eyes alight with mischief and laughter. You're besotted, the pair of you. Daniela laughed, watching the exchange. Yeah, and to think I was trying to play matchmaker between you two, just shows how lousy a matchmaker I am. You were setting us up. Daniela giggled. He was always flirting with you when I was there. Tonks grinned, wanting to go and see him. She hadn't kissed him in several minutes. Oh, just go already. Ginny cried, shaking her head in exasperation. Tonks grinned and left quickly, heading straight over to where Harry was sitting. The guys whistled and catcalled as Harry stood up. That was how they ended up with blue and yellow polka dot hair and high-pitched voices. All of the girls made a mental note never to get on the wrong side of Harry. The rest of the party went smoothly. Harry was slightly saddened by the gap that was growing between him and his friends, knowing that it would only increase with his being a professor at Hogwarts. He resolved to make sure that he always had time for his friends, no matter what. With 3 weeks left of the summer holidays, Harry and Tonks moved to Hogwarts. Harry had passed his NEWTs, much to the shock of many people, and had been awarded a place on the faculty. When everyone received their letters, he got numerous letters from his friends, asking how he had become a teacher. He replied to all of them, telling them that Dumbledore was going to explain everything at the welcoming feast. They spent the rest of the holidays sorting out their living quarters and offices. Dumbledore had given them adjoining quarters, as he didn't think that them sneaking around the castle at night would set a very good example for the students. This was also the reasoning behind the door leading from one set of quarters to the other. The only caution Dumbledore gave was to be discreet, as it wouldn't do for students to get the wrong idea. Those 3 happy weeks passed all too quickly as far as Harry was concerned. He knew that as soon as school started, things would get even more hectic. Leading 2 lives had its disadvantages, he found, one of those being that he had twice the number of demands for his time. Once again, he was immensely grateful for the fact that he had a getaway where time didn't pass. Are you ready? Tonks asked as they got ready to head to the Great Hall for the welcoming feast. As I'll ever be, Harry said, kissing her softly. Me too. Why did I agree to be a teacher? I mean me, of all people. You'll do brilliantly, Harry assured her. You think so? Of course. I love you. I love you too, now come on. Or the students will be there before we are. Right. I can do this. Of course you can, Harry said. Now are we going or not? Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Everyone looked around as they entered the Great Hall, looking for Harry Potter sitting at the head table. Many let their eyes slide right past him, not recognizing him. Many of the girls stopped looking for Harry Potter in favor of staring at the mysterious, dark-haired man sitting next to the other new teacher. It was Cho, out of all of those girls, who put 2 and 2 together quickest. Harry, she squeaked, her eyes round with shock as she took in her ex-boyfriend's new look. The dark-haired man turned his head to her and grinned. As a whole, every girl in the hall sighed. Ron and Hermione looked at Tonks to see her reaction. She was pouting slightly, only stopping when Harry looked back at her and murmured something that only she could hear. The feast passed without many noteworthy incidents, unless Leona barging in halfway through the headmaster's speech, muttering something in Harry's ear before taking a seat further down the table. As promised, Dumbledore explained that Harry had passed his NEWTs over the summer break and told the students that Harry himself would explain more in his first class, which was to be a mandatory class. Thereafter, it would be optional for all those above 5th year, while 4th years and below would be required to take the course. Colin and Dennis Creevy looked like all of their birthdays had come at once at this announcement, while everyone else had mixed reactions, everything from cynicism to curiosity and caution. Harry's first class the next day was with the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor 6th years, with Ron, Hermione and Daniela, who had been sorted into Gryffindor the previous night. So what are we supposed to call you? Dean asked at the beginning of the lesson. Harry, Just like you've called me for the past 5 years. Not Professor Potter? One of the Ravenclaws asked. Definitely not. Harry shuddered. So Harry, are you ever going to tell us what this is about? Hermione asked, grinning widely. Now that you bring it up, why don't you explain? After all, you do know. Harry, that's mean, Leona said, walking in. Mean. After everything you put me through over the summer, teasing, my own's mean. Harry spluttered. Ron, Hermione and Daniela sniggered, knowing what Harry was talking about and who the intruder was. Right, everyone, my name is Leona, and I'm a warrior. I'm Harry's trainer. I'm a warrior too. That's what this lesson is about, teaching you the truth about warriors and teaching you to defend yourselves against them. Harry said, seamlessly taking over from where Leona had left off. Hey Harry, are there any demonstrations in this course? Of course, Harry said, grinning as Leona groaned. And I suppose the headmaster, in his infinite wisdom, decided that it would be me against you. Yeah, that's about it. Oh great. And when are they scheduled for? Today. Harry smirked. Ron, Hermione and Daniela exchanged grins, having seen a duel between them before. Oh man. Somebody up there hates me. Leona sighed. Come on, Lee. It's not that bad. You're not the one getting your ass kicked, are you? Well, you never know. Oh I do. Hey Lee, look on the bright side, you'll have a lot of chances to beat him. Daniela said. Oh joy. Hey, wait a minute. Your parents are fully trained warriors too, how about they demonstrate with him? He's your student. Daniela reminded her. All right, let's get this over and done with. Harry nodded, his robes changing to his sparring robes in the blink of an eye. Leona did the same, pulling her bow and her sword from thin air. Harry pulled two of his own swords. Looking around, he came to a decision. With a flick of his hand, the room doubled in size, and all of the students were sat around the edges of the room. You ready? Naturally. They were about to start when Tonks came in, tripping over and landing in Harry's arms. He set her back on her feet, smiling and shaking his head. Hey Harry. Ooh, are you two about to duel? Can I watch? Tonks said, grinning widely. Sure, why not? Grab a seat. Thanks. So, what rules have you decided on? Anything goes. Weapons and magic. Harry replied. Tonks winced, feeling sorry for Leona, who looked as if she was preparing to be led to her death. Rather you than me, Lee. She said. Right, can we get on with it already? Harry muttered impatiently. It began moments later. Leona brought her sword to clash with his, moving away from the other one. Harry put one sword away, pulling a small dagger instead. He threw it just to the side of her head, so that it skimmed past her ear, making many girls in the class scream. Leona nodded briefly at him, understanding the message. No major blood or injuries. She pulled her bow and shot it, realizing too late that she had just sent a poisoned arrow directly at his nether regions. His eyebrows rose as he dodged it. You want to watch where you're aiming those darts? He smirked. Yeah, otherwise I might have a lot of explaining to do to your girlfriend. Oh, don't worry about me. Harry said sarcastically. I won't. Harry rolled his eyes, catching her with a levitation charm. As she flew up in the air, her sword found the shoulder of Harry's shirt and ripped the sleeve off. There were gasps from the class, but the blade hadn't made contact with any skin. She cut the other sleeve off on the way down, smiling sweetly at Harry. Harry ducked, anticipating the swipe of her sword, and instead of Leona landing a blow, she landed on her backside as he pulled her legs from underneath her. She jumped to her feet, shooting an arrow at him as she did so. He hissed in pain as the poison tip sunk into his hip. Ignoring it, he shot a volley of different spells at her, lunging with his sword as well. Everyone's eyes grew large as Harry won the duel hands down, with Lee knocked unconscious. There was silence as he revived her. And here I was thinking you might let me win for once. She joked as he healed a nasty cut on her cheek. And what would be the point of that? Harry asked. Well, I might get away with a bit of dignity. I don't think you did too badly. I really don't appreciate being used a pin cushion though. The class winced as a whole when he yanked the arrow from his hip, and one girl fainted upon seeing the blood on it. Here, I thought you were going to sharpen them. Nah. They hurt more blunt, don't you think? I don't think, I know. Harry said, revealing the wound, which looked as if it had got quite a healthy dose of poison. Tonks gasped and paled. Harry merely shrugged, putting his hand over the wound and removing the poison. The wound remained open, unable to be healed immediately as an after effect of the poison. After a moment, he dressed the wound with some cotton wool. Still no one said a word. Good duel, he said, nodding to Lee. Did I get you anywhere else? I don't think so. Nothing major anyway. A few bruises. Jem prefers healing me anyway. You don't give lectures, she does. I swear, she enjoys telling me off. Yeah, that sounds about right. Right, I have to get going. If you happen to see Simba before I do, can you tell him that it's Bradley Marsh? Why doesn't that surprise me? Yeah, I'll tell him. Say hi to everyone for me, won't you? Tell Arian that I'll be there to speak to him in a few days. Will do. Take care. Call if you need anyone to demonstrate on. Don't worry, I will. See ya. Leona disappeared, finally bringing the class out of their stupor. There was tumultuous applause, and Harry smiled slightly. Did that arrow hurt, sir? A Ravenclaw asked. It's Harry, and yes, it was rather painful. Are your duels always that violent? Neville squeaked. That wasn't violent, Harry assured him. Now, the moral of this story is never to duel with a warrior unless there is absolutely no other choice. But you did it. I am a warrior. Besides, I've been training for over a year. And believe me, Leona is a South Dot Avenue driver. In the first few weeks of training, I got my A.S. kicked more times than I care to remember. Who are Simba and Arian? Simba is the warrior mage and Arian is Lee's brother. Jem is her sister, a healer, for those of you who hadn't figured it out already. Are there warriors serving you know who? Yes. As much as I hate to admit it, there are some warriors who have forgotten the old ways. The old ways. Warriors are supposed to protect the innocent. We get our bad representative because we have no mercy for those who have wronged us. However, no warrior who respects the old ways will harm an innocent. You mean you'd kill people? Not if I could help it. But if it comes down to it, I would do. Between the life of a murderer and my own life, there's only one choice, I'm afraid. However, there are punishments much worse than death. The class nodded their understanding. They all knew that they were at war, and that Harry was right at the center of it. It was only natural that he had grown into this attitude. But if you killed someone, wouldn't that mean that you were guilty and another warrior would kill you? Dean asked. No. Look, if you were faced with one of Voldemort's Death Eaters, and they were holding you at one point, about to kill you, would you say killing them was murder or self-defense? Self-defense. Right. So say that same Death Eater had murdered your family. Is it unfair to expect them to be punished? Killing people isn't a good punishment. You're more likely to be hurt by it than they are, but we are at war, and in war there are very few options. Hopefully, none of you will ever be put in that position. Have you been? The question was so quiet that it could have been missed had the class not been silent. Yes, Harry replied, unfazed. In the summer, Voldemort sent Death Eaters after me. Among them was one Death Eater that I had rather a grudge against. Peter Pettigrew was my parents' secret keeper. He betrayed them to Voldemort. It was him that helped Voldemort regain his body. He was also indebted to me after I saved his life when my godfather wanted to commit the murder he was imprisoned for. When I found him, I had two options. I could have killed him. He had killed my parents, he had let Sirius take the blame, and he had given Voldemort his body back. All very good reasons to kill the traitor. But when it came to it, it all seemed pointless. Rather than killing him, I gave him to the Dementors. Had Sirius still been alive, he would have been pardoned. As it is, it's too late. Still, my conscience is clear and Voldemort has considerably less followers. What happened to the others? I believe they had their powers bound. They will live their lives as the Muggles they hate so much. Is that worse than death? For them it is. Voldemort's most loyal followers tend to be pure bloods. They rely heavily on magic, and see Muggles as dirty. Being made one is the worst punishment for them. They have never lived without magic and without it, they are helpless. Do you think their master will help them? Voldemort wouldn't bat an eyelid. He has interest in only what benefits him, and powerless followers are as much use to him as muggles are. If they are lucky, he will take pity on them and kill them. The bell rang loudly in the silence. Homework. Everyone write down what they know about warriors. No more than 2 rolls of parchment. Daniela, you're excused from this. Please wait behind for a moment, though. Everyone filed out, murmuring about the lesson. What is it, Harry? Daniela asked, flinching slightly at the pain in her friend's eyes. I was wondering if you'd be interested in starting training early. Are you kidding? I'd love to. Are you going to ask Rhiannon? Yeah. It'll be mostly Simba teaching you, but in class you'll be working on training, that way it's constructive for you. Great. I can't believe the warrior mage will be teaching us. This is so cool. Hermione is going to be so jealous. Yeah, well, you might want to keep it quiet. It's up to you, but well, you know. Good idea. But won't people notice that I'm getting different work? I doubt it. And if they ask, all you need to say is that you're working on a special project as you know most things about warriors, with your parents being warriors. Right. When's my first lesson? Well, Simba's quite busy just now. I'll sort it out with him and let you know, okay? Sure. Tonks put her arms around Harry as Daniela walked out. He rested her head on hers, and she heard him sigh softly. You were really good, she murmured. They responded to what you were saying. I shouldn't have to say it though. They shouldn't have to deal with whether or not it's right to kill someone in a war situation. Harry, you can't do anything about that. You can't take everything on. Besides, if you don't tell it like it is, who will? I don't know. Harry, you know as well as I do that the world is not a nice place. They need to learn that things aren't just black and white. There are more important lessons than what they teach in the regular curriculum. You are filling that gap. They need to know what they are facing. You're doing the right thing. Thanks, Harry whispered, kissing her softly. Tonks smiled up at him. I'm so proud of you, she whispered, kissing his lips. Their faces when you pulled that arrow from your hip. I thought they were all going to faint. Thank Merlin only one person did, Harry said, his usual good humor seeping back into his voice. When's your first class? After lunch. When's your next class? Same. Then I'm finished for the day. Tomorrow I've got one lesson and a DA meeting. Can I come? Sure. You are the defense teacher, after all. Great. By the way, feel free to drop into my classes at any point. I still think it would have been fun to teach you defense. Maybe I will, Harry said. So, what are you doing between now and lunchtime? Teaching you ancient Elvish. Huh, have you forgotten already? It would seem so. Refresh my memory. In the summer you asked if I would teach you ancient Elvish. Do you still want to learn it? Oh yeah, of course. Right. For the next 2 and a bit hours, Harry began to teach Tonks the basics of ancient Elvish, in between kisses. Harry soon grew accustomed to teaching. He found that he enjoyed it, and the students liked him because his lessons were a break from the usual theory-practice rule of the other subjects. Of course there were still those who disliked him, but in general, those people were too scared of him to give him hassle. Meanwhile, Tonks was getting more and more adept at ancient Elvish, and Harry was used to finding random notes anywhere and everywhere. His students asked him time and time again who sent the notes, and what they said. Every time, Harry would just smile and shake his head. Harry, are you busy? Lee asked. Harry glanced around the class, who were practicing deflecting curses with strong shields. Kind of. Is it important? Yeah, you're needed in l'Cie. The class had stopped practicing now, and were watching and listening to the exchange with interest. Now. Sorry, you know I wouldn't ask if it wasn't urgent. Give me a second, Harry replied. Hermione, I will be gone for 5 minutes at the most. If Tonks can't come through, you're in charge. If I come back and no one's doing what they should be, there will be trouble. Harry nodded to Hermione before vanishing into thin air. Tonks, are you busy? Harry asked. Nope. Why? I thought you had a class just now. I do. Can you cover it for me for 5 minutes or so? I need to get to l'Cie. Sure. What's going on? I don't know, but I doubt that it's good. The class are practicing their shields. Right. Shields I can do. Good luck, sweetie. See you in a few minutes. Harry tripped to Lassie after giving Tonks a brief kiss. While passing through the wards, he found that 2 warriors with the dark mark had tried to get through, along with 2 Death Eaters. Perhaps that was what this was all about. Simba, I'm so glad Leona found you. I hope you weren't too busy. Adam said, looking immensely relieved. I was actually in the middle of teaching a class. I'm in rather a hurry to get back, so if you don't mind, I'd like to know why I was so desperately needed. Well, the warriors have found out about the wards, you see. 2 warriors have gone and haven't returned, yes. Yes. How? The wards. So their families are panicking and you have no idea what to do. Exactly. Adam said. Simba clenched his jaw, wondering where the minister's common sense had gone. Give me 10 minutes and I'll be right with you. He tripped to Leona's home to calm down for a few minutes before going to soothe a few frayed nerves before they destroyed the city. You look rather strained, Arian commented. Yeah. Tell me, if 2 families were going berserk, what would you do? Try and calm them down. Reassure them. Great. That's what I'd do too, but apparently the minister had to call me away in the middle of a class just to sort it out. Ah, so that's it. The families of the missing warriors. Yeah, honestly, I'd better sort it out so that I can get back to class. Have fun, won't you? Oh, Simba, I've got that package that you asked me to pick up for you. Do you want it now? Simba's eyes lit up as he grinned widely. Give me half an hour to sort this mess out and I'll get it afterwards, yeah. Sure. Arian agreed, watching Simba stroll out of the room and out of the house. He had wondered what it was that Harry had wanted him to pick up that was obviously so important to him. It seemed a rather small, insignificant box to him. Simba had relatively little trouble explaining the situation to the families of the warriors who had turned. Both families were deeply shocked and upset by the revelation that their children had willingly joined the ranks of a monster. While they obviously shared the common dislike for humans, as far as they were concerned, what Voldemort was doing was unforgivable. Nothing gave anyone the right to kill innocents. Simba had offered the hope that they were excluded from the killing sprees, but when they asked him his opinion on the matter, he told them that he severely doubted it. It had been painful when they thanked him for his honesty and that he had taken the time to speak to them. He had nodded and left soon after, leaving the respective families to grieve for the children that they had lost to the dark side. Harry wondered how many more families Voldemort would tear apart without another thought. He was not in the best mood when he returned to the Tides house, but he cheered up at the thought of the package that awaited him. Hey, I was just about to send out the search party. Arian joked, holding the small package, which was wrapped neatly in brown paper. He handed it to Simba, who took it eagerly, carefully unwrapping it as if it were highly delicate and precious. What is it? Arian asked curiously. Take a look. Simba replied, handing him a small box which looked to be made out of beautifully carved glass. Very nice, he said. Look inside. Simba prompted. Carefully opening the box, Arian gasped at what he found. The most beautiful ring, made of platinum and with a small but incredibly beautiful and flawless diamond set into it. Arian thought that it was possibly the most perfect thing he had ever seen. Is it what I think it is? He whispered. Yeah, Simba said, shifting slightly in his seat. What do you think? Harry, she'll love it. When are you going to ask her? Dunno. When the time's right, I guess. When you finally pluck up the courage then. Something like that. God, I've been face to face with Voldemort more times than I care to remember, yet I'm terrified of doing this one little thing. Pretty big little thing, Arian said. Look, Harry, it's obvious that you love her and that she loves you. She'll say yes, I know she will. Thanks, Simba said, smiling gratefully at the other man. Not a word to anyone. He cautioned him. Of course not. Let me know how it goes. Arian said, faking insult. Good. Thanks, Arian. I owe you big time. You've already paid me several times over. Arian replied softly, watching his friend and his leader disappear from sight. More than you'll ever know. He murmured. Harry appeared right in front of the class, still disguised as the mage. Seeing the class's wide eyes, He muttered a curse. Tonks, can I have a word, please? My Lord Mage. Daniela. Ron and Hermione said, nodding respectfully at him. Everyone else just stared. Hey, Harry should be back in a minute or so. Who are you? Seamus asked blankly. Simba tied. I believe you've met my cousin Leona. Harry's trainer. Yeah, so are you going to be dueling Harry? Do we get to see him kick your butt? The four who knew his status as mage sniggered, though Tonks was sniggering for a slightly different reason than the other three. What's funny? I'm the warrior mage, Mr. Finnegan. Some members of the class, mostly Ravenclaws, gasped. And that would mean. It means, Seamus, that Simba is basically unbeatable. Ron smirked. Not unbeatable, Ron, just incredibly difficult to beat. Has anyone beaten you so far? No. My point. Have you fought Harry? Yes. And you won? Yes. It was a rather interesting duel, but Harry came out of it significantly worse than I did. Oh, and Donnie. Tomorrow at 8. Tell Rhea, will you? Sure. Daniela said, smiling as everyone turned to stare at her, including Ron and Hermione. What was all that about? Do you know him? Of course I know him. My parents are warriors. He's practically royalty. What did you call him? My Lord Mage. It's his title. A sign of respect. Like, sir. Yeah. Is he important? Yeah. The mage is the most powerful and most influential warrior. He's in charge of most things. Mages are quite rare. They only appear every millennia, or something. They're very highly respected. So what? He's in charge of everything. Most things. The majority of warriors would follow him to the grave, should he ask it. Geez, imagine the responsibility. Yeah, but wouldn't it be cool to be so powerful that everyone respects you? Power does not grant you respect, Dean. Actions gain respect, and the right attitude. Simba is revered for the simple fact that he is enormously powerful, but respect comes from what he has achieved. Harry said, appearing before his class. He went to the door and opened it. Hey Sim, thanks. No problem. They heard the reply. Harry came back into class, smiling calmly. Sorry about that. Had to go to Lassie. You may pack up and go 5 minutes early. Harry, do you know the mage well? Fairly. I did share a room with him for almost a year. You did? Yeah. While training with Lee, I stayed with her family. Simba is her cousin. Is he nice? He's not someone I'd be in a hurry to cross, but yeah, if you show him respect, he'll show you respect. He's friendly, sort of like a big brother. Daniela chipped in. Harry smiled warmly at her. I'm sure he'd appreciate you saying so. He said, I thought I told you all that you could leave. What are you doing still here? Can you tell us more about the mage next lesson, sir? Sure. I might even let him take over the class next period. Maybe a duel between him and Lee, or Arian. I'll see what I can do. Cool. Why don't you duel him? Because I'm not that stupid. Harry smirked. Is it true that when he dueled you, he injured you pretty badly? He said that. Actually, I came out of it black and blue. How do you think I got good? I learned from the best. I thought Leona was your trainer. She was, but Simba helped out occasionally. When he had the time. Now go already. Shoo, I have another class to get ready and you lot have left me a nice mess to tidy up. Sorry, sir. Several people said apologetically. Harry cleaned the room up in a second, simply sending everything back to its place with a wave of his hand. Then he sat behind his desk, neatly printing a note in Elvish. In it, he asked Tonks to meet him in his office at 6 o'clock that night, and to dress smartly. He imagined that the note would baffle her, and that she would pester him no end until he told her where they were going. He smiled in anticipation. Despite the dread that she would refuse, he was actually quite excited. Sure enough, during his next class, the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff 7th years, a note appeared on his desk, again written in Elvish. Sir, a piece of parchment covered in weird drawings just popped onto your desk. One of his students said, now relatively used to strange happenings in Harry's classroom. Thanks, he said, picking up the parchment. The class watched as his eyes flicked across it, as if reading some message. He began to smile, making many of the girls sigh. Harry Potter had become the object of many of their affections, despite his supposedly being younger than them. They had also fallen into the habit of calling him, Sir, like many of his other classes. Who's it from, sir? A friend. What is it? A message? Possibly. Or it may be an ongoing game of Pictionary. The Muggle-borns of the class laughed, while everyone else looked puzzled. If it's Pictionary, sir, your friend is atrocious at drawing. Harry smiled fondly. Tonks was rather irritated by the time her last class came around. Harry had replied to her note with a simple, three-worded response, wait and see. If there was one thing Tonks hated above all others, it was waiting. It just wasn't in her character to be patient, something of which Harry was more than well aware. By the end of class, she was more than ready to leave, and was one of the first out of the door, much to the surprise of her class. She was sitting in Harry's office waiting for him when he arrived, smiling widely as he kissed her. How was your day, sweetie? He asked. Bloody awful. You know I hate waiting. Tonks pouted. Ah, never mind. You'll find out soon enough. Will you tell me if I ask nicely? She asked, putting her hands on his chest. Harry smiled, noticing that she had reverted to her natural form, as she always did when they were alone. Not going to work. What about bribery? Will that work? Depends on the bribe. If you don't tell me, I'm not coming to your room for 3 weeks. Is that right? Harry asked, kissing her neck. Well, it's a surprise. You're going to have to wait. I hate you so much, Harry Potter. Well, I love you, Harry said, kissing her again. She groaned, knowing that he had won again, just like he always did. But damn, if she had to lose to someone, she was sure that she wanted to lose to him. He smiled at her, his eyes dancing with happiness. She snaked her arms around him, bringing his mouth to hers. Even when he was being an insufferable git, he was her insufferable git. I have to go and get ready. I'll see you later. 6. Here. He reminded her. I know. I can't wait to see what you've got up your sleeve this time. Well, you're going to have to. Now go, before I steal you away and decide that you're not going anywhere. Is that a promise? Love, if you want to go, you have 3 seconds to leave. With a cheeky grin, Tonks left his office and headed to her rooms. Harry sat back in his chair, wanting desperately to trip to her room, but knowing that if he did so, they'd never make it to the island. Instead, he headed up to the Gryffindor Tower, feeling the need for some normality for once in his life. He sat in his favorite chair by the fire, surprising some of the younger students, and much to the delight of the Creevies. Harry, what are you doing here? Ron asked, coming down from the dorms to see what all the noise was about. I miss this place, and my friends. Harry said truthfully. We missed you too. It's different now you're our teacher. Yeah, can't you ask Dumbledore if you can go back to being a student? And do what? I've passed my NEWTs once already, no point in doing them again. I suppose. And you are a really good teacher. Thanks, Ron. You know how I've been made Quidditch captain. Harry nodded, smiling when he remembered McGonagall telling him. Well, I was wondering whether you'd help train our new seeker. I mean, you're busy and everything, you don't have to. Ron, you're right when you say I'm busy, but of course I want to help. Is it allowed? Yeah, Myone's been checking it out since I thought of it. That way you could still fly and everything. Ron, thanks. I have a proposition for you too. Hermione and Ginny can join too, of course. Join what? The Marauders, of course. I might be a teacher, but that doesn't mean I can't have fun. Of course I'll be a Marauder. I'd love to. Not sure about Myone though, you know how she loves her rules. Ron, I swear, she's a Marauder at heart. I mean, for someone who knows the rulebook back to front, she's bent and broken just about everyone with us in the past few years. Talking about me? Hermione asked, smiling widely. I was wondering how long it would be before you made your way here. She grinned as he got up and hugged her. As far as he was concerned, she was his sister and he had missed her. Oi! Put her down, otherwise your girlfriend will get jealous. If you say so. Harry smirked. Although right at this moment she's about ready to curse me. Sounds interesting. Ginny said. Perfect. Now I can ask you both. How would you like to become marauders? Both girls looked stunned for a moment, before grinning widely. We'd love to. They answered in unison. Told you so, Harry said to Ron, whose jaw had all but fallen to the ground. At 5:30, Harry left the Gryffindor common room to get ready. His nervousness had increased tenfold, and even Ron had noticed that something wasn't right. That was the reason that he turned up at Harry's office 10 minutes before 6, to find his best friend dressed smartly, looking as if he was about to be taken to his death. Harry, what's going on? I think I'm going to throw up. Harry groaned. Why? I'm taking Tonks out tonight. Oh, bit late for a first date, is it not? It's not a first date, Ron. Then, he trailed off as Harry took the box from his pocket and opened it. For the second time that night, Ron's jaw hung loose. I see that as a reasonable excuse for nerves, he muttered, picking up the box and staring at the ring. What do you think? I can't believe this. I had no idea it was this serious. Neither did I, to begin with, Harry said softly, looking at the ring. She'll say yes, Harry. I'm sure of it. Thanks, mate. You'd better go. Dinner's about to be served and it's going to look suspicious if you're here when she shows up. Okay. Good luck. By the way, we have defense first tomorrow. Right. Harry nodded, smiling at his friend. Ron grinned and shook his head lightly. Just relax, mate. I'll see you tomorrow. She'll say yes, I know it. Harry only had to wait another 5 minutes before Tonks knocked on his door, looking stunning. Are you going to tell me where we're going? She asked shyly. You look gorgeous, Harry murmured, kissing her. So do you. Tonks blushed. Harry smiled and took her hand. Close your eyes, he whispered in her ear, taking her hand. She did so, her breath catching as she felt him trip. You can open them again, he murmured, his arms around her waist and his chin resting on her shoulder. Tonks gasped as she took in the beautiful sunset and the beach. Where are we? The Caribbean. That's specific. Well, they haven't named this island. Why not? Because, well, it's only just been discovered. Oh. Do you want to eat? Yeah. What's on the menu? Whatever you want. Dobby fixed it so that we could order whatever we wanted. Great. Tonks smiled as they reached a blanket spread out on the white sand. You certainly know how to make a girl feel special, she said. That's the point, he replied, his smile melting her. So, who else is on this island? Absolutely no one. It's warded against intruders. It's all ours. Just us? Tonks asked, a grin spreading across her face. Yeah, is that a problem? He was joking, and Tonks shook her head vigorously, blushing slightly. Good. Are we going to eat? Yeah. A picnic basket appeared in front of them, filled with all kinds of different foods. Strawberries for dessert. Tonks smiled. And champagne. Should you be drinking? Should you? Good point. Maybe just a little. So what's the big occasion? Does there have to be one? Well, no. But, would you rather I hadn't? No. Tonks admitted. She leant against him as he pulled out a plate of spaghetti carbonara. Tonks giggled, remembering the first time she had tasted Harry's cooking. You cooked this the first time you cooked for us. I know, he replied, twirling some onto a fork. And as I remember, only Remus was willing to eat it. We ate it in the end. You did. I had such a crush on you then. Huh. Harry was thrown by the turn in the conversation, but listened anyway. You were so cute. You scared me half to death when you collapsed on me though. I know. I'm sorry about that. Just don't do it again. Harry nodded as he offered her the fork. Thanks, Tonks said, taking some of the spaghetti. Harry was watching her intently, his green eyes thoughtful. They ate in companionable silence for a while, content to be in each other's company. Tonks soon became aware of Harry's rather uneasy state, and began to get worried. Harry, what's wrong? She asked, biting her lip, a habit she had acquired from him. Nothing. I'm fine, Harry said, smiling at her. He was slowly beginning to relax, but she was still sure that there was something he wasn't telling her. You sure? You seem a little preoccupied. I've got a few things on my mind, Harry admitted. Can I help? As a matter of fact you can, Harry said. Tonks watched, bewildered, as he knelt in front of her, his hand going into his pocket. Harry, what? Tonks trailed off as Harry pulled a box from his pocket, opening it slightly shakily. Will you marry me? He asked. Tonks' hands flew to her mouth in astonishment. Whatever she had been expecting, it wasn't that. Tonks. Harry now looked extremely worried as tears welled in her eyes. I'd love to, she whispered, tears running down her face. Harry's eyes betrayed his uncertainty, while they also looked hopeful. You will. Of course I will. Tonks grinned, watching as Harry's face broke into the most open and honest smile she had ever seen on his face. He opened the box and slipped the ring onto her finger. It's beautiful, she murmured, her tears slowly ceasing. I love you. I love you too. I'm going to be Mrs. Potter. Yeah. Nymphadora Tonks Potter. Tonks Potter. Very nice. How long have you been planning this? I had the ring made a while ago. Arian picked it up for me and gave it to me today. Wow. You got it made for me. Yeah. You do like it, don't you? I could get you a different one if you wanted. I'd like to see you try, Mr. Potter. Stop worrying. It's a beautiful ring. Okay. Harry said, kissing her. Harry and Tonks didn't return to Hogwarts until very late that night, and Tonks wasn't even awake. She had fallen asleep in his arms on the beach, and Harry was grateful that he could trip directly to his room in Hogwarts. Otherwise, he was sure that there would have been uproar. He lay beside her in bed and went to sleep, feeling more content than he had done in a long time. Waking up late, Tonks never made it to the Great Hall for breakfast, though Harry did. From the Gryffindor table, Ron was giving him worried looks. Harry returned them with a mournful one, making Ron's face fall in disbelief and horror. When a smile broke out over Harry's face, his eyes grew before narrowing. Harry gave him a tiny nod, making his best friend grin like a Cheshire cat. What's going on? Hermione demanded. Everyone else was too sleepy to notice, or to care. Ron was still grinning when he got to defense. Tonks was in the classroom, humming happily to herself and smiling every bit as widely as Ron was. Unnoticed, mainly due to his state of invisibility, Harry sat at the back of the class, grinning like an idiot. Tonks. Hermione was the first one to spot the engagement ring, unsurprisingly. Frankly, Harry would have been disappointed had she not been the one to spot it first. Is that an engagement ring? Lavender squeaked. Of course it is. When did he propose? Hermione asked, rushing to the front of the class and examined the ring. Oh Tonks, it's fabulous. Several other girls, Parvati, Lavender and Daniela included, followed Hermione and inspected the ring. Who is he and does he have any brothers? Parvati Ned enviously. Was it romantic? Lavender asked. Uh-huh. Tonks grinned. Hermione looked ecstatic. Sit. I want every detail, and as my friend, you will tell me everything. No need to get bossy, Hermione. I guess defense can be postponed for this morning. You'll all have to catch up next lesson. Tell us. The girls cried. Okay. Well first, he picked me up last night, and apparated me to a Caribbean island. Ooh. Which one? He said that it had only just been discovered. It didn't have a name. So it was just you two alone. Yeah. There was a picnic all set up on the beach and everything. The girls sighed collectively, while all the males in the groaned. We had just finished eating when he went down on one knee. Ah, I knew you would say yes. Ron smirked. Told him so too. You knew. Hermione and Tonks squealed. Ron gulped. You knew and you didn't tell me. Hermione asked. Well, does Harry know? Ron, Hermione, Daniela and Tonks exchanged glances. Yeah, Harry knows. Harry said, becoming visible again. Tonks looked over at him, not surprised in the slightest. You want to tell them? He asked, his voice in her mind making her jump slightly. She nodded, looking hopeful. Why not? They'll find out soon enough anyway. Tonks grinned and crossed the room, reaching up to pull his lips towards hers. Devious. He muttered as they parted. Very devious. Harry's your fiancé? Parvati asked, looking both amazed and upset. Yep. Wait. How long have you two been together? Lavender asked, looking utterly dismayed. Hogwarts' most eligible bachelor apparently wasn't a bachelor at all. That would depend on whether we count time spent in LaCie. If you do, I guess we've been together about 9 months to a year. If not, just over 2 months. That's quite a short time to decide that you want to spend the rest of your life with someone. It's long enough, Harry replied, smiling at his fiancée. Yeah, but till death do you part. That's a big commitment. Harry's smile froze in place, his eyes blazing. Tonks reached out to him, taking a hold of his hands and pressing the scars to her lips. Don't even think it, Harry. You'll get through this, and I'll be right there beside you. Harry leant in to kiss her softly. Thanks, he murmured. You're welcome, Tonks said, resting her head against her chest and glaring at Parvati, who had said it. Sorry, Harry, I didn't mean to upset you, she said, looking worried. No problem. You just hit a nerve. No kidding, Ron muttered, glaring at Parvati as well. Well, I'm very happy for you both, Hermione said, giving Harry and Tonks a hug. Thanks, my own, Harry said. No problem. I have to go. I have 7th year Ravenclaws and Slytherins next. I'll see you at lunch. Yeah, what fun. I get to do battle with more of your admirers. And you win every time. Harry grinned. Oh, and we had better go to LaCie, otherwise we'll never hear the end of it. Oh, I know. Remus. We have to tell Remus. And Molly. No doubt she'd love to help. We'll do that tonight. Not quite what I was planning. Tonks replied, her eyes dancing. Good job, we have all the time in the world then, isn't it? He smirked. Most definitely. Especially knowing you. Tonks grinned at him and he groaned. Tonks, honey, I have to get to class and you are not helping me. Tonks pouted, putting a hand to his neck, where the locket hung. Time out, she whispered. Come to my classroom as soon as you're finished here, then time out. He told her. She was getting used to his voice in her mind. It was comforting, soothing. And it was incredibly say. Why? She groaned quietly. He was driving her mad. If you don't stop that, we're going to give your students quite a show. I have to go. My classroom, as soon as you're done here. He whispered, his lips close to her ear. She bit her lip and nodded, half glad and half upset when he disappeared. Ugh, Tonks, can't you keep the mushy stuff for when you're alone? Ron asked, looking faintly ill. He was the only one. Everyone else was either flushed or left slightly dazed. Oh man, I have to get out of here, Dean said, fleeing the class. Seamus followed suit, while Tonks watched them go in amusement. Something I said. More like that little show that you and Harry had going, Hermione said. How much would you pay to be a fly on the wall during their honeymoon? Lavender whispered to Parvati. Tell me about it, but that is not going to wait until the honeymoon. I know. She is so lucky. Yeah, the class couldn't pass quickly enough, as far as both Harry and Tonks were concerned. As soon as the bell rang, she pulled on her invisibility cloak and ran to Harry's classroom. At last. I thought that lesson was never going to end, he told her, while kissing her hungrily and reaching up for his locket. Soon they were in the familiar surroundings of his hidden estate, sitting in the living room as he muttered the spell to keep Leona out. Tonks' eyes were practically glowing. All sealed. Now, what was it you were saying about plans? Was Tonks' only reply as she set about showing him exactly what she had planned. Harry watched Tonks sleep peacefully, her head on his chest. She was perfect, he thought, the most beautiful and loving person he had ever met. He thought back to their conversation about soulmates. He had been doubtful about the whole idea when they had talked about it, but now. By the time Harry's class was filing in, Harry and Tonks were talking quietly. A few snatches of the conversation were heard. Arian, in class. Are you sure? Tonks said. Yeah. Will you keep these guys busy for a few minutes? How long are you going to spend in LaCie? An hour or two. It depends on what's happening. Be careful. Yeah, of course. Harry turned to the class, smiling widely. I will be gone for the first few minutes of the lesson. Tonks will be keeping an eye on you. Look over what we did last lesson. If you have any questions, Tonks should be able to answer them. With that, he disappeared, leaving many confused students behind him. How does he do that, Professor? I thought apparating was impossible within Hogwarts grounds. He doesn't apparate. It's called tripping. The warrior form of apparition. More complicated. Does that mean that any warriors can get in here? Actually, Simba has put up his own wards around the school to stop that. Only certain warriors are keyed into them, others have to travel here just like any other wizards. Leona said, popping up from nowhere. Why can't Harry just travel like ordinary wizards? I mean, why don't the wards exclude all tripping? Because, Tonks said patiently, for those of you who haven't noticed, Simba, Harry and Leona spend a lot of time between here and Lassie. It is both more practical and safer for them to trip. Besides, it is the quickest method of travel, and God forbid something happens, it means that we have a backup. Tonks, where's Harry? Leona asked, not being able to sense him in the immediate vicinity. He's gone to fetch your brother. Tonks replied. Leona nodded, smiling. She gasped as the ring on Tonks' finger caught the light, sparkling brightly. Oh my goodness. When did this happen? She asked, grabbing her hand. The class was paying close attention, wondering who their defense professor was engaged to. Last night. I knew something was going on. I can't believe he never told me. Ron knew. So did Arian. I am going to kill my brother. Leona cried, inspecting the ring. It's gorgeous. May we see it? One of the girls asked. Tonks held out her hand proudly, grinning widely. So what did your students think? Well, Ron knew. Hermione was really excited, Daniela couldn't stop grinning, and the rest of the girls looked as if they wanted to strangle me. At least they did after they found out who my fiancé was. I'll bet. So who have you told? Apart from my class, no one. Rhea, you know who Tonks is marrying, don't you? Leona asked. Yep. And I can tell you that it's going to break a few hearts. Oops. Tonks said, looking rather unconcerned. Who is it? You'll see. Leona smirked. Hey Lee. Harry and Arian said from the door. Cho sat up straighter, smiling seductively. Arian, you knew about this? Lee demanded, holding up Tonks' hand so that the ring caught the light. I was sworn to secrecy. Arian said hurriedly, looking wary of his youngest sister. And why was that? Lee went on, shifting her gaze to Harry. Lee, you are so bad at pretending to be angry. He replied, a smile tugging at his lips. That was acting. Arian asked, dismayed. Yeah, your little sister does that every so often. Can't you tell? No, he never has been able to. Lee grinned, giving her student a hug. I'm so pleased for you. She said. Thanks. So, what's on the agenda for today? Who's dueling who? Well, as I'm in a good mood, I might duel both of you. Harry said. Both of them? Cho asked, looking pale. Yeah, it can actually be an advantage to have two opponents, and I don't mean that if you're faced with two opponents that it's going to be easier, I'm just saying that it's never impossible. Great. Arian, a word. Lee said, faking a glare at Tonks. This is all your fault. She accused. Tonks grinned, exchanging glances with Harry. Good. She replied. I take it you want to stick around. Harry asked. Of course. By the way, didn't you say that Arian was a soldier? Yeah. One of the best. Harry replied, watching Lee and Arian discuss battle tactics. You're mental. Tonks said, shaking her head in disbelief. Oh look, I think they're ready. Rhea, you're the ref. Sure. Go easy on them, Harry. No. Give it your best shot. Lee said. Harry nodded, knowing that these duels were as much for his benefit as they were for his class's. The duel that ensued was fast and furious, with Harry dodging everything and anything that the other two threw at him. After a few minutes of just dodging, he began moving slightly, ducking so that their attacks went over his head and causing the other to dodge the attack from their ally. For once, it wasn't Harry that was skewered by Leona's blunt poison arrows. He had jumped out of the way, causing it to drive into Arian's shoulder. Arg. Lee, when was the last time you sharpened these arrows? She likes to keep them blunt so that they hurt more. Just sharp enough to break skin, but blunt enough that they have to have a lot of power behind them to do so. Just wait till the poison kicks in. Harry said helpfully. Poison. Sorry, Arian. I always use poisoned arrows. It's one of the few things that seem to be useful against Harry. But poison. Guys. Harry asked, one sword pointing at each of them. Damn. Okay. You win. Right. Come here, Arian. Harry yanked the arrow out of the older man's shoulder. OWW. He yelled, jumping away from Harry. You're lucky. Believe me, it hurts worse when she's closer. Do you want me to heal it, or are you going to wait and get Gem to heal it? Arian shuddered, imagining the lecture he would get from his younger sister. Would you do it, please? No problem. It'll sting a bit. Yeah, I know. Harry muttered something, making a patch of Arian's robes disappear so that he could reach the wound. Soon all the poison had been extracted, leaving a small wound to close on its own. It'll close up pretty soon. He informed him. Thanks. Good duel. You didn't even have to use a spell. Actually, I did. Harry murmured, grinning slightly as he fixed the robes. You did. Yep. Harry said. He didn't elaborate, but Arian was beginning to realize just what spell it had been. Nice. Very sneaky, he said, inclining his head as a mark of his respect. He knew that this was the mage, whether he looked like Simba or not, and the mage deserved his respect. Well done, honey. At least you didn't get another arrow wound this time. I take it Lee's got you several times with that then. Yeah, Harry grimaced. Poor baby, Tonks said, kissing him softly. Harry turned to receive the kiss on the lips, deepening it slightly. All right, you two, enough already, save it for the honeymoon. Lee said, watching as the class stared in astonishment. Yeah, right, Arian snorted. Arian. Harry and Tonks warned in unison. Sorry. Lee turned to see Cho fleeing from the room in tears. Harry looked slightly uncomfortable, while Rhea rolled her eyes. Don't mind her, Harry. One Ravenclaw girl said, she's just upset that she didn't hang on to you. Right, Harry said. He felt as if he ought to go after her. He looked over at Tonks, who was looking rather concerned. I'll go and speak to her, he said softly. Tonks nodded, knowing that Cho posed no threat to her and Harry's relationship. He had been there, done that. Keep me posted, okay? Sure, Harry said quietly, kissing Tonks softly. Everyone, homework for next day is an essay on how to use the number of opponents as an advantage. No more than 4 rolls of parchment, and no less than 3. The class groaned, but Harry wasn't there to hear it. Harry focused on trying to place his ex-girlfriend. In Hogwarts, it wasn't an easy task. After a few minutes, he managed to locate her. You have got to be joking, he muttered, realizing that she was hiding out in the girls' bathroom, in Mo Ningmyrtle's bathroom. Fading into invisibility, he jogged up there, hoping that Mo Ningmyrtle wouldn't hold him up for too long. Who are you? Myrtle demanded as he walked into the girls' bathroom. Don't you recognize me, Myrtle? Harry, is that you? You look so mature. Thanks, Myrtle. Harry chuckled. You didn't come and see me last year. I'm sorry, Myrtle. I was in a rather bad mood with everyone and everything last year. I would have insulted you, I'm sure. I don't mind you insulting me, Harry. Myrtle said, giggling softly. Right. Look, Myrtle, not that I don't want to talk to you or anything, but has Cho been in here? Cho. Pretty girl. About so high, dark hair. That's her, Harry said. Haven't seen her. Myrtle lied. Myrtle. The truth. The end cubicle. Is she your girlfriend? No, Harry said softly. Oh. Myrtle brightened so considerably that Harry didn't have the heart to tell her that he was engaged to someone else. He walked to the end cubicle, pushing it open gently to find Cho sitting on the floor, her knees pulled up to her chest, tears streaming silently down her face. What are you doing here? She asked in what would be a venomous voice, had she had the energy or the inclination to make it so. I came to see what's wrong with you. Why? Well, look, Cho, I can't pretend that I still like you in that way, but well, I'm your teacher, and I kinda hoped that we were still friends. Cho sobbed quietly, resting her head against his chest. He awkwardly patted her back, remembering the last time he had done so, just before they kissed. I'm being stupid, she said. I know I am, but seeing you I fell in love with you. Oh Cho, you have no idea how happy I would have been to hear that a year ago. But not now. I'm sorry. We wouldn't have worked out anyway. Why? Because you were uncomfortable because of what happened with Cedric. We hardly know each other and, well, nothing is ever really what it seems with me. Why are you marrying her? Because I love her, Harry said. You do. More than anything. She's probably also the only woman in the world that could put up with everything that comes with me. Oh. Then I guess congratulations. Thanks, Cho. When's the wedding? No idea. I just proposed last night. We haven't had time to discuss anything like that yet. Oh. Why didn't you talk about it last night? Harry fidgeted, and Cho immediately figured out the reason. She wasn't a Ravenclaw for nothing. We kinda got sidetracked, he said eventually, blushing slightly. I can't believe you're still only 16. Cho said. I'm not. I'm somewhere around 25. Oh, that certainly explains a lot. I'm glad you're happy. Thank you. Cho nodded, giving him a peck on the cheek. She walked out, pausing at the door as Harry called out to her. You'd better find out the homework from one of your friends. Yes, sir. Cho laughed. You're getting married, Myrtle screeched. Yeah, Harry winced. How could you lead me on like that? Out, out, out. Harry tripped out of the bathroom, landing back in his classroom. What happened? You look pale, Tonks said, clearly concerned. Ning Myrtle. What about her? Apparently I led her on. She wasn't happy. Ah, Tonks said, understandingly. A smile tugged at her lips as she put her hands on Harry's shoulders and began to rub. How did things go with Cho? I think everything's okay. You're sure? Yeah, I was just worried about her. I guess she's stronger than I gave her credit for. Tonks said. She didn't see Cho pass the door, smiling slightly. Harry did, but he said nothing. Come on, honey. Let's go and get some lunch. You just want to show off your ring some more. And my fiancé. Whatever you say, love. I can't wait to be Mrs. Potter. Let's go get some lunch. If we don't go now, we're not going to get to go. Okay, Tonks said, smiling innocently. Rumors flew around the hall faster than ever before. Only a few people knew the truth, and those people were currently in hysterics over some of the blatantly ridiculous rumors. They think that Tonks, oh, that's priceless. No. The best one is the one with Snape. I mean, ew. Tell me about it. I don't know. Filch was quite a surprise. There's something very wrong with the imaginations of the gossips in this school. Hey, we resent that. Lavender said, with Parvati nodding her agreement. You two didn't start any of these by any chance, did you? Just the ones about Tonks and a younger guy, which are, by the way, perfectly true. No, they're not, Ron said. What? There's no way that Tonks is under 16. No, she's 21. But Harry is 25. What? And how did he miraculously gain 9 years? Time difference. Hermione said. For every hour that passes here, a day passes in LaCie, though that doesn't account for 9 years. I'm sure Harry has some trick or other up his sleeve. Right. Well, how many people in this place know that? I suppose. Mind you, it does explain the differences. I bet he's fantastic in bed. Lavender Brown. Hermione shrieked. Her cheeks were tinted pink, but whether it was through anger or something else, no one knew. When Harry and Tonks walked into the room hand in hand and oblivious to everyone as they chatted to each other, everyone fell silent. The ring glittering on her hand was plain for everyone to see, and if their joined hands and close proximity were anything to go by, Harry was her fiancé. No one knew who started the clapping, but pretty soon, everyone bar a few Slytherins were on their feet and applauding the two youngest professors. Many of the girls were envious of Tonks, while they adored Harry. Many of the guys wanted to be Harry. Oh damn. Harry muttered, going slightly red as everyone applauded them. Half of the girls look like the world is ending. Tonks grinned. It is. Malfoy's actually smiling. What? Now that is scary. Yeah, I'd say so. You do realize that now we're going to get about 10,000 letters asking for exclusives on our wedding plans. Oh no. Oh yes. Not to mention the fact that they're all going to want interviews and wedding pictures, etc. Is this supposed to be reassuring me? I don't think so. It's scaring the life out of me. We'll manage, Harry assured her. We always do. Everyone talked about Harry and Tonks for the rest of that night. Many were shocked at the pairing, while others said they had suspected it all along. Harry and Tonks traveled to Lassie after dinner, wasting no time in telling the Tides. Everyone had been overjoyed about it, and had congratulated them. While Serena, Jem and Lee dragged Tonks away to talk wedding dresses and other arrangements, both Arians sat with Harry, telling him that he'd be driven to distraction with wedding plans before long. Remus grinned widely as Harry and Tonks told him their news. He had suspected that Harry would propose at some point, although he was mildly surprised at how quickly he had. Still, he knew that there was more to their relationship that met the eye. Tonks had been the one to help him through his guilt over Sirius' death, and, though most people didn't see it, Tonks was happier and more relaxed than she ever had been. He also knew that time wasn't a factor for them. For all he knew, they could have been together for the equivalent of years. Molly, as predicted, was delighted that Harry had proposed. She immediately began muttering things about color schemes, and bridesmaid dresses and such. Harry was beginning to realize that this was all he would get until the wedding. He found that he didn't care. As long as Tonks was there, everything would be worth it. Arthur had smiled warmly and congratulated them both, saving Harry from the girl talk. The next stop was Tonks' parents' house. Harry was slightly nervous at this. These people would be his in-laws and he had never even met them before. Tonks smiled up at him, her eyes glowing with happiness. "Don't worry. You'll be fine. You'll have to excuse the mess." "Are you kidding? I'd rather it was messy than pristine and spotless. Look at the Dursleys." "Fair point. They'll love you, I promise." Harry remembered Sirius talking about Tonks' parents. Andromeda, Tonks' mother, had been his favorite cousin. Her father, Ted, was a Muggle born. "What are you thinking?" Tonks asked quietly. "Just remembering what Sirius told me about your mother." "Oh." Tonks looked interested now, and they sat down on the doorstep. "Yeah. We were looking at that old family tree, you know, the most ancient and noble house of Black, or some such rubbish. I asked why he wasn't on it, one of the few history lessons that I enjoyed. He told me about running away, and how your mother had been removed from it because she married a Muggle born. Your mother was his favorite cousin. I remember growing up, Mum would tell me about all the crazy things that Sirius had done. She loved him to bits. I think she always knew deep down that he was innocent. She knew your parents, too." "She did. Yeah. What with James being so close to Sirius, and with Lily and James being practically inseparable. I remember when you were born. I was only a kid at the time, but I remember Mum telling me that Lily had a little boy. I saw you. You were asleep in the crib, and I just stared at you. You were adorable." "Was I?" "Yeah. Everyone thought so. They loved you more than anything. Even a 7-year-old could see it. Even then, I loved you to bits." "Thanks, Nymphy," Harry said, kissing her softly. "Only you could ever get away with that," she replied, sighing contentedly. "I love you so much," Harry murmured into her hair, now as jet black as his own. "I know. I love you too. Come on. Let's go and tell Mum and Dad." Tonks pulled him up and pushed open the door. "Mum. Dad," she called. "Nymphadora, is that you?" A woman's voice called. "Yeah. There's someone I'd like you to meet." "Where are you?" "In the kitchen, sweetie." "Is Dad in?" "Yeah. We're just having dinner." Tonks grabbed Harry's hand and moved through the house, following the delicious smells. "Nymphadora, we haven't seen you in ages," the woman said. Harry was immediately struck by the woman's resemblance to Sirius. They shared the same eyes and the same hair. "Oh, hello. Aren't you going to introduce us, honey?" "Mum, Daddy, this is Harry. My fiancé." The effect of these words was enormous. Andromeda shrieked and rushed to engulf her daughter in a hug. "Harry?" Ted asked. "Harry Potter," Harry said, slipping into what Tonks had dubbed Simba mode. It was the easiest way to talk to people he didn't know when he was in the warrior mage frame of mind. "Really? Good gracious, Harry. We haven't seen you since you were around 2 months old. Needless to say, you've changed a bit." Ted laughed. Harry found himself warming to his future father-in-law. "We've kept up with your press, of course." Andromeda grinned. "You and everyone else in Britain." Harry replied wryly. It's not very reliable, is it? No. Harry laughed warmly, his green eyes twinkling happily. You two will stay for something to eat, won't you? Why not? Tonks said happily. Perfect. So, Harry, are the rumors true? It depends on which rumor you've heard. Harry said warily. The ones about you being a warrior. Oh, those. Yes, that's true. Fascinating. Is it true that the sky in the warrior city is green? Green? Harry asked, looking bewildered. No, the sky in Lassie is the same as the sky here, apart from in certain places, where it can be pretty much any color, like the northern lights, I guess. Ah, Ted said, looking intrigued. Harry suspected that Ted was as obsessed with warriors as Arthur Weasley was with muggles. What about their hierarchy? Is it true that there's one man in charge of it all? The mage is very powerful, yes. He holds a lot of sway, but he's not in charge of everything, as such. He oversees the running of Lassie, and is responsible for pretty much everything, but the minister is in charge of most day-to-day decisions. Very nice man, Tonks said. Not stuck up at all. Very modest. You've met him. Ted now looked delighted, and Tonks exchanged amused looks with Harry. Yeah. Harry took me and Remus to Lassie before the start of term. You remember Remus, don't you? Sirius' best friend. Harry watched as pain flashed in Andromeda's eyes. He could sympathize. Yes, of course. How is he? He's fine. Good. Now, Harry, I hope you like casserole. Nothing fancy, I'm afraid. That's lovely. Thank you, Mrs. Tonks. Harry said. Please, call me Andromeda, or Andy. Okay. Harry's just pleased that he doesn't have to cook. Tonks said happily, smirking at her boyfriend. You cook? Andy asked, rather surprised. She remembered both James's and Sirius' horrific attempts at cooking. He's a brilliant cook. Molly's been relegated to second place. His spaghetti carbonara is delicious. Kiss ass. Harry muttered under his breath. Tonks smiled at him. I thought you preferred the pecan pie. Oh yeah, Mum, you have to try his pecan pie, it's incredible. Yes, we must. Andy smiled, catching her husband's eye. Neither had seen Tonks as bright and bubbly and as truly happy in a long time. So, Harry, how is life as a teacher? Busy. Harry said. It's certainly challenging. Your mother and father would be so proud. Andy sighed, her eyes misty. Harry ducked his head slightly. Thanks. So, what rumors haven't we heard that you seemed so cautious about? Ted teased. Oh, the students have come up with much more interesting rumors about Tonks. He laughed. Did you hear the one about you and a certain potions professor? Tonks paled and began looking nauseous. They didn't. Please tell me that no one actually thought that I was with Snivellus. Oh, they did. That was one of my favorites. Oh yes, and something about Argus Filch. Not sure what that was about. Harry, you're lying. Would I? Harry asked, pasting a mock-injured look onto his face. Yes. Tonks snorted. It's true, I swear. Of course, there were other rumors too. Like, well, slightly more accurate, but more outrageous. Interesting. I might have to hear more about this later. Harry and Tonks spent most of the rest of the night with Tonks' parents, chatting about everything, the wedding, the warrior world, what was going on in Hogwarts, and the past. Eventually, at around midnight, they tripped back to Hogwarts. The next few days were incredibly busy. He had been summoned to Lassie a total of 8 times, had order meetings to attend, that's not to mention several appointments with leaders of various countries. All of this was on top of his usual teaching and his training sessions with Donnie and Rhea. To add yet more complications to his already hectic life, Harry was growing aware of Voldemort becoming more and more active. Are you okay, Harry? Tonks asked nervously. I'll be fine in a minute. Harry assured her, rubbing his scar fretfully. With Voldemort gaining power and support, he was feeling the effects of dozens of unforgivables every day. I've put this off for too long. He murmured, almost forgetting that Tonks was in the room. Put what off? You won't do anything stupid, will you? That would all depend on your ideas of stupidity. Harry said softly. That's not very reassuring, Harry. Tonks retorted dryly. Sorry, was his bland reply. Can you tell me? You won't like it. So, I would prefer to know what's going on in my fiancé's life. I'm going to pay Voldemort that little visit that I promised him. And do what? Offer my assistance, Harry said, his voice so quiet that it was almost inaudible. No, Tonks said sharply. Excuse me. No, don't. Why not? It's the easiest way to undermine him. Get information and try to get a few of his supporters to switch sides, all at the same time. No, don't do this, Harry. It's too dangerous. How else am I going to go about this, Tonks? Please tell me, because right now I'm running out of ideas. Harry mumbled a silencing spell on the door so that he could speak freely without having to worry about people spying on him. I have to find a way to destroy him, Tonks, and a way to keep my people and the wizarding world safe. I am only one person, and this is the best option. It is no more dangerous than any of my other occupations. Harry Potter has to kill Voldemort. Surely not without risk. Simba Tide has to keep the warriors happy and stop them joining forces with Voldemort. Also not without risks. What you're going to do is as good as committing suicide. Tonks pleaded. Maybe, maybe not. I have to do this. You knew what you were getting into, Tonks. Have you forgotten? The question was soft, but Harry was cold inside, dreading the answer. Then he want out. Tonks whispered hoarsely. Harry closed his eyes and gulped. You have to do what you want to, he said, wanting to curl up and die. I wish you'd change your mind, Tonks said, a tear making its way down her cheek. Harry brushed it away, kissing her forehead. I wish I could, Harry sighed. Tonks nodded a little, walking out of the office. Harry sunk down into his chair, composing himself for a moment before opening his locket. In his study, Harry took out his frustration in the gym, before deciding that it was time to start practicing the shield for the killing curse. He tried it time after time, never succeeding. In his frustration, he had nearly toasted himself alive, but had thankfully managed to control the fire before it got that far. He sat in the hidden room behind the library, staring at the walls and feeling his heart tear itself to pieces. He had lost his fiancée all because of his duties, and wondered just how much else he would be expected to sacrifice for everyone else. He soon became aware of something tugging at his mind. He had the creeping feeling of dread as he exited his sanctuary, tripping to Lassie as soon as he was out. Harry, there you are, Leona cried, looking immensely relieved. Harry immediately took the guise of Simba, worry-marring his attractive features. What's happened? He asked. There's been an attack on the ministry, Leona said frantically. Arian was in there. Simba nodded sharply before tripping straight into the heart of the ministry building. He could feel the remains of the shattered safety measures and silently cursed. Those wards would hardly have contained humans, let alone warriors. He stood perfectly still, his feet planted firmly on the ground as he poured magic into the ruined structure that surrounded him. Slowly, he pieced the building together with his magic, holding back nausea as he saw the scattered bodies. A crowd was beginning to gather around him, and he sent a grouchy message to Lee, telling her to get them under control. Soon, he had restored the building, and made a mental note to reinforce it another day. For now, he had to see to the people that had been caught in the attack. He knelt down, feeling for a pulse on the first person. His heart sank as he found none, and could sense no life in the person. Numbing himself to the pain, he conjured a sheet and covered the body, moving swiftly to the next person. Another death. By the time Simba had conjured 9 sheets, he was beginning to get frustrated with his helplessness. Warrior mage or not, he could not bring the dead back to life. On the 10th person, he was relieved to find a pulse, a weak and irregular pulse, but a pulse nonetheless. He gave the person a jolt of energy, calling for a healer. Jem and a couple of her colleagues rushed over, hurrying to help the injured person. Jem, come with me, Simba said, moving on to the next person. Are you okay, Simba? She asked in an undertone. I'll be glad when this day is over. Simba sighed deeply, conjuring another sheet and quickly moving on. I know how you feel. How's everything at Hogwarts? Not good, Simba grimaced. Why not? Let's just say that I don't think anything else can possibly go wrong today. Unless, of course, I get back to Hogwarts to find that Voldemort's waiting for me, or something. Oh, help this person. They seem to have got off fairly lightly. Make sure that she is comfortable and stable, then come to find me. Sure. Simba moved swiftly on, beginning to feel a little worse for the wear. He glanced around and saw that he had covered just over half of the injuries. There was still no sign of Aryan. Lee, Jem, over here now. Simba ordered, leaving no room for debate. Come on, Aryan, I really do not need you dying on me. Not now, he said, pulsing his own magic through Aryan. The pulse was there, but only just. Aryan was in a very bad way. Sinking into a trance, Simba searched for the injuries in Aryan's body, and gasped slightly as he saw the extent of the damage. Working quickly, he repaired most of the damage, glad that his friend's mind seemed relatively unharmed. 5 minutes later, Simba awoke from the trance, his head throbbing and his body protesting as he climbed unsteadily to his feet. Stay with him. I'll be back as soon as I've seen to everyone else. He murmured to Jem and Lee, moving swiftly on before either could voice the protests that were going through their minds. All in all, 14 warriors had died in the attack, with a further 17 severely injured, and 4 left with only minor injuries. Luckily, the attack had taken place at a time when many people had already left. Simba was exhausted mentally, physically and magically as he made his way back to the tides, home. Aryan was in hospital, stable but under close observation. Simba had wanted to go and make sure that he was okay, but Lee and Jem had all but ordered him to go back to the house and get some rest, promising that they would inform him of Aryan's condition. That was the reason that the house was eerily quiet as Simba slipped up to his room, collapsing wearily onto his bed. He was rudely awoken just moments later by the feeling of someone breaching the wards he had placed around the house. Immediately, he knew that it was one of those responsible for the attack on the ministry. Growling angrily, he leapt lightly to his feet, not even bothering to replace his shirt. As he made his way silently down the stair, he changed into Simba, pulling 2 very lethal-looking swords from thin air. The intruder never had a chance. Not only did Simba know without a shadow of a doubt that this person had helped attack the ministry, resulting many deaths as well as horrific injuries, but he also knew that this messenger had been sent to kill him while he slept. Apparently, a great many people greatly underestimated him. It was over in less than a minute. Simba put one sword through the person's heart, and the other sliced across their neck. They didn't even have time to cry out before they fell lifelessly to the floor. We protect innocents, punish the guilty and keep the peace. Simba muttered, sinking to the floor, unconscious. When he woke up again, Simba squinted against the painfully bright lights and the overwhelming smell of disinfectant. Hospital wing. He murmured dryly, not particularly pleased to find himself in an infirmary again. He always seemed to be there. You're awake, Lee said, breathing a sigh of relief. Where am I? Hospital. You've been out for 3 days. Oh, damn. How's Aryan? He's getting better. Wanted to come and see you, but Jem went mental at him, saying that both of you needed to rest, and that if she caught him out of bed, she would make sure that he was never having any children. Simba winced sympathetically, knowing that he wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of Jem. Jem said something was going on at Hogwarts. Leona said, somewhat reluctantly. Oh, that. What happened? Tonks and I broke up. No way. But you were engaged. I told her what I was going to do with Voldemort. Oh, do you still think I'm wrong? After what happened with the ministry, I know it's pointless to try and change your mind, but I do know why you're doing it. I know I would be doing the same in your position, at least, if I had the guts. Thank you. So what happened? You told her and she went loopy. No. I told her that she knew what she was getting into, and she said she wanted out. You didn't try to talk her round. Nope. What good would it have done? If this is going to work, she needs to be able to trust me, and know that whatever I do, I'm doing it for a reason, and not just because I have a death wish. I suppose, Lee said, wishing dearly that Harry, Simba didn't have to deal with all of this. He deserved to be happy, and at that moment, he seemed anything but. I was going to go and get Tonks, but when Jem told me I thought I'd better wait and see what was going on at Hogwarts first. Thanks. Sumdo, you want to explain the dead person in the living room? That was one of the warriors who instigated the attack. He was under orders to kill me in my sleep. Simba summarized quickly. You've got to be joking. Lee said, looking disbelieving. Hardly. I don't think my imagination's good enough to make up that ridiculous plan. How stupid do they think you are? No idea. When am I allowed out of here? World healers said they wanted to keep you in for another week, just to make sure that your magic levels are back where they should be, and so that you can get some rest. Absolutely not. Simba replied, appalled by the mere thought of a week-long prison sentence. No Lee, I don't have a week. I need to make my move now. I need to make sure that there are no more attacks on Lassie. I will not stay in here for a week because I have little enough time as it is. I guess just make sure you're careful, okay? Nothing too risky. I would like my cousin back at the end of all this. She gave him a rather tearful hug, dashing off moments later. Simba sighed and sat back, deciding what his next move would be. Tonks sat in her room, crying silently as she slid the engagement ring from her finger. She loved Harry, but hated the thought of him serving Voldemort, even if it was just an act. Surely there was another way, but he had already made up his mind, and had no intentions of changing it, no matter what she had said. She looked up when someone gasped, and found Ron and Hermione watching her in concern. What's wrong? Where's Harry? She asked. No idea. Probably in his office. Tonks muttered. No, he isn't. We checked there. No sign of him. What? Tonks' head snapped up in horror. Surely he hadn't left already. He's not in the castle or on the grounds, he's not on the map. Ron said, looking worried. It was at that moment that Leona appeared in the room, her face blank, though her eyes were a little red from crying. Harry's in Lassie. There was an attack. She said. Tonks paled further. Is he okay? She asked. He's upset, but not physically hurt. Simba, on the other hand, was unconscious for 3 days. What happened? Hermione squeaked. The attack brought the ministry building down. When Simba heard, he rebuilt it with his magic, an incredible drain on its own. Then he went round the injured people, identifying those who were dead and helping to stabilize those who were still alive. Quite a few people are alive because of him, including Arian. Then someone broke into our house, with orders to kill him. They're dead now. Oh God. Harry's okay though. Yeah. Luckily. Can I go and see him? Tonks asked, not very hopeful that she would be allowed. No. I don't think that would be a very good idea. Heskinda upset at the moment. Tonks is his fiancé. I'm sure she'd be able to cheer him up. Hermione said. I'm not. Tonks whispered. You're not. What are you talking about? Ron asked. Tonks here broke it off. Leona said, still annoyed with Tonks. What? She's Tonks. You didn't, did you? Oh, and Harry is whiter than white, I suppose. Tonks retorted. He's doing what he thinks is right. He's doing what he has to. Simba is doing what he needs to do to end this thing so that everyone, both worlds, can finally get some peace. Do you think he wants to do this? Do you seriously think that he'd do it if there was any other viable option? Leona broke off as Hermione's eyes had grown impossibly round. Heshud never told us. Would you have treated him like the same old Harry? Leona asked. No, of course not. Exactly. Besides, he was going to tell you at some point. Only Tonks and Remus knew. Apart from my family, of course. Can we go and see him? Give me a minute. I think Remus will want to come too. Leona walked to the door, pausing before opening it. You promised you'd be there for him, you know. He told you everything. Don't you remember saying that you'd always be there for him if he needed you? She shook her head in disappointment before walking out. Hermione and Ron were silent as they left, and it was clear that Ron really didn't have much of a clue as to what was going on. Tonks put her head in her hands and sobbed. When Lee, Ron, Hermione and Remus landed in Lassie, they found that Simba had already left the hospital. Jem seemed rather annoyed at this, but she knew why he had done it. As they walked back to the house, everyone was silent. Hermione had explained to Ron that Harry and Simba were the same person, but Leona refused to tell them what Harry was doing that had made Tonks split up with him over. She mentally warned Harry that they were on their way over and that Ron and Hermione now knew about Simba. He had sighed and told her that he was actually surprised that it had taken Hermione that long to figure it out. They found Harry in his room, packing a small bag. You should be resting before you go. You need your strength. Lee scolded half-heartedly, knowing that she was wasting her breath. No time. Harry replied. There was something in his tone that made the others shiver. Lee immediately recognized it. He was angry and determined. Harry. Ron ventured. Harry turned to face them. His eyes hardened and lit with a determined fire. Remember what I said in class about not angering a warrior? He said. Ron and Hermione nodded, confused as to where he was going. It's an even worse idea to anger a warrior mage. And killing off my people has made me more than a little pissed off. Harry, what are you going to do? I'm going to go and see what Tom's doing for myself. Harry said, going back to his packing. What? I'm going to Tom. I'm going to linger for a few days, royally piss him off, teach him never to mess with me, learn whatever I can about his plans, get some of his followers to at least remain neutral, and undermine his authority at every turn. Yorio are going to spy on him. Yeah. He wants me as a Death Eater, to serve him. As if. No. I'm going to play along and say that I'm considering allying with him. Are you sure this will work, Harry? Remus asked. There are going to be problems, I guarantee it, but it will work. If only because I will not let it fail. I've sacrificed everything for this goddamned war, and I'll be damned if I lose. Harry growled. Leona bit her lip, knowing that his breakup with Tonks had just made him even more determined to win. Voldemort had no chance. Harry wasn't just annoyed, he was livid, and the power was rolling off him in waves, despite the fact that he was still recovering from magical exhaustion. Harry, calm down. You need your power. Don't waste it getting angry at the world. I know. I need to go and train. I had a speech earlier. I think most warriors will think twice before joining Voldemort. What did you say? Lee asked, hoping that he hadn't terrified everyone. Don't look at me like that. I didn't use scare tactics. I just told it like it was, and told people exactly who was to blame for the attack. Oh, do you want a hand training? Sure. Why not? You can help me try to sort out this shield. Are you sure? Yes. I was practicing, you know. It's quite an efficient stress reliever. He gave a small grin, making Lee shake her head in astonishment. You're mental, she murmured. And you've only just figured this out. Harry retorted, now grinning widely. Come on, we have work to do. In the training area, the three humans watched in absolute astonishment as Simba hurled everything he had at Leona. It made the duels that Harry had in class look like no more than child's play. Leona was working hard just to miss half of the things he threw at her, which was a mixture of weapons and hexes. Soon, he drew to a halt, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. Now, he said, beginning to glow softly. Leona nodded and muttered the spell that would send an imitation of the killing curse at Simba. Hermione screamed as it impacted with Simba, making the glow turn from white to a sickly green. When it died down, they saw Simba floating about an inch from the ground, looking calm and serene. For real, this time. He said softly. Simba, trust me, Lee. Leona gulped and nodded slightly. Once again, she brought her hands up and shot a jet of bright green light at him. This time it was no imitation, though. Simba's shield turned a much darker green as it dissipated the curse and died away, showing Simba still levitating, though his head was bent. Simba? Lee asked worriedly, rushing over to him. Simba raised his head, his eyes closed for a moment before opening them and smiling. That, he announced, was amazing. You are kidding, Leona demanded. No, it was amazing. I could see the structure of the spell. You know, there is an easier way to block it. Really? Yeah. It's really not that strong a spell. It relies on the person thinking that it will work and that they will die. Faced with the knowledge that it is weak and easy to block, it is much less potent. Fear turns it into a killer. So what? We just have to believe that it won't kill us. Ron asked in disbelief. Yeah. You believe that it is weak and then you can block it easily with an ordinary shield. It's really rather ingenious. You see, whoever built the spell knew its limitations, so they advertised it as unblockable, achieving what they needed to fuel the spell. But then why has no one but you survived? Because no one has ever questioned the validity of the spell. I doubt whether even Tom has. So basically, what you're saying is that what everyone has believed for hundreds of years is wrong. Exactly. I do believe we have just robbed dear Tom of his favorite weapon. Lee, I want you to cast Cruciatus on me. What? Why? I want to see if it works on the same principle. Simba said, as if it ought to be blindingly obvious. Are you sure? Of course I am. Look, how bad can it be? If it works, that'll be the end of another of Voldemort's weapons, and if it doesn't, I'll be in a little pain. Think of it as practice in extending my pain threshold. Okay. Lee sighed, casting it. Simba watched in interest as the curse flew towards him. It seemed to be going a little slow. As he continued to watch, it stopped just before impacting. Frowning slightly, Simba put his hand through the beam of light, making it disappear. He looked up at Leona, who was looking rather stunned. Anyone know what just happened? I think you slowed it down by looking at it. Remus said calmly, beginning to think that nothing would ever surprise him where Harry or Simba was concerned. He seemed to constantly break the fundamental rules of magic. Interesting. However, a little inconvenient. I guess I'll have to do this blind. Go ahead, Lee. This time, the jet of red light did impact with Simba, and he was lost for a moment in the sounds and colors of the spell. He watched in awe as the structure of the spell unraveled before him. It too relied on the victim's belief that it would hurt them, though less so than the killing curse did. Simba, are you okay? Leona asked, sounding worried. I'm fine. Both curses work in almost the same way. Cruciatus relies less on belief, but without the belief, it is much weaker and easy to counteract. Oh, Simba smiled as he stretched his muscles out. I'd better finish getting ready. I have to go and see Dumbledore before I leave. Lee, you don't mind taking my class, do you? Of course not. As long as I get your room. Fine, but I'm keeping the office. Fair enough. Oh yeah, and I'm going to take one more DA class. Might as well put this information into practice. I'll need some sort of bind, Simba mused aloud, looking thoughtful. His eyes glazed over for a second before he nodded sharply. Got it. Well, are you four going to stand about all day doing nothing? With that, he disappeared. Lee sighed, really wishing that he'd just walk like everyone else. Harry frowned as he waited for the others to get ready to leave for Hogwarts. He wanted to get back as soon as he could so that he could do what he needed to do and leave as soon as possible. Come on, guys, he hissed. In a minute, Ron said, eyeing up one of Harry's swords while Hermione examined his bookcase. Remus was inspecting his spying globe. Hey Harry, what's this? That would be my first Christmas present from Lee. It shows me what people are doing. Look. Harry tapped the globe and murmured Dumbledore's name. Colors swam within the glass sphere, focusing on Professor Dumbledore sitting at his desk, doing some paperwork. Remus, mouth dropped open. Isn't that kinda dangerous? Don't they work both ways? Usually, but I charmed this one so that it was only a one-way thing. Besides, if anyone looked into one and asked for Simba, they'd draw a blank. If they looked for me, they'd also draw a blank. I'm impossible to find because I can take on any identity I want. Harry explained. Remus nodded, looking impressed. Hermione, pick 5 books to take with you now, and Ron, have the sword, but if anyone else sees it, or if I hear that you've been using it to scare anyone, you'll find out what it feels like to be on the end of my sword. Remus, I'd give you the ball, but I'm afraid I have the feeling that I'll need it. Now can we go already? Oh thank you Harry. Oh, which ones shall I take? Hermione now looked spoiled for choice, and Harry groaned. He flicked his hand at the bookcase, and 5 books began to float towards Hermione. I think you'll like those. He said. You can come and swap them with others if you want. Just ask Lee to bring you. Here's the key to my room. Please don't touch anything that glows. I don't think Jem would be too happy to see you. Not in the state you'd be in. Harry warned her, opening the door. That goes for you too, Lee. He added quickly. Spoilsport. Harry went straight to the headmaster's office as soon as they landed in Hogwarts. He had tripped with the others to his office, before tripping up to the headmaster's office. He found that Severus had just beaten him to it. Potter. He sneered. Professor Snape. Harry replied civilly. Harry, is anything wrong? Several things. I will be leaving for a while tonight. You will. Albus Dumbledore, one of the greatest wizards in living memory, was astounded that his youngest member of staff was telling him that he was leaving. Not asking, but telling. May I ask why? There was an attack on Lassie a few days ago. I'm going back there. How long will you be? A year or so, I think. Excuse me. Snape spluttered. Simba will be tied up with other things at the moment, and the warrior children who are not of age need to be trained to defend themselves. Harry, we need you here. I am afraid I cannot allow you to leave. I'm sorry, Albus, but there is little you can do to stop me. Lee will take over my class, and Ron and Hermione can take over the DA for a few weeks. I may even get back a few times. Harry, I forbid you to go. I'm sorry, but it's for your own protection. Especially if Lassie is no longer safe. Harry cursed under his breath. The headmaster had to make things difficult. He nodded thoughtfully, wondering whether to tell the headmaster or not. He decided against it, and instead played along. I understand, he said, hanging his head. He could see Dumbledore smiling in relief, and knew that he had fooled him. Meanwhile, Severus wasn't quite so trusting, and tried occlumency to see what was going on. He was incredibly surprised to come up against solid barriers. Harry rolled his eyes, pushing Snape forcefully out of his head. The potions master put a hand to his temple, wincing. Why don't you go back to your quarters? Harry nodded, leaving without another word. He did not go to his quarters, however, instead heading up to Gryffindor Tower. Harry, what's wrong? Hermione asked, looking worried. Dumbledore has forbidden me to leave the castle. Harry replied in monotone. What? But, I'm still leaving. If need be, I'll resign. Oh, everyone. There will be a DA meeting in half an hour, usual place. I expect you all to be there. Yes, sir. Several people chorused. Harry nodded and strode out again, heading to the other houses to tell them. Remus knocked lightly on the door to Tonks' quarters, before pushing the door open when he got no reply. Tonks was sitting on her bed, her eyes red and puffy from crying. You look awful, he muttered truthfully. Thanks. Tonks replied sarcastically. How's Harry? Huelhay seems okay. Seems okay or is okay. Wellhay didn't really say much. He's angry with everything. He just wants it over. What did he say? Basically that he's sacrificed too much to lose. He's still going through with it then. Yeah, I don't like it either, but it's something that he has to do. You heard the prophecy, he needs to be prepared. I know. It's just he can't bear the thought of losing him. It's a risk we all have to take. Harry will live through this just because he will not allow himself to die. You have to trust him. Is he still in Lassie? No. He's gone already. Tonks squeaked in panic. No. Remus replied hesitantly. Where is he then? Hesherbuddy's leaving tonight. When? After the DA meeting. There is no DA meeting tonight. Tonks frowned. There is now. Simba sat on the desk in the room of requirement, chatting to a few of the warriors he had invited to the meeting. He looked up and smiled as the Gryffindors arrived first, followed shortly by the Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs and the Slytherins that had decided to fight with Harry rather than against him. My Lord Mage. Donnie and Rhea chorused, while everyone who was aware of his status bowed their head respectfully. Show some respects, fools. Adam hissed. Minister. Simba growled warningly. Sorry Simba. Excuse me, sir, but who are you? Ernie asked nervously. Simba Tide. The warrior mage. As Harry had set a task for most of his classes on warrior hierarchy, this sentence had much more of an effect on them than it had done before. You're the mage. Cho stuttered. Yeah. Harry asked me to lead this lesson. We made a rather interesting discovery recently. His words were interrupted by Remus and Tonks walking in. My Lord Mage. Apologies for interrupting. Remus said. Tonks avoided his gaze, instead looking at the assembled audience, scowling slightly at Ailey. As I was saying, Harry and I made a discovery. First of all, I would like you all to sign this contract. It means that you cannot tell anyone what you have heard tonight. This is a major triumph for our side, and if Voldemort was to find out, our advantage would be gone. Which side will benefit from this? my lord, as are the warriors. We are one side, Miss Bones. This war is not solely a human affair, nor is it solely a warrior affair. If we are to defeat Voldemort, we must work together. This means that if anyone has any prejudices against either humans or warriors, I suggest you speak now so that we can either dispel any myths, or so that you can leave. I will not tolerate petty squabbles. Now, if you could all please sign the parchment. Several hours later, the students of the DA left, chatting excitedly to each other. Hermione, Ron, Remus and Tonks waited behind as Simba talked to the warriors. Slowly, the other warriors began to leave, bowing their heads in respect. Hey, Hermione said, smiling a little. Hey, Simba replied, looking tired. Are you okay? Remus asked. Yeah, just a little worn out. Maybe you should rest for a bit before leaving. No, I'll be fine. Lee, look after everything for me, okay? I've strengthened the wards, but better safe than sorry, right? Yeah. Be careful, okay? Remember that I want my cousin back in one piece. I know. Simba nodded, hugging her tightly. How are you getting there? I'm taking Elementa. Elementa, my horse. Simba explained. Oh, you ride. Yeah, something I learned in Lassie. How long do you think you'll be? 2 weeks, I'd guess. I have a lot to do. What will you do if you find those responsible for the attack in Lassie? Punish them, Simba said, not caring to elaborate further. Good. I'd come with you if I thought you'd let me. Leona said softly. I know, but someone has to keep an eye on things here. Besides, re-educating wizards is important. I'll drop in occasionally. Harry kissed her cheek and sighed. See you, he said, his face grim. He disappeared moments later. Go look out of the window, Leona told the others. Out in the grounds they saw Simba galloping away on a jet-black horse. Tonks sighed as Harry rode away. She so wanted to stop him, to tell him that she loved him, but she knew that he wouldn't stay. She looked around to see Remus watching her sadly. What have I done? She murmured sadly, placing a hand to her neck and toying with her engagement ring. It'll be okay, Remus murmured. Are you sure? If Harry and Simba have anything to do with it, it will be. You have to trust him. I do. It's just Voldemort that I have a problem with. Simba rode for several hours before reaching Voldemort's lair. Deep in the woods, he could feel the oppression in the air, and could taste the pain of the place. He slowed Elementa, taking the reins from his head. Stay out of sight and out of trouble. I'll call you if I need you, all right. Elementa eyed his rider for a moment before tossing his head. Good boy. Go on then. Elementa whirled around and plunged deep into the forest, leaving Simba to pick his way through the undergrowth. Soon, he reached a clearing. Deliberately walking into the middle of it, though he knew Death Eaters now surrounded him. Luckily, no warriors were among them. Avada Kedavra, someone hissed. Simba raised a hand and the green light fizzled away to nothing. Is that any way to treat a guest? He asked, raising an eyebrow. What's your name? What are you doing here? Simba tied and I believe Tom is expecting me. Tom. Oh yes, I believe he goes by the alias Voldemort. And give us one good reason why we shouldn't kill you. Well, even if you could, I think that you killing me would annoy your so-called master very much. And why would that be, Tide? That's, my Lord Mage, to you. My Lord Mage. The Death Eater replied dumbly. Simba raised an eyebrow as Narcissa came running from out of nowhere. My Lord Mage, she said reverently, bowing low to him. The other Death Eaters watched in shock as Narcissa Malfoy, one of the highest-ranking Death Eaters, did this. You stupid idiots. What were you thinking? Trying to kill the mage. He's a mage. Forgive them, my Lord Mage, they had no idea who you were. Perhaps. Then again, it is displeasing that they felt the need to kill me. Narcissa paled as Simba paused, raising a hand. In a blink, he had pulled the Death Eater who had spoken the curse to him. If the thought of doing that again ever crosses your mind, I will have no qualms about ripping your throat out. He said softly. I did not come here to have silly, useless hexes thrown at me. If that is the attitude of the dark side, I believe that I will be offering my allegiance to the light side. Attempts to take my life get very old, very quickly. No, my Lord Mage, It will not happen again, I swear. Ah yes, but does your master swear? Take me to him, and let us hope that he is not as foolish as his followers. Yes, my lord mage. Narcissa said, bowing once more. Simba watched dispassionately as Death Eaters scurried around before him. Everyone seemed to be busy with something, and he grudgingly admitted that Voldemort's system seemed very efficient. He is just through this door, my lord mage. Narcissa said. I will announce your arrival. Thank you, Narcissa. And so, Simba stood before Voldemort. You have a lot of guts, coming into my home and refusing to bow to me. Voldemort hissed. And you are playing a dangerous game. Why are you here, mage? It's Simba, and I was somewhat displeased at the attack on my people. This is a war, Simba, people get hurt. Of course. I do, however, believe that attacking Lassie was a rather bad move. Those who were sympathetic to your cause are less so now that you have shown open hostility towards them. As it is, you already have one severely vengeful mage on your hands. What would you propose? You leave Lassie out of your war, and I may help you. Keep attacking my people and I will work against you. And if I refuse your terms, I go on a killing spree when I leave this room. There is hardly a person in this entire forest who deserves less than death for their crimes. And if I accept, I will leave your followers alone, reluctantly, unless they anger me personally. My people will receive their punishment either way. So, do you want me to work with you or against you? You will refer to me as Lord, and will bow like any other of my followers. I bow to no one. As for calling you Lord, I cannot think of a more appalling thing to do. I do not force my rightful title on you, yet you seem content to force a title you gave yourself on me. I don't think so. You will call me your master or you will die. At the hand of whom, exactly? It does not matter. I'm sure that many Death Eaters would be willing to kill you. You underestimate me, Tom. And you seem to overestimate the abilities of your followers. I will show you the respect that you show me. Very well. Voldemort snapped. I will call a meeting. I understand that you will not take the mark. You understand correctly. I shall go and punish my warriors before the meeting. No, wait until the meeting. I am sure many of my followers would appreciate seeing the warriors punished. Which is exactly why I will punish them now, or after the meeting. Very well. I will call for your company later. I understand that you have information on Harry Potter. I may have, Simba said, walking out and shutting the door behind him. Voldemort's mouth curved into a cruel grin, his red eyes lit with malevolence. You may indeed, my little pawn. Narcissa paced back and forth in front of the door, hoping that her master would see sense and not anger the mage. Calm yourself, Narcissa, the mage said smoothly, his mouth quirking into a smile. Narcissa bowed her head, blushing slightly. Your master did see sense eventually, he said, though I doubt his sincerity. He nodded thoughtfully. If you'll excuse me, Narcissa, I must teach my warriors a lesson. Of course, my lord mage. Simba approached Bradley and his warrior cohorts, his face forced into a calm expression. The human Death Eaters turned to watch as he strode purposely towards them, oozing power and authority. You have 5 seconds to explain your recent actions, he said, stopping directly in front of him. My lord mage. They all said reverently, bowing low to him. 4. He warned. We don't know what you're talking about, my lord. Bradley all but whimpered. 3. We swear, my lord. Another pleaded. 2. Please, my lord, whatever we have done. 1. This time there was silence. The Death Eaters began to back away from the scene, sensing a blow up. Time's up. Now, would one you abysmally stupid idiots enlighten me as to the reasoning behind the attack on Lassie? All 5 of the warriors paled, but said nothing. Nothing. Do you realize what you've done? Again, silence. You have killed innocents. Not just one innocent, but 14. 14 warriors are dead because of your foolishness. 15 if you count my would-be assassin. Give me one good reason not to cut your heads off. We never meant to kill anyone, my lord. Just scare them. And that makes it better. We were following Lord Voldemort's orders. A human tells you to jump, and you say, how high? He hissed, drawing his sword. He would have killed us, my lord. Then you should have died, coward. Hold out your hands. They all did so, somewhat reluctantly. Simba sliced his blade into each palm, watching as blood welled around the wound. If I ever have to do this again, I will kill you without a second thought, and I swear it will be painful. Now get your sorry backsides out of my sight. Narcissa stood by the door, watching as Simba paced. Anger and power was radiating from him, and she was beginning to see how different Voldemort and the warrior mage were. Where he had shouted at his people, Voldemort wouldn't have hesitated to put them under Cruciatus' curse, or to kill them. He wasn't one for second chances, whereas Simba had given them just that. Are you going to stand there all day, Narcissa? He said softly, bringing the woman out of her thoughts. No, my Lord Mage. Sorry. Why apologize? You have done nothing wrong, recently. 2. Narcissa frowned, pondering his question. On the surface, it was a very simple, seemingly innocuous question, but she got the feeling that there was much more to it than that. He was asking why she had allied with Voldemort and why she had not been participating in many recent Death Eater activities. She trailed off as Simba smiled. Not everyone here is as they seem, Narcissa. He murmured. I don't know what you mean, my Lord Mage. She said, her voice betraying the fact that she was terrified. Simba ran a hand through his hair, revealing his lightning bolt scar. Narcissa gasped. Potter, what have you done to Simba? I am Simba. You're mental, Potter. If Voldemort finds out. He won't. He might. Narcissa, he needs me. The warriors are bound to follow me, and are far too proud to take orders from him. Harming me in any way would kill any chances he had of having sympathetic warriors. And having warriors join the light side would ruin his chances of winning. Why are you here? You surely do not want to be here for the reason you say. I refuse to stand by and watch my people get killed because of a war that wasn't remotely connected to them. I refuse to let my people go unpunished for killing their neighbors on the orders of Voldemort. I am here to teach everyone that messing with me is a very bad idea. I see, my Lord Mage. If you will allow me, would be honored to help you. Thank you, Narcissa. I may take you up on that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have been invited to dine with your master. Good night. Good night. Simba sat at a table with Voldemort. He had rarely been as uncomfortable in his entire life, but it did not show. He ate a little of the meal, not really hungry at all. The food was laced with Veritaserum, and he was thankful that he had had the foresight to take the antidote. What is your real name? Voldemort asked, sipping at his goblet of wine. Simba sighed. I see. And why, exactly, are you here? I have told you. I was angered by your foolish attack on my city. I am here to make sure you don't get any other remarkably stupid ideas. I see. And your information on Harry Potter. He is a mediocre warrior. Not as promising as I had originally hoped. I am afraid to say that we don't get along too well. His training is going fairly well, though he has trouble with the theory of a lot of spells. Anything else? Simba was about to say how Harry was a rather accomplished dueler when Snape strode in. My lord, Harry Potter. He trailed off, his eyes widening as he saw the mage. Hello, Severus, Simba said. My Lord Mage. I see you two are acquainted already. How did that occur? We met in Hogwarts. I do, after all, have to check on my warriors from time to time, no matter how much they grate on my nerves. Don't you dare contradict me. He warned Snape, receiving a small sharp nod. I see. Severus, what were you saying about the annoying little brat? He's gone, my lord. He left Hogwarts. The headmaster forbade it, but he left anyway. Did he say where he was going? He said he wanted to take a time out. It seems that he is wearied by the training he is receiving on top of his other responsibilities. Simba said. Snape repeated this smoothly, quickly catching on to what Simba wanted him to do. I see. Was there anything else? Yes. It seems that Potter held an important meeting with his little group before he left. I tried to retrieve more information, but it seems that Potter made them sign some sort of magical contract to stop anyone speaking of it. Indeed. Very well. Go now, Severus. The mage and I were in the middle of a rather important discussion. After a quick look at Simba, Severus bowed low and retreated. Go and see Narcissa Malfoy. I will speak to you both when I am finished here. I am afraid you may be waiting a while. Simba watched Severus' head incline slightly as he closed the door behind him. Well, this does make things more interesting. Do you have any idea where the little brat will go? I have a few ideas. Well, I'd say that Lassie is a very strong possibility. Or perhaps he is staying in the Muggle world. His fiancée has a flat of her own, does she not? Fiancée. Yes. Her name escapes me at the moment. Simba said, nausea rising within him. What if he went after Tonks? Bring her to me, he ordered in a cold voice. I am not one of your servants, Tom. I am here to stop you doing anything foolish. I will not do your dirty work. Besides, she has done nothing to me. I have no reason to do anything to her. She's an innocent. You warriors care too much about innocence. Just because they have done nothing to you personally doesn't mean that they haven't wronged others. Simply wronging someone surely does not mean that the person deserves to die. Muggles wrong humanity. According to many of your followers, wizards do great wrongs to magic. Why not kill those you believe to be inferior to you? Surely only then your race can flourish. No race will flourish if they are alone in the world. A balance must be maintained. I see. So I have nothing to fear from you. You obviously have no aspirations of taking my place as leader of the world. If you ever become leader of the world, then your position shall not be threatened by me. Glad to hear it. I'm afraid I must go now. Feel free to stay here. Marissa. A dark-skinned young woman came slinking into the room, smiling seductively at Simba before bowing low to Voldemort. Keep Simba company. You will do whatever he asks of you, he said, running a finger down her cheek. Simba saw what Voldemort did not, the repressed shudder of revulsion. He raised an eyebrow slightly, listening as Voldemort murmured in her ear. Two words were easily distinguishable with his above-average hearing: kill him. So that was how Tom wanted to play it, was it? Very well. If he wanted a war, then Simba definitely wasn't one to disappoint. Marissa watched her master leave before settling into his seat, running her foot up Simba's leg. You're the warrior mage, aren't you? She purred. I am, Simba replied, feeling her switch on a Vila-like attraction. Pity he was immune to it, really. Shall Wedeke this somewhere more comfortable? My lord wishes for his guests to feel at home, she said, flashing him yet another smile. Simba was too busy looking at the haunted eyes that betrayed her soft and sultry tone of voice. I'll bet he does, he thought. That would be agreeable, he said, wondering how the woman had come to be here. She led him through a door to a room of incredible beauty, decorated with plush furnishings and rich colors. Marissa sat down on a couch, inviting him to sit next to her. When he did so, she immediately pounced on him, pressing close to him and pressing her lips to his. He gently pushed her away, watching confusion bloom in her eyes. He didn't think that anyone had ever rejected her before this, and she couldn't understand why he had refused her. But you're supposed to sleep with me, she blurted, looking hurt and scared. Sorry Marissa, but I'm not interested in you, he said softly. But why? 1. I don't sleep around casually. 2. I definitely don't sleep with women I barely know. 3. I'm in love with someone else. Oh, Marissa suddenly changed tactics, tears welling in her big brown eyes. Simba caught the movement of her hand and a flash of silver as she produced a dagger and plunged it into his stomach. Simba pulled it back out, snarling angrily. When would these idiots learn that it was definitely detrimental to their health to try to kill him? That was a very bad idea, he hissed angrily. Marissa looked terrified and began babbling, her eyes darting around, looking for an escape. Simba stood, pulling a pair of swords from thin air. He plunged one into her heart and slashed her throat with the other, killing her instantly. We protect innocence, punish the guilty and keep the peace. Deja vu, he thought wearily, muttering a spell to clean the blades before vanishing them. He left then, leaving her dead and bloody body behind him. Severus paced around the room, waiting for Simba to return. Narcissa watched him passively, also waiting for the mage to return. Both heads turned as the door slammed open, banging against the wall. Narcissa gasped as she saw the blood on his robes. What happened? She gasped. Marissa happened. Your master decided that he'd had enough of me. Pity he didn't get someone competent to kill me. What did you do? I killed her, Simba said shortly. I do not take kindly to assassination attempts, and I shall tell Voldemort that myself just as soon as I see him, or perhaps I'll wait until the next meeting. He's not going to be very happy with you, Harry, Narcissa said desperately. Snape's eyes widened comically, while Simba rolled his own. Oh, you didn't tell him. Sissa, there are 5 humans in the entire world that know, 6 now. Oops, Potter, Snape said, looking utterly shocked. The one and only, was Simba's dry reply. But that's impossible. Why? Have you ever seen the two of us in the same room at the same time? Simba and Harry. Snape frowned, trying to remember if he had. No, it was always either one or the other. Exactly. Now, if you'll give me a minute, I really should heal this wound before I black out. Simba turned from them, taking off his ruined robe and pulling off his shirt. Is there anything I can help with? Narcissa asked timidly, worried at the extent of the injuries. No, I can do it myself, but thanks for offering. Simba sat down, closing his eyes and falling into a trance. Both of the others watched in astonishment as his stomach began to heal before their eyes. Soon, there was nothing but a tiny scar just above his navel, showing where the wound had been. Incredible, Snape murmured. Come on, I think I may have a little explaining to do. With that, Simba grabbed each of their hands and pulled them into his hidden rooms. Where are we? Snape breathed, looking around in awe. My hidden rooms, this is where I come when I want a time out. Time doesn't pass while we're in here, Simba explained, morphing back into Harry and clicking his fingers, dressing himself in his training clothes. How is that possible? No idea, to tell you the truth, Harry replied with a shrug. He pulled a sword from thin air, weighing it up for a moment before nodding and beginning to walk away. Where are you going? Snape asked. Training, Harry replied shortly, not stopping or turning. Snape and Narcissa glanced at each other before following him. Harry was in the middle of his training session when he felt Leona trip in. He wasted no time tripping to her side, finding her looking particularly grim. What happened? He asked as Narcissa and Snape skidded into the room, both out of breath and disheveled. Do you want the bad news or the worse news? Both. Tonks has left Hogwarts, and there has been another attack on Lassie, the very center of the city. Tonks has left Hogwarts, and there has been another attack on Lassie, the very center of the city. I'm going to rip that goddamn idiot of a human in half. Harry hissed. Tonks. No, not Tonks, Voldemort. Harry shook his head, silently conjuring a dummy and tearing it to pieces. Once he had finished, he was more calm and ready to go and help in Lassie. How bad is it? He asked softly. It makes the attack on the Ministry seem insignificant. Damn. Let's go. Come on, you two. He tripped the 4 of them to the outskirts of the city, gasping softly. He imagined it looked like a scene from World War I or II. Many warriors were scattered around the scene. He stood still for a moment before his instincts to help his people kicked in. He strode into the middle of the city with Leona, Severus and Narcissa following as closely as they dared. They were soon joined by other warriors. No one wanted to be on the wrong side of the mage, not after seeing the unmistakable fury in his features. Voldemort turned to see what the commotion was about. He was mildly shocked, to say the least, upon seeing Simba striding purposefully towards him, looking extremely pissed off. Very big mistake, Riddle, he said, his voice calm and level though his eyes were flashing dangerously. Voldemort had the horrible, sinking feeling that he was in very deep trouble now. Surprised to see me, Tom. Not that I'd blame you. Seeing people alive after you've ordered them to be killed is a bit of a shock, I suppose. Simba circled Voldemort in a predatory fashion, deciding which form of combat to use in order to scare the living daylights out of his enemy. Spellwork, he decided. That was what Voldemort understood. Besides, Simba wasn't sure that Voldemort was aware of other methods of dueling. I don't know what you're talking about, my dear Simba. Really. The words, kill him, don't ring any bells. Maybe we should ask Marissa. Oops, we can't. She's dead. Next time you try to kill me, Perhaps you should use someone competent. Snape watched the scene with a grudging respect. As much as he hated to admit it, Potter, or Simba, was powerful. If anyone was a match for Voldemort currently, it looked as if it was him. He glanced at Narcissa, who was looking rather worried. Do you think he'll be okay? The Dark Lord is very powerful. Perhaps, but Simba is the mage. He is perfectly capable of looking after himself. It's us that I'm worried about. If the Dark Lord sees us siding with Simba, he will not be best pleased. Simba will look after you too. Leona assured them, as Simba agreed through their mind link. Voldemort glanced around himself, looking for an escape route. In the crowd around him, he saw his faithful, unmarked warrior servant, as well as Severus and Narcissa. This puzzled him as he had been informed that none with the dark mark could travel through the wards. They must have been brought by the insufferable mage. Not so cocky now, mage. He cackled. You see, not all of your warriors are true to you, nor do they all carry the mark. As soon as he had said this, Voldemort regretted it. Simba was smirking dangerously, his honey-colored eyes promising pain. They were on his turf, and they would play by his rules. Tom, really, have you learned nothing over the past few hours? Not much, apart from the fact that you are not as righteous as you would have your faithful followers believe. After all, you had no qualms about killing an innocent, defenseless woman. Bolst. Simba snapped, making more than a few start in shock at the usually mild-mannered mage. Marissa was as innocent as you, and for a defenseless woman, she did manage to put a nice hole in my stomach. Ailey, come, Simba said, his tone brooking no arguments. Ailey looked nothing short of terrified, and Leona had a horrible feeling that she knew just what was coming. Yes, MMY Lord Mage. Ailey stuttered nervously. Simba said nothing, looking down at the woman with disappointment shining in his eyes. He ignored Voldemort's killing curse, barely feeling as it ricocheted off of his shield, making Voldemort's color eyes bug out in shock. MMMYL Lord Mage. Why, Ailey, Simba said softly. Before he knew it, the woman was weeping softly, fat tears sliding down her face. Because I loved you, my lord, I loved you, and you chose your human. I fail to follow your logic. Simba said, his voice betraying nothing. Two wanted revenge. It seemed like a good idea. Voldemort promised me. What? That he'd kill my fiancé so that you could have me. Yes, Ailey said, bowing her head in shame as warriors gasped from where they were standing. You were my friend, Ailey, I trusted you. Simba said softly. I do not ask for forgiveness, my lord, I will accept my punishment. So be it. There was a pause as Simba looked deep into Ailey's eyes. She returned his gaze steadily, awaiting his verdict. Look around you, Ailey, you realize there is only one fitting punishment. Yes, my lord, Ailey said, bowing her head once again. Simba put his hands on her temples, closing his eyes. May you find reprieve with the Almighty. He murmured in ancient Elvish, wincing slightly as he mentally snapped Ailey's life force in half, ending her life in an instant, while minimizing her pain. We protect innocence, punish the guilty and keep the peace. He lay her body on the ground before turning his attention to Voldemort, who had been frozen in shock for the past few minutes. Leave, he said harshly, lifting a hand and clenching it into a fist. The warriors stared as Voldemort shrieked in agony, his spidery hands clawing at his face. You do not deserve mercy. Leave now, he growled, releasing Voldemort from his pain. He barked something in another language, making Voldemort scream in fury and pain as he was banished. Simba, are you okay? Leona asked, putting a hand on his back. Simba flinched, closing his eyes tiredly. We have to clear this mess, find the wounded and the dead. Everyone, please move back. The warriors followed his instructions obediently, most either in shock or worried for missing friends or family. Healers and soldiers, come. We will need all the help we can get. Lee, take Severus and Narcissa to Hogwarts. Tell Ron and Hermione that I'm fine. Then come back. You too. He skewered both humans with a piercing glare. Stay in Hogwarts until I return. Do not go anywhere. Please be patient. Yes, my lord, Narcissa said, bowing her head while Severus merely nodded his acceptance. Oh, and Severus, I trust in your discretion. Of course, my lord. Severus said quietly. Leona silently tripped Severus and Narcissa back to Hogwarts, landing in Harry's office. Oh no. I have a class in 10 minutes. Severus, could you possibly take the class if I'm not back? How long do you think you'll be gone? I really don't know. Simba is unpredictable, at best. He tends to blame himself a lot, like Harry, I suppose. Anyway, I'm not leaving unless I know he's okay. Now, I'll see you later. Ron, Hermione and Daniela were sitting in charms when Leona barged in, scanning the room. Professor Flitwick, may Ron, Hermione and Daniela be excused, please? Of course. The diminutive wizard squeaked. Thanks, Leona said, watching as Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances with the young warrior. Together, they walked from the noisy class with very few noticing. What's happened? Hermione asked immediately. There has been another attack, I'm afraid. Voldemort himself came into Lassie. Simba banished him, but not before he did an alarming amount of damage. Oh no. How are Harry and Simba? Strained, I think. It's been hard on him. He's truly a warrior, in all senses of the word. He's getting a little tired of people trying to kill him. Oh no. How many? 3. One warrior in the first attack. He tried to kill Simba while he was sleeping. Marissa, who I gather was Voldemort's Hori, and Ailey. Ailey, one of his friends. She was at the DA meeting earlier. She followed Voldemort because he promised to kill Tonks. But why? Because she loved him. Leona sighed. She knew that only one punishment could be given. Besides, what Simba did was decent. He did what he had to do in the quickest, most painless way he knew. He could have demanded that she be made an example of. Will he be okay? Hermione asked softly. I think Ailey's betrayal hit him hard. Along with everything else, I'm waiting to have to pull him out of a trip. Does he know about Tonks? Yeah, but to be honest, I don't think it's registered yet. He's been incredibly busy for the past few hours. You 3 had best stay in either your dorm or Harry's office. I'm sure he'll come and visit you when he has finished with Severus and Narcissa. Narcissa Malfoy. What's she doing here? I have no idea. Simba seems to trust her though. I have to go. He'll need as much help as he can get. Bye. They all chorused half-heartedly, all worried about their friend. Donnie had also just put 2 and 2 together and discovered that Harry and Simba were one and the same person, though she didn't think that the time was right for sharing her revelation. Leona tripped back to Lassie to find Simba standing in the center of a ring of people. Realizing that he was about to draw up the power to clear the area of rubble, she slipped into the circle between her father and brother, silently supporting her student-turned-leader. She was glad to find that their mental link was open, and silently slipped into his mind, soothing him and calming him. Through him, she felt the magic pulsing through the ground, ready to be used by one strong enough to handle it. Lee thought it best not to mention that the last time something of this magnitude was attempted, the warrior mage in question caused a rather large explosion, resulting in his brains being scattered outward in a 1.5 mile radius. She fervently hoped that Harry and Simba were stronger than that. Suddenly she felt her own exhaustion as her power joined Simba's own. She watched in astonishment as another power joined too, a weaker power, yet one that seemed to revitalize Simba much more than Lee's had. Tonks. The 3 powers merged seamlessly as Simba drew the magic from the ground, intertwining it with himself, Leona and Tonks. After a few moments of absorbing the power, Simba dropped to his knees under the strain of having to contain such a large amount of magic. Suddenly his head snapped up, his eyes glowing eerily white as he hissed something in Parseltongue, releasing the magic steadily. Lee had never felt so alive, yet so utterly drained. She was a part of the magic. She was the magic. It was totally exhilarating to the point that it was painful. She rejoiced in the beauty of it, until Simba's voice in her mind urged her to remember their purpose. Before their eyes, the rubble began to mold itself upwards, taking shape and building itself into new buildings. Everyone around them was gasping as the structure solidified and fixed in place. Everyone except Simba, whose head was bowed in reverence as the power whirled around him, humbling him. Tonks gasped as she felt her magic leave her suddenly and without warning. She stumbled and cursed quietly as she fell, a million different feelings and thoughts running through her head, not all of which belonged to her. She saw Simba, in her mind's eye, standing in the center of a circle, his eyes closed as he concentrated on melding her powers with his and Lee's. She looked around her in horror at the devastation of Lassie, and supposed that Voldemort had paid a visit. Trust me, came Simba's strong, soothing voice as she began to panic that she'd never get her magic back. What happened? She asked aloud. Later, Tonks was surprised when she was suddenly, and quite unexpectedly, moved from Simba's mind. The connection remained, but Simba was distant now, almost clinical in his approach to her. Yet from the connection, Tonks easily felt the pain he was feeling. Lee watched her friend and almost brother in concern as he distanced himself from Tonks. She felt tears streak her face as she felt his pain at having to do so, but the fact remained that Tonks had broken things off between them, and only she could make it better. She told Tonks this, knowing perfectly well that Tonks would hear the non-verbal communication. But how the other woman would make things better, she didn't know. After the rubble was cleared, Simba, the soldiers and the healers began seeing to the injured and the dead. The death toll was rising rapidly, and Simba could feel anger crashing through his body, along with a rather large helping of guilt. Most of all though, he really wanted Voldemort dead, once and for all. Lee remained linked to Simba as they began searching through the wounded and the dead, though she wasn't bound as tightly to him as she had been. She felt his sorrow and anger at every corpse he had to cover, and desperately hoped that he would be okay. Over a few hours, the scene was gradually cleared up. The dead were taken by their families while the injured were taken to the hospital. Lee knew that Simba had given most of them enough healing energy to pull them through, at the expense of exhausting himself. Channeling such a huge amount of power had also taken its toll on him, more so than he was willing to admit. Simba walked away from the freshly cleared site, knowing that he needed a little while on his own before he faced anyone. Knowing that Lee was worrying about him, he told her, via the link, that he was going to sit by the coastline. Then he carefully distanced her, making sure not to cut the link completely. It was then that he realized that Tonks was still linked to him. He brought her further in, pinpointing her location to about 2 miles away from Voldemort's lair. Tonks jumped as the connection to Simba was strengthened suddenly. Well, what happened? She asked, perhaps a little sharply. Voldemort attacked Lassie. 87 dead and 203 injured. Simba informed her, his voice a carefully controlled monotone, though Tonks could feel the torrent of emotions within him. But how? Ailey. She was unmarked. You're kidding. Unfortunately not. Oh God. Silence reigned for what seemed like an eternity, but what was actually only a few moments. Simba lay down in the grass beside the coastline, staring up into the swirling sky. He had never felt so tired in his life. Then again. In the space of 24 hours, he had left Hogwarts, found Voldemort, dined with Voldemort, been stabbed by Voldemort's plaything, killed said plaything, tripped to Lassie, had a confrontation with Voldemort, killed someone who he had thought was a friend, survived several killer curses, banished Voldemort, harnessed more power than he had ever thought possible, rebuilt Lassie almost totally, and had healed, or helped to heal, a lot of people. It had been a long and exhausting day. What did you do? In reference to what? Harry asked, his voice choked with fatigue. Anything. Everything. You sound absolutely shattered. Oh, that. Busy day. Speaking of, is there any particular reason that you're heading towards Voldemort's little hidey hole? If you can spy, why can't I? Firstly, you are especially high on Voldemort's to kill list. Secondly, he thinks you're my fiancé. Thirdly, you are the defense against the dark arts teacher, and they need you at Hogwarts. He knows about us. There is no us. Not anymore. Harry said sadly. Then I'll just tell him that. It won't work. What makes you think he'll believe you? He'll kill you for the sheer hell of it, to hurt me. You don't know that. Tonks replied stubbornly. Don't I? Tonks, he tried to order me to bring you to him. He knows that killing you, or torturing you, would kill Harry. Just like he knew how to exploit Sirius. There were a few moments of silence before Simba gently pushed Tonks' presence from his mind. Simba changed back into Harry, wanting to go unnoticed for a while. The day had taken its toll on him mentally, physically and emotionally. He stripped off and dived into the cool water, needing to forget everything, even if it was only for a little while. An hour later, and he was still in the water, floating on his back and staring into the multicolored sky. He was impossibly still, not disturbing the total calm of the sea. His mind remained carefully blank, for her knew that Lee would need to be close when he finally examined his memories, as it was almost guaranteed that he would pass out from blood loss. Several hours later, Leona appeared at the coastline, looking anxiously around for her friend, finding only his discarded clothes. Looking out to the ocean, she saw him in the distance, floating just under the surface, with only his mouth and nose protruding from the surface. Harry. Hey, Harry. Mum is worried about you, you know. Are you about ready to come home? She asked telepathically. Harry's head rose a little, looking over at her, before he began swimming towards her. You go ahead. Tell her I'll be about 5 minutes. Harry replied. Okay, just don't be any longer than 5. We need to talk and you need to rest. It's been a hectic day. Yes, mother. Lee smiled tightly. Harry's reply would have been a whole lot more reassuring had he not sounded so utterly listless. Harry said very little throughout dinner that day. The atmosphere in the Tide household was extremely tense, as no one knew quite what was safe to say. To Harry, it seemed like dinner stretched for an eternity, especially as he was not in any mood to eat. So he spent the whole time pushing food around his plate, occasionally taking a tiny bite, or answering Lee's silent inquiries. After 15 or so minutes of this, he quietly excused himself from the table and retired to his room, mentally reassuring Lee that no, he wasn't thinking about the day's events, so no, he wasn't about to go off on a guilt trip. After finishing her own rather dinner, Lee walked slowly up to Harry's room. She wasn't sure if he had meant he was going to his bedroom or his hidden room. She knocked quietly on his door before pushing it open. Harry lay on his bed, staring up at his ceiling. Harry, we should probably go to Hogwarts. Severus and Narcissa are waiting. Are you up to it? Lee murmured. I need to do something. If I didn't just keep seeing them. It wasn't your fault, Harry. At this moment in time, blame and fault is neither here nor there. I have things to do. Are you coming with me, or shall I go alone? I'll come. Give me a minute or two to clean up first, though. Sure. Severus Snape stood before the class, watching as everyone but one girl read their previous notes silently. The girl in question was one Rhiannon Houston, who was looking decidedly uncomfortable. Sir, she said after a few minutes of fidgeting, where's Leona? Isn't she supposed to be taking these classes while Harry's away? Miss Tide is busy at the moment. She was unavailable to take this class. Something's happened in LaCie, hasn't it? Miss Houston, you have no idea what you're talking about. He barked, wondering how on earth the girl had known. I know something's happened. Something bad. Rhiannon said stubbornly, refusing to believe that she was wrong. Outside. Now. Severus said in a deadly whisper, intent on finding out just what was going on. Are you ready? Leona asked, having cleaned herself up and changed her robes. Harry had reverted to Simba, and was wearing his freshly cleaned battle robes. Yeah, Simba replied. Severus was about to start questioning the girl when Simba and Leona appeared beside them. Oh, thank goodness you're all right. Rhiannon cried, throwing her arms around Simba, who looked extremely surprised. You told them? He asked Severus, letting the girl cling to him. No. Miss Houston was about to tell me how she knew that something was wrong in LaCie. Severus replied archly. I was so worried, Harry. My lord mage. I thought we might have lost you. Rhiannon said tearfully. Simba's eyes widened fractionally, and he knelt down in front of her. Rhea, how did you know I was Harry? He asked quietly. Well, I had a dream. I saw you changing so that you would be accepted in LaCie. It hurt you that you couldn't be accepted for yourself in either world. My God. Simba breathed, closing his eyes slightly. He had told no one of that. Leona was watching him closely. You never told me that. She thought accusingly. I didn't want to upset you. Was his quiet reply. He put one hand on Rhea's shoulder and tilted her chin up with the other. Rhea, how long have you been an active seer? Well, I've always been able to sense things if I was close enough to a link. I knew your identity when you started training Donnie and me. The day you blacked out. Simba said softly, remembering how his charge had suddenly fallen to the floor after he had brushed past her slightly. Yeah, Rhea nodded. How much do you know about what happened today? Rhea closed her eyes for a moment, her brow furrowing slightly before her eyes opened wide in horror and disbelief. He was there. Voldemort. 87 warriors were killed, including Ailey. Oh, my lord, she didn't. She did, Simba said hollowly. The betrayal, so soon after Tonks, had hit him hard. Don't try to see anything else, not about today. He advised, knowing that the more the girl saw of that, the worse she'd feel. Okay, my lord mage. Please, call me Simba. Okay, so I'm a seer. Yes, you are. One of the first in several centuries, at least. Oh, I'd better get back to class. She said, hugging him. Lassie won't survive this war if you let guilt consume you. None of this is your fault. Lassie, and the warriors, need you to lead them. They will go where you lead. She whispered to him. He nodded, understanding the wisdom of her words, but unsure as to whether he would be able to prevent the guilt trip that had been threatening all day. They walked to Severus' offices to find that Narcissa was pacing frantically. My lord mage, she cried in relief, almost flinging herself at the man as Rhea had done. Fortunately, she seemed to think better of it, and settled for watching his every move to make sure that he was really real. Hello, Sissa, he murmured. Severus noticed his weariness and offered the mage a seat, which was gratefully accepted. So, what happens now, my lord mage? Narcissa asked, almost fearfully. Now Voldemort sees that it's not a good idea to piss off the warrior mage. He will rue the day he thought he could use me as a pawn. Simba said, his words laced with venom. Narcissa was extremely glad that his anger wasn't aimed at her. And now a question for you. Which side are you going to choose? I would be honored if you would allow me to follow you, my lord. Very well. I shall inform the old man. No, please, my lord. I am not a light witch, no matter where my allegiances lie. I am neither good nor evil. I will follow you, but never Dumbledore. Indeed, I believe I can understand your reasoning. Neither of you will be able to spy anymore. Voldemort saw both of you accompanying me in Lassie. However, you two do have the power to persuade others, both inner circle Death Eaters, both influential. Yes, I would like you two to help recruit any other Death Eaters that feel they are unappreciated. Listen to their concerns and do your best to alleviate them. My lord, Severus asked, having been silent up until that point. Yes, Severus. What will I tell the headmaster? That, Severus, is up to you. Please keep in mind that no matter how hard he tries, Dumbledore cannot understand warrior values. He also likes his control over Harry Potter. Let's face it, he had him under his thumb for a long time. What do you wish me to say to him, my lord? Severus asked. Simba understood that this was his way of asking to ally with him. Tell him that if he will not make a move, others will. Anything else, my lord? For a start, you may call me Simba. I am not Voldemort and have little or no care for my title amongst friends. Now, why don't I fill you in on what's happened so far, before I have to go and sort out my other business in the castle? The next 15 minutes were spent discussing both what had happened and what was going to be happening. He filled both in on the new information about Unforgivables, sealing it into their minds. He promised Severus that he would also inform the Order of the information. Then the conversation began to turn to more personal matters. So, Simba, it has come to my attention that you are engaged to a niece of mine. She said teasingly. Simba raised an eyebrow, fighting to keep his expression neutral. Narcissa could still see the haunted look in his eyes, though, and looked concerned. Your information is a little outdated. Our engagement has been called off. May I ask why? Let's just say that Nymphadora and I didn't see eye to eye on a matter, and she decided that she no longer wished to become my wife. She broke things off. But, Narcissa looked mortally offended, and made a mental note to hex her darling niece for being so incredibly dense. If you'll excuse me, there are many things that require my attention before my departure. I will return in an hour or two. With that, Simba tripped away. I think he's quite upset. Narcissa noted aloud. Of course he is, woman. How would you have felt if Lucius had broke off your engagement? Quite elated, really. But their relationship was rather different to ours. They loved each other. I'm going to find my idiotic niece and give her a piece of my mind. Simba appeared back in his office, catching Ron, Hermione and Daniela by surprise. Rhea, also in the room, looked as if she had known he was coming, which she probably had done, he reminded himself. Simba, it's so good to see you. We were so worried, Hermione exclaimed, flying towards him. He caught her in his arms, chuckling slightly. It felt good to be back with his friends. Hey, my own. I need to breathe, you know. He choked out as his friend hugged the breath out of him. Mate, that was really scary. Leona just told us that Voldemort attacked Lassie, and that people keep trying to kill you. Ron said, looking pale. Yeah, are you okay? Donnie asked worriedly, asking what was on everyone's mind. I will be. I'm not going to insult you all by saying that I'm fine, because I'm not. How many? Hermione asked softly. 87 deaths. Rhea answered for him. Yeah, 87 dead and 203 injured. Oh, yes. Oh, needless to say, I'm a little less than pleased with Tom Riddle and his followers. What are you going to do? Hermione asked, looking slightly panicked. They will learn that attacking Lassie and my people is extremely detrimental to their health. The warriors in his force are going to be stripped of their powers. What about Voldemort? He is going to get a dose of humility. Simba said sharply. How? He relies too heavily on those who are blindly faithful to him. He has forgotten how to do things for himself. When are you leaving? Ron asked. Early tomorrow morning. I have much to do tonight. Will you oversee the DA meeting, if you have time? I will try, but I cannot promise anything. Simba sighed. That night was possibly the busiest Simba had had in a very long time. He had a training session with Donnie and Rhea. An order meeting had been called that he had been invited to. He had to adjust the wards in Lassie to stop Voldemort entering, and also to keep all magic within the city stable. After he had drawn magic up from the ground, he was worried that he had thrown the natural flow of the magic off. He also had to attend the DA meeting, as well as finding a little time to rest. What are we learning today, Simba? Donnie asked eagerly. We'll be learning how to conjure weapons today. Simba replied with a gentle smile. He loved this time, when he was teaching students who really wanted to learn. He loved watching them improve, and their delight at their improvement. He and the Houston girls had grown quite close during the lessons, and he looked at them as his little sisters. He smiled peacefully and began to explain what they needed to do, losing himself in the training and allowing his mind a break from the horrors it had seen. Donnie and Rhea shared a smile. It was good to see the mage, their friend, teacher, leader and honorary brother, relax a little and enjoy himself. It was a rare sight at that point in time, or so it seemed. The order meeting was extremely tense. Simba was more than a little peeved with Dumbledore and his blindly faithful followers. It irked him to think that they wanted his allegiance, but weren't prepared to give Lassie a second thought. He was also rather annoyed that Dumbledore had forbidden Harry to help in Lassie. All of this, he said at the meeting, before honoring his word to Severus and reporting his findings on the Unforgivables. Thinking about that brought a somewhat grim smile to Simba's face. Many of the order members flatly refused to accept it, whilst others argued that just because he could do it, didn't mean that everyone could do it. So Severus, trusting Simba implicitly, something which made said mage pleased and proud, decided to test the theory. After filling him in on what he needed to do, Simba let loose the killing curse, a very weak version of the spell, but a killing curse nonetheless. Besides, no one needed to know that it was a weakened curse. After successfully throwing it off, Severus and Simba had proven Simba's point that anyone could do it. Several other people wanted to try it, hearing Severus' odd comments about seeing the spell. In fact, several people demanded that they have the opportunity to test the theory themselves. Which, naturally, riled up the already exhausted mage to breaking point. Severus and Tonks, who had returned shortly after Simba had recognized this, and immediately made their excuses to leave. Simba tripped them back to Hogwarts thanking Severus for his trust, before disappearing into his hidden rooms. After shredding a mannequin or six in order to dispel his anger, Harry dragged himself through to his bedroom, falling asleep instantly. But the nightmares of the day weren't far behind, waking Harry every time he drifted off. Eventually, he was forced to take a dreamless sleep draft so that he could get a little shut-eye. Feeling a little less exhausted, Simba made his way to the room of requirement, before the DA meeting began. He was the first one there, and began to do a little light training while he was waiting. Otherwise, he'd just end up thinking back on what Voldemort was up to, and what he had done. He pushed those thoughts from his mind, concentrating on the sword in his hand as it sliced through the air. Upon hearing someone walk in, he spun around, his sword just millimeters from the intruder's throat. It was Zacharias Smith, and he looked petrified, and on the point of weeping. "Next time, I suggest you knock," Simba said angrily. The boy nodded, saying nothing. Simba lowered his sword and let him in. "Paranoid, much," he muttered as a few others, Ron, Hermione, Donnie and Rhea included, began to trickle in. Simba's short fuse exploded as he rounded on the arrogant youth. "Better paranoid than dead. Tell me, Zacharias, how would you react if you dealt with death threats day in, day out?" "I'd call their bluff. No one really wants to kill anyone else. They'd be put off if you said you wanted to die. Even Death Eaters wouldn't want to kill someone that was willing to die." "Brave kid," Simba said. "Brave, but incredibly stupid. Someone tell me what was wrong with what Smith just said." Silence. Several people were on the verge of answering, but were afraid of getting shot down by Simba. "Death Eaters don't care what you want. They'll kill you anyway," Donnie hazarded. "Close, but not quite," Simba said. By this point, the entire DA had assembled, and was listening avidly. "Do you think that Voldemort or his followers care about who they kill? Do you think they go home and cry over the lives they've ended that day? Do you think they even spare a thought for their victims? Granted, there are a few that do feel remorse. Those who had no idea what they were getting into when they joined Voldemort's forces, or those who were forced by others, just like there are those on the light side who would kill without thought or guilt. But they are far outnumbered by those who really couldn't care less. They actually get pleasure from killing those who they believe to be inferior. As for calling their bluff, which would you choose? A quick, faked death due to a curse that is almost useless, or torture by a curse that is harder to block out? A curse that can, has and most definitely will send people insane. Cruciatus, despite the fact it is blockable, still hurts. And concentrating through pain is not the easiest thing to do for any species. If you are held under long enough, you will go insane. You will live the rest of your life in St. Mungo's, unaware of where you are and even who you are. You will babble endless nonsense and be wholly incapable of even recognizing your own family. Not only will you never really live again, but also your family will come to see you and know that you have no idea who you are, or how much they love you. Maybe you will know, maybe you'll recognize them and know you love them, but you'll never be able to express it. You'll be trapped in a world with no control and no escape. Now tell me, which is worse? Insanity, Zacharias muttered. Simba looked over at Neville, whose head was hung in despair. Exactly. Now that we've established that being paranoid isn't a bad thing, maybe we can move on. Simba told the DA of the war as he saw it. He told them that both sides were wrong, and then went on to validate this statement to prevent chaos breaking out. He told them how the dark side was power-hungry and blind, while the light side was hypocritical and blind. No one is perfect. Human or warrior, light or dark, it makes no difference. We just have to overcome our faults. He told them. What are your faults? Mine. I have many. Stubbornness, hard-headedness. I brood on things rather than accepting them and moving on. I have a short temper when angry and tired. As Smith found out, I tend to have a guilt complex. I have no patience with those who try to kill me, or with those who follow a leader through greed for power. But those are tempered by your good points, and some of them can be good points in some cases. Donnie said defensively. Thanks, Donnie. Yes, stubbornness can be a definite advantage in some cases. Let's not forget that you're strong enough to live up to your title. You haven't let power or position go to your head. You're always willing to help. You're forgiving. Most of the time. You're kind. considerate and willing to give up your time to teach anyone who wants to be taught. You stick to what you believe in, you know what you're fighting for, and don't forget that. You always keep your feet on the ground, Rhea said with a grin. You're powerful. Anthony Goldstein piped up. Simba rounded on him, shaking his head. No. Power is nothing without control or beliefs. Power without these things is a catastrophe waiting to happen. Look at Voldemort. Yes, as much as I am loath to admit it, the idiot is fairly powerful, and yes, he has plenty of very strong beliefs. Though many do not agree with those beliefs, however, he lacks control. He does as he wants to, when he wants to. There's the problem. If he worked for his goals in a more controlled and civilized manner, he'd be much more likely to succeed. The sad thing is that at the moment, if he acted rationally, rather than killing everyone who disagrees with him, he'd have the support of many more witches and wizards, and warriors, than he does now. His beliefs are widely held in both worlds, and the thing that stops people from supporting him is his methods. Simba said, giving everyone much to think about. After the DA meeting, Simba went to Lassie to adjust the wards. He had been right about the magic flows in the city being off, and was glad to be able to rectify the problem before things got too out of hand. By that point, only a small area in the park had been affected. It had suddenly grown into something resembling a rainforest. He stabilized the magic first, while making sure that he would still be able to access the Earth's magic in case of an emergency. Then he began building the wards to keep Voldemort out of the city. Many hours later, a thoroughly exhausted mage fell onto his bed at Hogwarts, too tired to think about anything at all, much less the slaughter that had taken place. He slept right the way through the night before waking up at 5 in the morning for his early morning training session. It was going to be a long day, he knew. Harry set out for Voldemort's lair before the majority of the students had woken. Only Ron, Hermione and Donnie were there to say goodbye. Narcissa and Severus had said their farewells the night before, as had Rhea. Keep an eye on things for me, will you? He asked, preparing to trip. Sure. I'll tell Leona if I see anything, okay. Thanks, Rhea. No problem. Take care. Okay. I will. Promise. Yes, I promise. Good. Simba made his way to Voldemort's lair on foot, slipping silently through the forests and slinking in the shadows. He cloaked himself from detection by wizarding charms, passing them as easily as if they simply weren't there. This time, there was no welcoming committee outside the entrance to the lair, waiting to kill him. Instead, there wasn't even a single guard. Obviously, Voldemort hadn't been expecting him. He felt a prickle of foreboding as he crept inside, still cloaked in darkness and shadows. What he saw inside did not comfort him at all. Legions of Death Eaters, a great many more than anyone might have expected, were standing to attention. It was oddly reminiscent of a Muggle army, and every bit as numerous. He moved closer, mentally cataloging every entrance and exit in the place. He had a sickening feeling that the knowledge of these would come in useful in the not-too-distant future. Voldemort was not among the group, though Narcissa was. Severus, upon closer inspection, was not there. Simba assumed that he had found an acceptable excuse to skip this apparently important meeting. He broke into Narcissa's mind, building a link between them. What's going on? He asked, making Narcissa look frantically about her. They want to meet you. You weren't expected here for an hour or so yet. They're waiting for the alarms to go off. She thought, figuring that as she couldn't see him, that was the way he was contacting her. What's the plan then? Well, the Dark Lord is now sure that you are his biggest threat. He wants you out of the way as soon as possible, no matter what the price. Nice. So this meeting is in my honor. About 750 against 1. Yes. The Dark Lord is too afraid to face you himself. He fears you even more than Dumbledore, I believe. As he should. Now, is there anything else I need to know? Nothing I can think of. The warriors are here too. Be careful. I can hardly be anything else, can I? Good luck. I'll try and help out. No. Listen, when I signal, get the hell out. I won't be paying all that much attention as to who I'm fighting. There's an unprotected exit to your left. Look for a small snake on the wall. Okay. Where do I go after that? Go to the edge of the forest. Try and stay out of sight. I'll meet you there. What if you don't? I will. But, Sissa, listen. I'm going to set off the alarms. You'll have 5 minutes to get out. Please be as unobtrusive as you can be. Be careful, Narcissa repeated as the link went silent. She took a deep breath as the alarms began to wail, announcing the arrival of Simba. Simba stood still, steeling himself for what would follow. He watched Narcissa slipping through the crowd, only noticed by himself. Once her 5 minutes were up, he moved forwards, unsheathing two of his favorite swords. The fight was on. As he danced around curses, his swords sliced into his opponents. To an observer, it looked very much like he was dancing, only the dance was deadly, and he couldn't risk complacency. Though the Death Eaters were no match for Harry alone, their real strength was their enormous numbers. He had to stay aware of what was happening on all sides of him, rather than being able to focus on any one opponent. Not only was this difficult, it was incredibly tiring, especially as it required him to use his every sense to dodge as much of what was being hurled at him as possible. After 15 minutes of fighting, Simba spied the warrior betrayers lurking at the back of the group. Letting the humans do the dirty work for them, hoping that he'd be injured and exhausted by the time they had to face him. How wrong they were. With renewed ferocity, Harry cut through the swarm of Death Eaters who stood between him and his goal, beginning to get ready to draw power from the earth below him. He linked himself to Leona, Tonks and Narcissa. Clearing his mind, he gathered the magic to him, before throwing out his hands. The explosion that followed cleared the rest of the Death Eaters out of his way, not to mention trapping the betrayers and making sure that they were thoroughly terrified. I warned you, did I not? He growled, still drawing on the earth's magic, despite the fact that it was getting somewhat painful having an enormous amount of foreign power surging through his veins. The traitors trembled in front of him, seeming to shrink. I was going to kill you. But I don't think I will. Their heads snapped up, hope springing into their eyes. Death is much too good for you. You will suffer. You will wish for death, but it shall not come. Simba released every shred of magical energy that had been building up inside him, directing it all towards the group of traitorous warriors before him. He watched them fall before staggering backwards. He felt more tired than ever before, sluggish and weakened. He needed to get out of there before Voldemort. There was no doubt of him being totally incapable of winning a fight against a decent third year at Hogwarts, let alone the most powerful Dark Lord in living memory. Narcissa waited impatiently for Simba to arrive. She knew that he was linked to her, but didn't know why. She was also conscious of the fact that she wasn't the only one included in the link, though she wasn't sure who the others were, or even how many of them there were. She continued to wait in the shadows at the edge of the forest, fidgeting endlessly. Where was he? She was steeling herself to go back and look for him when something drew her attention. Something was moving towards her. She drew her wand a little shakily, only to almost drop it in shock when she saw a gorgeous midnight black horse carrying a barely conscious Simba. By Morgana, she whispered, cautiously approaching the majestic beast. Simba watched through half-shut eyes as Narcissa approached Elementa, looking worried. Told you I'd be here, he said before sinking into merciful blackness. Typical. Narcissa tutted as Simba blacked out, not really sure what to do to help him. Climbing up behind Simba, she decided that the best thing to do was to take him back to Hogwarts. Hours later, Simba and Narcissa arrived at Hogwarts. Simba was still only barely conscious, while Narcissa grew increasingly worried. Upon reaching the castle gates, she found Leona waiting for her. What's he done now? She asked, looking every bit as worried as Narcissa felt. You don't want to know, Narcissa said, bringing Elementa to a halt. How long has he been unconscious? Well, he's been drifting in and out of consciousness for about 5 hours now. He doesn't seem to be physically hurt, just extremely exhausted. As if he's used up every scrap of energy. He may well have. What do you mean? I mean that after the day he's had, logically, he should be dead. You can fill me in on exactly why that is when we get inside. Lee said, gently floating Simba down from Elementa's back. Elementa, go to the forest. Stay out of sight, she said, watching as the stallion cantered away. Leona floated Simba's body through Hogwarts under an invisibility charm. The last thing he needed was the students, his students and friends, to see him in his current state. She took him to his room, despite knowing that Tonks was there. She needed to check that there was no serious damage before she tripped him anywhere. Once in Harry's room, Leona and Narcissa lay him on the bed, beginning to peel of his battle robes. What they saw made both women gawp. Simba was covered from head to toe in small cuts, some more vicious looking than others. Oh my goodness. Earth magic. Leona breathed. What? Narcissa asked sharply. Earth magic. Simba is able to wield it. At least, he is as long as he has anchors. I assume that's what he was doing early this morning. Anyway, it draws up huge amounts of power. Nobody is used to channeling that much power. If Simba holds it for longer than a few seconds, it'll try and escape in any way it can. Hence the cuts. Oh, well, that's stupid. Maybe. Lee shrugged, looking at the unconscious form of the mage. But Simba does what he needs to do, not what others believe to be smart. He's learned to rely on himself. It's not easy for him to ask for help. No, I know. Still, I wish he wouldn't take on 750 Death Eaters on his own. He did what? Lee shrieked, bringing Tonks running from the adjoining room. She stopped dead when she saw Simba, turning a deathly shade of white. Dear Merlin, what happened? She choked out, grasping at the door frame to keep herself upright. He just took on 750 Death Eaters, alone. And won. Narcissa informed her niece. With a glance at Simba, she turned back to Lee. Leona, will you be all right? I think my niece and I need to have a little chat. She said. Yeah. Go ahead. But before you do, can you tell Daniela and Rhiannon to come in? Of course. And with that, Narcissa Malfoy dragged one very reluctant Nymphadora Tonks from the room by the arm, but not before making sure that she had taken a good look at the state of her ex-fiancé. Rhiannon, having seen her lord being injured, and Leona's request for her and her sister's presence, went straight to Harry's rooms. She and Donnie met Narcissa and Tonks on the way out, receiving a sharp nod from the elder, while Tonks was too worried to even notice them. What were you thinking? Narcissa demanded in a tone of deadly calm. Years of living with Lucius had, if nothing else, taught her self-control. She had been married to him whilst screaming her protest, but there were no screams now. Only a quiet hatred. A hatred of her husband, of what he was and what he represented, of what he had caused her to become. No, she wouldn't lose her temper with her niece, but she would speak her mind. Lucius had never managed to break her spirit. Why did you break off the engagement? Because, despite what I wanted, despite anything I said, he was set on going to your master. Tonks replied, anger flaring inside her. How dare you? Narcissa growled, itching to show her niece the back of her hand. I know your mother didn't raise you to act like this. What would you know about my mother? It's not like you ever thought to see how she was, even to speak 2 words to her, since she married my father. You know nothing of me. Narcissa stated firmly, taking her niece by the arm and half dragging her into the room of requirement. Now, it's time you sat and listened, lady. And listen well, because I will never repeat this. I'm listening. Tonks muttered sullenly. Good. Harry groaned slightly, feeling uncomfortably warm. Someone was touching his forehead, he knew, but he was too tired and too worn out to even try and see who it was. Voices swirled around him, but he couldn't make sense of the words. He felt as if he had been run through a pasta machine several hundred times, not to mention the fact that there seemed to be a very loud and boisterous orchestra playing in his head, making it ache and spin in a way he would never have dreamed possible. Overall, he wasn't feeling particularly great. He's waking up. A familiar voice murmured, sounding as if it was coming from a large distance away. Well, talk away, Tonks said, watching her aunt expectantly. I remember my engagement to Lucius well. I had protested against it since I had learned of it. He was everything that I didn't want in a husband. Self-centered, cold, arrogant, and unfeeling. Even at 17, he was an evil git. I wanted to marry someone of my choice, a man I had met in Diagon Alley in my first summer out of Hogwarts. But he was of questionable origin, so that was quite out of the question. In hindsight, I should have tried harder, shouted louder, done something more. Like your mother. You're right when you say I never visited Andromeda after mother and father disowned her, but I did know that she was happy. She had married the man she loved, rather than did as our parents wished. She got herself disowned, but was happier for it, while I was married, kicking and screaming, to Lucius Malfoy. And I have regretted it ever since. Why are you telling me this? Tonks asked, softening a little. Narcissa didn't seem as awful as she had thought. Because you are on the verge of throwing away your chance at the perfect husband, a husband who loves you, and whom you love back. You can't ask for more than that. Believe me, I know. He's not perfect. I didn't say he was. I said he'd make the perfect husband. There's a difference. He would die for you, even now. He would put his own blade in his chest if you asked it of him. Just as long as you didn't ask it of him before he has finished Voldemort. Let him fulfill his one obligation, and then he will do anything you ask. You know that if there was any other way, he'd have done it. But there wasn't. What about you? What about me? Where do your loyalties lie? I would follow Harry and Simba anywhere he asked. Even to his bed. Tonks asked, raising an eyebrow. She wondered how Narcissa had found out about Harry's alter ego. If he asked it of me, yes. But he won't. And how can you be so sure? Because he loves you. And he won't give up on you for a long while. And even if he ever does, anyone else will only be second best at the most. You should know that. With that, Narcissa Malfoy strode away, leaving one very speechless Nymphadora Tonks in her wake. Donnie pulled everything Simba had taught her about healing into her mind as she fought to heal the numerous wounds caused by his wielding of earth magic. Simba had informed her that she was a gifted healer, like Jem, and had begun to teach her the basics of healing, along with his own rather obscure methods of healing. He had mentioned having Jem teach her the proper methods of healing once she had grasped what he had to teach. Now, she was putting her training to the test. While her mentor's situation wasn't life or death, she knew that until he was healed, either with magic or naturally, he would be feeling incredible amounts of pain. It was hard for Donnie to believe that Leona had called for her, rather than Jem, but it did increase her confidence in her own abilities. He's waking up, she said, as Harry began to stir fretfully, a frown marring his handsome face. Harry, are you okay? Leona asked, rushing to his side. He'll need to drink this before he'll be able to speak without pain. Donnie said, handing Leona a goblet of an iridescent pink fluid. She put it to Harry's lips, allowing him to take a long drink before even attempting to speak. Thanks. He croaked, sitting up a little, only to hiss in pain and lie back down again, only moving his head to drink more of the bizarre-looking potion. Try not to move too much, Harry. I'm not done yet, Donnie said. So I noticed. How long have I been out? According to Narcissa, you'd been drifting in and out of consciousness for 5 hours before you got back here. You've been unconscious ever since. And how long have I been here? About 2 hours. Oh, okay, Harry said, his eyes drifting closed of their own accord as he fell asleep, still exhausted. Tonks sat by the lake, thinking of what she had been told. She had never thought that her aunt had been unhappy in her marriage, but now that she had been told of it, she realized that it was obvious. They were so, well, indifferent to each other. It made her wonder what else she didn't know. But she knew that she was stalling from thinking about the real matter at hand, her relationship with Harry. Or current lack thereof. She had no doubts whatsoever that she was in love with Harry, and that he loved her back, but, well, she needed to sort out whether or not she could live with the fact that he would have to put himself in dangerous situations until he had fulfilled his duty. And the possibility of him being injured was great. After all, wasn't he lying unconscious in his bed in his quarters right now, covered in cuts and bruises? The question was whether she was strong enough to handle the fact that the man she loved would very likely be injured on a regular basis, and could she handle the fact that she would be helpless to heal him? Harry was unaware of his ex-fiancée's introspection as he lay sleeping in his bed. His body was quickly healing, with the help of Donnie, and he was almost free of cuts, though a few marks of discoloration remained, as well as his extreme fatigue. He needed to rest for several days before doing any major magic, but apart from a few faint scars, he would suffer no long-term effects from the ordeal. It seemed that the warrior mage had found his limits. Using a lot of earth magic was not within those limits. At least, that was the current working theory. After a week, Harry felt as if he was back to normal. his magic levels had been restored, and he was feeling much less battered and bruised. He was up and about, although he wasn't doing much that would put him in the slightest bit of danger. Everything seemed to lull in the aftermath of his attack on Voldemort's forces. Now he just had to figure out what his next move would be. At the same time, Tonks was trying to figure out how to approach Harry. Where a few weeks ago, she would have been able to tell him anything, she now found herself unable to even look him in the eye without flinching. She knew that she had hurt him, but she didn't know how to make it better. He had grown distant over the past few weeks, he was always busy with something or another. While she knew it was necessary, it didn't make her job any easier. As Voldemort lay low, Harry found the time to get back into the swing of teaching his classes, as well as teaching the DA, coaching the Gryffindor Quidditch team and training Donnie and Rhea. Both of his warrior students were doing well, and had begun to be taught by people that were more adept in their specialties than Harry was. Jem taught Donnie the conventional healing methods, while Rhea was taught the basics of warrior divination by a young man called Angelus who, while not being an active seer, knew everything there was to know about divination. In the back of his mind, he knew that Voldemort's retaliatory attack was imminent, but at that moment, he also knew that there were more important things to worry about than that. They would be ready for the attack when it came. "Harry, are you all right?" Leona asked, seeing her friend and brother lying on his couch with his eyes closed. "I'm fine. Just resting for a moment," Harry said. "What have you been doing now?" "Nothing," Harry lied, hoping that she would leave it. He should have known better. "Liar. Show me what you're hiding behind your back." "What I'm hiding behind my back? I have no idea what you're talking about, Lee," he replied innocently. Leona's eyes narrowed to slits. "Harry Potter, you will tell me what you are hiding behind your back, right now." "But Lee, but nothing. Tell me." "Fine. You caught me." Harry handed her a scroll of parchment, upon which was written a plan. "Harry, do you have a death wish?" "It's a good plan," Harry insisted. "It's suicide. Too soon after the last suicide mission." "Lee, listen to me. It's not suicide. I know it seems like it, but you have to trust me, I can do this. It's simple, really. Harry, this is madness. You're not immortal. What will happen if you die?" "I won't die. You don't know that. Lee, will you quit it? I know what I'm doing." Harry immediately regretted his outburst when he saw the tears in Leona's eyes. "I'm sorry," he muttered, hugging her tightly. "I don't want to lose you," she muttered into his shoulder. "I know. You just need to trust me on this one. It's not that I don't trust you. I don't trust Voldemort or his minions." "SSSHHH, it's okay," Harry said soothingly, as Leona cried into his shoulder. "How is it okay? You're in the middle of a fight which could very easily kill you." "I know, but it won't." "How do you know?" "Because there is no way I'm giving up on life without fighting for all I'm worth." "And you don't think Sirius thought that too? He died in a state of shock. Harry, you can't know that you won't too." Leona froze, knowing that she had crossed the line, even if what she said was true. "How dare you?" Harry hissed quietly, ignoring, for the time being, the surge of guilt that flooded through him. "Harry, look at yourself. Look at who you've become and what you're doing to your friends and family. I feel as if I don't know you anymore. Your friends feel as if they don't know you anymore. You need to sort out your priorities, before it's too late. You're still mortal, Harry, remember that. And what of it? You don't think I've changed. I had to change, Lee. I've killed people. You think that I could do that without changing? I knew you'd have to change. Everyone did. But not to this extent. And the fact that you're telling me that says that you haven't changed as much as you say you have. Are you trying to drive everyone away? Is that it? Yes. Are you happy now?" He yelled angrily, before vanishing into thin air, a combination of charms ensuring that no one, not even Leona, would find him. In her classroom, Tonks paled. A surge of magic rushed through her, leaving her breathless and shaken. "Professor Tonks, are you okay?" one of her second-year Hufflepuffs asked worriedly. "Class dismissed," was Tonks' only reply, as she sat heavily in the chair behind her desk, shaking slightly as she wondered what had happened for Harry to let out such a large amount of magic. She had felt it before, but only once. When Harry had almost died through blood loss, just before they got together. After the shock had passed, she leapt to her feet and went in search of Leona. She could only hope that the other woman knew what was going on, and was helping Harry. Little did she know that Leona had been the cause of the problem, and was currently in a state of panic as to what was happening with her honorary brother. Harry wasn't entirely sure where he was after he let his magic go. All he could see was white. Nothing but white. For a moment he wondered if he was dead, but decided that that probably wasn't it, considering that there was just nothingness. Surely if he was dead, there would be something more than white. At least, he hoped there would be. His heart didn't know whether to soar or to sink when he saw a familiar person appear before him. Sirius. Now he was sure he was dead. He would finally be with his parents and Sirius. But he didn't want to be dead. Not really. He hated the thought that he had left his friends and surrogate family to fight his battles, and hated the thought that his last words to Lee had been harsh. He hated the thought of never being able to speak to his friends again. Sirius watched him silently, obviously waiting for his turbulent thoughts to calm. When he eventually did speak, his words utterly confused Harry. "Where are we? What do you mean, where are we?" he demanded quietly but fiercely. "We're in the afterlife, aren't we?" "No, Harry, I was in the afterlife until you called me here, quite forcefully, I might add." "Then I'm guessing it's some sort of in-between. How did you get here? You aren't hurt, are you?" he asked, his voice rising out of worry and concern. Harry stared at him for a long moment before realizing that yes, this was his godfather. Then Sirius almost got bowled over by Harry, who clung to him like a lifeline. "Gods, Sirius, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, I'm sorry, never should have believed, I'm sorry, I was stupid, I'm sorry," he muttered brokenly, yet without shedding a tear. Sirius held his godson, bemused at the turn of events. "What are you talking about? What are you apologizing for?" he asked gently, stroking the hair away from Harry's face as his paternal instincts went into override. "If it hadn't have been for my idiotic behavior, you never would have died. It's my fault you're dead." "What? No, Harry. I knew what I was doing when I went to the ministry with the rest of the order. I knew that it might end up with my death. I knew it and I took the chance. I shouldn't have goaded Bellatrix either, I suppose. The point is, my death was never your fault. If Voldemort wanted me dead as badly as he did, he would have killed me eventually anyway. I consider myself lucky. At least the veil was fairly painless." "But, Harry, what will it take for you to believe me?" "Time," Harry said softly. "Very well. Perhaps we should get comfortable then." Tonks was absolutely shell-shocked. Not only had Harry just let out a surge of pure, raw magic, but he had also disappeared. Alone. And for once, Lee had absolutely no idea where he was, and had no way of contacting him. It couldn't get any worse, she thought. She notified Remus, Narcissa and Snape of Simba's disappearance, and wasn't surprised that he joined her within a few moments. "Do we tell Donnie and Rhea?" Tonks wondered after a while of getting nowhere. "Of course. That's it. Rhea," Lee cried excitedly, just as the door opened to reveal Rhea looking solemn, with Donnie close by her side, looking plain bemused and befuddled. "You won't find him," Rhea said softly, her quiet voice ringing through the room. "Where is he?" Tonks said, near tears by this point. "You won't find him," she repeated patiently. "He is no longer in this dimension." "He's in l'Cie then," Lee suggested hopefully, only an affirmative answer away from tripping straight there and searching the entire city for him. "No, he's not in l'Cie." Lee's face fell visibly, before she began reeling off any other dimensions that came to mind. Eventually, her list ran out, and Rhea had answered negatively to each and every one. "He's not dead, is he?" Tonks asked, her voice shaking. "No," Rhea replied, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. "Oh good. At least we know he's alive," Remus said, voicing the thoughts of all of them. "He's not," Rhea said in the same, soft, knowing voice. At that moment, she was the only calm one in the room. He's not alive. But you said, my Lord Mage is neither dead nor alive. How is that possible? He ice between the two. He can go either way. Then is he somewhere between this world and the afterlife. Is that what dimension he's in? Tonks' brows were furrowed as she put together the pieces of the puzzle. There is no dimension between this life and the next. There is now. Rhea murmured. What? That's ridiculous. No one can just create another dimension out of thin air. Snape scoffed. Rhea turned to him calmly, her face showing neither happiness nor sadness as she stated. No one could. Before now. Simba just has. Without even realizing it. There's one thing I don't understand. Narcissa said, speaking up for the first time. If Simba is powerful enough to create a whole new dimension without even intending to, why hasn't he killed the Dark Lord already? He had the opportunity to that day in Lassie, when he banished him. No, he didn't. Rhea disagreed, a small frown appearing on her face as her eyes stared into the distance. What do you mean? We were there. We saw him. He banished Voldemort, when he could have just as easily killed him. Narcissa snapped, finally losing her temper. No, it wasn't the earth magic that drained him. It was the banishing spell. Voldemort isn't a problem. What he has done is a problem. What has he done? Remus asked with a considerable amount of trepidation. He has invoked an evil spirit. It is possessing him. An evil spirit. Yes. Like what Muggle Christians call the devil. Only more powerful. It's this incarnation which is the problem. As it stands, Simba is relatively powerless to do anything much to it. It cannot be killed, as it is not fully a part of Voldemort, and yet cannot be banished because it shares a part of Voldemort, even if it is not fully joined yet. What does that mean? It means that until Harry sorts out his problems wherever he is, there is not a thing that anyone can do about, well, anything to do with Voldemort. What does that mean? It means that until Harry sorts out his problems wherever he is, there is not a thing that anyone can do about, well, anything to do with Voldemort. Harry sat cross-legged on the floor, listening as Sirius spoke. They talked about anything and everything, just getting to know each other properly as they hadn't had a chance to do before Sirius' death. Neither wanted to broach that sensitive issue, carefully skirting it and talking around it. Finally though, Sirius was the one to bring it up. Come with me, he said quietly, holding out his hand. Harry took it cautiously, following Sirius as he led him to a small bubbling brook. What's this about? He asked curiously. You need to get past my death, Harry. You need to get past me. The guilt you feel is not only pointless, it is counterproductive. Think of it this way. The guilt you carry for my death is like a dam. It stops you reaching your full potential. Imagine that the brook is your power reserves. You see that boulder there? That's like the guilt you carry. It stops your power flowing as it should. So I've not actually reached my full power yet? Harry asked in astonishment. Yes and no. Sirius replied. You may have tapped into your full power, maybe even have used it, but you haven't been able to use it effectively, as you should be able to. Just now, you have to fight with your magic, bend it to your will using force. If you were using your magic effectively, that wouldn't happen. Your magic would come naturally, with little conscious effort on your part. Right, Harry muttered, feeling somewhat like a scolded child. Look at it this way. If you manage to lose the blockage, using earth magic won't cause nearly as much damage as it does at the moment. This is my only hope of being able to defeat him, isn't it? Harry asked suddenly. Truthfully, with the demon working with Voldemort, the only other option is to take the power of every other warrior into yourself and go over the blockage. Well, I'm not one to do things the easy way, so bulldozing the blockage it is. You're saying that stripping the warriors of their power would be the easy way? Comparatively speaking, yes. Harry sighed. Bugger. Quite. Harry agreed softly. So, how do we bulldoze the blockage? I have no idea. I was kinda hoping you'd have some idea about that. Maybe. Sirius said softly, looking thoughtful. Muggles have people to deal with things like this, don't they? Grief counselors. Yeah. Dudley had to go to one after his computer blew up. Harry said, snickering quietly at the memory. Great. So all we need is one of them. What are they called again? I don't need a grief counselor, Sirius. Harry objected. Sure you do. Otherwise you wouldn't be here. Thank you, Dr. Black. Ooh, I like that. Sirius grinned. You're a lunatic, Harry said, shaking his head. You love me for it. Now, this grief person. Counselor. Grief counselor. And even if I did need one, which I don't, it seems to have escaped your notice that we're in another freaking dimension. Where are you planning to find a grief counselor? Ah, you have a valid point there. Of course I do. Oh well, I'll be your grief counselor then. Oh no, no chance. There is no way. Oh come on, Harry. It's worth a try, isn't it? Not really. No. Think of all those people who need you to get rid of Voldemort. All the people who are relying on you. Sirius said softly. That was a low blow. Harry complained, hurt flashing across his face. Sorry, but it's true. Fine. Okay. I'll do it. Are you happy now? No. I'll be happy when you get past this, get past my death. When you're back where you belong. With your fiancé. Ex-fiancé. And are you that desperate to get rid of me? No, Harry, never. You are like a son to me, it's just I hate to see you stuck here, not being able to be normal, or to talk to your friends. I'm never going to be normal. Sirius, I'm a warrior mage. And I enjoy being here. I never really got to know you before. Before I died. Sirius finished. Yeah, but is that the only reason you want to stay here? Are you sure it's not because there's no Voldemort in this dimension, reality, or whatever you want to call it? Perhaps. Harry murmured, looking away. His voice was so quiet that Sirius had to strain to hear his words. I'm just tired of it all. Everyone is relying on me, but who can I rely on? Harry, your friends will be there for you when you need them, you know that. And Tonks as well. She still loves you. I know she does, but she can't deal with who I am, with what I have to do. No one ever said that girls were easy, Harry. You have to give her time to get used to your responsibilities. You're not the only one who is new to your powers, you know. I guess. Nice as this is, it's not going to help you get past your problem with my death. Why do you blame yourself for circumstances that were beyond your control? Because if it wasn't for my stupidity, you never would have been put in that position. If I had just learned occlumency like I was supposed to, Voldemort may never have made me think that he had you. And if I hadn't been so stupid, I would have realized that every time I complained about being locked up, every time I went into a mood, or wanted to do something reckless, I was giving you the impression that I was so desperate to be free that I would risk Voldemort capturing me to do so. You had every right to complain. After Azkaban, Harry said, unable to keep the defensive tone out of his voice. I know that, Harry, but Grimmauld Place, bad as it was never anywhere near as bad as Azkaban. If it wasn't for you, I never would have stayed there. I would have been out there, regardless of the consequences. Then again, if it wasn't for you, I'd have either died or gone mad in Azkaban. What's the point of this? Harry asked, the anguish clear in his voice. Why are you doing this? What's it going to achieve? Harry, there are things that need to be said. Things that need to be known before either of us will be able to get some closure. We need to talk about this. And it isn't going to be nice, but it is necessary. I don't want this to be real. I don't want you to be dead. I want to wake up from this nightmare and have my family alive, to have parents and my godfather. Why is that so much to ask? Because that wasn't what fate had in store for you. Who knows what would have happened if your parents had lived? Maybe Voldemort would have wiped out all of his opposition by now. Maybe someone else, Neville perhaps, would be carrying this burden instead of you. Would you wish your life on anyone else? I know it's not fair, Harry, believe me, I do. But as much as you want your parents and me back in your life, it's just not possible. I know that, it just hurts. Everyone that I love seems to leave me. Why is that? Is that part of fate's grand design? No. Just part of Voldemort's. Harry, listen to me. You are not to blame for your parents' deaths, Cedric's, my own, or anyone else's for that matter. You are only one person. Voldemort is a powerful force of evil on his own, let alone when he has paired up with a high level of demon. I just feel so powerless to stop everything. I watched you fall through that veil because I had fallen into Voldemort's trap. I could do nothing to stop it. I would have followed you if Remus hadn't held me back. Exactly, Harry. That is exactly why it isn't your fault that I died. Because if there had have been something you could have done to help me, you would have done it. But there wasn't. Nothing could have saved me. I died because I was arrogant, because I believed myself to be stronger, better, than Bellatrix. Because I was too cocky when I should have been more alert, more aware of what was happening. Learn from my mistakes, Harry, and never allow yourself to relax on a battlefield, no matter how the odds seem to favor you, or how lousy the opposition seems. There is always more to people than meets the eye. You have to be on your guard for tricks or traps or any other surprises they may have in store for you. If I had learnt that lesson, I would probably be alive, rather than sitting here, discussing my death with you. If I had learned occlumency, you never would have been put in that position. If Dumbledore had told you why you needed to, maybe you would have tried harder. If Snape hadn't goaded you so much, maybe you would have gotten it easier and quicker. I should have used the mirror. I should have explained about that, rather than acting like a spoilt child. I should have talked to you about it, told you what it was, why I was giving it to you. I shouldn't have made it seem like it was another reckless trinket that was designed to let me live through you, even if it was, just a little bit. I should have trained harder, been better. Then I might have been able to help the Order more. Help my friends more. No, Harry, never think that. You did unbelievably well for a 15-year-old. Especially when you take into consideration the awful defense teachers that you've had over the years. Besides, you helped the Order and your friends enormously. If you hadn't started the DA, your friends may be dead by now. Besides, you can't do everything alone. Surely you've learned that by now. I'm beginning to, I think. Harry murmured softly. Good boy. Well, man, I guess. How old are you now anyway? Old enough to be considered a man. Harry laughed, sounding more like a warrior mage and less like a child with every moment that passed. Tonks, Lee, Remus, Ron, Hermione, Donnie and Rhea stayed in Harry's chambers for the rest of that day. None of them really felt like acting as if everything was normal. Time seemed to crawl, lights seemed harsh and unbearably bright, and the smallest noise was enough to make them all jump and tense. Everything seemed different, more alien, without Harry's presence. Each person began to re-evaluate just how much Harry, and, by extension, Simba, meant to them. Harry sat alone by the brook, staring blindly at the water which flowed through it. Sirius had gone somewhere, leaving Harry to ponder their conversation. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to dispel the guilt he felt over both Cedric's and Sirius' death, but he was beginning to come to terms with the fact that there was nothing he could do about either, now, and that the grief he carried may even prevent him helping others. The only problem was that letting go of the guilt was nowhere near as easy as it might have been. He had borne the burden of his guilt and regret for so long that it had almost become second nature to him. Learning to let go was going to be one of the most difficult things he'd ever have to do, he realized. But he would get there, eventually, if only so that he could defeat Voldemort and help bring peace to both of his worlds. 3 days later, and Harry still hadn't been able to let go of the guilt he carried. Both he and Sirius were at their wits' end, having gone around in circles time and time again. It was a mutual decision that something needed to change, and fast. It was a nearly mutual decision that someone else should be drafted in to help, and it was Sirius who insisted it be Tonks. Very reluctantly, Harry had agreed that she had proven to be the person most capable of pulling him out of a guilt trip. Now, the only question was how to get her into the same dimension as they were. In 3 days, very little had seemed to change within Hogwarts. The majority of the castle's occupants went about their business as they always did, scarcely noticing the absence of Harry Potter. No more than usual, anyway. Some, however, were more than aware of the fact that he hadn't been seen for days. Most of this second group consisted of people who knew Harry well, though a few were his pupils, who had become aware of the fact that their teacher, while he had been absent a few times before, had never seemed to vanish for so long. Tonks sat listlessly in Harry's room, alone for the moment. She had spent long hours contemplating Rhea's words. Her fiancé, ex-fiancé, was neither alive nor dead. He had the power to create a dimension without a second thought, and had sent himself there to top it all. And despite all of this incredible power, he still couldn't quite best the Dark Lord and his evils. It made her shudder to think that one person, if Voldemort could be called such, had the disposal of so much power at his fingertips. Then again, perhaps, Tonks' eyes widened as she contemplated the enormity of Voldemort's deeds. One did not simply summon evil demons on a whim, she knew, for evil had its own plans, and were not known for their fealty to anyone or anything apart from themselves. Demons were power-hungry, greedy. They would not willingly share anything, lest they stood to gain from it. Shaking her head free of such horrible thoughts, she lay down on the bed, feeling a little woozy. Her eyes closed as a wave of nausea crashed over her, making her cry out. The room was spinning, and she felt very much as if she was being hurled through time and space. Little did she know, at that point, that she was. The first thing Tonks noticed upon waking was that everything seemed so peaceful, so quiet. She sat bolt upright as she realized that she was no longer in Hogwarts. Hey, calm down. It's okay, a familiar voice said. She spun around to see Harry. Oh my God, you're okay, she screamed, hugging him tightly. Before Harry had a chance to react, she pulled away again, and slapped him hard. If you ever scare me like that again, Merlin help me, Voldemort will be the least of your problems. Harry, stunned speechless, looked over to see Sirius in silent hysterics. By the sounds of things, you'll need Merlin's help to harm Harry, especially after his block has gone. Block? Tonks asked, eyeing Sirius warily. And, how? Harry's magic is blocked because of the trauma of my death. We, you and me, that is, are going to try and fix it. And as for me being here, you'd be better asking, well, Harry, I guess. Obviously. Tonks sighed in exasperation. Why could things never be simple where Harry was involved? So, Harry, you created an entire dimension while your power was blocked. What? The look of utter bewilderment on Harry's face told Tonks that he had absolutely no idea that he had actually created this little hideaway. This dimension. This little world didn't exist before a few days ago. Rhiannon reliably informed us that you created a realm between the living and the dead. Which probably explains Sirius' presence. She explained, watching both of them. Sirius whistled, looking at Harry with increased respect. Well, old Voldy is gonna be in for shock when your powers are unblocked, isn't he? He said, looking fairly hardened at the prospect. Yeah, well, let's not forget that Voldemort isn't exactly weak. Plus, with this demonic influence, well, I think it's pretty safe to assume that I will need all of my powers at their best no matter how powerful I'm supposed to be. You knew about the demon, then? Tonks said, recalling again what Rhiannon had told them. Yeah, I knew, Harry answered wearily. And before you ask, I didn't tell anyone because I didn't want to cause any more panic than there is already. And you didn't think that we might be able to help you. Sure, we aren't all mega powerful warrior mages, but we are capable of brainstorming, you know. Harry looked slightly abashed, but spoke up in his own defense. I wanted to protect you all, I guess. You can't do everything on your own, Harry, no matter how powerful you are. I know that, Harry said softly. Then you have to trust us. Tell us things, let us help you. Harry sighed, but made no vocal response. Tonks knew that he still had mixed feelings about involving his friends in what he saw as his own personal battle with Voldemort, but vowed to herself that she would work on that. So, how exactly are we supposed to help you, Harry? Tonks asked curiously, as the three of them sat by the lake. Now that, Sirius said, is a good question. And we'll let you know the answer just as soon as we know it ourselves. Well, that's helpful, isn't it? We were hoping that you might have some ideas. Harry said, looking more than a little uncomfortable. Yeah, because you were the only one who could really pull him out of his episodes. Sirius added, apparently oblivious to Harry's look of acute embarrassment. Yeah, but I don't know how I did it, do I? I just did it. Tonks protested. Then just do it again. If it's that easy, then you do it. I've already told you. Tonks, Sirius, enough already. Harry said, rubbing his temples. I wish I could just banish headaches. He muttered. Maybe you can. Tonks shrugged. In this realm, at least. Oh yeah, right. I'll just say something like, I henceforth banish headaches from my dimension. And, Harry stopped suddenly, his jaw going slack with shock. What's wrong? It's gone. What's gone? My headache. I said that, and it just vanished. Well, you did create this whole dimension. I suppose anything's possible. Tonks reasoned. I guess. If you can do that, why can't you just banish this block of yours? Harry was beginning to appreciate why having Tonks here wasn't such a bad idea. He loved Sirius dearly, but the man did have a habit of saying some pretty stupid things. If it were that easy, Siri, do you think I'd still have it? But, Harry's right. The block isn't something physical, tied to his needs and desires, it's an emotion thing. It isn't physical, so Harry can't just banish it like he did with the headache. Tonks declared insightfully, earning looks of astonishment from both Harry and Sirius. What? I do know some psychology, you know. Plus, I've been doing some reading. You've been spending entirely too much time with Hermione. Harry teased good-naturedly, though Tonks merely rolled her eyes. Well, I had to do something while you were off saving the world. Okay, Sirius cut in, sensing that if the conversation continued in that direction, they would never get rid of Harry's block. So this power block is tied into Harry's emotions, so it feeds off negativity, presumably. It would make sense. Then we just have to keep him positive then. Well, that would stop the block growing, but it wouldn't dissolve it. It may help, but on its own, it isn't enough. I think that in order to get rid of it totally, we need to directly address the main issues that caused it. Resolve them, and I think the block will be gone. I am right here, you know. No need to talk about me as if I'm not. Harry said. But we tried that already. Sirius whined, totally ignoring Harry's comment. Maybe you didn't cover everything. What do you mean? Harry's guilt over my death. Isn't that what caused this? Undoubtedly. But I'm saying that it may not be the only issue that did. Okay, now I'm lost. What Tonks is saying is that there is more to the block than just guilt. Harry said, his face devoid of any emotion. But, I'm going to bed. It's been a long day. Good night, he said, leaving before Sirius could question him further. Tonks awoke the next morning to see Harry staring out over a lake which looked almost identical to the one at Hogwarts. Despite being immersed in his thoughts, he turned before she reached him, his face blank of emotion. I'm never going to be able to sneak up on you, am I? Unlikely. No. How long have you been awake? A while, Harry said, turning back to the lake. Tonks saw the water churning slightly and wondered if the lake somehow represented Harry. How long is that in hours? She said jokingly. Even with him turned away, she could see his lips quirk upwards ever so slightly. About 3, maybe 4. He replied. Harry, that's just ridiculous. You need your sleep. Tonks, you make it sound as if I haven't slept in about a week. Stop dodging, Harry. After taking on 750 Death Eaters just over a week ago, single-handedly, I might add, you need to rest and recuperate. Plus, fighting a demon-infested Voldy. I'm fully recuperated already. Look, not a scratch on me. So you banished yourself to another realm for what reason? At this, Harry looked down to his hands, frowning slightly. He looked as if he was fighting an inner battle over whether or not to answer. Let's just say that Lee told me a couple of home truths that I wasn't quite ready to hear. Ah, that explains it then. Explains what? Why she looked guilty when you disappeared. And why she was so desperate to get you back. What did she say? Well, I had a plan. Do I want to know about the plan? No, you really don't. Suffice to say that it was a little foolhardy. Lee pointed out that it was dangerous, and when I said that I wouldn't die, she told me that Sirius probably thought that too, and I, well, took it rather badly. You think? Tonks said dryly, making a point of looking around her at his creation. So now I'm trapped in a world of my own creation, with one deceased ex-convict and my ex-fiancé, with no way of leaving until I sort out my own twisted problems. Yeah, about that, Harry, Tonks began uncomfortably. Tonks, don't. No, Harry, I need to explain. Okay. I hate the thought that I might lose you. Every day when you disappear somewhere, I think that you might not be coming back, then you put yourself directly in harm's way. I didn't think I could handle knowing that you were that close to danger, putting yourself directly in danger, while I was sitting at Hogwarts twiddling my thumbs. I had to. Harry replied. I know that now, I do. Aunt Narcissa had a few words with me, and I do understand. I can't say I like it any more than I did before, but well, I accepted it. Tonks. I don't expect instant forgiveness, Harry. I know how much I hurt you. But can we at least start talking to each other again? Start over. I think that's a good idea. We both need to be a little more understanding, I guess. But Tonks, I don't intend to take any more foolish risks, at least, not if there is any other option. And I will give you prior warning so you can think of alternatives, okay? Deal. By the time Sirius awoke, Harry and Tonks were chatting amiably. Both knew that they were a long way from being where they were, but it was definitely a start. Well, just look at you two. Is the wedding back on then? Sirius grinned. Suddenly, he toppled over, as if he had been tripped. Yet no one had been near enough to do so. Both he and Tonks to look at Harry, who immediately adopted a look of innocence. What? He asked. You tripped me, Sirius accused. But how could I? I was too far away. And did you see me wave my wand at any point? Harry, we know that you're more than capable of wandless magic. Tonks reminded him. Fairly good point. But still, I didn't even say a word. Harry, darling, you forget that I know you well, you and your abilities. I know very well that you don't need to say an incantation. Tonks reminded him, making him turn beetroot. Sirius raised an eyebrow, wondering what embarrassed Harry so much. I didn't hear you complaining at the time, love. Harry returned slyly, after Tonks had thought she had stumped him. Complaining. I remember complaining rather vocally, when you were about to stop, that is. Oh yes, then you complained, you're insatiable. Ew. Enough. I do not need to know the details of your say. Lives, thank you. Not when it seems like yesterday that you were in nappies. Sirius said, looking faintly green. Say. Lives? Harry asked, smirking in a most disturbing manner. You weren't talking about say. Were you? Sirius said, knowing that they had just played him expertly. No, Siri, we weren't. Tonks answered, winking at Harry. Then what? Food. Oh, oops. Yeah, oops, Harry said. Although, there was that time when, Tonks began. Tonks. Both Harry and Sirius interrupted. Harry was, once again, color, while Sirius was a chalky white-green shade that did not look healthy. Ladies and gentlemen, round one goes to Miss Nymphadora Tonks. Sirius declared, beginning to recover. But of course. Tonks teased. I remember several occasions when I stumped you too. Harry replied. Yeah, before all of this was such a problem between us. Tonks said a little sadly. I know. Harry sighed. But it's a problem that we need to overcome. Believe me, I know that. But how? I don't know. What I do know is that we should probably have a long talk. I agree. Sirius piped up. Alone. Harry added, looking pointedly at his godfather. Oh, sure, kick out the dead guy, why don't you? Sirius huffed jokingly, before leaving them alone. Tonks was discovered as being missing just a few hours after she had been pulled away by Harry. It was Hermione that had discovered that she was nowhere to be found, while Rhiannon confirmed her theory that Tonks was now in the exact same place as Harry. When asked how Tonks had got there, Rhiannon replied that Harry had summoned her. Which had, naturally, caused no small amount of confusion, and, in some cases, slight indignation. It was Leona who answered the unasked question, rather than Rhiannon, who had been the target of the general confusion and queries of everyone. She was his fiancée. Of course she'd be the first person he'd contact. They spent a lot of time together, who knows how much. They were very close. If he called anyone, it would be her. But she broke his heart. Hermione said logically. Yes, she did, but then, who better to mend it? After that, there were few objections or arguments. Harry and Tonks sat together, talking quietly. Why do you feel guilty for Sirius' death? She asked softly. Because it was me that Voldemort tricked. If I had learnt occlumency, then Voldemort never would have been able to fool me like that. And if he hadn't, I never would have rushed off to the ministry, endangering my friends in the process, and Sirius never would have come after me. Harry, you can't change who you are. You are a warrior mage. You will always do what you believe is best for your people, no matter whether they are wizards, warriors, half-giants or anything else, for that matter. You did what you thought was best. You never asked anyone to follow you, Harry. They did, and still do, because they trust you. You just have to learn to trust yourself. How can I when everyone I love gets hurt because of me? Harry, when are you going to realize that this war does not only affect you and Voldemort? Did you love Bertha Jerkins? Is that why Voldemort killed her? And the Muggle man? Even Cedric? Harry, you barely knew these people. And yet, Voldemort killed them. Not to get to you, but to further his own aims. You are not to blame. If you need to place blame, blame Voldemort. He's the one at the root of this, not you. Harry mulled over this, remaining silent. It wasn't that he wanted to feel guilty, but it was so hard to let it go. He had blamed himself for so long that it was ingrained into him. Tonks watched as Harry struggled with what she had said to him. She knew that it would take more than a few words to strip him of the burden he carried, but she hoped, seeing him thinking about what she had said, that he would come to see that those deaths were not his fault. It's okay to grieve for them, Harry. No one expects you to just forget. But what good is your guilt to them? It stops you being at your best. And the only way you're going to beat Voldemort is if you're at your best. We need you, Harry. You are our only hope to defeat Voldemort. But we will all be beside you, helping in any way we can. Tonks said bluntly, her eyes shining with tears. She finally understood. She understood what it was to be in Harry's position. The strength of character it took. I love you, Harry. I understand why you do what you do now. I was stupid. But never think for a second that I didn't love you. I wanted to keep you safe. Losing you would have destroyed me. After I forgot what it was I was fighting for. I was so angry. That's why I was so stupid, I guess. I just want this to be over. I want to be able to live a peaceful life. I want to be able to wake up and know that Voldemort's gone, that he can take no more innocent lives. I want to wake up knowing that my family is safe, that my future wife is safe. Harry, I can't think of a single person I'd be safer with, nor anyone I'd rather be with. It's going to be hellish, you know that. Harry said, referring to the war that was only just beginning. I know. And I'll be right beside you. I'm an Auror, Harry, sitting at home just doesn't suit me. I guess I'm beginning to realize that. Don't worry, love, we'll get through this. Voldemort won't know what hit him. Harry stared into Tonks' eyes for a long moment, searching. Tonks held her breath, laying her soul bare to the man she loved. I love you so much. He whispered after a moment, leaning forward and kissing her softly. Sirius watched as his godson and his ex-fiancée kissed. He smiled nostalgically. Harry was no longer the cute little boy with the huge, bright eyes. He was a man. Sirius had never felt prouder than at that moment. Despite his awful upbringing, Harry was a strong, decent and loving person. Both he and Tonks deserved to be happy. As the kiss got more heated, Sirius averted his eyes, watching the lake. That was when he noticed that the boulder in the center of the lake was slowly crumbling. Grinning widely, he turned away, deciding to go and explore this dimension of Harry's a bit further. He really didn't need to see Harry and Tonks getting any closer, after all. It was dinner time at Hogwarts, and all of Harry's friends had made a conscious effort to attend, hoping to achieve even a small semblance of normality. They would later agree that they should have known better than to hope for this, especially where Harry was concerned. Everything seemed normal enough. The students were chatting, gossiping, and bemoaning the amount of homework that they had been given that day, naturally with the exception of the Ravenclaws, who were always delighted to study. The staff, including Leona, Remus and Severus, and with the addition of Narcissa, talked in low voices to each other, all the while keeping a careful watch on the students entrusted to their care. All of a sudden, a flash of lightning streaked across the dusky sky, and the three warriors in the room, Lee, Donnie and Rhea, fainted. What's happening? Ron asked Hermione, after seeing the three girls faint. They could see, up at the staff table, Remus, Severus and Narcissa trying to revive Leona. I don't know, Ron, but I'll bet that it has something to do with Simba. Why? Because the only 3 warriors in Hogwarts just simultaneously collapsed. It's hardly coincidence, is it? I guess. You don't think. I'm sure both Harry and Simba are okay, Ron. I suppose Leona will be able to tell us. Hermione said, as Leona began to stir, followed shortly by Rhea and Donnie. Are you all right, Miss Tide? Dumbledore asked curiously. Leona knew that he wasn't merely concerned about her. I think perhaps I should go for a lie down. Leona replied lightly. I'll go with you. You don't look particularly steady on your feet. Remus immediately volunteered, offering her his arm. Thank you, Remus. I would appreciate that. Back in her rooms, Leona sank into a chair, shaking slightly. Are you sure you're okay? Remus asked in concern. I'm fine, honestly. Just a little shaken. That's all. What happened? A power surge. A huge one. Much larger than the one that happened when Harry disappeared. What does that mean? It means that something big has happened. Can you be a bit more specific? No, I can't. For all I know, he could be dead. Leona cried, verging on hysterical. He's not, Rhiannon announced, standing with Donnie, Ron and Hermione at the door. He's okay. Yes. The power surge was a good thing. Why? What caused it? That would be him and Tonks having Irma private moment. Rhiannon's cool facade faltered as she blushed a little. That was caused by Harry and Tonks getting it on. Ron asked, sounding stunned. All of the girls were silent, until Donnie voiced the thoughts of them all. Damn, how much do I envy Tonks right now? Harry lay beside Tonks, watching her as she dozed lightly, wrapped in his arms. I missed you so much. He confessed, running a finger along her jawline. I missed you too. I love you more than anything in this world, or any other, for that matter. Tonks said, opening her eyes to look at him. I love you too. But I think that it might be a good idea to get up and dressed. I'm sure that Sirius would be scarred for life or afterlife, I suppose, if he saw us like this. Oh, damn. I totally forgot. I know. We did get rather carried away. Just a teeny tiny bit. Tonks giggled, blushing as she thought back on their earlier activities. She sighed happily, feeling safe in Harry's embrace. This was where she belonged. She felt as if something had changed now, as if somehow she had changed when she had reached an understanding with Harry. Or perhaps it was the other way around, perhaps he had changed. She looked around, half expecting to see that their surroundings had changed, but saw nothing remotely out of the ordinary. She did, however, note that the lump of solid rock in the middle of the lake had all but disintegrated. Harry followed Tonks' stare, and was shocked to see that his block had nearly gone. The only things that remained were a few small rocks and some silt, both of which he knew would be washed away soon. Focusing on himself, he mentally took an inventory of his powers. Well, this is an interesting development, he said, his face showing the shock he felt. What's wrong? Tonks asked, instantly concerned. Nothing's wrong exactly, it's just well, see for yourself, Harry said, joining his mind to Tonks, and leading her to the core of his power. Tonks, for her part, was utterly astounded that Harry trusted her enough to take her to such an intimate part of himself. She knew he was showing her the very center of his power, the center of his very being, but she still wasn't entirely sure why. What am I supposed to be looking at? She murmured. Don't look, he advised softly, feel. Frowning, Tonks closed her eyes tightly, trying to focus only on the sensations. Her eyes snapped open when she felt something Harry's power, she supposed, swirling around her, enclosing her. She got the odd feeling that perhaps she should be panicking, but immediately dismissed it. Harry had never given her a single reason to fear him. She knew that he would protect her, not hurt her. Thank you, he murmured, as they exited their joined state of meditation. There's nothing to thank me for, Tonks said seriously, kissing him. Let's go home, Harry said, realizing that no matter how comfortable he was in this dimension, no matter how much he wanted to stay with Sirius, this place would never, could never, be his home. Sirius' exploration was rudely interrupted by his godson and his godson's girlfriend, or fiancée, he supposed. It's gone, Siri, Harry said, looking more relaxed than Sirius had ever seen him. That's fantastic, Harry, Sirius ground out. He couldn't bring himself to smile though. Tonks, can you give us a minute please? Harry asked. Tonks nodded silently and left after kissing Harry's cheek. Sirius, Harry began, pausing to consider what he was going to say. It's okay, Harry, really it is. I knew that this day would come sooner or later. I want to try and bring you back with us too. It won't work, Harry. It will, Harry said, determinedly. Harry, listen to me. I cannot belong in the world of the living again. There would be no place for me. At best I would be some nameless, faceless person with no reason for their existence. At worst I could become a lost spirit, damned for eternity. I can no more go back with you than you can kill Tonks. You don't know that. You haven't even tried. Harry, listen to me. I love you more than anything in this world, or any other. You are the son I never had. And I am more proud of you than you can know. I would love to go back, to pick up where I left off, but I can't. I don't want to lose you. You won't. You can drag my dead ass here whenever you want to, remember. But, Harry, this is how it has to be. You know that. You have to go back to your life, and I have to go back to my death. Your parents will be dying to hear how you are. No pun intended, of course. Of course. Harry laughed, feeling a bit better. Right, now, let's get you and your fiancé back where you belong, shall we? Oh, and if it's not too much trouble, Harry, I would rather like to be helped back to where I belong. I guess I could do that. Harry grinned. An hour later, Harry, Tonks and Sirius left the dimension that Harry had created, heading back to their respective homes. Harry and Tonks back to Hogwarts, and Sirius back to the afterlife. Harry, despite having to leave Sirius, and despite being nervous about what Voldemort had been up to in his absence, was excited about seeing his friends again, and mentally vowed that he would find more time to spend with them. Harry and Tonks landed, rather haphazardly, in Harry's room. Luckily, though, it was the bed which bore the brunt of their impact. OWWW. Harry groaned. Tonks' elbow was buried in his stomach. Sorry, Harry, Tonks said, looking not in the least bit sorry, although she did kindly move her arm to a much more comfortable position. How long do you think it will be before anyone finds us? Harry asked quietly. Neither he nor Tonks felt any particular compulsion to move from their current positions. They were, after all, quite comfortable where they were. Knowing our luck. Oh, I'd say about 30 seconds. Sure enough, just moments later, Leona came bursting into the room. Harry, you're okay, she yelled, jumping at him and hugging him tightly. I'm so sorry, she sobbed, clinging to him as if her life depended on it. SSSHH, it's okay. It's all right, Harry soothed. I was so scared. I thought we had lost you. SSSHH, you haven't lost me. No one has. I'm right here, and everything's going to be okay. Is it? Yes, it is, Harry replied, a small smile playing on his lips as he hugged her. He was home, and everything would be okay. As long as he had his family and friends beside him, he would be okay. And Voldemort would pay for his crimes. The three of them sat and talked for the next few hours. As Leona calmed down, she couldn't help but tease Harry and Tonks, especially about the methods they had employed to break the block on Harry's powers. The teasing only got worse when the others came to in the party. Even Remus was teasing them. Tonks looked mortified, but Harry was laughing, albeit while blushing brightly. I can think of worse ways to piss of the dark megalomaniac, he announced, to the amused agreement of everyone in the room. The same day, Harry resumed his classes as if he had never been away, much to the relief of all. He was careful, however, to keep any spells to a minimum. After all, he wasn't entirely sure how his magic would behave now that it was unblocked. He was glad to see that Leona had continued, for the most part, with his plans for the lessons. Now, however, Harry felt that it was time to change the pace a bit. Donnie, why don't you come up here for a bit? He asked, his eyes glowing with amusement. Donnie looked positively horrified. Nevertheless, she walked up to Harry's desk, schooling her features into an expression of cool confidence and calm. Only Harry knew that she was worried. "My Lord Mage," she murmured quietly. "Donnie, in the next class, I'd like to demonstrate a duel between a wizard and a warrior. Would you mind terribly attending as a healer, rather than a student?" "Of course, sir. I'd be honored." Donnie grinned, her nerves disappearing. "If I may ask, though, who will you be dueling?" "You'll see, Donnie, you'll see. You may return to your seat." Donnie did so, smiling brightly. Around her, everyone was whispering excitedly. They were going to see a real duel between a wizard and a warrior. Everyone seemed to have their own theory as to who would be taking part in the duel, with Snape being the favorite of many. Harry, though he heard a great many of these theories, refused to comment. After all, there were no set opponents as yet. "Leona," Harry asked sweetly. "Oh, what do you want?" Lee groaned, knowing that tone of voice. "Well, I had planned a duel in few days. You don't mind, do you?" "Not again. Haven't you humiliated me enough?" "Well, think of this as a way of regaining your pride. Did I mention that you'll be representing warriors in the duel?" "You mean I won't be fighting you?" "No, I was rather hoping that Narcissa would consent to a small duel." "Harry, that's," she was going to say, "insane," but she thought about it for a moment, and realized just how ingenious it was. Having her and Narcissa dueling would create the impression that Narcissa was trying to gain favor with someone. Also, it would serve as a warning, should Narcissa feel the need betray Simba. Not to mention that Narcissa had a huge repertoire of offensive spells. She was an ex-Death Eater, after all, and was married to one of the most feared men in their world. If Leona beat her, incredible. I'll do it. When are you going to inform Narcissa? In about 2 minutes. She's on her way to join us as we speak. How do you know? That would be telling. And I rather like keeping everyone on their toes. Speaking of which, when are you going to visit Dumbledore? I dare say he'll come by eventually, whether I wish it or not. Harry replied vaguely. Lee glared at him, but was unable to respond as Narcissa chose that moment to knock on the door. "Hello, Sissa, how are you today?" Harry said pleasantly. "Fine, my lord, and you?" "I'm very well, Narcissa. I do have a small favor to ask of you though." Narcissa nodded cautiously. She had been expecting him to ask something of her. She stayed silent, knowing that he wasn't quite finished. "I would appreciate if you would take part in a duel in my class in a few days, the 6th year class." "A duel, my lord? Who would be my opponent?" "If I said it was myself, then I must regretfully admit that I could not fulfill my lord's request," Narcissa said softly. Then, Harry said, surprising Narcissa, "I am glad that it is not me who will be your opponent." "Then may I ask who, my lord?" "Indeed you may. Leona will be your opponent." Narcissa paused, lost in thought. She knew what Harry was doing, knew that he was testing her loyalty. And yet, she also saw that this was the perfect ruse for her. He had set everything up so that she could go to Voldemort and tell him that she had been spying for him. The decision she made, whether to fight for Harry, or whether to fight for Voldemort, would affect her for the rest of her life, she knew. And would also be likely to affect her son. "I will do it, my lord. Thank you for giving me the chance." Narcissa knew she had some serious thinking to do about just where her allegiance lay. Almost as soon as Narcissa and Leona left, Harry pulled out his locket, holding out a hand to Tonks. She took it, but gave him a brief quizzical glance. "I need to get used to my full strength, and we still have a lot to discuss." "I know." Tonks sighed. She knew that the issues between her and Harry weren't nearly resolved, but that didn't mean she was looking forward to this discussion. It tore her apart to see just how badly she had hurt her fiancé. In the locket, Harry cooked lunch for them both, before heading out into the field. Tonks followed at a safe distance, not entirely sure whether she was welcome. She supposed that he had expected her, however, welcome or not, as he had placed powerful protection wards at the edge of the field. He didn't want any stray spells to hurt her. Tonks felt her heart swell with love. Even though he was preoccupied with everything else, he still thought of her safety first. Harry spun and twirled, shooting spells off at phantom enemies. It was more like a dance than a duel, an intricate, choreographed dance. By far the most incredible thing, however, to Harry, at least, was that before that moment, he had had no idea about many of the spells that he was using. He slowed and stopped, muscles burning. He was thankful that while in Lassie he had kept up his physical training, but knew that he would need to work harder on that aspect as well. Taking a deep breath, he began to stretch out his muscles, before springing into a run. Tonks watched on in astonishment as Harry pushed his limits, both physically and magically. It was an awe-inspiring sight. She had seen Harry doing some amazing things before, but never quite on such a scale. This was incredible. She watched as he began running laps around the field, letting off some steam, she supposed. Sitting cross-legged on the grass, she thought about the situation she had put them in, and how best to fix it. Harry lost track of the amount of time he spent running before he wore himself out, but Tonks had fallen asleep on the grass. Smiling to himself, he gently picked her up and carried her inside. While she slept in the bedroom, he went for a shower, letting the hot water soothe his body and his mind. The sound of running water gently roused Tonks from her dreams, and she lay still for a moment, thinking. Slowly, her sleep-fogged mind caught up with reality. She was in Harry's hidden rooms. Her tensed muscles slowly relaxed. She must have fallen asleep outside, and Harry must have brought her inside when he was finished exercising. After what seemed like an eternity of staring up at the ceiling, listening to the running shower, Tonks decided to get up. She really wanted to join Harry in his shower, but knew that she really shouldn't push the boundaries of their patchily repaired relationship. Instead, she settled for heading to the library, figuring that Harry would come to find her when he was ready to. Harry was beginning to realize that despite how much he loved Tonks, and despite the fact that she apparently felt the same way, their relationship couldn't just pick up where it had left off. They needed to work at it. They needed to rebuild it, make it stronger. Luckily, Harry thought, they had the advantage of having a room in which no time passed, meaning that they quite literally had all the time in the world to get to know each other again. Boo! Harry said in Tonks' ear. Harry, she squeaked, jumping. He had crept up on her and deliberately startled her. Yes, nymph. Arg. You are impossible. Tonks huffed. You love me for it though. Harry replied with a cheeky grin. No, Tonks disagreed. There are many things I love you for, but your ability to annoy the hell out of me is not one of those things. Harry merely grinned, sitting down in front of her. After a few minutes of not quite comfortable silence, Harry grew serious. Why did you do it? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The pain in his voice made Tonks wince. I don't know. I just couldn't bear the thought that you were putting yourself in danger. I had nightmares about what would happen. All the time you're away, and I'm left here like a good little housewife. I hate it, Harry. I can't just sit at home and worry about how much danger you're in. Tonks cried in distress. Okay, so what can I do to help? Harry asked calmly, hiding the terror he felt that she might decide to leave him again. That's just it. I don't know. It's not like I can expect you to take me everywhere you go. For a start, I can't see a certain headmaster being overly pleased about his defense against the dark arts teacher disappearing on a regular basis, can you? Hardly. Harry snorted. Look at what happened when I needed to leave. He began to relax as Tonks didn't seem like she was about to break up with him. I know I'm being a pain, love, I do, but I just want to know that you're safe. I have an idea, Harry said suddenly, cursing himself for not having thought of it earlier. Well, are you planning on sharing this idea? No, Harry teased, laughing as Tonks launched herself at him, knocked him to the ground and proceeded to tickle him mercilessly. Okay, I give. So what's the idea then? Tonks asked, having reluctantly paused her tickling, but not having moved from sitting on his thighs. You know the bond between me and Lee. It's called a trainer's bond. It was originally created so that if a warrior trainee got into trouble, his or her trainer would know immediately and could help their charge. Could you use the same bond between us? Tonks asked curiously. It sounded perfect. Rather than only being able to talk to Harry mentally when he used her as an anchor, there would be a permanent link between them. In theory, I should be able to manipulate the spell to work for us, but it will take some time. Do you have the time? Tonks wondered aloud. Not particularly, but then that's why this room is such a bloody lifesaver. There is that. Tonks agreed. Oh, and one more thing. Can we please schedule a time in your hectic life to just come down here and spend some time together? We hardly ever seem to spend more than a few minutes together here and there, nowadays. Tonks pouted. Harry smiled fondly at her, tucking a stray strand of curly blue hair behind her ear. I think that can be arranged, he said, leaning up to kiss her. After spending the equivalent of several hours with Tonks, Harry decided that it was time to stop putting off his visit to Dumbledore's office. Though he personally thought that the old man was more trouble than he was worth, he knew it made very little sense to make an enemy of such a powerful wizard, particularly as he had quite enough powerful enemies to be going on with. Upon reaching the gargoyle, Harry's good mood had all but vanished, and he had to restrain himself from snarling at the stone carving. He was most definitely not in the mood to play guessing games. Move, he ordered firmly, wishing he were still in his hidden rooms with Tonks. To his immense satisfaction, the statue leapt aside immediately, standing to attention and saluting him. Thank you, he said, taking a deep breath and steeling himself for the irritation that was surely ahead of him. Ah, Harry, you're back, Dumbledore said, looking less than amused. It would appear so, Harry replied tonelessly. May I ask where you were? I went to Lassie, as I told you before I left. Yes, and I believe we decided you would stay here, did we not? No. You agreed that I would stay here. I am afraid you misunderstood me. I was not asking for your permission, I was informing you of my intentions to leave. My dear boy, it isn't safe, Dumbledore began, adopting his grandfatherly air. I am safe nowhere, Albus, as well you know. Harry snapped. As your employer, I do have the right to ask for notice if you intend to leave the grounds for any extended period of time. Then I apologize for leaving at such short notice, but it was an emergency. Harry said, wondering just where the old man was heading. If he didn't know better, then he would swear that the old fool was about to fire him. I understand, my boy, that you want to help the warrior people, but I must insist that, as a teacher in this school, you remain here. At the moment, the best way for you to help the warriors is to educate young witches and wizards and destroy the prejudice against them. At this, Harry forcefully schooled his features into an expressionless mask, while his anger made his blood boil. It was only after a few deep breaths that he trusted himself to speak without hexing the man. I see. In that case, it is with deep regret that I must hand in my resignation. I shall have it in writing and on your desk tomorrow morning. Harry, please, be sensible. Where will you go? To Lassie, of course. Harry, my dear boy. No, Albus, I am not your dear boy any longer. Please, just accept that I'm an adult, and that I no longer need you to make my decisions for me. Harry said wearily. Tonks was going to go loopy when he told her that he had resigned, he just knew it. Lovely. To think he had been hoping for a quiet night. Typical. Very well, I shall make the announcement tomorrow at breakfast. You are, of course, welcome to stay in the castle for as long as you need. Thank you, but I think it would be best if I were to leave as soon as possible. It would just confuse matters if I were to stay any longer at Hogwarts. Yes, indeed, you are quite right. Dumbledore agreed, rapidly aging before Harry's eyes. Harry moved to stand, feeling rather awkward. Despite their disagreements, he had always been rather fond of the irritating old fool. I must apologize, Harry, came Dumbledore's soft, weary voice, cutting through his musings. For what? Harry asked curiously. It is humbling, to say the least, to look back on life and realize just how many important decisions you have made. I must apologize as some of my worst blunders came at your expense. Harry was quite unsure as to how he was supposed to reply to this statement. You did your best, Albus. He began slowly. I know that. The decisions you made weren't always the right ones, but you did all you could in the circumstances. You forget that I know better than most that no single person is infallible under the pressure that you faced, and still face now. You sound as if you're speaking from experience, Harry. I'm the boy who lived. Harry shrugged. In one world, I'm the only one who can defeat the Dark Lord, and in the other, well, In the other, I'm a legend in my own lifetime, the youngest warrior trainee in centuries, and a figure of general mistrust. Believe me when I say that I know what I'm talking about. Yes, of course. Well, I suppose I had better let you go. I expect young Nymphadora will be waiting for you. Yes, she will. Harry agreed. Goodbye then, Albus. Goodbye, Harry, don't be a stranger. You are always welcome at Hogwarts. Oh, I dare say I'll be around from time to time. Harry said with a smile. One last nod to his one-time mentor, and Harry left the office. Stepping into the cool air of the corridor, Harry couldn't help but feel torn. On one hand, he now had one less demand on his time. On the other, however, Hogwarts had been his home for so long, and the majority of his friends and family were at Hogwarts, not to mention some of his most cherished memories. It certainly wouldn't be easy to leave. Not easy, but unfortunately necessary. Rather than going straight to their rooms to find Tonks, Harry wandered up to the astronomy tower. The view from the grounds from there was beautiful, not to mention the fact that it was a great place to sit and think. Despite all the bad memories that the castle held for him, despite everything that had happened there, he would truly miss Hogwarts Castle. He gave a start when a strong presence tore through his occlumency barriers like they were tissue paper. If he didn't know better, he would have even said that the presence was apologetic about doing so. I'll miss you too, my dear, but we both know that it's for the best. But don't worry, my Lord Mage, you'll be back again. Harry felt his jaw go slack. Hogwarts was talking to him. My dear lady, I thank you for your kind words. You have been generous to me over the years. I am heartened to hear that I will return in the future. Such lovely manners for one so young. You will always be welcomed here, Harry, and I do believe you will make an excellent headmaster in the future. I can think of no greater honor, my lady. I should think not. Now, be off with you. Your young lady is looking for you. She is heading towards the headmaster's office. Thank you, my lady, I am in your debt. No, my Lord Mage, it is I who is indebted to you. Now, get going. With that, the motherly presence withdrew from his mind, repairing barriers as it went, and leaving Harry reeling. Until next time, then. He murmured fondly, exiting the tower to find his girlfriend. Tonks walked slowly in the direction of the headmaster's office, wondering what was taking so long. She was 2 corridors away from the stone gargoyle when Harry found her. There you are, she said, grinning at him. Her grin faltered, however, when she saw the look on his face, the look that screamed, bad news. Let's go back to your room, Harry said, taking her hand and pressing it to his lips. That bad? Tonks wondered aloud. It depends on your point of view, I suppose. Harry shrugged. Tonks frowned, looking closely at Harry's face. He didn't sound particularly unhappy, nor did he look all that upset. Then again, Harry had long ago mastered hiding his emotions. Will I think it's bad? Yes, you will, Harry said with absolute certainty. Well, that's reassuring. Tonks muttered. Would you rather I'd have lied to you? No, Tonks sighed, defeated. But I would rather know what it is that I'm not going to like. You will, Harry promised, as soon as we get somewhere private. Okay, Tonks replied, starting to get very worried now. The moment the door to her room was closed, locked and guarded by a silencing charm, Tonks began questioning Harry. Tonks, please, sit down and I'll tell you everything, but please, let me finish before interrupting me. Okay, I promise. Tonks said softly, sitting down on the edge of the bed. Right, well, I'm leaving Hogwarts. That was what the meeting with Dumbledore was about. He was hinting that if I left the castle grounds without his permission again, he'd fire me. He said that I was doing all I could do to help here, teaching the students to disregard the prejudice about warriors. So I handed in my resignation. When are you leaving? The day after tomorrow. I think that should give me enough time to tie up any loose ends. Tonks was silent for a moment, her face blank as she thought it over. Then, much to Harry's great shock, she nodded. It needed to be done, I suppose. You're okay with this? Harry asked cautiously. Tonks turned her face towards him, her great big brown eyes sparkling with tears. It had to be done, I understand that, I do. I don't like it. No, if I had my way, you'd never leave my bed, unless it was to go to the kitchen. But you have so many responsibilities. I think it will do you good to have one less. I'm not selfish enough to begrudge you that. Plus, you could never stay in Hogwarts as he wants you to. It would destroy you. I know it would. Thank you, Harry said gruffly, kissing her. Her words meant more to him than she would ever know. Harry couldn't help but draw parallels between this and his brief visit to Voldemort. Thankfully, this time he would be leaving with Tonks' full support. Hopefully, it was a sign that their precarious relationship was healing. You should probably go and tell the others. It wouldn't be fair for them to find out with everyone else. Tonks said quietly. They had been lying silently on the bed holding each other as if their lives depended on it. Tonks' eyes were red-rimmed from crying, her face blotchy and her hair was starting to rival Harry's for messiness. I must look a state, she said, catching his eyes on her. You must know by now that I don't care what you look like. I've seen you morph into Filch, remember? Harry said, shuddering playfully. As much as I hate to admit it, Potter, you do have a point. Of course I do. Harry grinned, pressing a kiss to her lips. Right, Tonks said, taking a deep breath and using her metamorphic abilities to clear her face. Let's go. You shouldn't put this off any longer. I know. Harry groaned, stretching and sitting up. I'm just really not looking forward to telling them, that's all. Hey, I took it well, didn't I? You don't know that they're going to take it badly, Harry. Everyone knows how stretched you have been recently. I guess, Harry said, not sounding entirely convinced. Nevertheless, he stood up and straightened his clothes, holding out his hand to take Tonks. Ready? He asked. Whenever you are, love. She replied, squeezing his hand gently. Their first stop, Harry decided, was to be Gryffindor Tower. Ron, Hermione, Donnie and Rhea were probably going to be those affected most by his leaving, he guessed. With it being just after dinner, the common room was bustling with students, but Harry managed to snag his old chair by the fire, sitting down while waiting for Ron and Hermione to return from dinner. Hopefully, he thought, they wouldn't be too long. Ron, Hermione, Donnie and Rhea wandered slowly up to the Gryffindor Tower, deep in conversation. Everyone had noticed that neither Harry nor Tonks had shown up for dinner, and they couldn't help but worry a little. Had Harry gone off again so soon? They hoped there was some other explanation, but were at a loss as to what that explanation could be. Rhea knew something, but she wasn't saying. All she would tell them was that Harry would explain everything when they got back to the tower, hence the reason she was joining them. Needless to say, they sped up a bit on hearing that Harry was waiting for them in Gryffindor Tower, each feeling more than a little apprehensive about what he would tell them when they arrived. They arrived in Gryffindor Tower to find Harry sitting in the chair that had been his while he was still a student. It still belonged to him even now, for no other Gryffindor would sit in it. Hey Harry, Ron said, dropping ungracefully into the seat to the right of Harry, while Hermione took the one to the left. Donnie chose to sit on the floor in front of her lord, as did Rhea. Hi guys, he said, smiling at them. Are you all right, Harry? Truthfully, Hermione asked, looking worried. I'm fine. I've just got a bit of news that I have to share with you. Is it good news? Donnie asked, looking from Harry to Tonks and back again. That would depend on your point of view. Harry sighed. I'm leaving Hogwarts. What? Ron and Donnie chorused. Rhea merely looked resigned to the fact, while Hermione was frowning, apparently deep in thought. Why? Donnie asked, tears appearing in her eyes. The thought of her brother, by choice if not by birth, leaving them was one she did not relish. Please don't cry. It's something I have to do, Harry said softly, kneeling next to her. Did we upset you? She asked, her voice wobbling slightly. No, love, you didn't upset me. Look at me. Harry put a finger under her chin and lifted her face to meet his. This has nothing to do with you. You're my little sister. You are all family to me, and I don't want to upset you. But I can't stay here. Not anymore. Why, Harry? What aren't you telling us? Hermione asked shrewdly. Harry sighed softly. He hadn't wanted to sour their view of the headmaster, but it seemed that it was unavoidable. The headmaster gave me an ultimatum. He said quietly. If I was going to keep disappearing, he'd have to fire me. If I wanted to stay as a teacher at Hogwarts, I would have to stay on Hogwarts grounds unless I gave him sufficient reason and notice in advance. As he had guessed, his friends were outraged at this, and were increasingly vocal in their displeasure at the headmaster. However flattered Harry was by their support of him, they were drawing the attention of the others in the common room, and that was something he would rather avoid dealing with. Guys, please. I know it's not fair, but it was always a possibility that this could happen. How many teachers do you know who disappear at regular intervals? Snape. Ron snapped angrily. Professor Snape is something of a special case, Ron, you know that. And you're not. As far as the headmaster is aware, no, I'm not. Harry said, a hint of warning entering his tone. That stopped the protests rather effectively, at least for a short moment. So you handed in your resignation, then? Hermione asked quietly, and Harry was stunned to see a tear making its way down her cheek. I had to. Harry said, the headmaster cannot know what you all know. But if he knew, then he'd try and use it to his advantage. Hermione, he may be a great wizard, but he fails to realize that sometimes, people need to make their own choices. This is not his battle. Can't you talk to him? Donnie asked quietly, for us. Darling, if I thought I could talk to Dumbledore as an equal, I wouldn't be sitting here now. He sees me as a child. Not purposely, but he does. He can't accept that I'm a full-grown man, fully capable of making my own decisions. Please don't ask me to put myself, and others, at his mercy. I'm sorry. I don't want you to leave. None of us want you to leave, Harry, but as much as we dislike the idea, it is for the best. Rhea murmured. She turned her attention to the others. We've all seen how much Harry has to juggle. No one should have to be so stretched. Can you begrudge him one less duty? No. They replied in unison, each looking a little ashamed. It's true. I'm tired. Harry admitted. It's hard being pulled in so many different directions. I think I need to concentrate on being one person for a while. Will we see you around sometimes? Of course. I won't lie to you and say I'll be around a lot, but I promise to visit occasionally. Simba will probably be around more than me, though. Just make sure you take care of yourself, mate, okay? Ron said gruffly. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. We'll miss seeing you around every day, Harry. Hermione said softly, brushing away her tears and giving him a watery smile. I second that, Tonks replied. You'll just miss me in your bed. Harry replied cheekily, making Tonks blush, though she didn't deny it. Harry spent the next few hours in Gryffindor Tower, chatting quietly with his friends. He would miss them in the next few weeks, he knew. However, he also knew that he would have to spend that time as Simba. The Warriors needed their leader, and as much as he wished the job belonged to someone else, the fact remained that he held that power and that responsibility. I should go, he said eventually, knowing that it was getting late, and that he was putting off telling Severus and Narcissa of his plans. When do you leave? Rhea asked, shocking everyone bar Harry. I don't see everything, you know. She said, annoyance clear in her voice. The day after tomorrow, if everything goes to plan. Harry replied. Oh, well, we'll see you tomorrow then. Yeah, I have several things to do, but I'll be around. Oh, and Hermione, can you let the DA know that there'll be a meeting tomorrow evening? Yes, Harry. Hermione nodded. I'll see you all tomorrow then, he said, holding out his hand for Tonks. See you tomorrow. They chorused as he left. Harry walked out of Gryffindor Tower with a heavy heart. It still felt like home to him, and the more goodbyes he said, the harder it was getting. Almost as if she could read his mind, Tonks wrapped her arms around him. We're all so busy feeling sorry for ourselves that no one's noticed the fact that this is hardest on you. She murmured. This is my home, Tonks. I never thought it'd be taken from me so soon. Harry said quietly, his voice full of sorrow. Hogwarts will always be your home. No one can change that. Not even Dumbledore. I know. She said something similar herself, but it's not the same, is it? No, I suppose not. Wait, Hogwarts spoke to you. Tonks pulled away from him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Harry chuckled a little, his mood brightening slightly as he remembered his conversation with the school. She did. What did she say? Oh, this and that. He replied, feigning disinterest. This and that. What kind of answer is that? She huffed. Come on, love, I'll tell you later. Now, we have to go and speak to the others. One of these days, I'm going to make you wait to find something out. Let's go. Tonks huffed, though privately, she was glad that Harry was smiling again. Harry was grateful to find that Severus and Narcissa were completely unruffled by his announcement, not that he had really expected anything else of the two Slytherins. Leona was the real surprise, he thought. He had expected her to be at least a little upset, but she was calm and reasonable about the whole thing. Then again, as Tonks had mentioned, Leona was the only one of them who could contact him with ease when he was in Lassie. Plus, they shared a mind link, which would enable her to talk to him at any time, so long as he didn't shut the link. At least now we won't have to worry about you running yourself into the ground quite so much. She said logically, giving Harry a hug. The next morning came much too quickly for either Harry or Tonks' liking. They had spent most of the night lying in bed, making love and talking quietly, and neither wanted to leave the warmth and comfort of the bed. It would mean that it was so much closer to Harry leaving. We have to be in the Great Hall for breakfast, love. Harry murmured regretfully. I don't want to. Tonks pouted. Neither do I, but we don't have much of a choice, do we? I suppose not. Come on, let's go and shower. Harry said. The Great Hall was full by the time Harry and Tonks walked in for breakfast, but neither paid very much attention. Tonks was doing her best not to look in the direction of Dumbledore, knowing that snarling at him would not go down overly well. Harry, on the other hand, met the old man's eyes squarely, almost challengingly, smiling grimly as Dumbledore looked away first. They had only been sat down at the head table for 5 minutes when he stood and signaled for silence. I have an announcement to make, he said, only to pause as Harry also stood. If I may, Headmaster? He asked. Dumbledore nodded, sitting down and allowing Harry the floor, though Harry noticed that he didn't look entirely comfortable in doing so. For a variety of reasons, I feel that I am no longer able to dedicate the time and attention to my class that you all deserve. As a result, I have handed in my resignation to Professor Dumbledore, and will be leaving the castle tomorrow morning. Leona will be taking over my classes. Thank you, he said, retaking his seat. There was stunned silence for 30 seconds as his words sunk in, and then chaos reigned, as many of the students protested loudly. Harry did not stand to calm them, however, focusing on finishing his breakfast and leaving the Great Hall without another word. After he had left, Tonks stood, gaining the attention of everyone in the room. If anyone even thinks about harassing him today, they will serve a month of detention with me. Trust that he has his reasons, and that if he could avoid it, he would stay. She said, throwing an angry glance at the headmaster before stalking out after Harry. Harry had the fourth-year Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors first thing that morning, all of whom were unusually subdued. He had expected to spend most of the day having to defend his decision, but so far, the only comments made by his students were to wish him well. He had a funny feeling that Tonks had said something to them, and was immensely grateful for it. If all of his classes were as well behaved as his first, the day would go much more smoothly than he had anticipated, a fact which cheered him up immensely. Sure enough, while each of his classes that day expressed their sorrow at his leaving, and gave him their best wishes, not one of them badgered him about his reasons for leaving. He knew he would have to thank his fiancée for that when she finished teaching. He had the last class of the day free, and so he made the most of that time by finishing his packing, grateful for once that he didn't have many possessions at Hogwarts. After he had finished, he decided that he and Tonks should enjoy a romantic meal together on his last night in the castle. When Tonks finished her last class of the day, all she wanted to do was fall into bed and cry. It had been a hard day, listening to the students gossip about why Harry was leaving. She was all too aware that Harry's time in the castle was dwindling, and it hurt more than she thought it would. After all, Harry hadn't spent a great deal of time in the castle since he had started teaching, but it was somehow different now that he wouldn't be using the castle as his base. By the time she reached the rooms she and Harry shared, she was barely holding back her tears. When she walked in to find a table set for two, lit by candlelight, the facade she had worn all day shattered, and she broke down into sobs. Harry was by her side immediately, holding her close and letting her cry into his shoulder. No words were spoken, they just held each other in silence. "I'm sorry." Tonks sniffed some time later, uncomfortably aware of the fact that he had planned a nice dinner for them and she had spoiled it by coming in and crying all over him. "Don't be," Harry said, kissing the tear tracks on her face. "What time is the DA meeting? Do we still have time to eat?" "Not really," Harry said. "It starts in 20 minutes. Oh, and you went to all that effort. Don't worry about it, love. We can go to my rooms after the meeting, and have dinner there. How does that sound?" "Perfect," Tonks said, smiling at him through her tears. "It will be," Harry promised quietly. The DA meeting ran more along the lines of what Harry had expected in his classes. Everyone seemed to want an explanation from him. This time, however, it was Ron who came to his aid. Look, if he wanted to discuss this, he would have said at breakfast. He has his reasons. Just accept that, and shut up so that he can speak. He said angrily. Harry flashed a smile in his direction, fighting back a laugh at some of the more shocked looks on the faces of the DA members. I do have my reasons. And that is just what they are. My reasons. Now, I just wanted to make a few announcements. First of all, I am handing over leadership of the group to Ron and Hermione, aided by Professor Tonks, when she has the time. If they tell you to do something, listen to them like you've listened to me. If you have any questions, go to them and ask. Harry paused, looking over the assembled group. It contained members from each of the 4 houses, and all years. I'm proud of you all. When Hermione badgered me into starting the DA, I thought it would be just a handful of us. I'm glad now that I listened to her. I never could have imagined that the DA would be so successful. He smiled at them, amused at how they hung onto his every word. Now, how about we get on with the meeting? There was a chorus of good-natured groans, and Harry couldn't help but laugh. At the end of the meeting, a small group of DA members approached Harry, apparently acting as representatives of the entire group. They carried a small package, and an envelope. We wanted to get you a leaving gift. A second-year Gryffindor said. Yeah, it's from the whole of the DA. We all helped make it. A fourth-year Hufflepuff added. Go on, take it. A tiny first-year Slytherin squeaked. Harry accepted the gift from the last member of the group, a fifth-year Ravenclaw, speechless for a moment. Open it. The DA yelled as one. Harry nodded and pulled the ribbon from the package, letting the paper fall open. It was a small golden pendant, in the shape of the Hogwarts crest. Everyone put their own protection charms on it. Hermione explained quietly. Thank you, everyone, this means a great deal to me. He said quietly, fastening the chain around his neck. It rested in the hollow of his throat, above his locket, and felt warm and comforting. Do you like it? I love it, it's perfect. Harry assured them. He swallowed the emotion that threatened to overwhelm him, wondering how he had been so lucky as to have such good friends. We're glad you like it, Harry. Now, don't you have somewhere to be? Hermione said, with a pointed glance towards Tonks. Harry laughed happily. Ah yes, I do seem to remember promising my fiancée a candle-lit dinner for 2. He said, taking Tonks' hand and kissing it. Every girl in the room sighed, while the males groaned. I'll be leaving tomorrow before breakfast, so I don't expect I'll see you. But don't worry, I'll visit now and again. He said before he and Tonks left, a cacophony of farewells following them. It was still dark when Harry woke, and started getting ready to leave. He hadn't been kidding when he had told the DA that he was leaving before breakfast, he intended to leave at sunrise. He paused by the bed, watching as Tonks slept. On her ring finger, her engagement ring shone in the candle light. He had put it back in its rightful place the night before, while they were in his rooms. Tonks, love, wake up. He murmured, touching her cheek almost reverently. What time is it? Tonks asked groggily. It's early still. Will you have breakfast with me before I leave? Of course. Tonks said, more awake now. She was calmer this morning than she had been for a long time. She had had a long time to put everything in perspective. This move was what was best for Harry, and in the long run, it would probably prove to be best for everyone involved. I love you, she told him seriously. I love you too. I can't wait to make you Mrs. Potter. Sounds good to me. Come on, let's get some breakfast. Sunrise was Albus Dumbledore's favorite time of the day. A new beginning each and every day. He sat by the window in his office, watching one of his most beloved pupils leaving the school. His heart was heavy, but he knew that ultimately, this was the right path for the young man to take. As much as he would have loved to help him in his task, he knew as well as Harry did that this time, the battle was not his to win or lose. He sighed, a tear falling as he watched the small group of people that stood to see him off. A strange group, but all of them strong and faithful friends. Hogwarts herself was reaching out, saying farewell to what Albus suspected was her very dearest occupant. The castle would miss Harry Potter every bit as much as those within her walls. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.